Chapter 1. Early morning at the Mouri Detective Agency. Father, didn't we already discuss that we would be going to the airport this morning to pick someone up? Why have you indulged in so much alcohol? We might miss the flight. Oh, don't be so nagging. I was simply overwhelmed with joy yesterday and momentarily forgot. Besides, that fellow's plane shouldn't have landed, yet we should still make it if we hurry. In contrast to Mouri Rand's anxiety, the uncle remained remarkably composed. One could also describe his demeanor as that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Mouri Rand's fists clenched tighter, her head swirling with countless thoughts. Half an hour later, at Tokyo International Airport, Mouri Rand was holding Conan's hand, both of them scanning the area anxiously. Though Mouri Kaguro wore an impatient expression, his eyes were also darting about, seemingly searching for something. Rand, you still haven't told me who we're here to pick up. Why does Uncle seem so displeased? Conan, who had just woken up that morning without even brushing his teeth, found himself witnessing the live broadcast of the quarrel between father and daughter. Following a frantic rush to wash up and have breakfast, the trio hurriedly hopped into a taxi to the airport, which was why Conan, still half asleep, only remembered to ask this question now. We're here to pick up a relative from my mother's side. He's my cousin, Mouri Rand reminisced. But we've never met. I've only heard about him from my mother. His name is Hinata. As for you, father, just ignore him. He brought this upon himself by drinking so much last night, let him suffer the consequences of his hangover. Mouri Rand shot a glare at her unreliable father. If it weren't for her urging and the fact that the flight was delayed for a while, they would surely have missed it today. Hinata. Conan attempted to engage his high intelligence to search his memory for relevant information, but after a moment, he realized he had never heard of this person. Mouri uncle, I am Hinata. Just as Mouri Rand was straining to look around, a person with long black hair, an exquisite appearance, and a height of about 1.70 meters stood before Mouri Kaguro. Rin, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. If I recall correctly, you should be just a month younger than Rand, right? Mouri Kaguro greeted with rare sincerity, and when Mouri Rand and Conan turned around, they only saw the back of a figure with long black hair, who seemed to be engaged in small talk. It was no surprise they stood apart. In fact, Mouri Kaguro had just returned from a smoke-filled room, and Mouri Rand deliberately kept her distance with Conan to avoid smelling of smoke. Rand, and this little brother, hello. I am Hinata Rand. It's a pleasure to meet you. The long-haired figure, sensing their gaze, turned around to introduce herself to Mouri Rand and Conan, who were momentarily stunned, their expressions mirroring astonishment as if they had encountered something extraordinary. Has your vision still not improved? Mouri Kaguro, while driving, inquired of the passenger beside him, Hinata Rand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth but unlit, his expression somewhat grave. They had successfully picked up the guest and were now en route back to the detective agency. It remains unchanged, but I can see normally, so I don't mind, Hinata Rand replied with a gentle smile on his exquisitely fair face. The black hair was tousled by the breeze, and the morning sunlight streaming through the car window seemed to gild each strand, making them shimmer. Through the rearview mirror, one could distinctly see that Hinata Rand's pupils were the pure white characteristic of cataracts, evoking a sense of unease when gazed upon. In truth, Hinata Rand had not anticipated that he would undergo a second reincarnation with the body from his previous life. He found it perplexing that the Hinata family's hereditary cataracts could allow him to carry over into another realm. Indeed, Hinata Rand was an unfortunate soul who had experienced two reincarnations, first into the world of Naruto and then into that of Conan, pondering whether a third would occur. In his moments of leisure, he often contemplated whether, upon his next demise, he would find himself in the realm of the Grim Reaper or among pirates. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of either. He had endured enough fighting and chaos in the world of Naruto. Given a choice, he would prefer a more peaceful and stable existence. Compared to Naruto, the world of Conan, rife with crime and violence, was still a begrudging fulfillment of that desire. Rin, may I call you that? Mouri Rand pondered for a moment before posing the question. In truth, as a gentle and cheerful angelic girl, she had merely been flustered by Hinata Rand's white pupils, which had caused her to momentarily lose her composure and delay her greeting. I have no objections. May I call you Rand? Conan's brows furrowed slightly despite this person's appearance not conforming to conventional gender norms. His instinct as a jealous young man of East Asian descent still made him uneasy at the thought of another boy addressing Ran in such a familiar manner. I'm fine with that. I've heard from my mother that you've been living abroad until now. Hinata Rin nodded. In truth, he had not initially crossed over rather. His second reincarnation was rather tumultuous. His body arrived over a decade prior, and only later did his consciousness attach itself, leaving even his battle-hardened psyche in a state of astonishment for quite a while. Regarding what transpired before his spirit arrived, he had only recently transitioned from a special school, so he could glean a general understanding primarily acting on instinct. Such a condition had no flattering nomenclature at its mildest. It was termed a cognitive impairment, colloquially referred to as being mentally challenged. He found little difficulty in accepting this rather. It validated a theory he had long been curious about in his previous life. The hierarchy between the soul and the brain, or whether the soul's existence was even a valid proposition. His experience of a convoluted reincarnation strongly suggested that the soul indeed exists, and its authority surpasses that of the brain. Without a soul, even a fully functional brain could not operate normally, reminiscent of his previous years spent in a fog of confusion. Now that you're here, settle in and consider this your home. The past is behind you. Upon hearing Mouri Kaguro's words, both Mouri Ran and Conan in the back seat widened their eyes in astonishment. Was this truly the same father who had been a drunken lout, muddled and careless? Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. Ran and Conan, I hope to not be a burden in the future. There's no need for such formality. I heard your enrollment is already sorted out at Tidian High School. Next Monday, just accompany me to school will help you with the registration. Mouri Ran waved her hand dismissively and then uttered a word that stirred a sense of melancholy in Hinata Rin. The term go to school felt both familiar and foreign. In his previous life, he had received his college acceptance letter, yet before he could relish the experience, he was abruptly transported here. He had also graduated from a ninja academy, as was to be expected, but met an untimely end in war before reaching adulthood. In total, his lives combined spanned over 30 years, with a significant portion spent in education, and now he was starting high school all over again. He suspected that the essence of reincarnation was a lifelong commitment to learning. Perhaps this was also a vital reason for his youthful mindset. After all, none of his lives had surpassed the age of 20, and most of his time had been spent in school. Although Mouri Kaguro had yet to own a car and had continuously dedicated his meager savings to the car rental business, his age nonetheless afforded him decent driving skills, and they soon returned to the Mouri Detective Agency. I prepared your room. You should go up and take a look. Mouri Ran alighted first, leading Hinata Rin to the third floor of the Mouri Detective Agency. However, she need not have been so anxious given the prominent sign of the agency on the second floor window, and considering the many episodes of Detective Conan he had watched in his previous life, there was little chance of mistaking the location. Upon reaching the third floor with Mouri Ran, she turned the doorknob of the room opposite the television, revealing a clean and tidy space. The bedding and curtains were blue, and a vase on the bedside table held a bouquet of fresh flowers. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I truly like this room. Hinata Rin spoke softly, and upon seeing such meticulous arrangements, anyone could feel the care that went into it. It could not simply be attributed to familial ties. I'm glad you was at his feet. I was worried it might not meet your expectations. Is there anything you'd like to eat? As she spoke, the girl had already donned an apron, preparing to cook. For a 17-year-old high school student, this level of maturity was somewhat excessive that in my previous life, I merely indulged in anime casually. However, it is only through truly immersing oneself in the experience that one can grasp the arduous nature of cooking since the tender age of 7. I shall lend a hand. I am quite adept at Chinese cuisine, though I wonder if it suits your palate. Hinata Rin was not one to merely speak without action. Upon surveying the lack of aprons, he promptly opened his suitcase and retrieved an apron he had custom-made, inspired by the images etched in his past memories. Adorned with a flame design resembling the number 6, drawn on a half-open folding fan. This particular apron had become a staple for him over the years, largely influenced by that iconic moment when Uchiha Itachi expertly fried an egg with his Sharingan. His actions served as a tangible testament to the sincerity of his words. Regardless of his culinary prowess, at the very least, he was well equipped. "Then I must trouble you. I have never had the pleasure of tasting Chinese cuisine," Lan replied, her expression softening at Hinata Rin's earnest demeanor. It was typically inappropriate to have guests cook, but since her father had declared them family, she felt it would be rude to decline. Thus, the two of them busied themselves in the kitchen. Outside the kitchen, Conan's face took on a faint green hue as he attempted to interject between the two. However, the kitchen was not a domain he could easily penetrate, and before he could step inside, Lan had already ushered him out. He resolved to learn how to cook. Given the current circumstances, it seemed imperative. Unbeknownst to Hinata Rin, his presence was nudging the great detective toward maturity. Beyond merely wishing not to inconvenience others, he was primarily struggling with the unfamiliarity of Japanese cuisine. "Lan, could you fetch me a can of beer?" Uncle Morris' voice resonated from the living room, accompanied by a laughter akin to that of a lecher and the mention of Ayako Kuniyashi's name, leaving Lan visibly embarrassed in the kitchen. "I apologize, my father tends to become rather boisterous when at home," she explained. "Not at all. Is this not merely a sign that your uncle does not regard me as an outsider?" Hinata Rin remarked, looking up from his preparations. This girl had a tendency to think too much of others, a kindness that bordered on excessive. He had come to understand Mouri Kaguro's character quite well. Aside from his flaws of lechery and drunkenness, he possessed many admirable traits, which need not be enumerated. "Rinai, where have you lived before, and how did you come to excel in Chinese cuisine?" The ever-jealous Conan suddenly realized a pressing issue. Knowing one's enemy and oneself is the key to victory in 100 battles. Currently, he was entirely unfamiliar with this unexpected newcomer, which was decidedly disadvantageous. Thus, he swiftly shifted his approach, leveraging the innocence of childhood curiosity to probe for information. "Conan, do not pry into others' personal matters. It's fine the little brother is merely curious. Besides, this hardly constitutes a private matter. I lived in America, where I learned Chinese cooking from a restaurant owner in Chinatown. I simply do not enjoy high-calorie foods like fried chicken and hamburgers." As he washed the vegetables, Hinata Rin responded to Conan's inquiries, aware of the detective's boundless curiosity, exacerbated by his encounters with the black organization. He treated it as tending to a patient. In truth, Conan had little to inquire about. After all, this was a relative of Lan's, and his experiences seemed rather unique. He was somewhat taken aback, realizing that his instinctive probing was merely a childish impulse, and he had come to recognize it after being halted by Lan. Even some feelings of guilt arose from this. His abrupt probing was somewhat disrespectful. Now it seems that not only is the other party beautiful, but their character is also quite admirable, reminiscent of Xiaolan. Ahem. Although describing a man as beautiful may seem peculiar, it is indeed his most immediate impression. With a gentle disposition, long black hair, and culinary skills, is this not a mere replica of Xiaolan? No wonder he feels an inexplicable familiarity. Soon, the delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, miraculously pulling Uncle Mouri, who had been engrossed in watching the television, back to reality. He sniffed the air and then waved to Conan, who was lying on the sofa immersed in a book after finishing his homework. "Conan, go see what dishes Xiaolan has prepared today. If there are many, I shall save some room for later to continue drinking." "Uncle, today, Lingu also helped in the kitchen, and he seems to be making Chinese cuisine. The delightful fragrance must be coming from that. It is not that Xiaolan's cooking is unappetizing. Rather, they have grown accustomed to eating Japanese cuisine daily, which rarely possesses such a robust aroma. Thus, for them, this is quite a novel experience. I see. Lin is truly too courteous. However, it appears that we are in for a treat today. A chef capable of preparing Chinese cuisine is no ordinary cook. It seems Lin's culinary skills are quite remarkable." Conan remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. He had been observing the fluidity of the other's movements and could ascertain this truth as for his current serious expression. It was primarily due to contemplating a matter. As the saying goes, one who eats the soft food of others will find it hard to be assertive in the future. However, judging by the aromas, this meal is worth anticipating. The stir-fried shrimp, garlic chives with pork, sweet and sour chicken, salt-grilled mackerel, and winter melon clam soup. An exquisite spread of 4 dishes and a soup emerged from the kitchen, nearly filling the dining table of the Mouri household. These dishes are undoubtedly a feast for the senses, vibrant in color, fragrant, and appetizing. Just gazing at them made one's mouth water, let alone the continuous wafts of enticing scents that filled the air. During the process of conjecturing, Conan and Uncle Mouri nearly succumbed to the temptation before being firmly reined in by Mouri Ran. Honestly, I worked so hard to prepare these dishes, and I didn't see you two so excited before. What's the rush now? Lin hasn't arrived yet. We shall eat later. The authority of the head of the household is indeed formidable. Uncle Mouri and Conan could only chuckle awkwardly, with Uncle Mouri justifying himself, claiming it was not that he could not contain himself, but rather he was curious about the taste of Chinese cuisine. However, judging by Ran's expression, she was completely unconvinced. This little cotton-padded jacket understood her father's character very well. Conan, just hold on a little longer. Lin Gu will be here soon. All right, the young detective responded with unrestrained enthusiasm, as if he had not just attempted to dive into the food. Apologies for the wait. This is the last soup, and I had to pay careful attention to the timing, which took a bit longer, and no matter how long they waited, it was only right for the two of them to endure the anticipation of the meal. Nearby, Xiaolan, who was setting the table, shot them an exasperated glance. The clattering of the utensils echoed on the table. Yet, Uncle Mouri and Conan were too absorbed in the dishes before them to care. Their eyes glued to the feast as if ready to pounce at any moment that I'm starting. This time, it was perhaps the most synchronized and vigorous declaration they had made. After uttering those words, Uncle Mouri and Conan swiftly wielded their chopsticks, engaging in a culinary battle that left them utterly stuffed, collapsing onto the sofa, groaning in satisfaction. Let me clean up. You should not move, Hinata Rin said to the struggling Ran, who found it quite difficult to get up, only managing to slump back onto the sofa. To be honest, before this, Hinata Rin was quite curious how a slender girl like Ran could shatter a concrete pole with a single punch. Even in the world of Conan, the law of conservation of energy should hold, right? However, upon witnessing her appetite, he understood that the meal was far from wasted. It had perfectly translated into strength. Hinata Rin himself had not eaten sparingly. Being a relative of the renowned big eater Hinata Hanabi, his appetite was quite substantial. Nevertheless, as this was his first visit to the Mouri Detective Agency, he chose to be slightly conservative to avoid startling them. Thus, the final tally of their appetites concluded with Hinata Rin Mouri Ran Conan Uncle Mouri. The reason Uncle Mouri had the least was that he had been drinking excessively. The empty beer cans beside him likely numbered around 10. And after consuming so much alcohol, managing to eat even a bowl of rice was commendable. That I'm so sorry for the embarrassment. This is just how he is. When he gets happy, he easily loses himself, Rand said, covering the slumbering Uncle Mouri with a blanket while addressing Hinata Rin, who was brewing tea. Watching him prepare the tea brought her an unexpected sense of tranquility. His movements were elegant, and his demeanor serene, embodying a simple, yet profound beauty that it was merely ordinary tea purchased by her father for guests, yet now it seemed to possess an air of sophistication. Moreover, there was one detail she did not mention. The already striking features of Hinata Rin were accentuated by the tea ceremony, rendering him almost like a painting simply by sitting there. There exists a beauty that transcends gender. Ran had only read about this in textbooks, yet now she felt she was beginning to comprehend it. Sister Xiaolan, are you all right? When Ran returned to her senses, she noticed Conan shaking her arm anxiously, his expression tinged with concern. The young girl was somewhat perplexed. What was occurring? Do you enjoy the tea ceremony? If you do, I can teach you. Xiaolan felt a flicker of interest. Contrary to what that jealous king beside her had presumed, she was not captivated by Hinata Rin. Rather, she was imagining if she could present this art in front of Shinichi, perhaps making the deductive fanatic momentarily quiet down and focus his attention on her for a change. As she pondered, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and this expression, to Conan, was undeniable confirmation of his suspicions. His face turned a shade greener, nearly rivaling that of a cucumber. Hinata Rin, however, made no effort to flaunt. In fact, such composure was merely a fundamental quality of the Hinata clan, compared to the erratic temperament of the neighboring clan. Their emotional stability was considerably superior. Indeed, although the Hinata family had their own quirks, it was not for Hinata Rin, as a member of the main family, to concern himself with. Thus, he genuinely embraced that tranquil and elegant style. Regrettably, this manner was more suited to a time of peace. In a world constantly embroiled in conflict like that of Naruto, such an aesthetic had no fertile ground to thrive. The sacrifices of Hinata Rin and the self-entertainment of the Hinata clan served as the best testament to this reality. Actually, I think I'll pass. I don't seem to be suited for this. I had initially thought to surprise Shinichi, but I suppose mastering this would require dedication, and I still have to practice karate. I fear I may not have the opportunity. After a while, Xiaolan's expression gradually calmed, and after thoughtful contemplation, she replied. Upon hearing this, Conan, whose face had been nearly glowing green, finally settled down, even feeling a sense of pride. He had said Xiaolan would not be attracted to this guy, and indeed, she seemed to be thinking of him after all. It's all right. There's no need to excel at everything. The tea ceremony is also a means of relaxation, a way to empty oneself. It need not be constrained by rules. Xiaolan nodded thoughtfully, then resumed her admiration of the tea ceremony. If placed in the context of Hinata Rin's previous life, this young lady would likely have relished the immersive experiences offered by various streamers. Just as Uncle Mouri awoke to use the restroom, the effects of alcohol caused his blood vessels to dilate and his sweat glands to secrete, leaving him in a state of dehydration. In a daze, he lifted the cup from the table and downed its contents in one go. The scalding liquid jolted him awake, dispelling the fog of intoxication. As dinner time approached, it was none other than Xiaolan who prepared the meal, with Hinata Rin merely assisting in a minor capacity. Uncle's appetite this time was modest, likely due to his previous overindulgence in alcohol. After dinner, the group engaged in casual conversation, and soon it was time to retire for the night. After exchanging goodnights, they each retreated to their respective rooms. With her inky black hair spread across the sky-blue sheets, Hinata Rin pondered the mysteries of life. The circumstances surrounding her transmigration were rather perplexing. Having regained her senses only recently, she was swiftly whisked away onto an airplane, landing on Japanese soil without a clear understanding of her situation, were it not for her familiarity with the world of Conan, which surpassed her knowledge of Naruto. The bewilderment of her transition would have persisted far longer. The gentle hum resonated as a cerulean sphere of chakra materialized in Hinata Rin's palm, a testament to her new existence. Consequently, her chakra remained intact, allowing her to wield the signature jutsu of Konoha's prince, Naruto, with ease. Although the Hyuga clan is not renowned for ninjutsu, primarily serving roles in reconnaissance and support, they still possess the ability to utilize such techniques. And Rin's innate talent is commendable. After all, she is a scion of a prominent ninja clan, inheriting the bloodline limit of Kagaya Otsutsuki, which undoubtedly places her above many others. However, Hinata Rin's pursuit of this skill was not for practical use, but rather as a keepsake, as its application conflicted with the combat system of the Hyuga clan. Forcing its use would yield counterproductive results, which is why the clan rarely employs ninjutsu and instead focuses on the art of gentle fist techniques. A singular, effective technique is far superior to a plethora of extravagant but impractical methods. Here, it is prudent to critique a certain clan known for their crimsonite affliction, who not only display arrogance from a young age, but also propagate a culture of ostentatious ninjutsu that lacks pragmatism. Byakugan, activate. The veins at Hinata Rin's temples throbbed as she activated her Byakugan. However, contrary to the lowbrow expectations of many online, this ability merely allows her to perceive chakra pathways and networks, functioning akin to a human X-ray machine. Devoid of any grander expectations, her intent in activating the Byakugan was not for trivial pursuits, but rather for more significant matters, such as ensuring the cleanliness of her surroundings. This focus is understandable, as the living conditions on the battlefield often pose significant challenges. Neglecting hygiene can lead to non-combat related casualties that are quite substantial. Hinata Rin took it upon herself to oversee this aspect. So much so that Tsunade, the head of Konoha Hospital at the time, sought to recruit her. However, before any arrangements could be made, she had already met her demise on the battlefield. One can only hope this did not weigh heavily on Tsunade's heart, especially considering the tragic events surrounding Shinji. Hinata Rin reminisced about her acquaintances in the Naruto universe. She soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, only to awaken at the break of dawn with no dreams to recount. Another day of tranquility and beauty awaited, a day to be cherished. A victim of war. Hinata Rin reflected on her early rise, glancing at her phone to find it was merely 6:30 in the morning. It seemed she had fallen asleep around 10:30 the previous night, granting her a complete 8 hours of restorative sleep. an opportunity to embrace a healthier lifestyle she had failed to fully realize in her past life. After completing her morning ablutions with utmost care, Hinata Rin descended the stairs. The streets were sparsely populated, particularly devoid of the younger generation, with only a few elderly individuals taking leisurely strolls, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere, ideal for a morning run. The rigorous training from her previous life as a ninja, though it had led her to an untimely demise, had also instilled in her a resilient physique that she had grown accustomed to. Thus, after a brief warm-up, she commenced her morning jog along the pavement, running for a full hour without concern for the distance. Her pace was brisk, leaving many hurried commuters in her wake, to her surprise. The working populace seemed to rise early as well, a testament to the blessings that abound. Hinata Rin resolved to seek out quieter locales for her runs in the future. Residential areas, bustling with people and vehicles, could prove distracting. After completing several laps around the vicinity, Hinata Rin made her way upstairs, stopping by a restaurant that had just opened to purchase breakfast. However, upon her return, she found that only Xiaolan had risen, having also completed her morning routine. "Rin, you're up quite early. Did you sleep well last night?" Xiaolan inquired as she emerged from the bathroom, donning an apron and preparing to cook breakfast. "No need to prepare breakfast. I've already bought some," Hinata Rin replied, placing the bag brimming with food on the dining table while glancing at the rooms of Uncle Mouri and Conan. Indeed, since her arrival at the Mouri Detective Agency, Conan had been relegated to sleeping with Uncle, and she had faintly heard the loud snoring emanating from his room the previous night. That it was a wonder what the esteemed detective felt being so close to such a cacophony. Creak. The door swung open as Conan emerged, rubbing his eyes and yawning, greeting them both with a sleepy smile. "Good morning, Xiaolan, Renata." "Good morning, Conan. Did you not sleep well last night?" Xiaolan observed as she set the table. Noticing the pronounced dark circles under Conan's eyes, "I'm fine. It was just Uncle's snoring that was a bit loud. Perhaps you could sleep in my room next time." "I doubt I snore," Hinata Rin suggested, feeling sympathy for the detective, who appeared utterly exhausted. "Sure," the 17-year-old Adagawa Conan responded with a cheerful tone. Before realizing something was amiss, he turned around and locked eyes with Hinata Rin, who was gazing at him with her emotionless white pupils. The Byakugan had its advantages. It rendered her emotions inscrutable, yet he had detected a hint of admiration in her gaze, an appreciation for his ability to adapt so swiftly to his current age and mannerisms after being transformed into a 7-year-old. Such talent was rare. Considering his mother was a brilliant actress, it was reasonable to deduce that he had inherited both his father's deductive prowess and his mother's theatrical skills. This was undoubtedly far more valuable than anything his father could offer through his universal tutoring sessions in Hawaii. "Rin and I, did you have something you wanted to ask?" Though unable to decipher her expression, Conan's intuition told him she had been observing him intently. "I did have a few questions regarding you, but never mind. I shall inquire with Xiaolan later," Hinata Rin replied, her hesitation only heightening Conan's curiosity. The abrupt ending to her statement left him feeling unsettled. "Just say it. I know a great deal and can surely answer your queries," Conan urged, a mix of curiosity and jealousy stirring within him, concerned that she might seek answers from Xiaolan instead. Desperate to extract the unfinished thoughts from Hinata Rin, he resorted to playful antics, disregarding his reputation in favor of safeguarding his affections. With his true identity as Kudo Shinichi concealed, he felt emboldened to act without restraint. Hinata Rin, observing the entire scene, found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the saying holds true. Some individuals appear to don a mask, yet in reality, they have merely removed one. This sentiment aptly encapsulates the essence of our free-spirited classmate, Conan. That it's nothing much. I merely wish to inquire of Ran if she has ever experienced bedwetting. If so, I shall need to be especially vigilant, ensuring I awaken her in the middle of the night for a bathroom visit. Given the detective's strong insistence, Hinata Rin had no choice but to divulge. Yes, of course, he was deliberately asking. After all, this fellow possesses an insatiable curiosity. The outcome was that Conan, the subject of this discussion, turned crimson, wishing he could burrow into the earth, while Ran's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed she was struggling to suppress her laughter, though the effort appeared futile. Anyone with keen eyes could discern her amusement at as for the uncle. He was utterly unconcerned, bursting into hearty laughter. The notion of this eminent detective contemplating relocation to another planet intensified amidst the echoes of merriment. Conan, now 7 years of age, had never encountered such an incident, and he was well behaved, never causing a ruckus. Ran, having exerted considerable effort to maintain her composure, sought to avoid further provoking Conan. "It's all right. I'm merely asking. Do you need a bedtime story?" "No, I do not have such a habit." The detective noted that yesterday was Saturday and today was Sunday, thus both students, Ran and Conan, remained at home, completing their respective assignments after breakfast. However, in comparison to the diligent Ran, Conan, as a first-grade student, found the task considerably easier, merely leaning on the coffee table for a short while before finishing his homework. Subsequently, Rin observed Conan rushing to contend with Uncle Mouri for control of the television, only to meet with failure, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. The uncle continued to be engrossed in Yoko Okino, occasionally emitting laughter akin to that of a lovesick fool. That it seemed that the fandom was not limited to young girls. Even middle-aged men like the uncle could become utterly enthralled, displaying a spending capacity rivaling that of their female counterparts, perhaps even more devoted. After all, throughout the 1,000+ episodes of Conan, he had never witnessed the uncle showing admiration for any other female celebrity, indicating a certain loyalty. Rin and I, what book are you reading? Moments later, Conan approached Hinata Rin, who had been sipping tea and reading, both students maintaining a mutual silence to counter the cacophony produced by Kagoro Mouri. "It's just an ordinary novel." Rin lifted the teacup to his lips, discreetly observing the top of the detective's head. The child's remarkable recovery was evident. The bump had completely vanished in such a brief span, almost rivaling that of the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju. He pondered how Conan's physical condition compared to that of the characters from the Naruto universe. "Rin and I, are you interested in Sherlock Holmes?" Conan waved the collection of Sherlock Holmes stories in his hand, enthusiastically recommending it. Rin immediately understood. The boy was eager to promote his idol, realizing he had just reprimanded this fellow for his excessive curiosity and felt it might be prudent to temper his enthusiasm. This boy was hardly better than the uncle. Even during his outings with Ran, he frequently mentioned Holmes, perhaps even more excessively than the uncle, who at least wouldn't bring up Yoko Okino in front of Eri Kisaki. Although, it should be noted that being overly curious about strangers was hardly a commendable trait. "I've read it before, but I'm not particularly interested in detective novels. Why are you starting so young?" "Haha, it's all thanks to Nichan. I admire Holmes, and he often brings him up. However, after reading, I discovered that Holmes is indeed a remarkable detective. Did you know that he—" The rest was a continuous stream of Conan's enthusiastic chatter about Holmes, which allowed Rin to empathize with Rand's plight of being inundated with thoughts of Holmes before embarking on a roller coaster ride. "Thank you for the recommendation, but I'm still not interested in detectives." Hinata Rin remained polite, unlike the uncle, who might have resorted to a more forceful dismissal. After listening for a while, and realizing Conan showed no signs of stopping, he finally declined. "All right, but it's truly a shame." Conan's expression fell. Could it be that he had a generational gap with his peers? It seemed that aside from himself, no one else had any interest in Sherlock Holmes. Thus, after expressing his refusal, Rin resumed his quiet reading and tea-drinking routine. However, he soon noticed that the absence of Conan's noise was replaced by the uncle's exuberant laughter once more. It appeared that these two sounds had an uncanny ability to cancel each other out. A rather curious phenomenon. "Dad, Conan, Rin, how about we visit the art museum? I heard there are walking suits of armor." This proposal from Ran, who seemed to have successfully extricated herself from the burdens of homework, was met with exaggerated laughter from the two boys. Conan was somewhat more restrained, merely clutching his stomach in amusement, while the uncle's expression was utterly unhinged, his tongue lolling out like a frog poised to catch flies. Kagoro Mouri exclaimed, "That must be a tale concocted by the art museum to attract visitors. How could you believe such nonsense? Truly foolish." Conan added, "Indeed, Ranne, that story is meant to deceive children." He quickly stifled his laughter, earnestly advising her, but this only served to further infuriate her, as evidenced by her fists, which were already warming up for action. Rin recalled a previous incident where, in the absence of his narrative, Ran had seemingly smashed Uncle Mouri's desk, saving him the cost of a new one. However, the moment he mentioned this, Conan's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Two people going to the art museum together was nothing short of a date. How ridiculous! Even if it meant jeopardizing his reputation as a high school detective, he would never allow such a thing to transpire. It seems the script has gone awry. This is Detective Conan. Not Kendaichi case files, he began to act coy, rolling around and insisting he wanted to accompany Ran. Despite her not having declined his presence, it appeared that the detective had developed an addiction to this situation. In the end, as they set off, the uncle, who had been engrossed in watching Yoko Okino on television, quietly tagged along. In truth, he was merely engaging in a playful argument with his daughter, a doting father. He was reluctant to let her venture alone to such an unsafe place. Furthermore, Yoko Okino's program could be recorded, allowing him to catch up later. Once they were prepared, the group departed, fortunate that the medieval art museum they intended to visit was not too far from the Mouri Detective Agency. Therefore, there was no need for Uncle Mouri to rent a vehicle. They arrived on foot in just over 10 minutes. The exhibits primarily featured medieval-style oil paintings, including abstract, impressionist, realistic, and Fauvist styles. The latter was simply a conclusion Ren reached based on his instincts. Personally, he found himself appreciating the realistic style, with impressionism being somewhat more exaggerated, yet still possessing a veiled beauty for abstract art. He simply could not comprehend its appeal. In addition to paintings, the museum showcased sculptures and suits of armor, all reflecting a medieval aesthetic. Regrettably, the suits of armor on display did not walk around but stood rigidly in place. However, Rand did not seem disappointed by this. It appeared this was merely an excuse to visit the art museum. Given her fear of monsters, one would expect her to be apprehensive about such tales instead. Indeed, with my protection on site, no one has touched the body. Uncle Mouri grinned as he saluted Officer Magyar. It was evident that, still unacquainted with the future fame of his son-in-law, Uncle Mouri felt somewhat insecure, dismissing the subsequent jabs with indifference. So, has anyone seen the culprit? Officer Moro asked everyone present, but as expected, received negative responses. Mr. Ijima, who bore a striking resemblance to Officer Chiba, pointed out that the security camera between the hellish corridors should have captured the process of the crime. Officer Muro immediately ordered the footage to be played back, and the group gathered around the display screen. However, to their astonishment, the camera had failed to capture the criminal's identity. Instead, it presented a chilling scene akin to a horror film, just when everyone hoped to identify the murderer directly from the surveillance. They witnessed the unsuspecting Mr. Monica being ambushed from behind by the armored figure, who leaped forward with a fierce strike, followed by a chokehold that lifted him off the ground, pinning him against the wall with a sword, an image strikingly reminiscent of the oil painting titled Divine Retribution hanging behind him. Although they could not pinpoint the killer, the assailant's familiarity with the art gallery narrowed down the suspect list to someone within the institution. Just then, Hinata Rin noticed Conan climbing onto the control panel. Directly rewinding the footage, an older gentleman prepared to intervene. They were met with a fresh revelation. Moments before the attack, Mr. Monica had been hastily jotting something down on a piece of paper, only to angrily crumple it and prepare to discard it before being swiftly subdued by the assailant. The crumpled note remained tightly clenched in the deceased's hand. Observing this, Hinata Rin felt a sense of disbelief. It was baffling that the police had not conducted a thorough search of the scene, relying instead on the footage to uncover any pertinent evidence on the victim. Perhaps it was due to the earlier episodes of the series. But the investigative personnel, who usually appeared frequently, were conspicuously absent, leaving Conan's efficiency unmatched. This pen should belong to the deceased, Hinata Rin remarked. Discovering the fallen pen near the white armor, he recognized it as the same one used by the victim in the surveillance video. After wrapping it in a handkerchief, he handed it to Kagoro Mouri, who was discussing the situation with the police while casually passing by the eagerly watching Conan. Apologies, washing machine comrade. While you may be overpowered, my ocular prowess surpasses your protagonist aura when it comes to investigation. This must be the pen used by the murderer. It could yield fingerprints for analysis. Well done, Rin, Kagoro Mouri replied, taking the pen with an expression of satisfaction. Clearly feeling respected. In contrast, Conan's self-absorbed investigation seemed somewhat glaring, which was likely why he often received heavy-handed criticisms. To some extent, it appeared that he relished this love-hate dynamic, fully aware of the consequences of his words, yet compelled to indulge his impulses, eventually facing repercussions. Thus, Hinata Rin had ample reason to suspect that this behavior was deliberate. Soon, Kagoro Mouri and Officer Muro began analyzing the pen as a lead, in conjunction with the footage captured by the camera. From the video, it was evident that Mr. Monica had recognized the identity of the assailant, prompting him to write down the murderer's name on the note. However, The reason for the victim's apparent inaction during this crucial moment was overlooked by both men. "Hey, Rin, why did you just hand that over to Uncle Mouri?" Conan expressed his discontent at having the clue snatched away. Throughout his years of involvement in investigations, he had never witnessed such a significant piece of evidence being passed right before his eyes without being able to intervene. They say Uncle Mouri is a detective. Therefore, to expedite the case and unveil the truth, it makes sense to present him with the evidence, doesn't it? Gazing into Hinata Rin's pure white pupils, Conan fell into a silent contemplation. While his statement was undoubtedly valid, it was disheartening to find himself surpassed by an amateur in deduction, especially as he felt his own detective dignity was being challenged. Yet, the other party remained oblivious to this, which only fueled his frustration. He couldn't very well throw a tantrum like a child. The great detective still maintained some semblance of decorum, refraining from engaging in disgraceful acts such as peeping into women's changing rooms. However, it seemed the detective was somewhat naive. Looking at Hinata Rin's gentle demeanor, who could have guessed he was being intentionally provocative? There was no particular reason behind it, save for conducting an experiment on the protagonist aura of the Shinigami elementary student. He sought to determine whether only Conan could unveil the pivotal evidence. The investigative personnel, despite being underutilized, couldn't possibly make appearances hundreds of times, merely serving as mascots. If the Hinata clan were to learn that he had resorted to using his ocular prowess merely to locate a trivial object, they might very well be infuriated. But after 2 reincarnations, who still cared about the opinions of those old-timers? On one side, Hinata Rin was lost in thought, while on the other, the case was nearing its conclusion. The group, relying on the footage, confirmed that Mr. Monica had written down the name of the murderer just before his demise, thereby identifying the gaunt, somewhat sleazy man, Kawada, as the true culprit at first glance. This seemed accurate. Compared to the majority of locked-room murders in Conan's world, the conditions for solving this case were quite favorable. The deceased had not only left behind a clear message pointing to the murderer, but also recorded the entire process, presenting a remarkably straightforward set of evidence for the police, smooth to the point of seeming almost premeditated for their benefit. Observing the furrowed brow of the neighboring detective, it was likely he sensed this peculiarity as well. Although Hinata Rin had forgotten much of the plot, he retained vivid memories of certain episodes from the countless reruns of his childhood. He was certain that the elderly curator with the white beard fancied himself a knight, and was indeed the murderer. However, he had little interest in directly accusing him. He did not wish to overshadow the detective's spotlight with a display of deductive prowess. Instead, he found himself far more intrigued by human behavior, particularly that of the capricious kind. Strangely, despite knowing there were security cameras in the room, why would the culprit choose to commit the crime there? The detective pondered, while Officer Muro, having tested the pen for traces, was nearly ready to apprehend Kawada. In truth, the detective often relied on intuition and inspiration to solve cases. Sensing something amiss, an epiphany would typically lead to the discovery of the truth, often centering on the perpetrator's methods. Judging by the current pace, it seemed they were still caught in that initial instinct, unable to pinpoint the crucial detail. As an observer, Hinata Rin was acutely aware of the intricacies, not solely due to his familiarity with the narrative, but also because years of being a ninja had honed his intuition through intelligence-gathering strategies. Even if he were no longer a ninja, he could easily transition into a detective role. Though the environment of Konoha lacked the necessary atmosphere, the true mastermind behind the scheme was undoubtedly the curator, who had crafted an elaborate ruse, using the footage and the note to frame Kawada. Typically, a newcomer would find it challenging to see through the deception. Just look at Kawada, who appeared utterly bewildered and questioning his existence. Had he chosen a day when the plagues were absent, he might have succeeded without a hitch. The key to the issue lay in the sense of incongruity. Even without considering the footage, it was apparent from the crime scene that the deceased, pinned to the wall, was mimicking the painting behind him. One could confidently assert that such a method could only be executed by someone with a certain level of artistic sensibility. Yet, it was clear that Kawada lacked any such traits, his demeanor betraying a casual indifference towards art, as if it were merely a means to make a living. From the perspective of a working individual, this was indeed the case. A lack of passion for art did not warrant a death sentence. Yet, in stark contrast to the young man named Ijima beside him, this nonchalance appeared particularly glaring. That as the saying goes, do not strike the diligent, only the careless. Not to mention, The immediate superior was an aging, cultured individual. If anyone were to perish, it would surely be him. What do you think, Rin? Lost in a reverie, Hinata Rin's attention was abruptly drawn back by Conan's voice. Upon glancing down, she noticed that the boy's glasses reflected a blinding light, obscuring his expression, leaving only the stark outlines of his large, white frames that I was merely observing from the side. Conan choked on his words, staring at Hinata Rin's serious demeanor, and found himself questioning whether this individual was genuinely teasing children. The perpetrator likely was not that loud and boisterous fellow. He did not seem to possess a passion for art. Even if he sought revenge, it was unnecessary to reference the imagery in an oil painting, as this served no purpose other than venting frustration. Hinata Rin discerned that this flaw was indeed too apparent, and such overt signs of resentment prompted her to voice her thoughts directly. Indeed, the culprit must be that individual. However, it was imperative to devise a method to induce him to reveal his own shortcomings. That a confident, yet slightly sinister smile crept across Conan's lips as he turned to Hinata Rin. You should take the lead. I am not adept at relaxing people's vigilance. This is your forte, and should be well utilized. Hinata Rin patted Conan's head and then turned to leave, while watching the performance might be tolerable. She had no interest in playing the role of a mere tool herself. Conan gazed after her, his half-moon eyes still unable to detect any emotion in Hinata Rin's white gaze. Yet, those glaring white eyes were ironically sufficient. Thus, he indignantly turned away, inhaling deeply, resolved to rely on his own resources. Where is the restroom? Conan, in a typical childish manner, snatched a notebook from Ran and began to roll around on the ground, his loud antics immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. As Conan immersed himself in his performance, he stealthily edged closer to Director Okiai. His act of a living person seemingly on the verge of an accident finally lowered the other's guard, leading him into Conan's trap. Conan feigned ignorance of the restroom's location, vigorously shaking his head at Director Okiai's directions and gesturing for him to draw it on the notebook. Frankly, what normal person would believe such a clumsy excuse? Even guiding someone there would be simpler than drawing it out, right? Yet, Conan seemed to possess a peculiar aura that dulled the intellect of those around him. The very pen that could not write was the crux of the murder method orchestrated by Director Okiai. He should have concealed it well, refusing to reveal it even if his own father begged on his knees. However, perhaps due to the old man's soft heart, he unexpectedly produced the non-functional pen in plain sight, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Such a display would be evident to even the dimmest of minds. Moreover, Conan deliberately prompted him, inquiring whether the pen truly did not write and why he would carry a non-writing pen. This maneuver could only be described as pouring salt into the wounds of another's sympathy. Indeed, after Conan's performance, which even a blind person could decipher, Officer Magyar and Uncle Mouri gradually began to grasp the truth. Ahem, there was no disrespect intended here, as Mouri Kagoro was indeed his own uncle, and Officer Magyar, despite his somewhat fiery temperament and penchant for public displays of authority, was also a commendable officer who responded promptly. Yet, their current performance was akin to the legendary duo of Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu, in the most complimentary sense. Thus, under Conan's meticulous guidance, everyone finally comprehended that the reason the culprit chose to commit the crime under the camera's gaze was that he had previously prepared a note bearing the name Wakata. He then placed a non-writing pen beside it. Upon seeing this, the victim, the owner of the Xinjiang establishment, would undoubtedly sense something was amiss and attempt to cross it out. However, a pen that could not write would render such an action futile. Viewed through the lens, the entire process appeared as follows. Under the threat of death from the culprit, the victim, the owner of Xinjiang, seized his last opportunity to inscribe the killer's name, only to be pinned to the wall by the assailant. In all honesty, Hinata Rin believed that had one simply observed the note closely from the outset, the discrepancies would have been apparent. After all, the scratch marks were so forceful they penetrated the paper. One could easily feel them. Thus, under the dual inquiries of the police and the renowned detective Mouri Kagoro, Director Okiai candidly confessed his guilt and even bent down to ask, "Little one, is there still no need to find the restroom?" Although the eyes of the other were obscured, the tone of voice unmistakably revealed that he had come to understand that the one who had seen through everything was none other than this little brat before him. After all, he had just uttered, those pieces of evidence cannot escape the gaze of the pure and tiny eyes of justice, clearly referring to Conan. One can only say that in a place rife with high IQ crimes. Without the influence of the dulling aura, discerning Conan's peculiarities was not particularly difficult. After all, he was far too conspicuous. Conversely, it was somewhat unscientific that Ran, who had been living alongside him for over 1,000 episodes, failed to uncover the truth. Perhaps there was a degree of self-deception involved. Sister Ran, there's no need to be disheartened that I believe Director Okiai has achieved what he desired, for he indeed protected the artwork he cherished. Conan said, animatedly comforting the dejected Ran. Director Okiai's earlier proclamation that the Night of Revenge would eventually transform into a demon resonated deeply with the sensitive young girl, although Conan's tone was somewhat nauseating. The unaware Ran seemed to appreciate it. In truth, it was not that his words were particularly fitting. Rather, Ran felt it inappropriate to display sadness in front of a child, and thus resolved to maintain a more positive demeanor. However, she could not help but ponder. If Shinichi were here, what might he say to that director? One could only conclude that Kudo Shinichi was likely afflicted with a peculiar condition, to which Ran had no corresponding immunity. The uncle likely shared this sentiment, wondering what was so special about that arrogant little brat that captivated his daughter so completely. Dad, Rin, Conan, is there anything you all wish to eat? Having gathered her spirits, Ran resumed her role as the head of household, contemplating how to resolve dinner for the evening. Given the late hour and their lengthy excursion, returning to cook would be excessively tiresome. Allow me to treat you. Let us dine out, Hinata Rin proposed. However, Uncle Mouri suddenly awakened to his role as the head of the household, puffing up his cheeks and declaring, "What nonsense! I am the head of this family. If someone is to treat, it should be me. You little brats should patiently await your meal." Indeed, during the payment process, Uncle Mouri exuded a certain charm. Consequently, the group of four joyfully indulged in a lavish meal at a nearby sushi restaurant, which was quite upscaled. As a result, Uncle Mouri's wallet significantly dwindled, and he lamented before leaving that he had suffered a considerable loss this time. Uncle Mouri's primary lament stemmed from the fact that, as a well-known neighbor in the bustling town of Mihua, the illustrious Detective Mouri Kagoro was utterly unaware of when a high-end sushi restaurant had opened right at his doorstep, especially one that was not immediately discernible from its decor and facade. Were Uncle Mouri to possess knowledge of future vernacular, he might describe his current predicament with the term sushi assassin. Perhaps discontented with her father's frugality, the ever-capable Ran expressed her displeasure. "Father, this is hardly expensive. If you simply reduced your bi-weekly gaming sessions by a couple of times, this amount could easily be saved to enjoy a grand feast together." Hearing this, Uncle Mouri fell silent, his eyes expressing dissatisfaction, but Ran paid no heed. She resolved to impose sanctions on this lazy, yet miserly uncle who refused to take his family out for a grand meal, lest he squander his money on frivolous gaming. At this moment, Uncle Mouri remained oblivious to the tragic future that awaited him, merely lamenting the state of his depleted wallet. It is worth mentioning that Conan had only just transformed into the Death God elementary school student, and the storyline had only just begun. Uncle Mouri was still in a state of financial struggle, and it would likely take some time before he could gain notoriety, resulting in a rather tense economic situation. "Rin, is there anything you would like to eat?" Xiao Lan's enthusiasm for action remains undeniably strong, as she promptly initiates plans to indulge in a lavish meal once a week. Currently, she is seeking the opinion of Hinata Rin. Just moments ago, she inquired about it with Conan, but that lad hesitated and offered no clear response. Xiao Lan dismissed it, assuming the child was simply too shy to express his thoughts. However, Hinata Rin, observing closely, surmised that the boy might be concerned about revealing the preferences of Kudo Shinichi. After all, at the story's commencement, he seemed to have nearly exposed his identity on several occasions, a predicament of his own making. Particularly as he chose to seek companionship from his childhood friend. One could argue that not being recognized on the spot is already a testament to the protagonist's halo effect. Personally, I have a penchant for Chinese cuisine. However, the dishes prepared in Tokyo tend to cater to local tastes, resulting in modifications that I find somewhat unpalatable. Thus, I prefer to take matters into my own hands and prepare the meals myself. Oh, I see. I am quite curious about Chinese cuisine, but regrettably, I have never had the opportunity to explore it. The school curriculum focuses solely on Japanese cooking, and I rarely have the chance to experiment. Xiao Lan lamented. When it comes to culinary skills, Xiao Lan has become quite adept, having taken on the responsibility of cooking for her father from a young age due to her parents' separation. That's all right. I can teach you how to cook. That it's not challenging to learn, but mastering the art of deliciousness is what proves difficult. Chinese cuisine is easy to approach, but hard to master. Much like traditional Chinese medicine, while entry into the subject is straightforward, grasping the essence of flavors can be quite troublesome. After all, terms such as several, appropriate amount, and a pinch can easily lead a novice into the depths of culinary despair. Ah, Rin, your Chinese cooking is indeed commendable. Uncle Mouri chimed in. Despite having just savored sushi, his reminiscent expression suggested he was still reflecting on last night's meal. But it's wonderful that you can cook. It's certainly a far cry from that gluttonous little rascal Conan. Uncle Mouri's face was etched with displeasure, likely venting his frustrations over an emptied wallet onto Conan. Clearly, a son-in-law and father-in-law are destined to be natural adversaries, as evidenced by Conan's exaggerated eye rolls in response to their ongoing banter. Indeed, Conan, I don't believe I've seen your family reach out to you. Do you miss them? Xiaolan's curiosity was piqued, coupled with a hint of uncertainty. After all, it's entirely natural for a 7-year-old child residing elsewhere to yearn for their parents. And exhibiting distress would be expected. Yet, Conan has shown no signs of such sentiments, nor has he ever broached the subject of his family, leaving Xiaolan unaware of his familial situation, only knowing that his parents are abroad and that he is a distant relative of Dr. Agasa. Upon hearing this, Conan, who had just been rolling his eyes, suddenly changed his demeanor, likely overwhelmed with anxiety that he appeared rather introverted, perhaps too bashful to speak up, if we ignore the fact that he knows Conan's true identity. Then this statement could be considered genuinely heartfelt. Hinata Rin remarked with earnestness. Yes, Conan, don't be shy about it. If you miss your parents and wish to contact them, just let Xiaolan know. How about giving them a call right now? Caught off guard by Xiaolan's robust initiative, Conan quickly intervened, fearing that one more moment of delay would lead to his exposure to no. That's unnecessary. Xiaolan, that I spoke with them at Dr. Agasa's yesterday, and it's currently the middle of the night there. Making it inconvenient to call that in a flash, the brilliant detective, boasting an IQ of 220, concocted a seemingly plausible excuse at this moment. He was genuinely relieved that his parents were perpetually wandering abroad, which allowed him to draw upon his real background while fabricating a fib. Oh, I see. Then there's nothing to be done, Xiaolan replied, her face displaying disappointment. She was quite curious about Conan's parents, especially since he had never mentioned them before. Furthermore, the resemblance between Conan without glasses and Kudo Shinichi was striking, leaving Xiaolan eager to uncover whether there was any familial connection between their parents. Relieved to have narrowly escaped a predicament, Conan discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. The previous moment was far more exhilarating than any deduction he had ever made. It felt as though his adrenaline was surging. 3 days later, in the early morning, Hinata Rin returned from his jog once more. Rin, you rise so early. Xiaolan, having just finished her morning routine, was putting on an apron to prepare breakfast. Observing this, Hinata Rin stepped forward to assist. In fact, he had already prepared the dough for Xiaolong Bao before heading out for his morning run, and it was likely ready for use by now. Did you prepare this? Xiaolan noticed the dough covered to allow it to rise. While she was curious, she refrained from meddling. Although Xiaolan was quite experienced in the kitchen, her expertise primarily lay within the realm of Japanese cuisine, and her knowledge of dough preparation was limited. Yes, I'm making Xiaolong Bao, a well-known breakfast delicacy in China. Hinata Rin was relishing the leisurely pace of life at that moment. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't have to attend school. It had already been a week since he arrived, yet he had yet to report to school, coinciding with a long holiday. Consequently, it was only natural for him to wait until the break concluded before enrolling. While this was rather delightful, upon inquiring with Xiaolan, he discovered that holidays seemed to come frequently here. Just before his arrival, Teat-in High School had recently concluded a short break. Now, less than 2 weeks later, another long holiday was approaching, making it seem as though attending school had become a secondary endeavor, with the primary focus shifting to vacation. One cannot help but think that if this trend continues, experiencing this academic life might indeed be worthwhile. Compared to the grueling, exhausting high school days of his previous life, this was practically a paradise. Thus, Hinata Rin began to feel that this second chance at life might be a form of compensation for his hellish academic journey, allowing him to escape the incessant longing for breaks. While lost in thought, Hinata Rin's hands were still busy as he retrieved the filling he had prepared the previous night, which had been chilling in the refrigerator, and deftly crafted the delicate Xiaolong bao with 18 folds. Even if the Xiaolong bao is a bit smaller, the size of the filling can still be appreciated as long as it is relatively large. One can boast about it, Hinata Rin mused, finding no fault in his reasoning. Rin, you seem quite skilled. Do you often cook? As Xiaolong prepared miso soup, she turned her attention to Hinata Rin, watching intently as he shaped the dumplings, her hands twitching with the desire to join in. Not particularly. I mainly cook because the food here doesn't quite suit my palate. To satisfy my discerning taste, I inevitably have to take matters into my own hands. Would you like to give it a try? Despite not rolling her eyes, Xiaolan's eagerness was evident as she stepped into the space Hinata Rin had cleared for her. I've never done it before. What if I mess it up? Xiaolan hesitated verbally, but her body was honest. As she positioned herself where Hinata Rin had made room, her left hand grasping the dumpling skin while her right hand reached for the filling. To her credit, Xiaolan's dexterity was commendable. After all, she had nearly a decade of cooking experience, likely exceeding that of many married housewives. As she mimicked Hinata Rin's previous movements, she managed to craft the dumplings with surprising finesse. What are you doing, Sister Xiaolan? So engrossed in her task of pleating the dumpling, Xiaolan had not noticed Conan, who was brushing his teeth at the kitchen door. This boy had a knack for appearing out of nowhere, and had it not been for Hinata Rin's keen observational skills, he might have gone unnoticed. Startled, Xiaolan instinctively shielded her dumplings, which were her handiwork, while Conan's mood soured due to being overlooked. He felt justified in his intuition that since this boy had come to the Mouri Detective Agency, Xiaolan's attention towards him had undeniably waned. That's all right, I'll handle it. I don't really cook Japanese cuisine. However, your miso soup likely needs seasoning, right? Yes, I almost forgot. Hinata Rin pointed to the pot of soup behind him, expressing his indifference towards it. While the others were fixated on the miso soup, he had little enthusiasm for having soup with his meals, preferring plain water instead, which he deemed quite healthful. Upon hearing this, Ran reluctantly set down her Xilong Bao, appearing quite intrigued by his remarks. Sister Ran, is this Xilong Bao from China? In a bid to regain the attention of his childhood friend, the young detective made an effort to appear adorable, even with a mouthful of toothpaste foam. Conan, you haven't rinsed properly. Come on, I'll take you to the restroom. Seeing Conan with his foamy mouth, Ran immediately put down her seasoning spoon and led him to rinse his mouth and wash his face, resembling a mother guiding her son. Observing this, Hinata Rin figured that this was not the scenario the young detective desired. However, Conan's height was quite peculiar. At times he appeared entirely normal, yet at others, he seemed surprisingly short. For instance, even though he was a 7-year-old child, he had to almost tiptoe to hold hands with Ran, which was rather exaggerated. Just yesterday, he had to stand on his toes to reach the doorknob, making him seem more like a 5-year-old than a 7-year-old. Yet, at times, he looked perfectly average. It could only be attributed to the peculiar framing that distorted proportions, causing the young detective to appear to fluctuate in size. Preparing Xilong Bao was somewhat cumbersome initially, but once completed, it was quite convenient, requiring merely steaming. The only regret was that the soy milk maker he had ordered had yet to arrive, according to the timeline of the anime. It was still before the year 2000, and online shopping had not yet gained popularity, making domestic purchases rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, money was indeed a universal solution, at least in terms of shopping, if one was willing to spend. There was not much that could not be procured. The soy milk maker was not among those items. It merely required time. Having placed the order last week, he estimated it would arrive within the week. Though it was unfortunate that he could not use it right now. Otherwise, pairing it with Xilong Bao would enhance the feeling of enjoying breakfast in his homeland. Logically speaking, Youtiao would be the ideal companion for soy milk. However, making too many would lead to waste, while making too few would waste oil, so he rarely prepared it for himself. Ran, is breakfast ready? I'm absolutely starving. Uncle Mouri's booming voice echoed from the living room, which was rather unusual. As a freelancer, Uncle Mouri typically slept until naturally awakened, and with it only being 7 o'clock, he should have been sound asleep as per his usual routine. Dad, why are you up so early? Breakfast will take a while longer. Ran emerged from the bathroom with the freshly washed Conan, surprised by Uncle Mouri's inexplicably early rising. After all, compared to Conan and Hinata Rin, she was the most familiar with Uncle Mouri's habits. the old man who indulged in mahjong, horse racing, idol worship, and excessive drinking, was one who stayed up late rather than rising early. Is the sun rising in the west today? Ah, there are indeed benefits to waking early. No wonder there's an old Chinese saying that the early bird catches the worm. It seems the ancients did not deceive you. As soon as the Xilong Bao was placed on the table, the enticing aroma prompted countless exclamations from Uncle Mouri. Conan, as usual, displayed his signature blank stare. Yet his mouth did not cease its enjoyment, pairing the Xilong Bao with miso soup quite happily. Only Hinata Rin felt that it would be better accompanied by soy milk. He would need to call and inquire about the delivery shortly, hoping it would arrive by tomorrow so he could try youtiao and tofu now. Rin, your culinary skills are truly commendable. Just based on this, you could certainly win a wife, Uncle Mouri remarked while eating, his mouth never ceasing its chatter, which drew Rant's ire. She grew quite upset at the mention of this topic, as she was currently dedicated to reconciling her parents. Thus, Uncle Mouri's nonchalant attitude infuriated her. At my age, such discussions seem a bit premature, don't you think? Hinata Rin reminded himself that he was only 17, still a year away from Japan's legal marriage age. What's the big deal? Your aunt and I married long ago. But marriage isn't all it's cracked up to be. You'll understand in due time and inevitably regret it, Dad. Uncle Mouri, perhaps still recovering from a night of too much drinking, repeatedly danced around Rant's sensitive topics early in the morning, successfully inciting her wrath. You should just sit here and clear your head. With the sound of the door closing, Uncle Mouri, forced to sit at his desk, lowered his head dejectedly. Rand took Hinata Rin and Conan out, leaving Uncle Mouri alone at home to reflect on his actions. However, for him, this solitude was a form of enjoyment, as he could indulge in his fandom without concern for others' opinions, although he had never been overly concerned with others' perceptions. Excessive displays would still earn him reprimands from his own daughter. Meanwhile, the trio that had just departed was making their way to the shopping mall. Along the way, Conan raised a question about their destination. As he had initially planned to stay home and finish the detective novel he had yet to complete, he was among the few who shared a mutual understanding with Hinata Rin. Having just transitioned from a busy high school student to a carefree elementary schooler, with his vacation extending to an alarming degree, coupled with a significant reduction in academic burdens, he spent nearly all his free time expanding his detective knowledge and reading detective novels. Living quite comfortably. We need to prepare a gift. My former middle school teacher is getting married soon. She sent me an invitation last week for a wedding at the beginning of next month. Right when the holidays start, I definitely want to go congratulate her. Ran replied with a cheerful smile, her eyes shining with envy. The identity of a bride was something that greatly fascinated the high school girl. Who is your middle school teacher, Sister Rand? Conan pondered, but could not identify the person. After all, he and Rand had attended the same school since childhood. There was no reason for him to be unaware. It's Ms. Matsumoto Sayuri. She's getting married next month. I heard she even invited Shinichi. I remember she always liked to tease him. I wonder if he'll go. As she spoke, the girl fell into a moment of melancholy, likely reminiscing about her long-lost childhood friend. Meanwhile, Conan appeared to have an epiphany, though he remained oblivious to the change in her mood. Hinata Rin found it quite absurd that a character who could easily crack a villain's skull had been transformed into an overly emotional girl prone to tears and melancholy. A rather unappealing character indeed. Ran, let's buy some more flour. Aside from Xilong Bao, we can also make soup dumplings and wontons for breakfast. I can teach you slowly. Hinata Rin felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, not to mention that in his previous life, he had been somewhat of a fan of her. But during his time here, Rant's meticulous care had not gone unnoticed, from the thoughtfully arranged room to her early rises to prevent any potential awkwardness on his part. She had made considerable efforts. This consideration dated back to her first day at the office when he had woken early for a morning run. Since it was quite early, he returned to find no one awake. And only after some time did Rand finally rise. Upon noticing this, Rand had adjusted her routine, waking half an hour earlier to ensure that Hinata Rin would not have to face the awkwardness of being alone after his run. In truth, such care was not entirely necessary. He was someone who had traversed 2 lifetimes and lived 3, and was not likely to feel uncomfortable due to this. However, considering her thoughtful gestures and not wanting to make her feel awkward by pointing it out, he refrained from doing so. Furthermore, they were related as cousins, albeit he saw Rand more as a younger sister given his actual age. This only intensified his disdain for the young detective, as someone who understood the truth. It was perplexing that he held no opinion about the source of Rant's melancholy, as expected. After Hinata Rin spoke, Rant's attention was swiftly diverted. Ultimately, Ran was an optimistic and cheerful girl, and besides, Shinichi had not been missing for long. From the perspective of the plot's progression, it seems that it has been less than half a month. Indeed, Sister Xiaolan, Brother Rin's Chinese cuisine is quite delectable, and I am eager to learn how it is prepared. Conan has also taken notice of this, though the method of diverting attention appears somewhat unjust, especially with that feigned youthful tone. Hinata Rin finds it rather grating. He believes that Mihua Town should enact a law prohibiting the public display of cuteness, restricting it solely to Conan. Thus, the trio indulged in a considerable shopping spree at the mall. In addition to flour and noodles, Hinata Rin procured a plethora of spices, pleasantly surprised by the variety available in the supermarket, including baking soda and various seasonings. Xiaolan also inquired if Conan wished to buy some clothes. As the current weather is that of early spring, with chilly mornings and evenings, Conan, clad in his small suit paired with shorts, appeared somewhat cold. However, Conan declined, not embodying the bashfulness one might expect in Xiaolan's presence. Likely, he wished to spare her the expense. His modest income, not yet established as a famous detective, coupled with his costly hobbies of gambling and drinking, rendered his finances rather tight. Furthermore, he had ample clothing at home, though he preferred to be cautious and not leave too many traces in his previous residence. "Rin, do you need anything?" After asking Conan, Xiaolan turned to Hinata Rin, who waved his hand in refusal. "My clothes are on their way. They should arrive in a day or two, so there's no need to trouble yourselves." He truly had no shortage of clothing. Even if he did not purchase anything here, he had brought quite a lot from his previous world, including a shinobi vest and undercoat chainmail, though he deemed them unnecessary to wear. Among his belongings was even armor inspired by the Warring States period, akin to that worn by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, which he had missed the opportunity to don previously. Even in Konoha, such attire would be somewhat outdated and conspicuous. However, now that he had traversed to this realm, perhaps he would have the chance to wear it after all. The three of them carried a multitude of bags home, and despite his small stature, Conan clutched a bag as well. His expression, however, was one of extreme exasperation, rolling his eyes dramatically. Xiaolan had initially suggested that Conan need not carry any bags, as he appeared merely 7 years old. Carrying too many heavy items might hinder his growth. Among elementary students, he was already on the shorter side, comparable to the small girl Ayumi. Nevertheless, Hinata Rin expressed a differing opinion, asserting that children ought to be trained from a young age and should not be overly pampered. Otherwise, they might grow into self-important individuals who do not even know how to help their girlfriends carry bags. While shopping. One could only wonder if Rin's words reminded Xiaolan of a certain detective, as she nodded seriously, subsequently requesting a small bag from the counter, filling it with light snacks like puffed snacks, and solemnly handed it to Conan as if it were a sacred inheritance. Faced with the expectant gaze of his childhood friend, Conan found himself unable to utter any words of refusal. He could only roll his eyes at Hinata Rin as he accepted the bag. Hinata Rin mused that if Conan continued to roll his eyes, he might eventually achieve the skill of eye-rolling, which would undoubtedly enhance his detective prowess. Upon returning home, the trio was unsurprisingly greeted by the familiar sight of the uncle obsessively watching television, utterly engrossed in Yoko Chono's concert, as if he were about to leap forward in adoration. Uncle Mouri's left eye shimmered with infatuation, while his right reflected a profound fascination, completely oblivious to their entrance. The beer cans on the table had amassed into a small mountain, and miraculously, none had toppled over. "Truly an artistic feat, Dad. Really, we've only been gone a short while, and you've consumed so much already." While Xiaolan had anticipated that Uncle Mouri would not remain sober at home, she was still astonished by the sheer quantity he had managed to drink in just a few hours. In reality, Uncle Mouri's tolerance for alcohol was rather average, though his behavior was relatively tame. He merely rambled incoherently, without descending into drunken madness. Of course, this could be attributed in part to Xiaolan's overwhelming physical prowess, capable of flattening a metal office desk with a single punch, making her father's head seem an even less formidable target. Under Xiaolan's questioning, Uncle Mouri drowsily spouted drunken ramblings, extolling Miss Yoko's beauty and exclaiming her as Japan's finest, neglecting to refrain from his enthusiastic support even inebriated, a testament to his unwavering loyalty as a fan. Moreover, Judging by his later actions, Uncle Mouri appeared to have successfully pursued his idol. He frequently interacted with her and occasionally even appeared on television alongside her, fulfilling the dreams of a devoted fan, albeit at the cost of a few more casualties in Mihua and the surrounding Tokyo area. You're back. I'm absolutely starving. The lecherous, inebriated uncle could very well endure hunger for the day. As lunch was not on the menu for him, Xiaolan busily cleared away the empty beer cans from the table. She spoke to her uncle with a tone of irritation, completely disregarding his attempts to act cute and charming. Hinata Rin, witnessing Uncle Mouri's antics for the first time, surmised that Conan likely learned this nauseating behavior from his future father-in-law. Given the current situation, it was evident that the great detective still had much to learn. As for lunch, Hinata Rin refrained from intervening, contentedly enjoying a meal of Japanese cuisine alongside Xiaolan, which was quite delicious. It appeared to have become somewhat of a routine. Typically, Hinata Rin would assist in preparing breakfast, while dinner was dependent on their mood. Throughout the past week, he had crafted renowned Sichuan dishes such as boiled meat slices and mapo tofu. Although the local cuisine tended to be lighter, he was pleasantly surprised by the Mouri family's adaptability. He prepared the dishes with a mild spiciness, not even approaching the level of Guangdong's mild. Both Uncle Mouri and Conan, while frequently reaching for water during the meal, surprisingly managed to endure the spiciness in the end. Xiaolan, though slightly less resilient, persisted, finding that one could grow accustomed to the flavors over time, though she worried about the local gastroenterology facilities should any issues arise. She pondered whether they could be effectively resolved. Although he possessed the advanced medical ninjutsu known as healing arts, he wondered if using it to treat hemorrhoids would provoke Tsunade into traversing to this realm to hunt him down. It is worth mentioning that, while he was not an official disciple of Tsunade, he was nonetheless considered a semi-official apprentice. At the time, he had been young and reckless, seeking to survive longer in the brutal battlefield of the future. While his clan members diligently studied the gentle fist technique, he chose to immerse himself in the medical arts at the Konoha Hospital. Of course, this was not considered out of place among the Hyuga clan, whose atmosphere was far more amiable than that of the Uchiha. However, setting aside the issue of being caged birds, it was clear that the Hyuga clan did not harbor a pathological obsession with power. Thus, even while immersed in the Konoha Hospital, he faced no unreasonable disturbances. Furthermore, the Byakugan, a Kekkei Genkai, inherently provided significant advantages in medical applications. It was somewhat wasteful for Konoha to utilize it solely for observation. In fact, Hinata Rin had always believed that the Byakugan would harmonize beautifully with traditional Chinese medicine. Upon his arrival in this world, he had been particularly intrigued by the acupuncture capabilities inherent in the gentle fist technique. He had even attempted to develop a technique akin to the aloe flower acupuncture hand that, if successful, it would have been a formidable jutsu. Regrettably, after extensive experimentation, including encouraging colleagues and patients at the Konoha Hospital to volunteer for his trials, he ultimately failed to achieve the immobilizing effect akin to that of the aloe flower acupuncture hand. However, he did not leave empty-handed. By applying chakra to specific acupuncture points, one could potentially induce conditions such as sudden loss of bodily function, fainting, or severe injury. Quite an effective technique in combat. Nonetheless, this required precise knowledge of both the acupuncture points and the necessary force, as each individual's points were not fixed. For the Hyuga clan, this was not a significant challenge, as they primarily relied on the gentle fist technique to strike their opponents at critical points. However, should they master acupuncture, performing a swift decapitation at close range would be effortless, rendering the application of such debuffs unnecessary. Should things go awry, one might find themselves at a distinct disadvantage, which would indeed be troublesome. After all, ninjas are characterized by their high offensive capabilities but low defense, rendering them fragile. Victory or defeat can be determined in the blink of an eye. Thus, this endeavor is clearly suited only for preying on the weak. Upon realizing this, Hinata Rin regrettably abandoned this line of research, concluding that the environment here was perhaps not conducive to such pursuits. Contemplation does not impede one's ability to dine, at least not for Hinata Rin, that he remained the first to set down his chopsticks, hesitating for a moment before clasping his hands together and uttering a quiet expression of gratitude for the hospitality. Such etiquette was unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he was Chinese, and although he had been transported into the realm of Japanese manga, the dismal circumstances of his comrades in the world of Naruto, none of whom had the fortune of parental figures, meant that he grew up as a war orphan. A situation that did not foster such habits. However, now, dining at someone else's table and partaking of food prepared by another, he felt compelled to adapt to local customs. Rin, do you have anything planned for this afternoon? Just as he was preparing to take a brief nap after satisfying his hunger, he was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Lan's inquiry. Her tone was quite ordinary, yet her demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. Even in her own home, she was glancing around as if she were a thief. I don't have any pressing matters. Why? Do you need something from me? Hinata Rin, without rolling his eyes, noticed the sneaky figure of a certain detective lurking behind the door. It seemed that bringing along the bloodline limit had its advantages, at least allowing him to see through the shroud of secrecy surrounding the elementary school detective. That I would like to take you to meet someone. If that is convenient for you. Although the living room was devoid of any other occupants, Xiao Lan instinctively lowered her voice, seemingly wary of eavesdroppers. However, her behavior only seemed to exacerbate the insatiable curiosity of the detective. It is convenient. I am available at any time. Upon receiving a positive response, Xiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief, her lips curving into a smile as she quietly declared, then it settled. We shall meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock in front of the Poirot safe downstairs. Hinata Rin nodded and watched as Xiao Lan retreated to her room before he too returned to his own. Before leaving, he cast a glance towards the corner where his classmate, Conan, was attempting to conceal himself, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes in amusement. In his enhanced vision, the detective's increasingly rapid heartbeat was conspicuously evident. Oh dear, it appears the East Asian king of jealousy is rather agitated. Yet, Xiao Lan's mysterious invitation surely pertains to her mother's affairs. He was a pragmatic individual, while Japanese law permits marriage between cousins. It was evident that neither he nor Xiao Lan harbored such intentions, merely a case of the detective feeling inexplicably envious. Based on Xiao Lan's expressions and behavior, it seemed she was primarily trying to avoid her uncle, the target being her mother, Eri Kisaki. He recalled a previous episode where Xiao Lan had arranged a clandestine meeting with her mother at a CAF, inadvertently leading Conan to misunderstand the situation and follow her, ultimately unraveling a murder case in the process. Accompanying Conan on such outings was undoubtedly a source of annoyance, as they were bound to encounter some form of trouble, and at times, even the basics of sustenance could not be guaranteed, a rather grim reality. There was a saying encapsulating the survival rules of Conan's world. Traveling by boat or island guarantees trouble. Visiting others is rarely peaceful, which vividly illustrated the misfortunes that seemed to follow the young detective. If they ventured to a more open area, it would be manageable, perhaps only encountering criminals or getting lost. While such occurrences were indeed serious under normal circumstances, they were far preferable to being ensnared by kidnappers or criminals in the confines of a boat or airplane. Without Conan's protagonist aura, their lives would likely require a complete reset. Lying on his bed, hazily summarizing the key points of Conan's misfortunes, he contemplated future outings and mused whether it would be wiser to keep the detective locked outside until after dinner. The hypnotic effect was quite strong, and before long, Hinata Rin had fallen asleep, awakening 2 hours later. Upon waking, he instinctively glanced up, only to realize that there was no clock on the wall, prompting him to retrieve his phone from beneath his pillow to check the time. Having only just returned from Naruto, he was still adjusting. Upon opening his flip phone, he noted it was only 2 o'clock, leaving him with an hour until his meeting with Xiao Lan. A 2-hour nap was a rarity for him, and it seemed that the elementary school detective's influence was indeed potent, far more effective than counting sheep. After rising to wash his face and clear his mind, he found the living room empty, with all the other doors firmly closed, suggesting that everyone else was still enjoying their afternoon slumber. Given that it was the Golden Week holiday, it would indeed be a shame not to indulge in a bit more rest. After contemplating for a moment in the living room, Hinata Rin made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the fruits he had purchased that morning. Fruits were certainly not inexpensive here. It was no wonder they sprinkled salt on watermelon. As they truly cherished their consumption, arranging the selected fruits on the cutting board, he deemed it unnecessary to fetch a knife. After all, he was a ninja, with his index and middle fingers aligned. A radiant glow emanated as he conjured a chakra surgical knife, effortlessly slicing the fruit into a platter, thus avoiding the hassle of washing utensils by the time he had finished preparing the fruit. Xiao Lan and the others began to awaken, though her uncle remained blissfully asleep, having indulged in excess alcohol that morning. Although it was not quite a hangover, the effects were similarly potent, and he would be in no condition to wake for a while. Conan, enjoy the fruit here, and remember to wash your hands before tackling your homework. We are stepping out, so take care of yourself at home, Xiaolon admonished before leaving, to which the young detective feigned compliance. However, Hinata Rin knew this was merely a fade, and he would likely be following closely behind. Fortunately, the uncle had decent drinking habits. After a bout of heavy drinking, he would simply sleep until dawn, making it easier without anyone to oversee. Okay, I understand, Conan replied cutely, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child. Then, as soon as Hinata Rin and Xiaolon departed, he promptly trailed after them. Indeed, the young detective possessed commendable tracking skills, adeptly utilizing the surrounding environment to conceal himself and maintaining an optimal distance from his targets. Hinata Rin mused that if his glasses could be outfitted with a telescopic feature, they could maintain an even greater distance without fear of detection. Xiaolon, who are we going to meet? Hinata Rin inquired midway through their journey, and as he had suspected, they were indeed en route to meet Eri Kisaki. Since we are visiting Auntie, shouldn't we inform Uncle? Though he was aware of the circumstances, as a distant relative newly arrived, Hinata Rin felt it prudent to inquire about the rationale. Xiaolon then recounted the love-hate entanglements stemming from her parents' long-term separation, ultimately concluding that it was simply a matter of two stubborn individuals unwilling to concede. However, the speculations circulating online were not entirely unfounded. Logically, if their personalities were incompatible, one would expect conflicts to arise during the early stages of marriage or even during their courtship. It was difficult to fathom that discord would only surface after their daughter had reached the age of 7, leading to such a prolonged separation that he asked for the suggestion that they were avoiding danger. He found it implausible. Are you suggesting that in the face of danger, one should separate from their spouse and rely on a 7-year-old daughter for daily care? That seems rather perilous, he mused. Regarding the reasons for their separation revealed in subsequent theatrical releases, it was posited that a gunshot inflicted by Kagoro Mouri on Eri Kisaki's leg had precipitated their emotional rift. This scenario, while plausible, could indeed have been exacerbated by Kagoro Mouri's tendency to withhold explanations, potentially allowing misunderstandings to fester. However, later on, Haiyingli herself stated that being shot was not the reason. She understood that Kagoro Mouri's actions were motivated by a desire to save her from the hands of the assailants. The claim of separation due to her being belittled and blamed while preparing meals with her injured leg seems rather frivolous and implausible. That it is hard to believe that even a normally intelligent adult, let alone the 7-year-old Ran, would accept such a rationale. Thus, he now finds himself quite curious about the true reason behind this couple's inexplicable separation. He pondered the true cause of the Mouri couple's estrangement. He soon realized that they were approaching the designated CF. He and Ran had walked there, as the destination was not far from the Mouri Detective Agency. In fact, if it weren't for the need to avoid Kagoro Mouri's vicinity, she could have simply arranged to meet in the CF downstairs. On their way, Ran had already expressed her regret. Had she known that her father would be so inebriated in the middle of the day, she would have spared herself the trouble. Hinata Rin, however, was indifferent. It was merely a walk, and during his missions in Konoha, he had leaped through trees, which was far more exhausting. Indeed, it is quite taxing to walk everywhere, traversing the vast expanse without any mode of transportation, all while being a ninja, truly a test of endurance. It seems that Mother has yet to arrive. We may have to wait a while. Would you care for something to drink? Upon arriving at the CF, Ran surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Haiyingli, indicating they had arrived too early. A latte, please. Hinata Rin chose a seat by the window, primarily to keep an eye on certain suspicious children, while Ran sat beside him. Perhaps she considered that if she sat across from Hinata Rin, it would create an awkward situation regardless of where Haiyingli chose to sit upon her arrival. Hinata Rin appreciated Ran's thoughtful consideration. However, it was unfortunate that before their coffee could arrive, a more embarrassing situation unfolded. A young man sporting a pair of braids, exuding an oily demeanor, uninvitedly took a seat opposite them and began to strike up a conversation. This would not have been an issue, but he ambiguously referred to them as two beautiful ladies, which was rather awkward. Although Hinata Rin's masculinity was not overtly apparent, he was aware of this and did not take it to heart. Young people often have their moments of blindness. The crucial point was that Ran's reaction was even more pronounced. She gasped dramatically, her expression exaggerated as if the young man had committed an egregious error. drawing the attention of those around them. Sister Ran, Brother Rin, what are you two doing? Is this uncle someone you know? For the first time, Hinata Rin found the increasingly greasy voice of Conan somewhat pleasant. As the great detective had arrived just in time, Ran was preoccupied with her surprise at how Conan had sneaked out, while the young man, reminded by Conan's address, realized he had misidentified their genders and fell silent. The awkwardness deftly alleviated, only to plunge them into a more embarrassing state. Why did you come over here? Children shouldn't sneak out like that. It's dangerous. As the great detective had just arrived, he had not yet exhibited his mischievous tendencies. Thus, Ran merely assumed that the child had a slight attachment and had followed her out. However, she was reluctant to involve Conan in this meeting with Hyingly. Therefore, she promised to buy him a cake and instructed him to return home obediently afterward. Rin, you keep an eye on Conan here. I'll be back shortly. Hinata Rin nodded, though he did not believe the little rascal would comply. Judging by the relaxed expression on Conan's face, he likely shared the same sentiment. Brother Rin, who are you two here to meet? Or are you and Sister Ran secretly out together for something you want to hide from me and the uncle? After watching Ran leave the CAF, the great detective immediately switched to interrogation mode. Perhaps because he had not yet revealed his relationship with Hinata Rin, he opted to leverage his youthful innocence to extract information. Unfortunately, Hinata Rin was not swayed by such tactics and found them somewhat bothersome. An overly curious child is not a good habit. One might find themselves in peril someday. Did your teacher not teach you to respect others' privacy, to control your excessive curiosity, and to refrain from prying into others' secrets? Under Hinata Rin's pure white gaze, Conan felt a twinge of discomfort. But I'm genuinely curious about what you are up to. Brother Rin, if you know, could you please share? Conan had initially planned to throw a tantrum. He was usually quite carefree around unfamiliar people, employing whatever means necessary to achieve his goals. However, observing Hinata Rin's demeanor, he sensed that such tactics might not work. Being scrutinized by those eyes was rather unsettling. Thus, he decided to stick to his original plan of being adorable, postponing any tantrums for the moment. He had considered the possibility of his identity being revealed. The memories of social embarrassment were best kept to a minimum. If it were to prevent a crime or ensure safety, a small sacrifice could be warranted, but under the current circumstances, it was best to refrain. Regrettably, Hinata Rin remained steadfast in his indifferent observation of the great detective's attempts at charm. As if watching a play, and Conan soon felt fatigued from the lack of progress. He too had his pride, so he turned his attention to the CF, pretending as if the earlier incident had never occurred. The time was now 3:30 in the afternoon, precisely when afternoon tea commenced, and a few patrons had begun to trickle in. The greasy young man who had approached them earlier had quietly moved to a nearby seat when Conan began his playful antics. Timing his actions well, he appeared to be adept at reading the room and managing his timing. Yet, once Conan set his sights on him, his fate was likely sealed. At best, he would leave empty-handed. Hinata Rin shifted his focus away from the young man, having experienced being mistaken for a female before that in truth, had it not been for his strikingly white pupils, which might seem conspicuous to the average person. The likelihood of such incidents would have doubled. He had long since learned to maintain his composure. It is said that the Uchiha clan produces handsome men and beautiful women. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Rin was somewhat unconvinced. The Hyuga clan was merely discreet, not lacking in attractiveness. One could only conclude that the impact of pure white pupils on one's appearance was far greater than anticipated. A distinct trait reflecting his extraterrestrial lineage from the Tsutsuki clan, which local aesthetics could hardly comprehend. However, there was no disputing their good looks. Furthermore, compared to the Uchiha clan's pathological pursuit of strength and their overt emotional expressions, which often gave the impression of lacking depth and refinement, the Hyuga clan fared much better in this regard. Ahem, it seems I've inadvertently digressed again. This habit was likely cultivated during his time in Konoha. A day without disparaging that group of red-eyed individuals felt rather unsatisfactory. Not to mention, he had engaged in physical confrontations with them more than once. Their pretentiousness and incessant chatter compelled Hinata Rin to take matters into his own hands. Excuse me, is there a Mr. Adagawa here? Just as Hinata Rin and Conan sat in silence, the voice of a waitress echoed through the CF, holding a phone in her hand, presumably calling for Conan. After all, the surname Adagawa is quite rare in Japan, even more so than Hinata, which originates from Naruto. Conan, equally perplexed, dashed over with a look of curiosity. only to discover it was a call from Ran. Hadn't she just mentioned going to buy him a cake? As luck would have it, the cash register on that end had malfunctioned. Concerned that Conan might be anxious from waiting, she made a special phone call. At present, Xiaolan still exudes a nurturing aura, worried about Conan's impatience, and once she recognizes the true nature of this mischievous child, things will improve significantly. However, such worry is indeed excessive. Not only is this child a mere illusion, but there is also Hinata Rin, a living person, nearby. Even if he were a genuine child, there would be no cause for concern. Rin is likely in the CAF as well. You two should enjoy your time there. I will be returning shortly. All right. Although Xiaolan on the other end of the line could not see, Conan dutifully performed an endearing display. One could only say that his cuteness and charm are innate, and have little to do with his size. Rin and I. What are you looking at? Conan trotted back to his seat, sitting opposite Hinata Rin, who was leaning on his chin, observing a tall man in a green knit hat at a booth. Curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but inquired, "Go, nothing much. That I just think the green hat is rather unappealing. It would be best not to wear it." Hinata Rin dismissed the overly curious detective. But in truth, he was recalling the storyline that, if memory serves, the burly man chatting boisterously at the booth, trying hard to appear nonchalant despite his anxious demeanor, should be the prime suspect in the current plot. Earlier, when Conan was on the phone, Hinata Rin had caught a glimpse of the blood-soaked bandages wrapped around the man's fingers, suggesting that he had already committed murder. It wouldn't be long before someone screamed. Speaking of which, he hadn't encountered much of the storyline lately. Yet, the suddenness of a scream amidst eating and drinking was somewhat jarring. It was far more thrilling than an unexpected ambush with shurikens or ninjutsu. Perhaps due to the peaceful surroundings, indicating he would need to adapt further. As Hinata Rin lost himself in thought, Conan sat sideways on the couch, swinging his short legs while watching the patrons entering the CAF. Suddenly, Hinata Rin noticed Conan spring up as if electrified, kneeling on the sofa to observe a newly arrived woman. This must be Xiaolan's mother, Himiko, he deduced. Following the detective's gaze, he instantly recognized the elegantly dressed woman in a purple suit. Adorned with glasses and an exquisite updo, he discreetly rolled his eyes at the oblivious detective beside him, as he now found himself perpetually in this eye-rolling state. How could he be considered Xiaolan's childhood friend when he couldn't even recognize her mother? It was baffling whether he was simply blind or lacking genuine interest. You must be Xiao Rin. Time truly flies. You've grown so much since the last time I saw you, when you were just 6 years old. If I recall correctly, by the way, Xiaolan should have come along too. Why are you here alone? Noticing Conan's gaze, Himiko turned to look, immediately recognizing Hinata Rin as well. Given his striking white pupils, she began to engage in pleasantries. And it was evident that greetings from elders, regardless of culture, bore a striking resemblance. Within moments of their reunion, Himiko was already inquiring about Rin's academic performance. "Hello, and it's been a while. How have you been?" "Xiaolan is in a nearby cake shop and will join us shortly," Hinata Rin replied with a gentle smile, introducing the eagerly watching Conan beside him. "This child is Conan, who is temporarily staying at the office and arrived a bit earlier than I did." "Oh, Conan, hello. You look somewhat familiar. You resemble someone I know," Himiko remarked, her perceptive gaze perhaps sharpened by her familiarity with Shinichi Kudo from his childhood, making her memories of young Shinichi more vivid than those of Xiaolan, who had grown up alongside him. Hinata Rin couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Conan, under the scrutiny of his potential future mother-in-law, was drenched in sweat, wishing he could instantly rewind time by 2 hours and knock out his past self, who was eager to go outside. As a lawyer, Himiko's keen eye was far sharper than the muddled perceptions of the detective Mouri and the befuddled girl Mouri Ran, and due to their limited interactions, he felt particularly anxious and flustered. Just then, a scream erupted from the restroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention and alleviating the detective's predicament. Yet, Conan showed no signs of restraint. Upon hearing the scream, he leaped from the sofa as if wound up and dashed into the restroom with a speed that belied his small stature. Following closely behind was the burly man in the green hat, who had been subtly glancing in that direction several times prior and was ready to rush in. However, he was still left trailing behind the quick-witted detective, becoming the second to enter the restroom, where both of them unexpectedly encountered the source of the scream, a young man with braids. Hinata Rin and Himiko were not in a rush, particularly for Hinata Rin, who not only knew the plot but had already identified the murderer. found little interest in a mystery where he knew the answer. Yet, it was human nature to enjoy the spectacle, with the CAF patrons gathering around the restroom. If he were to remain calm and collected, it would appear rather suspicious. Before long, the entrance was packed with onlookers, while the CAF owner, in distress, called the police, lamenting that it was the first time the CF was bustling. Yet he found no joy in it. The police arrived promptly, even faster than Xiaolan, who had gone to buy cake next door. By the time she returned, the authorities had already removed the body from the restroom and marked the crime scene with white lines for documentation. Indeed, for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the primary purpose of the crime scene photographs seemed merely commemorative. If the investigation report had been more visually detailed, they likely wouldn't have needed to take these pictures at all. After all, solving the case relied solely on the detective. They could simply observe with their own eyes, saving on film costs and allowing for the installation of more surveillance cameras around Mihua Town, which Hinata Rin believed to be the best way to reduce crime rates. Officer Mugier, who never forgot to wear his hat, had already begun to gather information from Conan as per routine. While Xiaolan remained ensnared in the cake shop, completely absent, that it was hard to determine whether to commend the police for their swiftness or criticize Xiaolan's cake shop for their sluggish cash register. The police were already analyzing the crime scene based on the condition of the victim, with evident strangulation marks around the neck and a gaping stab wound in the chest that had expelled a significant amount of blood. Personal belongings were scattered about, and the restroom window had been opened. Consequently, Officer Mugier of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department speculated that the victim had fallen prey to a robbery, positing that the assailant had first incapacitated the victim through strangulation before delivering the fatal blow to the chest, resulting in excessive blood loss. Hinata Rin refrained from crowding into the restroom, as the space was already cramped enough. However, his ninja-like hearing did not hinder him from following the case's developments. Upon hearing Officer Mugier's assessment, he found it rather absurd, not to mention the validity of the claims or the reasoning behind the lack of an autopsy for the victim. The contradictory nature of the officer's statements was glaring. The notion of both strangulation and blood loss being the cause of death was inherently conflicting. One would think such remarks could benefit from a moment of reflection before being uttered. As a resident of Konoha, Hinata Rin genuinely felt sorrow for the inhabitants of Mihua Town and even Tokyo itself. Without the detective's presence, these matters would likely remain unsolved mysteries. A.S. Officer Mugier seemed poised to classify this incident as a robbery murder. The detective could no longer remain silent and began to counter the officer's assertions, emphasizing that if the perpetrator had fled through the window, the absence of any traces was highly suspicious. This time, he did not resort to his usual playful tactics to guide the conversation, clearly displaying his urgency. Himiko also stepped in to support, explaining to Officer Mugier, if the culprit had indeed escaped through the window. Given the amount of blood spilt at the scene, they should have had blood on them, yet there is not a single trace at the window. Perhaps the perpetrator cleaned up? Officer Mumu engaged in a debate, seemingly forgetting his own position, as he endeavored to find justifications for the perpetrator's actions. Hinata Rin, after listening for a while, lost interest, primarily because the current direction was misguided. Everyone had been led astray by the deceased's elaborate ruse, believing the murderer had crawled over from the restroom above. In truth, this was a meticulously crafted trap set by the murderer, the burly man in the green hat, who deliberately positioned the deceased's body to obstruct the restroom door, thereby misleading the police's judgment. Following conventional reasoning, it indeed appeared that the murder took place in the restroom, with the perpetrator climbing over from the partition above, making him an unlikely suspect given his physique. Thanks to the dual hints from Conan and Kagoro Mouri, the investigation finally returned to the right track, prompting the police to investigate individuals who had used the restroom during that time frame. During this phase, Conan, who had been idly observing for quite some time, played a crucial role in monitoring, directly identifying several potential suspects for the police. However, due to the presence of Kagoro, this time it was not a classic choice of 3 suspects, but rather 4. Following Conan's morally righteous pointing, his future mother-in-law, Kagoro Mouri, was also included among the suspects. Unlike in the original plot, where this character failed to recognize Kagoro's identity due to Hinata Rin's involvement, Conan was aware of Kagoro's identity from the outset. Therefore, when identifying her, it was not only her piercing gaze that caused him to falter, but also the nagging feeling of guilt stemming from their familial connection. At this moment, Conan felt a wave of regret. If only he had not followed them, he would not have found himself in such an awkward predicament as for shielding a suspect. The justice-driven detective asserted that he would never engage in such behavior. Not to mention Kagoro, even his own parents would receive the same treatment. Justice and truth stood above all else. Yet he pondered, if his father, Yusaku Kudo, were to commit a crime, with his current deductive skills, he might not even notice as for his mother. Her extraordinary acting skills would likely manage to deceive him without much difficulty. How dreadful. Could it be that they had truly committed a crime? Otherwise, why would they have remained abroad for so long? Ugh, what am I thinking? My thoughts have strayed. I must quickly solve this case. Once the truth is revealed, the awkwardness will dissipate. After just identifying his future mother-in-law, the young detective vigorously shook his head, physically dismissing his errant thoughts. Brother Rin, what method do you believe the murderer employed to commit the crime? Conan, currently experiencing a creative block, wore a puzzled expression, indicating that he sensed something peculiar about the scene. Yet, he had yet to decipher the murderer's technique. Waiting for that moment of inspiration when the door swings open and closed, Hinata Rin glanced at the young detective. Though unaware of why he was being asked, he decided to indulge him, pushing the plot forward slightly. This episode was meant to feature Kagoro, and according to the original storyline, the young detective would only recognize his future mother-in-law's identity at the end. Although this had already been disrupted by his appearance, it was likely that Ran would still appear only at the conclusion, as he wanted to prevent her from lingering outside for too long. Nearly half an hour had already passed. The crime was intentional. The victim had not merely been rendered unconscious, but had been strangled to death. The stab wound to her chest was unnecessary, serving only to conceal the true motive. As the police questioned those who had entered the restroom, the coroner finally arrived on the scene, analyzing the cause of death and determining that the female had succumbed to mechanical asphyxiation, with the stab wound being inflicted post-mortem. This determination was not particularly challenging. Extensive autopsy was unnecessary, as a simple chemical analysis of the stab wound to the heart would suffice. However, for Hinata Rin, this process was even more straightforward. By activating his Byakugan, he could see that the muscle tissue surrounding the stab wound in the victim's heart had already become necrotic. This ability had been honed during his time at Konoha Hospital. After all, under normal circumstances, what one sees with the Byakugan is merely a black and white shadow. Discerning this detail requires considerable practice. Indeed, I too find it quite strange. The victim could not have died at the hands of a robber, but rather in a premeditated murder. However, the specifics of how the murderer managed to kill the victim within that tiny restroom stall without leaving any traces of blood remained unclear, given the extent of blood spatter. It should have been impossible, the young detective pondered aloud, having fallen into a misconception, believing the murderer had completed the act within the restroom stall. You might consider an alternative perspective, Hinata Rin suggested. An alternative perspective? What do you mean? The detective raised his head in curiosity, intrigued by Hinata Rin's assertion. Initially, he had merely felt an itch to analyze the case with someone else. This was a tendency he had developed after shrinking, a behavior he had not exhibited when he was Shinichi Kudo. Perhaps the victim was not inside the restroom, but outside? With that statement, Hinata Rin observed the young detective's eyes widen in realization, as if he could faintly hear the sound of inspiration igniting within his mind. One could only say that having watched so many anime, he could even conjure up background music in his imagination. Thus, the murderer must have had that item in their possession, which they used to set up the closed room and mislead the police investigation. That a confident smile graced Conan's lips, his eyes radiating a brilliance of intellect, as if he could see through everything. Yet Hinata Rin could not help but think, don't just point fingers at the police for being misled. You're no different. That must be correct. However, I believe that in cases where the perpetrator is likely someone familiar, it would be more efficient to first investigate the victim's interpersonal relationships before narrowing down the suspects. Hinata Rin found the police's approach rather peculiar. Many cases could be solved swiftly by meticulously examining the suspect's belongings and mapping out their social networks. After all, most cases here involved acquaintances, often entangled in deep-seated interests, sometimes even with familial ties, merely under different names. In such instances, once identified, it would be nearly impossible to explain away the motives for the crime. With a motive established, tracing clues would simply involve following the threads to find answers. If all else failed, employing interrogation tactics could yield results. Many crimes of passion could not withstand repeated questioning, revealing numerous inconsistencies, with the psychological defenses effectively non-existent, making the resolution of the case far from challenging. Conan paused in surprise at this insight, then remarked with a hint of melancholy, "It does seem that way. However, the Japanese police force is not particularly well-staffed, and thoroughly investigating the victim's social connections may prove to be quite a challenge." Hinata Rin fell silent, realizing that the essence of the police's shortcomings had become ingrained in the public consciousness. With taxpayers keeping a tight grip on their numbers, they could be underfunded, but not excessively so. It would be better to save that money for detectives, wouldn't it? Although this group might not guarantee a case's resolution, at the very least, they would not hastily conclude matters, and they could facilitate communication with the police. Indeed, upon reflection, the role of detectives is undeniably significant, especially for the families of victims after a homicide, providing them with peace of mind. Brother Rin, does that mean you already know who the murderer is? A proud smile appeared on Conan's face, and his glasses sparkled with a hint of mischief. That I do know, but I do not intend to share that information with the police. Why not? Do you know the perpetrator? Upon hearing this, Conan's expression shifted, as he feared Hinata Rin was planning to shield the criminal. That I do not know that individual. I simply find it tedious to repeat myself to the police. You seem quite interested. Why don't you share it? Hinata Rin rested his chin on one hand, his silky black hair cascading elegantly, partially obscuring his face, rendering his expression somewhat enigmatic. But I am still just a child. Surely Officer Mumu and the others would not believe what I say? Conan feigned confusion, though it was evident he was putting on a show. Hinata Rin recognized that his acting skills were indeed quite impressive. Otherwise, he would not have been able to elicit such confessions from numerous suspects, exposing the truth. Yet, at times, his efforts seemed rather perfunctory. He surmised that perhaps he lacked enthusiasm when not performing in front of the actual suspect. You could tell Aunt Kagoro. She could help you explain things to the police. However, I have no interest in that, so please do not bother me. Very well, then I shall speak with Aunt Kagoro. Conan felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly became exhilarated again, the joy of unraveling the truth igniting a fervor within him that was nearly unbearable, to the extent that he nearly pressed his fingers against his temples. Utterly preoccupied with no time to ponder anything else, soon, with the assistance of Conan and the astute lawyer Hyujiri, the police successfully identified the perpetrator, a tall man clad in a green knitted cap, known as Denshan Shursan. Yet, even a cornered beast will fight, much less a murderer who has meticulously planned his crime. Faced with the police's accusations, Denshan Shursan retorted smugly, "Wait a moment. You have no evidence at all. Is it truly acceptable to arrest someone like this?" Although he feigned vulnerability, his tone brimmed with self-satisfaction, convinced that his methods were flawless and that the police could never uncover the evidence. "Of course, we do have evidence, don't we, Miss Hyujiri?" Officer Magyar confidently turned to Hyujiri, only to be met with a dissenting response. However, Hyujiri, reveling in her mischief, began to speak from the perspective of the criminal. "Indeed. Without evidence, even if you were to take him away, he would be out in a few hours with my defense." Nyanrin had also vacated her booth and made her way to the restroom. Knowing that the climax of the drama was fast approaching, and it was essential to witness the finale, otherwise, her visit would be in vain. Yet, she was deeply suspicious of Hyujiri's recent words, suspecting they bore an air of self-promotion. However, with no outsiders around, the advertisement's impact seemed rather lackluster, primarily serving to amuse the criminal. At that moment, Conan began to take action, his own mischief bubbling forth as he childishly reminded the police that Denshan Shursan had changed the bandages on his fingers after using the restroom. Those very bandages being the tools of the murder. This glaring hint, nearly thrust into their faces, was not only received by the police, but also struck Denshan Shursan, previously so self-assured, like a slap in the face. Not only had he changed his bandages, but he had also donned a conspicuous wedding ring. If his fingers were genuinely injured, no sane person would adorn them with a ring. That Nyanrin pondered the absurdity of Denshan's attachment to the ring. She found it perplexing that he would go to such lengths to wear it on a bandaged finger. Such a glaring flaw left by Denshan Shursan suggested that Conan was undoubtedly the favored child of death itself. "Oh dear, you truly are a careless murderer, leaving such crucial evidence still bound to you. Even my prowess cannot assist you in your defense now." Hyujiri feigned regret, yet her words dripped with sardonic irony. especially after Conan had publicly exposed Denshin's finger flaw in a childlike manner. This self-proclaimed genius, who sought to mislead the police while his own shortcomings were laid bare, was utterly rattled. With a furious roar, he charged at Hyuji, his imposing physique resembling a mountain of sheer strength. In stark contrast, Hyuji's slender figure presented a notable juxtaposition, causing onlookers to involuntarily hold their breath, particularly the police officers who had just been brushed aside by Denshin with ease. As the murderer struggled desperately, Hyuji, her glasses gleaming, leaned forward slightly as Denshin approached, seizing the opportune moment to grasp his arm, using his own momentum to throw him over her shoulder in a perfect throw. Conan's mouth fell agape, astonished. He failed to recognize that this maneuver bore a striking resemblance to the signature style of Mouri Kaguru, a testament to the couple's intimate training sessions, when Rand finally made her delayed entrance. The situation had already been resolved, and Hyuji did not need to wait for her introduction to reveal her identity to the great detective with a surprise. "Mommy, you still recognize me, Ren?" Ren exclaimed, clinging to Hyuji's arm with an innocent charm, embodying the vivacious purity of a blooming young girl. "Silly child, I have watched you grow. How could I possibly not recognize you?" Hyuji chuckled, shaking her head affectionately as she gazed at Nianren with a hint of maternal warmth. Although Nianren felt slightly out of place, he ultimately accepted it, for he was merely an orphan in his past life, and considering his lineage, he was not entirely without the semblance of a genuine protagonist who graduated from an orphanage. Conan, meanwhile, stood nearby, holding the cake Ran had bought and the coffee gifted by Sonoko. He seemed to be enjoying a free meal. The reason was clear. He had unveiled the true nature of the man with the little braids, thereby saving his actual date, Sonoko, from the clutches of a scoundrel. The coffee was her token of gratitude. Sonoko was perceptive enough to realize that her friend rarely had the opportunity to chat with her mother. So she did not linger, exchanging only a few words before departing. She briefly introduced herself to Nianren, but whether it was due to her rather ambiguous appearance or something else, Sonoko did not seem to feel a spark. In any case, Nianren was spared from any infatuated harassment from Sonoko. This was quite satisfactory. If Sonoko had made a fuss over Nianren, it would have been too much for him to bear. The girl was indeed kind-hearted, yet her somewhat socially awkward demeanor could be overwhelming. By the way, Ran, are you and your friends planning to visit Sonoko's family villa in the mountains the day after tomorrow? Hyuji inquired, recalling Sonoko's earlier conversation with Ran, where Sonoko had invited Ran to her family's mountain villa for a gathering of her sister's college friends, all young and handsome, encouraging Ran to seize the opportunity. Yet, from Nianren's perspective, it seemed rather more like a method for Sonoko to shift her mood after the recent encounter with a scoundrel. Indeed, Ren has been here for quite some time, without much opportunity for leisure. This is a wonderful chance to explore the mountains surrounding Tokyo and breathe in some fresh air. Yes, please take care and stay safe, Hyuji cautioned. Understood, Mommy. Will be careful, and you must take care of yourself too. Work is never-ending. You need to rest more, Ran replied with reluctance, gazing at her mother with concern. Their heartfelt farewell seemed touching, yet it was somewhat exaggerated, considering they were merely in Mifune Town, where a quick trip after school could bring them together without the need for such melodrama. Uncle Mouri, in his usual manner, was not inclined to hinder Ran from visiting her mother. When the group finally returned home, night had fallen outside. They had been engrossed in the plot for quite a while. Akin to watching a lengthy film, Mouri Kaguru, predictably, had succumbed to drunkenness once more. It appeared he had resumed drinking after waking from his afternoon slumber, resulting in an even deeper stupor, rendering him unresponsive and muttering incoherently. Honestly, I won't concern myself with you anymore, Daddy. You can starve, Ran fumed, abandoning her inebriated uncle and heading to the kitchen to assist Nianren with dinner. Conan, meanwhile, rolled his eyes in exasperation at his future father-in-law's antics. Initially, Ran did not treat her uncle roughly. Instead, she patiently called out to him, even offering him water, recognizing that he had not consumed proper food, preoccupied as he was with drinking. However, upon hearing him drunkenly utter names that were clearly inappropriate, she felt that this lecherous, intoxicated uncle was utterly disgraceful, and she could not fathom when he would reconcile with her mother. This thought incensed her. Furthermore, it was primarily her uncle's shortcomings that led to this situation. From Ran's experiences, Hyuji was generally optimistic and often willing to take the initiative, Many times, she was not oblivious to Rand's intentions, but she enjoyed indulging her daughter's happiness while harboring her own hopes for reconciliation. In stark contrast, her uncle not only behaved poorly but also harbored deep-seated resistance to reconciliation, often deliberately sabotaging any chance of it. It was no wonder that Rand was angry. However, in the end, Rand did not truly allow her uncle to go hungry. Although this disheveled man had spent the day drinking without attending to any responsibilities, he was still the head of the household, and meals were still to be served. Health was paramount. "Sister Rand, I wish to sleep with Brother Ren," Conan suddenly declared after dinner during the pre-bedtime preparations. Rand felt somewhat conflicted, primarily concerned that Conan's presence might disturb Niren's rest. He had initially shared a room with their uncle, and given the latter's state, even if Conan were to dismantle the room, their uncle would likely remain oblivious. "That's fine, you can sleep with me. But I tend to wake up quite early, which may affect you," Rand replied. Hinata Rin set down the towel he had used to dry his face and cast a glance at Conan, who was dressed in pajamas and wearing a sleeping cap. Given Conan's petite frame, he hardly occupied much space. Upon hearing Rin's affirming response, Conan beamed up at Rand with a childlike smile, exuding an air of innocent entitlement. Now, don't trouble Rin-o-Nyakin, all right? You must go to sleep obediently, do you understand? Rin, could you please take care of Conan? However, he can manage to go to the bathroom by himself." Rin nodded slightly. If the great detective couldn't handle such a simple task, he wouldn't mind being woken up in the middle of the night for it, albeit only once an hour. He had long since become accustomed to such inconveniences during his time as a ninja. A little hardship was no concern. After all, children were prone to bedwetting, and that required careful attention. Thus, after finishing their evening routines, Conan followed Rin into his room. But it must be said that Conan's curiosity was quite insatiable. Since he had never been to Rin's room before, he began to look around eagerly, his childlike exterior providing him the perfect guise to indulge his overwhelming curiosity, knowing that most adults wouldn't mind. Unfortunately for him, he was met with disappointment, as the room was still largely arranged as Rand had left it. The azure bed linens and gray curtains adorned the space, with a bedside lamp resting on the nightstand. A wardrobe stood within the room, and at the foot of the bed was a suitcase that Rin had brought along. The entire room was simplistic to the extreme, aside from that suitcase. It was nearly devoid of any personal belongings belonging to Rin, and thus, there was little to find that reflected his personal style. "What are you looking for?" Rin asked, initially reluctant to inquire, but Conan had been inspecting the room for several minutes with no sign of stopping. "Oh, it's nothing. I just think it feels so empty here, Rin-o-Nyakin. How come I don't see any of your personal items?" Conan queried with genuine curiosity. Having transformed into a child, he had grown accustomed to asking whatever came to mind. After all, the advantage of his age should be utilized well, as it often yielded useful responses. Perhaps the only benefit of his diminutive form that it's nothing much. "I don't like to carry too many things when I go out. It can be exhausting," Rin replied, leaning against the headboard as he responded to emails on his phone, while casually brushing off the great detective's inquiries. However, what he said was indeed the truth. It was a habit he had developed during his long journey to university. The most unpleasant aspect of traveling long distances was carrying too much baggage. Not only was it burdensome, but one often found that a plethora of belongings proved largely unnecessary. His pace in replying to emails was rather slow. He was still getting accustomed to using a keypad phone. Being unfamiliar with the Japanese syllabary and the 9-key layout only compounded his slowness. He was a staunch user of the 26-key layout, likely a result of growing up playing computer games and using smartphones, as he had seldom used a keypad phone before. One couldn't help but wonder if the heavens deemed this a shortcoming, hence placing him in this peculiar situation. Rin-o-Nyakin, who are you emailing? As Conan leaned closer to the phone screen, Rin swiftly turned off the display and turned to face Conan with an impassive expression. A hint of regret washed over him. This brat had been insufferable even as a high school student, and now as a child, he was just as troublesome. He pondered whether he could find a reason to give him a good scolding. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, the great detective wisely ceased his probing, likely still haunted by the threat of Uncle's iron fist. Rin had no intention of actually resorting to violence, for in his current situation, a serious confrontation might very well send the great detective to another world. Should he find himself in such a realm, he would likely remain a nuisance, and the creator deity might not even accept him. returning him instead to continue his chaotic existence amidst the distilleries filled with counterfeit spirits. Lost in thought, Rin shook his head gently, attempting to clear his mind. He felt that his frequent bouts of distraction were perhaps a side effect of his current predicament. Notably, he had never experienced such issues during his time in the world of Naruto. One could hardly afford to daydream on the battlefield, lest one lose their life in the next moment. It seemed he had been lost in thought for a while, for when he finally focused again on the room, he was startled to find that the great detective had already fallen asleep. Conan was nestled against his teddy bear, which, as the story went, was a group purchased by Ran. With each member receiving one, Rin himself possessed a small green dinosaur, which he had placed on the nightstand. As he had no habit of sleeping with anything, upon closer inspection, he noticed the faint shadows under Conan's eyes, indicating that he had indeed sought refuge here. Aside from satisfying his curiosity, it seemed he genuinely wished for a good night's sleep. Most likely, Uncle's snoring had been louder than usual after a night of revelry, and Rin had even faintly heard it from his own room, let alone what Conan experienced sharing a space with the man. As for Conan's curiosity about Rin, it could undoubtedly be attributed to his extraordinary performance earlier that afternoon. The criminal, Denshan Jusen, had been left in a daze by Irie's swift actions, but his rugged exterior suggested he was no stranger to physical confrontations. Being a rugby coach where collisions and tumbles were merely part of the training regimen. Thus, it was no surprise that after being subdued by the police, he managed to break free once more. This warranted a stern admonition for those incompetent officers. Allowing a suspect to escape once was unfortunate, but to have it happen again raised serious questions about their capabilities. Denshan Jusen, having learned from his previous missteps, diverted his attention away from Irie and instead set his sights on the unsuspecting Conan, who had merely been observing the chaos unfold. His vendetta was quite evident. He harbored resentment towards those who mocked or ridiculed him. At that moment, Ran had just pushed her way through the throngs of people at the CAF and happened to witness the scene unfold, where Conan was on the verge of being overpowered by the hulking figure of the criminal. Before she could utter a sound, a figure darted in front of Conan, and within moments, Denshan Jusen was left incapacitated on the ground. The one who saved Conan was none other than Hinata Rin. Against a mere human like Denshan Jusen, even utilizing chakra would have been overkill. Rin merely positioned himself in front of Conan, employing a subtle technique from his family's gentle fist style, applying force without causing any visible harm, thus sidestepping potential accusations of excessive force. That it was precisely this encounter that ignited Conan's boundless curiosity. Yet, observing Rin's demeanor, it seemed he did not regard him with the same apprehension as he did the organization. After all, he was a relative certified by Irie, and if he were indeed affiliated with that organization, Conan would have no choice but to interrogate his childhood friend, Ran, about any potential ties, possibly unearthing unexpected codenames in the process. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rin slowly succumbed to slumber. Having someone beside him was still a novel experience, but as a ninja, he was accustomed to adapting. He had spent countless nights sleeping outdoors. So this was hardly a challenge. Ran Nichin. Do we have to go there ourselves? Conan asked, perplexed. This was the third time he had posed the question to It that moment. Rin, Ran, and Conan were meandering along an unnamed mountain, having accepted Yuzuki's invitation to visit their mountain villa. Well, to be precise, only Rin believed he was strolling leisurely. The other two were quite anxious. 10 minutes prior, Ran had discovered that she had been holding the map upside down, and she now felt profoundly guilty. Nevertheless, she feigned calmness, explaining to Conan, "It was just an accident. We're following the map correctly now. We should arrive shortly. You do believe in your Ran Nichin, don't you?" Observing the hopeful gaze of his childhood friend, Conan swallowed hard and reluctantly nodded his head. This hesitant gesture did not escape Ran's notice, but there was little she could do. She had failed to guide them properly, and now even a child could see through her facade. "Don't worry. I have ample experience in wilderness survival. If it comes to it, I can set up camp right here," Rin reassured the two, though he felt a twinge of exasperation at Ran's stubbornness. Why was this young girl so obstinate? Had he been in charge, they would have been resting comfortably in the villa by now instead of trudging up this mountain. I trust that Ran Nichin will find the way for us." Conan, with a rather lackadaisical attitude, casually encouraged Ran, yet his gaze remained fixated on Hinata Rin. He could discern that the latter was undeniably in a state of effortless composure from beginning to end. Coupled with her performance from the day before, her skills were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yesterday, he had persistently questioned Ran about Hinata Rin, but failed to glean any useful information. Thus, today he had no choice but to rely on his own resources, using his youthful appearance as a guise to secretly observe her every move for practical analysis. However, Hinata Rin, as the subject of his scrutiny, did not perceive Conan's behavior as discreet observation. It was as if his eyes were glued to her face. To an outsider, his conduct could very well be construed as that of a rogue dada. We must be nearing our destination. Look! Rant's exclamation broke the moment, prompting Conan to follow the direction of her finger. Indeed, there stood a villa nestled in the mountains, adorned in a classical style, with a sheer cliff at its entrance, connected by a suspension bridge, and behind it lay an ominous expanse of dark forest, evoking an unsettling aura. Visually speaking, this place seemed far more suited for a horror film than for habitation. Hey, it appears there is someone over there. I wonder if they are also headed to the villa. On the suspension bridge, a cloaked figure was making their way toward the villa. Just as Rand spoke, the figure suddenly turned, and even from a distance of over 10 meters, one could feel the weight of their shadowy gaze. Both Rand and Conan were startled, particularly by the peculiar appearance of the cloaked individual, whose face was shrouded in bandages. Conan, did you see that bandaged person? Rand's observation was quite distinctive, prompting Hinata Rin to recall the title of that episode, The Bandaged Monster Murder Case at the Villa. Indeed, all the elements were present, and the title was refreshingly straightforward. Why are you all so slow? Where have you been? Just as they were watching the bandaged figure hastily retreat, the door to the mountain villa swung open. It was Sonoko Suzuki, clad in a blue sweater, her tone laced with urgency. Hinata Rin found it somewhat strange. If Sonoko had been stationed at the door, she ought to have seen the odd figure approaching the villa. If she hadn't been there, how had she perfectly timed their arrival? Honestly, why did you bring this deadweight along? You won't be able to date at all like this. That Sonoko's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Her gaze filled with disdain for Conan, who reciprocated the sentiment. It seemed that their mutual dislike was a product of their childhood, as Sonoko and Ran had known each other since they were young, naturally extending to Kudo Shinichi as well. In fact, they had all attended the same kindergarten. Rin, you're here too. This time, there are not only handsome guys, but also beautiful girls. I assure you will be satisfied. It appeared that Sonoko's grievances were directed solely at Conan, while her demeanor toward Hinata Rin was quite amiable, further aggravating the great detective, who believed that this meddlesome girl simply clashed with his own aura. Hey, where are all those nice boys you mentioned? Upon entering the villa, Ran glanced around and couldn't help but question Sonoko's earlier claims. Hinata Rin observed the detective's expression from the side. Indeed, it was tinged with jealousy. After all, Rant's inquiry carried an impatient undertone, which was bound to provoke the Asian vinegar king, Kudo Shinichi. However, Rant's subsequent question eased his expression. She was merely curious whether the bandaged figure on the suspension bridge was among the guests at the villa gathering. This question was, of course, met with Sonoko's negation. The gathering was a reunion of her college classmates, not a cosplay event, and typically, one would not expect to encounter such eccentric characters. Are the rooms upstairs? Was Hinata Rin's first remark upon entering the villa. He was not particularly interested in handsome boys or beautiful girls. However, he had made an unusual discovery while attempting to gather chakra earlier. Yes, your rooms are on the second floor. Hurry and put your luggage away, Sonoko instructed, gesturing upstairs before turning to assist her sister in the kitchen. Ran, let me take care of the luggage. You still have matters to discuss with Sonoko, right? Hinata Rin preferred not to subject Ran to the awkwardness of opening each door one by one. It would not only be embarrassing, but could also attract the attention of the bandaged weirdo. It was quite frustrating to encounter such issues when they had finally come out to enjoy themselves. Yet, those people were equally perplexing. Not only were they all in the process of changing, but none of them had bothered to lock their doors. Are you going to be okay alone? Ran inquired with some concern, but seeing that Hinata Rin had already taken the luggage upstairs, she had no choice but to turn to find Sonoko, her face slightly flushed, seemingly embarrassed. In truth, she was not looking for Sonoko for any particular reason. She was simply eager to find a restroom. Having nearly reached her limit while wandering in the mountains, the original plot had depicted her barging through doors without a second thought, purely due to the pressing need. Hinata Rin found the process of locating a room to be effortless. With his Byakugan activated, it was abundantly clear which rooms were unoccupied. The vacant rooms were at the end of the hallway, two adjacent ones. After ascending the staircase, he reached the end and turned the doorknobs of both rooms. Placing his luggage down before turning to Conan, "Are you planning to share a room with me or with Rand?" This question caught the great detective off guard, his face flushing a deep crimson, rivaling that of Rand's earlier reaction. Though he appeared to be in a dilemma, the detective quickly made his choice, opting to share a room with Rand. His thoughts seemed to wander far away, leading the flustered detective to ask Hinata Rin, "How did you know these two rooms were unoccupied?" While Hinata Rin busied himself with arranging the bedding, he found it amusing to tease Conan. "I deduced it. Only the carpets at the entrances to these two rooms have not been trodden upon recently, indicating they must be unoccupied." Conan glanced down at the carpet beneath him, though he could see no discernible difference. In truth, while Hinata Rin was merely jesting, he was not deceiving. Such subtle distinctions were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, but made all the difference to someone with Byakugan by the time Hinata Rin had finished arranging the bed and luggage. He turned to find Conan crouched on the floor, his eyes wide as if on the verge of awakening the Sharingan. It was not surprising that an ordinary person would fail to notice such things. After all, his powers of observation were rather keen. Is that so? The detective replied with a skeptical look. He was not one to take everything at face value. Nonetheless, Hinata Rin's confident and unhesitating actions in selecting two unoccupied rooms inclined Conan to believe him. As it was hardly something one would expect of an ordinary person. "Stop speculating. Let's head downstairs." Outside, the rain had begun to patter down, the sky overcast as if it were evening. In actuality, it was still not yet noon. Had Rand not taken so long to navigate through the mountains, they could have rested a while longer. I see. "So you are all college classmates?" Rand remarked, seated at the dining table, while Hinata Rin quietly sipped his tea and Conan fidgeted with a small cookie, exuding an air of boredom. This was typical of him when not embroiled in a case. It was uncertain whether it was his nature or a learned behavior from his idol, Sherlock Holmes. Observing the scene, Hinata Rin leaned towards the latter. Soon enough, Sonoko began introducing her sister's college friends. The long-haired man smoking was Oda Masaru. The one filming with a DV camera was Kakutani Hiroki. The bespectacled, rotund man was Takahashi Raichi. The serene-faced woman whose gaze was somewhat obscured was her sister, Suzuki Ayako. And finally, the assertive short-haired woman was Ikeda Chikako. Among this group, the only one Rand recognized was the last. Ikeda Chikako, who was reportedly the screenwriter for the currently popular show, The Blue Kingdom. However, neither Hinata Rin nor Conan displayed any particular reaction. Conan was engrossed in detective novels, while Hinata Rin had a penchant for culinary studies. And the uncle was merely a starry-eyed fan. Comparison. Xiaolan can be considered the most astute individual in the family regarding societal circumstances. After all, even if she were to overlook it, her closest companion, Suzuki Sonoko, renowned as the gossip queen of Titan High School, would undoubtedly provide her with a thorough introduction, one that might even exceed her desire to listen. Notably, as Sonoko began to speak of Ikeda Chikako, Hinata Rin discerned a fleeting rigidity in Takahashi Ryo's ever-present smile. It appears that not all perpetrators are adept at concealing their emotions. With a vigilant eye, one can still detect fluctuations in sentiment. Unlike in anime, where such changes are imperceptible, and their demeanor before committing a crime mirrors that of any ordinary passerby. It is evident that Ikeda Chikako, now a successful figure, carries an air of pretentiousness. Feeling rather uncomfortable amid her old classmates' jovial teasing, an awkwardness that suggests a hint of guilt at times, Hinata Rin finds herself genuinely curious. One might assert that those around her possess a callousness. Yet after committing heinous acts, they can be moved to tears by mere words, exhibiting an epiphany of sorts. Conversely, if one were to argue that their emotional resilience is lacking, it is perplexing how the very mastermind behind the original author's demise can nonchalantly gather with old acquaintances. And not just once, implying a remarkable psychological fortitude. Thus far, the conversation has unfolded smoothly. With the exception of Takahashi Ryo and Ikeda Chikako, the remainder of the group appears to be in high spirits. Indeed, Takahashi Ryo outwardly wears a smile, yet only he knows what transpires within his mind. However, Ikeda Chikako is genuinely finding it difficult to maintain her composure, as Suzuki Ayako has inadvertently struck at her true sore spot, the tragic figure of Dunzi. The girl who took her own life following Chikako's plagiarism. The moment Ayako uttered those words, the expressions of their fellow university classmates shifted to one of discomfort, with Ikeda Chikako rising abruptly. Losing all semblance of control over her emotions, with wide eyes and a contorted visage, she exclaimed, "Please, do not mention Dunzi." Her impulsive reaction left others in stunned silence, their feelings undoubtedly mixed. Yet, Chikako's behavior was manifestly abnormal. It bore the hallmark of someone furious and ashamed. Chikako soon recognized this, folding her arms and sitting down with a stern expression. "For heaven's sake, I have made an effort to carve out time from my busy schedule to unwind here. I do not wish to hear about someone who passed away a year or two ago." Hinata Rin mused that if Takahashi Ryo possessed chakra, he would have likely opened all 8 gates by now. For Ryo, whose sole purpose for attending was to seek vengeance for Dunzi, Chikako's words were undoubtedly like pouring gasoline on a fire. If he had previously hesitated about taking action, this provocation would surely have him contemplating how to dismantle her utterly. From the narrative's perspective, it is indeed true that Ikeda Chikako met a gruesome fate. Moreover, she was dismembered and carried around, indicating that Takahashi Ryo not only possesses formidable psychological resilience, but also engages in quite grotesque behavior. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, leading Oda Masaru, who had been smoking, to indulge in sardonic remarks, his words revealing a sense of envy and frustration towards his former classmates rather than genuine concern for the girl named Dunzi. Suzuki Ayako found herself in an awkward position, as she was the organizer of this gathering, and her previous comments had plunged the atmosphere into icy silence. However, this young lady from the Suzuki family exhibited an unexpectedly meek disposition. Sonoko, who bore no airs of a wealthy heiress, was not one to be considered typical in terms of gossip and infatuation. Yet Ayako's temperament was astonishingly placid, demonstrating no inclination to assert her status. As the daughter of Japan's foremost Suzuki conglomerate, it was indeed peculiar that her university peers could exhibit such dominance in her presence. "Sonoko, has your sister always been this agreeable?" Sonoko expressed surprise at Hinata Rin's choice to engage her in conversation amidst the current atmosphere, especially regarding such a topic. However, since these individuals were not her classmates, and given her generally carefree nature, she was not overly affected. "My sister has always been like this. My mother often remarks that she is too easygoing." Sonoko replied. Sonoko, the subject of discussion, Suzuki Ayako, could no longer contain herself, objecting to the direct commentary about others in their presence. Although Hinata Rin had initially whispered, Ayako's voice was loud enough for the entire room to hear. Leaving Oda Masaru and Ikeda Chikako in an awkward predicament, was her remark directed at them. To disregard others' feelings while arguing in someone else's domain was indeed rather rude. Consequently, both parties fell silent, though the atmosphere remained strained. Thus, Ikeda Chikako proposed a stroll in the woods to alleviate the tension, a suggestion that seemed fitting that it was hard to gauge her temperament. But Hinata Rin was confident that her cousin would not dare venture into that eerie, dark forest alone at such a moment. However, she was not entirely alone, as the ever-watchful Katajiri Hiroki, who had been holding a DV camera, stood up to accompany her, alleviating any concerns for her safety. Subsequently, the gathering's organizer, Suzuki Ayako, vanished once more, leaving Hinata Rin on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile device. Yet given the circumstances, he could only engage in simple games like snake or box pushing, as indulging in mobile games would likely have to wait for several months. Indeed, Detective Conan has been serialized for over 20 years, spanning from the 1990s into the new millennium. Yet according to the author, the timeline has only progressed by a mere 6 months in that brief interval. Technology has evolved from Nokia to smartphones, a phenomenon only explicable within the realm of Conan's universe. Science may struggle to provide answers, and merely managing to keep the metaphorical coffin lid down would be a considerable achievement. "My dear lady, would you care to accompany me for a leisurely walk in the woods?" Suddenly, a shadow obscured Hinata Rin's phone screen. Upon hearing the voice and the ostentatious tone, he knew without raising his head that it was Oda Masaru. "Before you embark on your stroll, I suggest you first pay a visit to an ophthalmologist," Hinata Rin retorted, raising his gaze to find Oda Masaru retreating slightly under the scrutiny of his pure white eyes. In truth, Hinata Rin could empathize with being misunderstood. After all, one's appearance is not something one can control, and he usually chooses to overlook such matters. However, Being approached by someone as misguided as Oda Masaru was enough to send shivers down his spine. Moreover, this individual had the audacity to block the light as he played his game. Originally, he had intended to challenge himself to a new record without using his white eyes, but that plan was abruptly thwarted. Leaving him in a sour mood, Oda Masaru, bewildered by his failed attempt at flirtation, was soon enlightened by Sonoko, who explained the situation, leading him to stare incredulously at Hinata Rin and exclaim, "Are you saying he is a male?" Although Oda himself sported long hair, it was merely a ploy to appear stylish. Based on his years of observing and interacting with women, he was convinced that Hinata Rin was, without a doubt, an undeniable beauty from any angle. He is just like that. He encounters this sort of misunderstanding often. Perhaps he is simply not in the best of moods today, Xiaolan awkwardly clarified, having grown adept at managing such situations. After all, allowing the individual involved to explain would only exacerbate the awkwardness. Yet, true to form, Oda Masaru, despite the embarrassing situation, managed to recalibrate his mindset and initiate a fresh approach, this time setting his sights on Xiaolan. Moreover, having learned from his previous overly chivalrous demeanor, he became more assertive, whisking Xiaolan away before she could respond. How dare he? Hinata Rin lifted his eyelids, observing Conan and Sonoko glaring angrily at the scene before them, indicating that Oda Masaru had unwittingly caused a collective outraged eye. In the blink of an eye, the hall was left with only Hinata Rin, while the quick-witted Conan and Sonoko had rushed off without hesitation. Have they all left? Is it currently fashionable to stroll in the rain? A gentle voice inquired, and Hinata Rin turned to find Suzuki Ayako emerging, her expression curious as she noted his solitary presence in the hall. Perhaps it might be a new trend in Tokyo, Hinata Rin replied, glancing at Suzuki Ayako, who embodied the traditional image of a graceful Yamado Nadeshiko, aligning well with the demeanor expected of a daughter from the esteemed Suzuki family. It seemed she had noticed that he was the only one left in the living room, and had come out specifically to alleviate any potential awkwardness. Would you like some red tea? Suzuki Ayako inquired, gesturing towards the freshly brewed tea in her hand. Hinata Rin politely declined, as he still had a considerable amount left in his cup. In truth, he preferred coffee over the red tea frequently featured in Japanese anime. To be more precise, it is the latte and cappuccino, both of which possess a notable sweetness. Suzuki Ayako is not particularly loquacious, and Hinata Rin is even less inclined to engage in conversation, which could be considered a residual effect from their experiences in the Naruto world. In fact, he is somewhat fortunate. Those who have spent years as Umbu operatives have nearly become mute, and it is debatable whether they still possess the ability to speak. Nevertheless, the atmosphere is not awkward, as the two sit across from each other, one quietly sipping tea while the other immerses himself in a game, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. On the surface, the villa is occupied by Hinata Rin, Suzuki Ayako, and Takahashi Ryoichi. However, Hinata Rin recently opened his Byakugan and discovered that Takahashi Ryoichi was not present in the villa. According to the original narrative, Takahashi Ryoichi would be concerned that his slender physique, which he had been attempting to conceal, might be exposed due to a clumsy intrusion by Lon, leading him to don the guise of a bandaged figure in an attempt to pursue her and eliminate any potential threat. Although it remains unclear how he managed to achieve a round face and a normal physique, phenomena that can only be explained through the lens of the detective genre, this occurrence is not particularly surprising. Is this the inertia of the plot? Logically, Takahashi Ryoichi should not have attempted to take action against Lon, especially with Hinata Rin's influence having already prevented such an encounter. Yet, Takahashi Ryoichi remains mysteriously absent. Could it be the butterfly effect stemming from his appearance? Before long, the others returned one after another. While a stroll in the rain may possess a certain romantic allure, wandering amidst a tempestuous downpour inevitably detracts from that charm. As the weather grew increasingly severe, regardless of their intentions, everyone who had ventured outside obediently returned to the villa, looking quite disheveled. Even those who had brought umbrellas were thoroughly drenched. Consequently, upon returning to the villa, there was little time for pleasantries, and everyone hurried to their rooms to wash up and change clothes. Notably, the previously absent Takahashi Ryoichi had somehow managed to descend from the villa's rooftop to the second floor, adopting the appearance of someone who had been busily repairing the roof all along. One must admit, his earnest demeanor lent a surprising degree of credibility, as none of his university classmates harbored any suspicions. Ikeda Chikako also returned in her full form, Not having transformed into her usual guise, Takahashi Rachi's sudden disappearance is indeed puzzling. Lon was unharmed, and Ikeda Chikako had not been prematurely dispatched, so one cannot fathom that he simply wandered off. Disgruntled by his single status, for a solitary stroll in the rain. Such speculation seems far-fetched, and Hinata Rin did not take it seriously. However, his inexplicable absence remains noteworthy, considering he is, after all, a murderer. Soon, night fell, and after finishing their evening routines, everyone retreated to their rooms for rest. After a long day, coupled with their escapades in the torrential rain, it was remarkable that no one had fallen ill. Thus, there was little energy left for any form of nightlife. The seemingly tranquil night was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream, unmistakably from Lon. Had she encountered danger in the evening after escaping an attack in the afternoon? Hinata Rin, having fallen asleep in his clothes, leaped into action upon hearing the scream. Lon was not in her room, but instead stood at the entrance of Takahashi Richi's room, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed inside. This expression unmistakably indicated that a lifeless body lay within, that a potent metallic scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma of rain wafted from Takahashi Richi's room. Hinata Rin approached the doorway. He beheld Takahashi Ryuichi sprawled on the floor, his face frozen in terror, his pupils dilated, a quintessential case of dying with one's eyes wide open. Curiously, how could he be the one to perish? Had he been killed in the act of attempting to take a life? As Hinata Rin assisted the trembling Lon, who was rendered weak from sheer fright, he activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the scene. One by one, the others emerged, having heard the scream, but notably absent was the intended target of Takahashi Ryuichi, Ikeda Chikako. The Byakugan proved effective for observing the area. Not only could it provide a 360-degree view, but it also allowed for control over the distance of vision. With Hinata Rin's current ocular prowess, he could discern events as far as 5 or 6 kilometers away. However, the circumstances of this case did not necessitate such extensive observation. "Lon, are you all right?" Hinata Rin inquired, surprised by the evident distress Lon was experiencing, an unusual display for a detective typically focused solely on the case at hand. "And I'm fine. I just got a bit startled earlier. But I'm much better now," Lon replied, waving her hand dismissively. Although she had indeed been frightened, the attention from the crowd made her feel somewhat bashful. "Who is still inside that room?" Hinata Rin pointed towards the closed door of Ikeda Chikako's room. Noticing that it had taken them a while to realize someone was missing. "Its Chikako. She's still not awake. With so many of us, our voices should have been quite loud," someone remarked, indicating that the gravity of the situation had not yet sunk in. Except for Conan, who dashed to Ikeda Chikako's door after Hinata Rin's reminder, squatting down to activate his detective shoes before delivering a powerful kick to the door. To be fair, it was uncertain whether the age of the Suzuki family's villa had rendered it weak or if Conan's shoes were simply too effective, but the door swung open with a decisive thud. Hinata Rin was taken aback, having prepared to assist. Upon the door's opening, the room revealed itself to be empty, the bed untouched. If not for a woman's coat draped over a chair, one might have believed no one had ever occupied the space. It appeared that she had ventured out earlier in the evening and had yet to return. Conan reached out to touch the bed, finding it cold and the sheets immaculately arranged. Given Ikeda Chikako's personality, she would not have taken the time to tidy up. This indicated that the bed had likely not been disturbed at all. "Everyone, please refrain from entering. This area has become a crime scene, and the perpetrator may still be nearby. It could pose a danger if anyone remains alone. Therefore, I ask that you all move to the hall. Rin, could you please contact the police?" Conan instructed calmly. Observing that a 7-year-old child could maintain such composure made the adults feel somewhat foolish for their alarm. This marked the first time Hinata Rin took on the task of calling the police. However, before doing so, he cautioned those present. "I recommend you all take a look at the suspension bridge outside. That if the criminal intends to strike again, severing the bridge would effectively isolate us from the outside world." Hinata Rin had noted this detail while observing the scene with his Byakugan earlier. The villa was precariously perched near a cliff, connected only by a solitary suspension bridge. It was easy to surmise that a perpetrator, or even a mischievous child, might be tempted to take advantage of such a vulnerability. Upon hearing this, the group was startled and rushed to the entrance, peering through the windows to see that the suspension bridge had indeed been damaged, severed at the end opposite the villa's entrance. This indicated that, Unless the perpetrator had sprouted wings, he should not be within the villa or even its vicinity. This is troubling. It appears the culprit indeed aimed to trap us here. But if the bridge was severed from the other side, does that imply they approached from below? Conan noted, stroking his chin as he articulated his hypothesis. Could it be that bandaged figure? Lon, now regaining her composure, mused as someone who had faced death's shadow more than most. She had encountered far more harrowing scenes than the average individual. If not for the unique circumstances of the night and the sudden fright, she would not have been so shaken. It's possible. I recall that bandaged figure wielding an axe. However, the damage to the bridge occurred on the opposite side, hindering our ability to assess the situation, and we cannot draw any conclusions just yet. Conan analyzed habitually, only to notice the group staring at him intently, prompting him to realize he had perhaps overdone his performance. With a typical youthful grin, he sought refuge behind the guise of the elderly Detective Mouri. I've reported the incident, but the police informed me that the helicopter won't be able to arrive until morning, as flying at night is too hazardous, Hinata Rin stated, placing his phone down after having explained the situation to the operator. If we were to transform this into a scenario involving the frequent visitor, Lon, it would likely reach Officer Mumu in no time. It's rather peculiar, despite it being nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Officer Mumu appears to be still on duty. The life of a police officer is undoubtedly arduous, often requiring them to work through the night, even with the aid of detective tools that expedite case resolution to the same day. The reports must still be meticulously drafted, and all the tedious procedures must be navigated personally as crime rates surge. The workload naturally intensifies. In contrast, he could have opted to become a doctor, where the worst he might face would be a medical dispute escalating to homicide, something he could handle with relative ease. However, being a police officer is an entirely different matter. In just over half a year, he has encountered hundreds of cases, averaging 2 to 3 daily, if not more. Just the act of responding to calls is exhausting to contemplate. In the blink of an eye, Conan has already ascended to the upper floor, likely intending to investigate the scene further. At this moment, it seems Lon has instinctively activated her sixth sense, subconsciously searching for Conan's whereabouts. I'll go find him. He mentioned leaving something in the room. You should stay in the hall for now. In a few hours, the sun will rise, and the police will arrive. She suggests that it is evident that Lon is reluctant to ascend to the second floor, prompting Hinata Rin to take it upon herself to locate Conan, conveniently providing a reason for the great detective's absence, an excuse she is accustomed to using, which Lon readily believes. Meanwhile, Ayako Suzuki has already begun brewing coffee for everyone, seemingly preparing for a long night ahead. After all, with such an incident occurring, it is unlikely many will find sleep. Hinata Rin treads lightly as she swiftly ascends to the second floor. Takahashi Richi's room is located in the middle of the corridor and is currently the only one with its door ajar. Indeed, Conan is found inside. He is seen lifting something from beside the deceased, using a handkerchief to examine it closely in the moonlight. Suddenly, the room's light flicks on, startling Conan, who turns to see Hinata Rin and breathes a sigh of relief. Rin, you can ascend without making a sound? She inquires. If you had nothing to hide, you wouldn't be startled. What have you discovered? This scenario presents an entirely new development for Hinata Rin. Though she outwardly maintains composure, curiosity simmers within her, prompting her to follow and assess the situation. What Conan had picked up was a dried leaf, previously trapped beneath the corpse of Takahashi Richi, fortuitously resting only on his shoulder. Look, this leaf is completely dry, indicating it must have been on Takahashi Ryuichi for quite some time. Since this evening, it has been raining, which suggests. Conan trails off, savoring the suspense. But Hinata Rin lacks the patience for such theatrics and directly reveals the answer. Takahashi Ryuichi must be the bandaged figure we saw on the suspension bridge, correct? Indeed, I previously inquired with Ayako. She mentioned that Takahashi has remained within the villa. Aside from repairs to the roof, he has not ventured outside. I just checked the roof, and there are no leaves there. Therefore, Takahashi Ryuichi must have gone out this afternoon without anyone's knowledge. Although Hinata Rin does not express enthusiasm, it does not dampen the detective's eagerness to elaborate. When faced with a case or discussing the iconic Sherlock Holmes, he becomes quite loquacious, often to an exasperating degree. Furthermore, Takahashi Ryuichi's physique is also inconsistent. His belly appears to be a disguise, suggesting his true form is of normal build. Hinata Rin points this out as she lifts the deceased's clothing, revealing the false belly. Strange. Why would he conceal his true physique? Could it be that he had ulterior motives for coming to the villa? Conan ponders, this revelation seeming to further confirm the unusual nature of Takahashi Ryoichi's demise. Moreover, he is not the only one missing. Ikeda Chikako has also vanished, and it remains unclear when she disappeared. Hinata Rin leads the contemplative Conan back downstairs, recognizing that remaining at the scene will yield little insight. There are no traces of the weapon, and it does not constitute a locked room mystery. Thus, fixating on the scene is of limited value. As they descend, they happen upon Kadoya Hiroki and Oda Masaru engaged in a heated argument at the entrance. Their voices are raised, evidently concerning the disappearance of Ikeda Chikako. While they were upstairs, Ayako Suzuki and others had thoroughly searched the villa but found no sign of her. At this juncture, Kadoya Hiroki proposes to venture into the forest to search. A suggestion met with vehement opposition from Oda Masaru. From a rational standpoint, Oda Masaru's refusal is indeed justified. The suspension bridge has just been damaged, although the destruction occurred on the other side of the cliff. There is no guarantee that other assailants are absent, especially at this hour. Under such circumstances, it is hardly an opportune time for a search. However, emotions are not easily swayed by reason, judging by Kadoya Hiroki's red-rimmed eyes and hoarse voice. It is clear he is quite concerned about Ikeda Chikako's fate. As the situation escalates, Ayako Suzuki appears increasingly unable to prevent the imminent confrontation between the two. Suddenly, Hinata Rin interjects. Mr. Kadoya, are you planning to dispose of the weapon? The cliff at the entrance is tempting, but it is too close to the villa and easily discoverable. The forest behind would be far better, and who knows, we might even find the missing Miss Ikeda. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall turns to Kadoya Hiroki. Regardless of the credibility of Hinata Rin's statement, the implications are substantial. While slightly sardonic, it essentially accuses Kadoya Hiroki of being the perpetrator. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly discard a weapon? This is going too far. Kadoya Hiroki chuckles awkwardly, clearly caught off guard by the direct accusation. This reaction suggests that his act of murder was impulsive, revealing he had not adequately prepared himself psychologically. Unlike Takahashi Ryoichi, who had intended to kill and was now being hunted himself, running about with the victim's head in tow. Yet, it seems few possess such mental fortitude. Will you retrieve it yourself, or shall I conduct a search? It should be tucked away in your hood, I presume. Hinata Rin speaks with unwavering confidence and composure, prompting the collective gaze of the group to fixate on Kadoya Hiroki. Particularly his hood. In the frenzy to search for the missing Ikeda Chikako, Kadoya Hiroki is clad in a black raincoat, complete with a large, thick hood designed to shield against the rain. Naturally, no one would think to inspect what might be concealed within the hood. Discovered, have I? How did you deduce that? Faced with the undeniable evidence, Kadoya Hiroki exhales deeply. Under the intense scrutiny of those around him, he reaches into his hood and produces a tightly wrapped object shrouded in a black plastic bag. Tossing it onto the ground, the sharp sound of impact seems to affirm Hinata Rin's suspicions. Just moments ago embroiled in a quarrel, Oda Masaru now wears an expression of disbelief as he swiftly unravels the black packaging to reveal a bloodied kitchen knife. Kadoya, did you truly kill Takahashi? Oda Masaru demands, though they had just exchanged harsh words. Nevertheless, as fellow university students within the same club, the gravity of such an accusation is difficult for him to accept. Kadoya Hiroki offers a rueful smile, refraining from explanation. Standing dumbfounded in the center of the hall, the atmosphere thickens with tension, while Conan gazes at Hinata Rin with uncertainty, his curiosity piqued regarding how she uncovered Kadoya Hiroki's possession of the weapon. In the interest of preserving her tranquil existence, Hinata Rin has no intention of revealing the secret of her bloodline limit and ignores the detective's probing gaze, continuing to address Kadoya Hiroki. You are at most an accomplice. The true killer must be the missing Ikeda Chikako. However, you cannot escape the charges of tampering with evidence and mutilating the body. There was no one else. I quarreled with Takahashi, and in a moment of rage, I killed him. Ikeda Chikako had nothing to do with it. Perhaps due to the weight of his exposed guilt, Kadoya Hiroki remains surprisingly composed, even when Hinata Rin suggests Ikeda Chikako as the murderer. He exhibits no emotional upheaval, simply countering with a calm denial. This display of composure contrasts sharply with his earlier impulsiveness. You need not rush to take the fall. I possess a clear understanding of the crime's progression. Neither you nor Ikeda Chikako will evade culpability. After Hinata Rin finished speaking, she retrieved an evidence bag from her pocket, containing a note inscribed with writing. The note detailed the arrangement made by Takahashi Ryuichi to meet Ikeda Chikako under the pretense of discussing his suicide. Ordinarily, this note would not have been preserved intact, nor would it have come into Rin's possession. Even Kakutani Hiroki was taken aback, his face betraying his surprise. This note was originally meant to be in your hands. Correct. However, regrettably, while you were distracted, Takahashi Ryuichi stealthily concealed it beneath the bed, likely right under your nose. Upon realizing this through her keen insight, Hinata Rin was quite astonished that it is said that individuals can exhibit remarkable potential just before death. Evidently, Takahashi Ryuichi had awakened the skills of a master thief. She couldn't help but wonder if, during the fleeting moments of life, one could also choose a new path. At this moment, Conan was still frowning in contemplation. While Hinata Rin had already preemptively unveiled the entire sequence of events surrounding the crime, not through an interactive deduction display with the perpetrator, but rather through a confident narrative that described Kakutani Hiroki's actions as if she had witnessed them firsthand. You had already observed Takahashi Ryuichi placing the note at Ikeda Chikako's doorstep. Before the agreed-upon time, you must have been lying in wait outside her door, presumably to protect her. Yet, you did not anticipate that Ikeda Chikako would come prepared with a weapon for their meeting and ultimately succeeded in killing Takahashi Ryuichi. Then, she escaped through the back door of the villa, and you opened the window, fabricating the illusion that the assailant had entered from outside, while you collected the concealed weapon, planning to dispose of it at a later opportunity. However, you did not foresee that Ran would awaken in the middle of the night and discover Takahashi Ryuichi's corpse. To prevent the weapon from being found in your room, you had no choice but to carry it with you. Hoping to find an opportunity to dispose of it while also attempting to locate the already escaped Ikeda Chikako, who had severed the suspension bridge, correct? This monologue by Hinata Rin was entirely uninterrupted, and even the detective, renowned for his deductions, could only stare at her in astonishment, his expression reflecting a hint of confusion, likely doubting the sharpness of his own deductive skills, as he realized that the murderer had already been revealed before he could even discern the method of the killing. "Do you have anything else to say?" Hinata Rin inquired, receiving a shake of the head in response. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and return to rest. The police will arrive at dawn. So you are free to do as you wish." After delivering a monologue that could hardly be characterized as a deduction showcase from the perspective of the perpetrator, Hinata Rin dusted off her hands and departed, leaving the room full of bewildered spectators exchanging confused glances. Once Hinata Rin had exited, the first to take action was Conan. While the onlookers in the hall remained in a daze, he hastily ascended the stairs 2 at a time. Pursuing Rin to her bedroom, just as he was about to knock on the door, he noticed a sign hanging from the doorknob. "Resting, do not disturb. Violators will bear the consequences." Having recently witnessed Hinata Rin deliver a knockout punch to the towering detective, Yashiro Jusen, he reconsidered the significant difference in stature between himself and the imposing figure, promptly extinguishing his curiosity, despite his intense desire to comprehend how Hinata Rin had deduced the sequence of events from the scant evidence left at the scene. He found himself stymied. Even more astonishing was the fact that the actual perpetrator, Ikeda Chikako, was absent from the scene. A deduction display of this nature, unable to be presented to the parties involved, had never occurred in Kudo Shinichi's investigative career. The sequence of events was, in fact, rather straightforward. Upon realizing that the deceased was Takahashi Ryuichi, the well-acquainted Hinata Rin immediately suspected Ikeda Chikako. That it goes without saying that, in a dispute where motives for the crime were inherently present, she would undoubtedly be the prime suspect, even in the farthest reaches of Java. Her curiosity waned almost instantaneously under the scrutiny of her perceptive gaze. She quickly discovered the note that had been discarded beneath the bed, as well as the bloodied Ikeda Chikako, who had not fled very far. Fortunately, Rand's timely discovery was pivotal, judging by the corpse's temperature. It was evident that Takahashi Ryuichi had died less than half an hour prior. Kakutani Hiroki had only managed to open the window for minimal concealment. Without further arrangements, they asked for why Ikeda Chikako had not fled far. It was likely due to the treacherous mountain paths at night, compounded by the fact that contemporary flat-screen phones lacked flashlight capabilities, rendering their screens ineffective for navigation, far inferior to the moonlight above. Additionally, the time taken to sever the suspension bridge must have contributed. The ropes of such bridges are intentionally thickened, making them resistant to quick destruction even with sharp implements that in the original narrative. Takahashi Reichi had presumably utilized a portable axe, which would have expedited the process. The following morning, the arrival of the police roused Hinata Rin from her slumber. There was no avoiding it, even with the perpetrator's confession. The police were obliged to interrogate everyone present at the scene as per protocol. "How did you know that the weapon was with him?" Officer Magyar inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his gaze. Perhaps hoping to uncover another hidden talent in the Mifune district. After all, Uncle Mouri's deductions during moments of lucidity were often highly questionable, sometimes misleading the police more than the tricks left behind by the actual criminals. Furthermore, with Kudo Shinichi's disappearance, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's investigative capabilities had ostensibly diminished significantly. Upon hearing this question, Hinata Rin felt inclined to remark, instead of inquiring about how I discerned the weapon's location. "Shouldn't you be asking him about his motive for the attack? Isn't that rather missing the point?" However, with the perpetrator already in custody and Ikeda Chikako having been transported to the police headquarters for questioning, this inquiry was merely a manifestation of Officer Magyar's personal curiosity. Observing Conan, who was still wide-eyed with fatigue, Hinata Rin felt a pang of sympathy for him. He had not concealed his tracks well, leaving behind traces of diluted blood in the hallway of the second floor. Although faint, it was nonetheless discovered by me. Hinata Rin spoke truthfully, as she indeed pointed out a nearly imperceptible drop of blood located near the threshold of Takahashi Reichi's room. However, once treated with luminol, the mark became considerably more evident, leading the great detective to gaze upon it in disbelief. Typically, he was the first to uncover various clues. This time, however, it seemed as though he was being led by the nose. And the notion that anyone could detect such traces left him questioning Hinata Rin's very humanity. At this moment, Conan no longer doubted his own deductive abilities. The confidence of a great detective was unwavering. "So that's how it is. But how did you arrive at your deduction?" Officer Magyar pressed on, relentless in his inquiry. Hinata Rin waved her hand dismissively, stating, "What I did cannot be classified as deduction. It was merely a reverse analysis after knowing the outcome that it is more reasonable to consider things from the perpetrator's perspective. Hence, I relayed my thoughts, and the perpetrator did not refute them. And that was that." Hinata Rin's words were delivered with such nonchalance, yet the assembled audience found themselves perplexed. Unlike previous cases where clarity prevailed after understanding the details, this time, despite the presence of motives, the course of the crime, and even a confession from the criminal, something felt amiss. Noticing that Officer Magyar had ceased his questioning, Hinata Rin turned and descended the stairs for breakfast. After suppressing a yawn, she resolved to catch up on sleep later. Feeling that she had perhaps spoken too much the previous day, wasting precious rest time. Finding the weapon should have been the conclusion of the matter. Under such circumstances, it was Kakutani Hiroki who should have been explaining himself. Not her. If he could clarify the situation of carrying the weapon at the crime scene and attempt to discard it without raising suspicion, Hinata Rin would have to commend him, as it would rival the difficulty of a prison break. Moreover, besides the DNA of the deceased Takahashi Reichi, the knife also bore the DNA of Ikeda Chikako, along with indistinct fingerprints, likely acquired during a struggle. Bloodstains are nearly impossible to wash away completely. One might think they were cleansed, but when treated with luminol, they still glow. With these two pieces of evidence, it was nearly conclusive. Fortunately, Officer Magyar was not a detective. He was merely a curious individual. While he did not obtain an accurate and detailed answer, it mattered little. His role was to solve the case, not to witness a deduction showcase. With the perpetrator's evidence in hand, it was essentially time to wrap up the investigation. However, the manner in which this report is to be composed requires careful consideration. Officer Magyar's usual law enforcement equipment is equipped with a recording function, which serves the dual purpose of documenting the circumstances at the scene and preventing suspects from later recanting their statements. Furthermore, it naturally aims to capture the deductions made by the detectives, allowing for the report to be largely dictated by the recordings, with only minor embellishments and modifications needed to emphasize the pivotal role of the police. Now that the deduction show is no longer available, he must devise a method for describing the case on his own. Perhaps he could ask his younger brother, Hakabai, for assistance? Officer Magyar pondered, as the saying goes. In Tokyo's Mihwa Street, one must inquire to discern who holds the authority. While he cannot claim to be prominent in a broader sense, at the very least, Within the Mihua district, he certainly has a considerable number of connections. And the trend appears to be on the rise. In this manner, Hinata Rin experienced the sensation of a police helicopter. The pilot's skills were commendable, and there was little turbulence to speak of. The great detective sat nearby, deep in thought, his brow furrowed, yet he did not exhibit any signs of motion sickness. He and Ran were exceptional in terms of physical endurance. However, Conan, who was merely an ordinary high school student before his transformation, seemed to have unleashed countless hidden potentials within his diminutive frame. If one were to liken his resilience to that of a cockroach, one could also argue that the miraculous feats attributed to his character stemmed from the very essence of his tiny body. Truly, his ability to kick a ball with the force of a nuclear explosion might well earn him the title of the Kagoro school, wouldn't it? At that moment, the perplexed Conan was oblivious to Hinata Rin's orchestrations. His mind was solely occupied with unraveling how Hinata Rin had deduced that the murder weapon was concealed within Mr. Kakutani's hat. Moreover, since Miss Ikeda Chikako was no longer in the villa, how had he concluded that she was the one who killed Takahashi Ryuichi? His curiosity was genuine. Despite his feigned childish demeanor, as he sought to elicit crucial information, the events of the previous night had struck him as utterly bewildering. One moment, a corpse was discovered. The next, the murder weapon was unveiled, and almost immediately thereafter, an accomplice confessed. This sequence of events was entirely at odds with the detective's principles. Though Hinata Rin could articulate an explanation, he was disinclined to expend the mental effort. He could simply elucidate the murder motive and the sequence of events in a manner akin to a deduction show, grounded in evidence. Furthermore, in light of the circumstances depicted in Conan, he recognized that the evidence alone was insufficient to elucidate the entire narrative. However, the evidence was critical, as it could directly implicate the perpetrator, compounded by the suspect's lack of resilience under pressure, leading to a swift resolution of the case. Perhaps you should reconsider your approach, Hinata Rin suggested. Forget about the methods of the crime or the motives for murder. We need only to identify the key evidence that will convict the murderer. The rest is for them to clarify at the police department. Even detectives need not elucidate every detail. After all, being a detective is not akin to acting in a television drama, wherein one must cater to the audience's expectations. On the surface, Hinata Rin's words seemed profoundly logical, yet they were, in truth, an attempt to mislead the great detective. However, it was unfortunate that the great detective was not so easily swayed. He was merely momentarily distracted by Hinata Rin's lengthy discourse. Fortunately, after a few days, Conan finally ceased his relentless pursuit of the matter and redirected his focus towards video games. It appeared that he had planned to play games over the holiday. Yet his gaming skills had drawn the disdain of his peers. Thus, the self-esteem of the 17-year-old high school detective was ignited, prompting him to resolve to hone his gaming prowess. Having spent the entire morning engrossed in the television, he appeared rather childlike in his enthusiasm. Rin, Conan, aren't you two going to give your eyes a rest? Staring at the television for too long is hard on the eyes, Rin admonished, hands on her hips. As though these two were on the verge of becoming gaming addicts. I could take a break, but it seems Conan is rather unwilling, Hinata Rin replied with a resigned shake of his head. For he had been dragged into this gaming session by the great detective. Such retro games had once piqued his interest before he turned 10, but now they held little allure. Moreover, the added pressure of training with such a lackluster partner made it even less enjoyable. Conan, you too. You can't keep pestering your big brother Rin to play games. As a child, it's essential to protect your eyesight. Look at you, so young yet already wearing glasses. What will you do if your prescription worsens? Ran chided, though Conan merely nodded in response, his gaze unwavering from the television screen. With unwavering focus, he still failed to surpass the level that had nearly claimed his character's life. His health bar dwindled perilously close to zero. He resignedly handed the controller to Hinata Rin, who effortlessly cleared the level that Conan had struggled with. By the way, Conan, have your parents called recently? Rin suddenly broached the subject, pulling the engrossed Conan back to reality, which resulted in his game character meeting game over. However, he was evidently too preoccupied to care about such trivialities. Just as he prepared to offer a vague response, the ever-observant Uncle Mouri chimed in. Honestly, what kind of parents are they? Not only have they never shown their faces, but they haven't even bothered to check in. Uncle Mouri's inquiry struck a chord, as it was rather unusual for a child staying with someone to go completely uncontacted by their parents. One would expect parents to check in periodically, at the very least. In Conan's case, with no one reaching out to him. If it weren't for Professor Agassi's occasional involvement, one might think he had been abducted. Observing the great detective's pallid expression, Hinata Rin contemplated whether to further engage in this line of questioning, considering that the scrutiny from both his childhood friend and potential future father-in-law was already enough to quicken his heartbeat. Indeed, Rin's parents contacted us just a few days ago. How is it that Conan's parents have completely vanished? This is utterly irresponsible. Ran expressed her indignation, though her emotional response was somewhat uncharacteristic based on the original narrative. After all, she did not believe that Conan was living off others without consequence. Uncle Mouri's perception was likely more acute in this regard. However, with Hinata Rin's presence as a comparison, it became clear that the great detective's situation was all the more precarious. In truth, had the great detective not been so engrossed in his gaming, displaying even a hint of disappointment, he might have managed to conceal the matter for a few more days, eventually, as students returned to school and workers resumed their jobs. This issue could have faded from memory. Rin, do you think Conan has been feeling down lately? Xiao Lan inquired of Hinata Rin, expressing her unease about Conan's emotional state, which she found rather peculiar. Hinata Rin, feeling utterly helpless, cast a glance at the earlier bumbling teammate, realizing that even a blind person could see how exuberantly he was playing. He mused that it would be more fruitful to rely on divine intervention to conjure up some parents for him. After all, as the child of the world, such treatment was only fitting. Ding dong. Just as the great detective was at a loss for words, the doorbell rang downstairs. Xiao Lan dashed to open the door, her face lighting up as she exclaimed to Conan, "She's here. Conan, your mother has arrived." Upon opening the door to the second-floor living room, a plump middle-aged woman, adorned with glasses and sporting a short haircut, appeared. With a beaming smile, she approached Conan and said, "You must be feeling quite lonely by yourself, right? Worry not. Come, let us return home together today." As she spoke, she bent down and embraced Conan, who wore an expression of sheer disbelief. As if the heavens had truly conjured him a mothered eye in a flurry, he wriggled free from her grasp, his eyes wide with terror, akin to encountering a member of the Black Organization. Meanwhile, Hinata Rin observed the unfolding scene with great interest. The plot seemed familiar. He recalled how Uncle Mouri and Xiao Lan had performed a similar act earlier that morning. It dawned on him that this was the infamous moment of Conan's familial recognition. He remained oblivious to the fact that it was his real mother, disguised and playfully teasing her son, and instead suspected her to be a potential kidnapper. However, it was a case of the arm being unable to twist the leg. The little actor could hardly outsmart the seasoned performer, especially with Conan's own guilt weighing heavily on him. Even in such a precarious situation, he dared not exhibit overt signs of distress for fear of revealing his true identity. Thus, the great detective found himself whisked away by a woman who claimed to be Adagawa Fumio, all under the watchful eyes of his childhood friend and future father-in-law. Hinata Rin, having witnessed the entire spectacle, received numerous pleading glances from the great detective seeking assistance. During their brief time as temporary roommates and gaming partners, he had found Conan to be quite unguarded in his presence, rarely concealing his eccentricities. Hinata Rin had no intention of delving into the depths of Conan's secrets. He had seen countless instances of the infamous scene where a certain white-haired man had forced medication upon him during his childhood. Moreover, given the necessity of maintaining a faade in front of Xiao Lan and Uncle Mouri, the majority of Conan's desperate looks had been directed at him. Yet, regrettably, when it came to rescuing the abducted child, he was more inclined to enjoy the unfolding drama. After all, the Kudo couple had gone to great lengths to orchestrate such an enlightening familial performance after a long separation from their son, and disrupting it would be highly impolite. Although, it must be said that the feelings of the star, Adagawa Conan, might not be as favorable. Uncle Mouri and Conan had escorted him downstairs, but Xiao Lan was genuinely reluctant to part ways. After all, they had shared quite a bond, especially since she had brought him back. Uncle Mouri's intentions were evident. After placing Conan in the car, the woman masquerading as Kudo Yukiko expressed her gratitude profusely, promising that they would be rewarded in the future. Conventionally, one would respond with humility and praise for Conan's understanding nature, adhering to the norms of polite social exchanges in both Chinese and Japanese cultures. However, Uncle Mouri's reply was refreshingly candid. "All right, I will wait." Such a straightforward expression nearly shattered Xiao Lan's composure as she stood by, grappling with the impending sense of loss. Yet, She had grown accustomed to her father's unreliability, learning to adapt as there was no changing him. Thus, Hinata Rin stood alongside Uncle Mouri and Xiao Lan at the roadside, watching as the vehicle carrying Idagawa Fumio disappeared into the distance. Conan, in his reluctance to part, clung to the window, causing Xiao Lan considerable heartache. Human emotions are indeed fickle. Moments ago, she had questioned why Conan's parents had not contacted him, but now, as he was truly taken away, she could not help but feel sorrow. Hinata Rin, meanwhile, felt a sense of relief after a morning spent playing games with this bumbling teammate. Not only had it drained his physical energy, but mental as well. And he was ready for a respite. Unfortunately, his hopes for rest were dashed when Conan, as expected, seized the opportunity to call for help. He was certainly too wary to reach out to the Mouri Detective Agency directly, fearing exposure would lead to dire consequences. Yet, Hinata Rin was different. He seemed to have a hunch about the situation but remained disinterested. These past few days had not been merely about letting loose. He had been probing Conan, and when not confronted with Xiao Lan's suspicions, the great detective's sharp intellect often gained the upper hand. Therefore, considering the urgent circumstances, he decided to reveal part of the truth to Hinata Rin in hopes of extricating himself from the predicament. Conan's tone was tense over the phone, prompting Hinata Rin to conceal his own understanding of the situation. That he realized that although it was clear that Conan's parents had come to play with their son, he must not appear dismissive, for the great detective might see through any insincerity. With his keen intellect and observational skills, he was a person shrouded in secrets, necessitating carefulness to avoid any slip-ups. Rin, I find myself in a bit of a predicament and cannot reach Xiao Lan and the others. Let me explain. The person who just picked me up is not my mother. In fact, I do not know her at all. However, I suspect she may be a criminal affiliated with a nefarious organization that I have gathered some clues, and it is possible that they might come to abduct me. I have managed to escape for the time being, and am near Dr. Agasa's house. Can you come meet me? Conan's words were a blend of truth and fabrication, while he repeatedly urged Hinata Rin to be cautious and not to reveal his whereabouts. He was ultimately concerned for his own safety. However, there was a stark contrast in their approaches. While Xiao Lan hesitated to call, fearing danger would befall her, Conan seemed unconcerned, as he also resided at the Mouri Detective Agency. Was it necessary to treat them so differently? After hanging up, Hinata Rin internally criticized the situation but did not refuse Conan's request. He was, after all, eager not to miss out on the unfolding drama. Participating in the act was undoubtedly more thrilling than merely observing from the shadows. Hinata Rin's speed was remarkable. During his time in Konoha, he could leap between trees at speeds of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. So traversing the relatively flat rooftops was no challenge at all. The accumulated snow posed no hindrance to his chakra, and in fact, aided in concealing his movements. Within 5 minutes, he reached the location where the great detective awaited. His urgency stemmed from a concern that Conan might be recaptured. Since he was now part of the narrative, it was imperative that the plot took a different turn. Opportunities to nonchalantly accompany Conan, especially alongside his parents, were rare and should be treasured. That moment, the great detective, anxiously surveying his surroundings, could not have anticipated that the ally he summoned harbored ulterior motives. Conan, is what you said true? Hinata Rin called out from atop a wall, observing the great detective's agitated movements akin to a cat on a hot tin roof. You finally arrived. I was worried you might be discovered. But how did you come so quickly? I took a taxi, and no time for small talk. I've just seen the woman masquerading as your mother nearby. If you remain here, she might catch up with you. Is that true? Then we must leave at once and head to Dr. Agasa's to discuss our next steps, Conan exclaimed, pointing toward Dr. Agasa's residence, eager to move forward. However, Hinata Rin halted him, stating, I do not recommend going there. If she was able to find you so easily, it means she is well aware of your surroundings, including Dr. Agasa's home. If she is not acting alone, there could very well be an ambush waiting for us. Under normal circumstances, the great detective would have considered this as well. Yet, today he was caught off guard by the woman claiming to be Idagawa Fumio and was momentarily disoriented. Yes, you are correct. But where else can I go? I certainly cannot return to the agency. Otherwise, Xiao Lan and Uncle Mouri would be in danger, Conan resolutely stated, appearing quite concerned for the safety of the uncle, and ran. Yet at that moment, Hinata Rin, the one accompanying him on this adventure, merely wished to roll her eyes. So, I am not in any danger, am I? This esteemed detective certainly exhibits a double standard. Both he and the uncle are rather expendable. It seems, were it not for the consideration of the detective's current discontent, she would have directly voiced her sarcasm. After all, during these days of cohabitation, she had scarcely regarded him as a child. You are correct, but I am at a loss as to where we can go now. A rare look of confusion crossed the detective's face, starkly contrasting with his usual confident demeanor during deductions. His eyes betraying an inner struggle and hesitation. We could head straight to the police headquarters. I believe that even if they intended to kidnap you, they would not dare confront the police directly, Hinata Rin suggested. Although it was evident that she relished the unfolding drama, the detective, however, was reluctant to escalate the situation into a public spectacle, as it would jeopardize the safety of others. Moreover, he was uncertain whether there were moles within the police headquarters. As it stood, the organization had yet to expose any counterfeit alcohol. Otherwise, Conan's suspicions would have transformed into certainties that it was akin to an undercover operation, where the organization's leader frequently caught rats and moles hailed from various intelligence agencies worldwide. He could not possibly lack countermeasures in mind, and must have considered infiltrating the homes of his adversaries. If the situation in England and America was somewhat out of reach or beyond their control, then certainly there were no reservations at their own doorstep. Being at the mercy of others offered no hope for a turnaround. They needed to seize the initiative. Hinata Rin touched the kunai tucked at her lower back. An impulsive addition before leaving home. She had no real intention of harming the Kudo couple, as they were allies. However, a gesture of reciprocity was always necessary, since the adversary had resorted to using fake weapons. It would be rather pointless for her to remain unarmed. Are you suggesting we trace our way back to locate the enemy's stronghold? Conan wrestled with his inner turmoil, not yet prepared to divulge the truth to Hinata Rin. Primarily due to his uncertainty about her ability to keep his secret, it was not a matter of distrust. Rather, it stemmed from their lack of familiarity prior to his transformation. Yet, Ran was undeniably her cousin, and the detective found himself lacking confidence in Hinata Rin's ability to keep it from her. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by her proposal. Remaining passive was not a viable option, and they needed to take the initiative. However, this would require revealing the truth to Hinata Rin. After much deliberation, the detective chose to be forthright. Since he had sought her assistance, it was only fair not to keep her in the dark. Without further ado, he succinctly recounted the series of events, and 5 minutes later, Hinata Rin became the first person to learn of Conan's secret, aside from Professor Agasa and his parents. This drug is quite extraordinary. It even pertains to the notion of reversing aging. This organization must have grand ambitions. Hinata Rin's expression remained composed, as he could not be bothered to feign shock. He was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. Are you not surprised or intrigued by this situation? Conan inquired, slightly disappointed that he could not witness Hinata Rin's astonishment. Despite the timing not being ideal, his experience was nothing short of legendary. If Ran had heard of it, she might have fainted, but of course, it was not out of malice, merely a reflection of the bizarre nature of the situation. Yet, Hinata Rin's demeanor suggested that she regarded it as an ordinary affair, leaving him devoid of a sense of accomplishment. Do you believe this is a moment for surprise? Hinata Rin replied with an exasperated roll of her eyes, although the detective could not discern it. The members of the Hinata family had this inconvenient trait. Their eye rolls went unnoticed by others, diminishing the joy of emotional expression. Very well, it is indeed not the right time. I concur with your assertion to turn passivity into action. However, the crux of the matter is that we remain utterly oblivious to the circumstances on their end, that we do not even know whether they are affiliated with the Black organization. The detective found himself caught off guard. Reflecting on his complacency, his overindulgence in a tranquil life had dulled his vigilance, and the uncle's lack of notoriety had resulted in too few cases, failing to yield any clues if they could navigate through this crisis unscathed. Conan resolved to find an opportunity to elevate the uncle's reputation, thereby enhancing his case-solving rate and facilitating the collection of intelligence regarding the Black organization. That it was just that Hinata Rin was unaware of the detective's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have surely quipped, "Leave the Mihan town be. The crime rate is already on the verge of breaking world records. Your efforts may soon lead to a population extinction. Have you heard an old saying from China?" Hinata Rin's inquiry furrowed the detective's brow. At such a crucial juncture, he had no appetite for riddles. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? The detective initially reacted, then suddenly adopted his signature half-moon eyes. His knowledge base was substantial enough to comprehend the meaning. It was essentially a call to throw himself into danger, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. How could he be foolish enough to return willingly? 10 minutes later, Hinata Rin watched as the detective, rendered unconscious by his mother and taken away, departed. She reflected on the family's penchant for theatrics. In their attempts to amuse their son, they had gone to great lengths, even employing inhalable anesthetics, seemingly unperturbed by the potential consequences that it could only be said that high intelligence afforded them such audacity, as even a reduction of 20 to 30% would still surpass the average. For Hinata Rin, catching up to a vehicle weaving through the city was hardly a challenge, aided by the fact that Mihan Street was essentially a no-camera zone. Otherwise, her acrobatics would have necessitated some restraint. Approximately 30 minutes later, the vehicle transporting Idagawa Conan halted beside a dilapidated building. This was likely the set the Kudo couple had prepared for their performance, and it indeed bore a striking resemblance to the scenario. Hinata Rin swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Utilizing chakra enabled her to scale trees and buildings with ease. At this distance, she could not quite make out the details of the Kudo couple's conversation. But no matter, with her Byakugan activated, she was fully aware of the situation inside, ensuring her concealment remained intact. Wake up, do not sleep. Soon enough, they will be slicing you up. Hinata Rin infiltrated the small room where Conan was confined. Attempting to rouse the slumbering boy, while the Kudo couple had retreated to rest, they had evidently calculated the dosage of the anesthetic, as they were currently indulging in a nap, presumably to conserve energy for the upcoming performance. Where exactly am I? Rousing Conan was not particularly arduous. He merely appeared dazed for a few seconds before grasping his predicament, indicating that the anesthetic had not significantly affected his cognitive faculties. Which was a relief. This should be the stronghold of those who kidnapped you. Aside from the woman claiming to be your mother, there is another man in a mask and cloak, reminiscent of a cosplay character. Based on their interaction, that peculiar man seems to be the one in charge. Hinata Rin briefed Conan on the circumstances, effectively utilizing her Byakugan to fulfill her role as a scout. The masked figure in a cloak was indeed odd. However, individuals within criminal organizations often possessed unconventional thought processes, likely harboring their own psychological issues. That it was evident that the detective was filled with resentment, contemplating his parents with the utmost suspicion. This situation was undoubtedly a case of self-inflicted harm, as much as it was detrimental to the enemy. Can you subdue these two? Conan asked, weighing his options for addressing the impending crisis efficiently and returning to his childhood friend as swiftly as possible. Yes, compared to his parents, his childhood friend held greater significance. This was his choice. This is certainly feasible. However, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Have you considered the possibility of a more strategic approach? Hinata Rin subtly suggested, though it was merely a suggestion. After all, these were the detective's parents, and crossing boundaries in jest would be inappropriate. Currently, I possess no real understanding of that organization, even if I were to use these two as bait. The lack of information could easily lead to unforeseen complications. There exists an ancient Chinese proverb, better to have one bird in hand than 1,000 in the forest. I believe it is prudent to first seek a breakthrough with the two of them. Very well, I shall proceed there now. You may accompany me. After all, subduing these two individuals should not pose a significant challenge, so feel free to ask any questions directly. Conan nodded in agreement, having mostly regained his composure, and followed Hinata Rin outside. Before Hinata Rin entered the room, the great detective took a moment to search the surroundings and indeed found the handkerchief that had rendered him unconscious. He gestured with his eyes for Hinata Rin to use it, but was met with a shake of the head in refusal. What a predicament it would be to employ that. The ensuing awkwardness with his parents would be palpable, transforming into a scene of filial piety. However, what he was about to do would likely render this family equally uncomfortable, thus it mattered little. Those who deceive others are often met with deception in return. Hinata Rin entered the room with utmost stealth, making not a sound. As an elite ninja experienced in numerous infiltration missions, he was quite adept at this. Although the Kudo couple lay asleep, they had not removed their disguises. Particularly, Yusaku Kudo slept with his mask still on. One could only wonder if it was breathable. It appeared that this couple was remarkably dedicated to deceiving their son. He saw no need for the ether-soaked handkerchief, as the dosage might be insufficient. And even if it were effective, It would take several seconds to a CTA-in explanation for their awakening at such a moment would certainly complicate matters. Therefore, Hinata Rin resorted to a much simpler and quicker method. He formed hand seals, causing his chakra to ripple slightly, and an innumerable array of feathers suddenly appeared in the air, cascading down upon the Kudo couple. This technique, previously utilized by Kabuto during Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, was a rare large-scale jinjutsu known as the Feather of Oblivion, capable of inducing a state of unconsciousness upon contact with the feathers. This method was significantly more effective than the ether handkerchief, as it had no side effects and posed no risk of premature awakening. Unless, of course, the Kudo couple were Jinchuriki. Conan, it's all set. You may come in now. Observing the deeply slumbering Kudo couple, Hinata Rin's lips curled into a slight smile, anticipating the ensuing spectacle. Yes, it truly accomplished. How did you manage it? They 1T awakened unexpectedly. Will they? Conan cautiously pushed the door open and began assessing the state of the two captors. There is a possibility they could awaken, but I have merely induced a temporary slumber to facilitate their binding. This is a trivial technique passed down from ancient China, Hinata Rin replied dismissively. Hoping to stave off any burgeoning curiosity from the great detective, he then crossed his arms and settled in to watch the unfolding drama. To be candid, the depth of his jinjutsu was not profound, primarily considering the well-being of the Kudo couple. After all, they possessed no chakra, and any serious application could inadvertently affect them. His desire for amusement was merely a minor consideration. Clearly, the great detective was now preoccupied with devising a plan for the two individuals. Let us first see what this masked fellow truly looks like. Surely he cannot be someone I know. The great detective, feeling inexplicably irked by the masked man, set his plan into motion, making a conjecture as he prepared to remove the mask. Just as he reached for it, Yusaku Kudo seemed to sense a looming danger and unexpectedly harnessed his latent potential to awaken prematurely. This serendipitously facilitated the creation of an awkward scene of paternal affection. Dad? Yusaku Kudo, having been too slow to prevent the removal of his mask, was left with an awkward smile as he gazed at his now diminutive son. Hinata Rin was somewhat astonished. It seemed that one's intelligence did indeed influence resistance to jinjutsu, a notion worthy of further experimentation with the great detective in the future. As he observed the flustered detective confronting the Kudo couple, who were caught in an impasse, he contemplated his plans to employ the detective as a mere tool. After all, he intended to use him as a test subject in the future, and one more would not be excessive. Are you Hinata's younger brother, then? Yukiko Kudo removed her disguise, revealing a polished smile that showcased the poise of a top-tier actress. Naturally, had it not been for the preceding awkward encounter, her demeanor might have appeared more genuinely warm. Good day, Mrs. Kudo. I am Hinata Rin. I apologize for my rudeness. Despite his role as a mere spectator in this incident, he felt it necessary to extend formalities, as both individuals could be considered elders, and they were acquaintances of Uncle Mouri. Furthermore, they were also the future in-laws of his cousin, although it was uncertain whether Uncle Mouri acknowledged this. Please, it's no trouble at all. Shinichi's temperament is rather stubborn and proud. I appreciate your previous assistance. Conan was still sulking, feeling rather disheartened by the unexpected appearance of his long-absent parents. The notion of familial bonds seemed somewhat unreliable, and he found more comfort in the presence of the bumbling uncle than in his own parents. Had Dr. Agasa made an appearance, the detective's heart would likely have grown even colder. You are far too kind. I only recently learned of Conan's situation, and I was not well acquainted with the circumstances, so I could hardly claim to have been of assistance. It can only be said that parents, in their love for their children, plan far ahead. Although the Kudo couple's actions may seem somewhat exaggerated, their intentions were ultimately to remind their son to be cautious for his own safety. Thus, in this incident, Hinata Rin rightfully earned the gratitude of the Kudo couple as a formidable ally for the great detective. Regrettably, he did not witness the moment when the great detective, in front of his parents, confessed his feelings to Ran. However, that was to be expected, as he was indeed Ran's cousin and, on the surface, still a minor. To jest in such a manner would be inappropriate. Moreover, he was not like Suzuki Sonoko, the self-proclaimed matchmaker for the Shinran pairing, and therefore held little curiosity regarding such matters. Shinichi, have you truly made your decision? Are you staying here and not leaving? This could pose considerable risks for the Mouri family. As you have seen, such circumstances are not without precedent, correct? though Conan had just been throwing a tantrum. He now solemnly articulated his stance in response to his father's formal inquiry. His main theme was that he would resolve the matters at hand, but he was determined to remain by Rand's side. Naturally, he could not express this too plainly in Hinata Rin's presence. He still bore a modicum of pride. Although he had confided in Hinata Rin, he believed himself to be emotionally older than him. Coupled with his inherent vanity, his earlier outburst had already stretched the limits of his composure. In truth, he felt somewhat reckless, having lost his previous image. However, when it came to confessing his feelings to Rand, he knew he could not express it in such a manner, as it would appear too childish and unrefined. Finally, after the Kudo family had concluded their activities, the sky was nearly dark during this time. Rand had called once to inquire when Hinata Rin would return and what he wished to have for dinner. From the other end of the line, he could sense her troubled thoughts. It seemed Conan's departure had significantly impacted her, though it remained unclear whether this complex emotion stemmed solely from her reluctance to part with Adagawa Conan or from an unspoken awareness of his true identity. Based on his observations, he leaned toward the latter. After all, his cousin was merely a 17-year-old girl. Aside from her occasional melancholy regarding Shinichi Kudo, she generally exuded a cheerful and vibrant spirit, ill-equipped at concealing her emotions. "Is it time to go?" Hinata Rin lounged on the sofa outside the room. Had it not been for Rand's phone call, he might have already succumbed to slumber. "Yes, I have spoken with the two of them. For now, I shall remain at the Mouri Detective Agency. You must promise to keep my secret. I cannot allow Rand to learn of my transformation just yet." Conan spoke with a grave expression. Not out of concern for Hinata Rin's ability to bear the secret, but rather due to the recent admonishments from his parents about the potential dangers of exposure, which weighed heavily on his heart. "Indeed, but do you intend to keep this hidden indefinitely? Given your current circumstances and the organization's penchant for secrecy, should they uncover the truth, the outcome would likely be dire, regardless of whether Uncle and the others are aware of the reality." Hinata Rin is not particularly fond of advising others. After all, apart from the formidable task of transferring someone else's wealth into one's own pockets, the most challenging endeavor is to instill one's thoughts into another's mind. He finds himself more intrigued by the former rather than the latter. "Let us take things step by step. The time is not yet ripe." Conan's expression remains grave, and his concerns are indeed justified. If Detective Conan were but a short manga, one could surmise that Kudo Shinichi may have vanished for merely a week before returning. There would be no need for childhood friends to be ensnared in worry. Yet, this narrative has transformed into a serialized long comic spanning over 20 years, and the plot holes are inescapable, much like how a non-main character female lead cannot evade marginalization. The following morning, after breakfast, the Mouri family dispersed, each attending to their respective duties, those going to work and those heading to school. Of course, if one were to consider Mouri Kagoro's behavior of lounging with the television, calling out to Yoko, sipping beer, and smoking as work, then the aforementioned statement holds true. Incidentally, thanks to Conan, he was generously rewarded with a substantial sum after being returned to the Mouri Detective Agency by his mother, who had been disguised by Conan himself. Moreover, seeing Conan return home brought great joy to Rand, which in turn delighted Uncle Mouri at the sight of money. Thus, dinner naturally evolved into an extravagant feast, a welcome celebration for Conan's return. "Rin, could you please take Conan to school? I have some matters to attend to and must leave now," implored Mouri Ran with her hands clasped together in her haste. She left with her handbag and karate uniform before Rin could respond, clearly in a rush. Conan, on the other hand, remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his milk, occasionally casting a forlorn glance at Hinata Rin. The milk was primarily a result of Rin's comment during yesterday's meal that Conan's growth was somewhat stunted, and he was even shorter than his female classmates from elementary school, necessitating some nutritional supplementation. Coincidentally, Mouri Kagoro had come into a windfall, ostensibly for Conan's living expenses. Hence, he extravagantly ordered milk for the 3 children. Rin had not anticipated benefiting from the milk. She felt indifferent towards it, as did Ran. Only Conan, perhaps due to the stubborn pride of a 17-year-old boy, resisted it vehemently, requiring Rand's coaxing to drink. As for his mournful gaze, Rin believed it stemmed not from being coerced into drinking milk, but rather from the presence of someone who knew his true identity, making it somewhat embarrassing to be cajoled in such a manner. If she were not there, he would likely have gulped it down without hesitation. "Have you finished? We must leave soon. Otherwise, you'll be late," Rin said, leaning against the sofa while scrolling through news on her phone. You don't want me to coax you into drinking milk, do you? Upon hearing this, the great detective begrudgingly finished the remaining milk in one gulp and vigorously wiped his mouth with a tissue. He had come to understand that Rin was simply indulging in her mischievous whims, feeling somewhat betrayed for having trusted her. Let us go. I haven't put you in a difficult position. Your height is indeed comparable to that of a little girl. Aren't you even a bit concerned? Rin said as she picked up her handbag from the sofa, and the two made their way out of the detective agency. Do spare me. Boys and girls develop at different rates, which is entirely normal. Besides, you aren't even taller than I am at my normal height. So how can you mock me? I'm only 17. There's still plenty of time for me to grow. You rarely shrink, so seize the opportunity to supplement your calcium. Even if you revert back, you'll still need to grow. Moreover, in a couple of years, those little girls will surpass you, and you'll find yourself at the bottom of the height chart among the young detective league. Logically speaking, Rin's remarks held quite a bit of merit. Yet Conan clearly paid no mind, as he had never considered reverting from being a 7-year-old to 17 again. The experience of childhood friends turning into burdensome gold bricks is hardly pleasant. The Mouri Detective Agency is not far from Titan Elementary School, so it wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. Rin had to hurry to school. Otherwise, she would have liked to observe how the great detective navigated the world of elementary school students with such ease. This skill is not to be underestimated. As an older student, he found it challenging to relate to the high schoolers, who were in the throes of their youthful angst. Thankfully, the academic pressures of Titan High School had intensified significantly, rendering students focused on their studies, with little opportunity to roam aimlessly like their younger counterparts, particularly the likes of Conan and the Young Detective League. After a day of classes, as the sun began to set, Rin had no intention of picking up the elementary student. Instead, she made her way home. In fact, Conan usually didn't require escorting. She had taken him to school this morning only because Ran was overly excited yesterday and had promised Conan she would take him. However, the karate club had suddenly announced additional training to avoid disappointing the children. She had specifically asked Rin to assist, showcasing Ran's commendable educational philosophy, far superior to many adults. Yet, it was somewhat wasted on Conan, who typically feigned innocence and charm without any sense of decorum. Uncle, what do you want for dinner tonight? After returning home, Rin placed her bag down, washed her hands, donned an apron, and peered from the kitchen at Mouri Kagoro, who was engrossed in watching Yoko. How about curry rice? It's been ages since I had it. Spicy curry paired with beer is perfect, especially since Ran won't be here tonight, that I can't let this glorious opportunity slip by. Ha ha. Observing Uncle Mouri's gleeful demeanor, Rin shook her head in resignation. His style was indeed rather reckless. Without Ran to keep him in check, he would likely descend into the life of a vagabond. I am back, came Conan's familiar greeting, and Rin glanced over to find him predictably sporting his trademark half-moon eyes. Uncle Mouri, seemingly possessing a sixth sense, delivered a swift punch of justice to Conan, only to immediately turn back to his infatuation with Yoko, showcasing the quintessential rivalry of future in-laws. Despite Conan often being the target of Mouri's playful headbutts, the latter was no stranger to using tranquilizers, and their relationship was a dance of love and rivalry. Conan, come in and help peel the potatoes. Got it, Conan replied begrudgingly, placing his bag down and trudging into the kitchen to assist. This was a habit Rin had been instilling in Conan recently. While it was acceptable for Mouri Kagoro, Conan could not simply wait to be served. The value of labor should be ingrained from a young age, given that elementary school assignments posed little burden for him. He likely completed them all at school. Thus, after school, he often lounged on the sofa, resembling Uncle Mouri, who was engrossed in detective novels and chasing after television stars, rather than allowing him to be assimilated into Uncle Mouri's lifestyle. It was preferable for him to lend a hand in the kitchen, simultaneously nurturing the good habits of Ran's future husband. Ran would likely be reluctant to impose this on him, but Rin felt no such obligation, as it was only fitting to put him to work, which future son-in-law would not be expected to help their future in-laws, or even accompany them for a drink. It was clear that the great detective lacked the conditions for such, and even helping out in the kitchen was a stretch. Has Ran mentioned when she'll be back? Inquired the great detective, who was seated on a small stool, peeling potatoes. She'll probably be quite late, so I plan to deliver dinner to her after I finish cooking. Would you like to join me? Of course, but I could manage to deliver it myself. You're working hard to cook. After all, the detective said, casting a furtive glance at Rin, feigning understanding. Please, if you go alone, Ran will likely be too worried to eat. Besides, spare yourself. I've made it clear that I have no intention in that regard. You wasting your efforts trying to scheme with me, Rin remarked, fully aware of his underhanded glances. This boy, the self-proclaimed king of vinegar in East Asia, had already begun to grow suspicious. However, it was understandable. In Japan, it was permissible for cousins to marry, and the last time she met Eri Kisaki, the topic had been brought up half-jokingly. Both she and Ran had firmly expressed no interest in such matters. Conversely, Conan was quite agitated at that moment, nearly revealing his unease to Kawaii Eri. This might be somewhat related to Ran's behavior at the time. If only he could articulate his feelings instead of blushing. Such a reaction seemed utterly unnecessary. He likely associated his embarrassment with Kudo Shinichi that it is often said that young men and women are easily shy, while he, being somewhat seasoned, felt no such qualms. If Ayumi were present, she would probably have already begun to indulge in sweet fantasies. In any case, he certainly wouldn't appear as pale as a ghost like the great detective. Curry rice was relatively easy to prepare. Simply simmering the ingredients in the pot and seasoning them sufficed. Although Hinata Rin seldom cooked, the flavor was quite commendable, and both Uncle Mouri and Conan had consumed a fair amount. Especially Conan, who, despite being so stuffed he could barely move, insisted on accompanying him outside. Driven by an unyielding spirit of competition and jealousy, Hinata Rin shook his head in disapproval. Merely feeling jealous was of no consequence. He ought to take action instead of just watching, with the time spent brooding. He could have easily called Ran a few more times. Engaging in lengthy phone conversations was indeed an effective means of nurturing romantic feelings among young people, yet he completely failed to grasp this essence. From his observations yesterday and his knowledge gleaned from the anime, it was evident that Kudo Yusaku's emotional intelligence and charm far surpassed his son's. Was there truly no hereditary connection, or was this young man simply oblivious? Yet, that seemed implausible. From what he had seen in the anime, the lad had long been aware of his feelings for Ran, far more astute than the straightforward Heiji Hattori. Can you still walk? Hinata Rin cast a skeptical glance at Conan, who had indeed consumed a significant amount today. 2 large bowls of curry rice, second only to Uncle Mouri's 5 bowls, while Hinata Rin himself ranked third. He wasn't particularly fond of curry rice and was saving room for a late-night snack. That I'm fine. Hick. The great detective's demeanor lacked any semblance of persuasiveness, but that was inconsequential. He might as well consider it a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Having never owned pets in his previous life, he now treated this as a stroll with a corgi. Achoo! Perhaps sensing Hinata Rin's biting metaphor, the great detective let out a loud sneeze and then staggered back to the bedroom to fetch a coat. The weather in Conan's world was notoriously fickle, often transitioning from summer to autumn in the blink of an eye. Were it not for Hinata Rin's extensive experience in the Naruto world, he would have struggled to adapt to such unpredictable climate changes. To be frank, Hinata Rin was reluctant to bring Conan along. His short stature made the endeavor feel akin to walking a corgi, with no increase in speed. However, once the East Asian prince of jealousy was roused, no one could dissuade him. Even if it meant employing advanced technology, he insisted on following closely behind, confident that a clear conscience would shield him from shadows. The distance between Titan High School and the Mouri Detective Agency was not great. Ran walked to school every day, and the curfew was not a hassle. Nevertheless, due to the presence of a child, Hinata Rin had to expound extensively to the gatekeeper. Turning around, he noticed Conan sporting a rather sycophantic expression, feeling somewhat awkward himself. Despite being a student at the same school, he could only rely on others to gain entry. Where was the fairness in that? Ultimately, one could only blame the group of black-clad individuals. They would eventually be apprehended, and this criminal organization would be brought to justice. In truth, Conan was still unaware of the formidable nature of this organization. After all, he had not frequently encountered the black-clad members, nor had he been inundated with tales of their terrifying exploits. Hence, his understanding of the organization remained quite superficial. That said, the introductions of gin and vodka were hardly grandiose. Beyond Conan's initial shock at gin's menacing aura, their clandestine dealings appeared perfectly reasonable for typical delinquents. After all, in the harmonious and peaceful town of Beika, extortion and murder were rampant, with many instances transforming from mere threats to actual killings. This progression of events made perfect sense. far more so than the arbitrary justifications often presented, rendering the deaths less senseless. Oh, you know where the karate club at Titan High School is located? Hinata Rin inquired of Conan. He had spontaneously decided to bring food and hadn't asked Ran for directions. However, this faux elementary student was indeed a bona fide Titan High School student. And with his exceptional memory, serving as a navigator posed no challenge that I know that Ran Nichin mentioned it to me. Just head this way. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the great detective's eyes before he regained his composure. Leading Hinata Rin onward while also reminding himself to clarify his own position. Conan, Rin, what brings you here? Ran was quite surprised to see them, and the timing was fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with her break. Upon noticing the food in Hinata Rin's hands, her astonishment intensified. In response to this scene, the great detective's sense of urgency surged. He began hopping and waving his hands, playfully vying for Ran's attention. Ran Nichin. Although I can't cook, I peeled the potatoes. His overly saccharine tone sent shivers down Hinata Rin's spine, while he understood the great detective's jealousy stemming from his newfound vulnerability after his transformation. He wished he could refrain from such disjointed behavior. One moment, he was calmly discussing matters, and the next, he was throwing a fit for attention, and it was all rather excessive. Hinata Rin found himself deeply skeptical about this. Rin, my junior high school teacher, and I are getting married soon, and we were invited along with Shinichi to the wedding. However, I can't seem to reach him. Would you like to attend? After finishing her meal and tidying up the dishes, Ran unexpectedly posed this question, leaving the great detective deep in thought, likely reminiscing about which teacher might be tying the knot. Alternatively, perhaps his detective instincts were kicking in. It was a matter easily resolved with a simple inquiry. Yet he was intent on piecing it together himself. Your teacher's wedding. Would it be appropriate for me to attend? Hinata Rin asked, while also recalling that this event felt quite distant. During his lengthy time in the Naruto world, he had only attended 1 or 2 weddings. Could it be that they were all waiting to marry until the very end? Hinata Rin expressed profound skepticism. Perhaps this was the flag that signified marriages occurring only post-war. If the young heroes of a shonen narrative were to marry too early, it would surely transform into a tale of middle-aged struggles. After observing the karate practice for a while, Hinata Rin compared it to judo. Aside from the flashy effects, judo was surprisingly close to modern combat techniques. Unlike boxing, which, despite its straightforward approach, could cause the earth to tremble during a match, truly unfriendly to Mother Earth. All right, let's go, Ran said. Holding her karate uniform, a towel draped around her neck, one hand clasped around Conan as she addressed Hinata Rin, he had not noticed, as he pondered, that the East Asian Prince of Jealousy, the eternal elementary school student known as Conan, had stealthily moved beside his sister Ran. Okay. Hinata Rin nodded, leisurely following behind. Rin, do you have any difficulties with your studies lately? Ran suddenly turned to ask the true matriarch of the Mouri Detective Agency. She not only managed the household finances, but also cared deeply about the well-being and academic status of its members. Not long ago, she had inquired about Conan's elementary school assignments, and now she was shifting her attention to Hinata Rin's high school work. Not really, no pressure at all, so you needn't worry. Although his response was somewhat perfunctory, Hinata Rin's tone remained earnest. He was not inclined to adopt Conan's self-destructive attitude. The time since his last schooling had been considerable. With only a few years spent in ninja training for his previous life in China, that seemed eons ago, so there was still much novelty for him. Of course, this also had much to do with the astonishingly light academic burden and lengthy vacations in Conan's world. Who wouldn't appreciate a school schedule that allowed for such leisurely attendance? The great detective truly lacked perspective. If he were to experience the rigors of high school life in China, he would likely come to value his current circumstances. I heard you all have midterms coming up soon. I'll remind you to review. Xiaolan possesses a character that is perpetually concerned, a fact that Hinata Rin has come to fully comprehend over the past few days. Coupled with his formidable strength as a backing, he feels he can already envision the great detective's future struggles with bronchitis. Contemplating this, Hinata Rin cast a sidelong glance at the oblivious Conan. Appreciating the rare tranquility of recent days, devoid of any homicides, which has afforded him a delightful respite. Whether this is merely a coincidence or a sign that the great detective's Grim Reaper aura is waning. Hinata Rin suspects it is largely due to the Mouri family's absence of travel plans during this holiday. The uncle has been cooped up at home, engrossed in programs featuring Ayako Kano. And with no clients knocking at the door, the financial state of the Mouri household remained stable, thanks to the generous living expenses brought by Hinata Rin. Achoo! Upon rising early in the morning from his jog, Hinata Rin heard the sounds of snoring and sneezing emanating from the room shared by the uncle and Conan. That it was evident that Conan's sneezes, even drowned out by the uncle's snores, were quite pronounced, likely a result of catching a chill the previous night. When Hinata Rin finished his shower and prepared to head to the kitchen for breakfast, he was unsurprised to find the great detective looking rather lackluster, a stark contrast to the vibrant successor of Sherlock Holmes. "Have you caught a cold?" he inquired. "Indeed," the great detective replied. "The frail constitution of children is quite the concern. A mere gust of wind last night has led to this unfortunate cold." His lackluster demeanor, coupled with the prominent dark circles beneath his eyes, suggested he had not escaped the uncle's magical attacks unscathed. "Exercise caution while speaking at home. Should there be ears on the other side of the wall, you risk revealing too much," Hinata Rin cautioned the somewhat lax great detective, as it was nearly time for Xiaolan to awaken. If she happened to overhear their conversation, even a successful cover-up might leave traces. "I understand," the great detective nodded, albeit with reluctance, feeling the weight of his cold impairing his cognitive faculties. Speaking of colds, it seemed the medicine he had taken might provoke a particularly strong reaction. He could not recall the sequence of cases here, and could only hazard guesses once he encountered them. The disarray of dates in this world, where seasons often fluctuated, was somewhat disorienting to him. Having been accustomed to the consistent climates of the Naruto universe, the only advantage, he mused, was the frequent holidays for students. Hinata Rin turned to sliced ginger, a substance he personally detested, yet recognized its efficacy against colds. He deemed it far more reliable than the popular remedy of inserting green onions, as is customary in Japan. After preparing breakfast, he also brewed a bowl of ginger syrup for Conan, a thoughtful meal for a young patient. "Is this truly effective?" Conan queried, just having sneezed, his bleary gaze laced with skepticism. Given his extensive knowledge, he was not entirely ignorant of its benefits. It was likely he simply did not wish to consume it. "Conan, you must be obedient and drink this to recover swiftly." "Shall I feed you?" Hinata Rin suggested, sensing Xiaolan's guilt over Conan's cold, likely stemming from their encounter the previous day. However, the notion of spoon-feeding medicine was promptly dismissed. Such an approach would only prolong the process unnecessarily. After breakfast, the students departed for school, while the only adult in the household, Uncle Mouri, remained fast asleep, resulting in a peculiar state of quantum superposition. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as expected, Hinata Rin was the first to return home. Upon opening the door, he discovered the uncle dazedly seated at his desk, surrounded by an array of empty beer cans. "Goodness, how much have you consumed?" "Not much. I could easily have another," the uncle responded with a sleepy grin, his words lacking coherence. Before long, Xiaolan arrived home, likely due to a lack of karate practice that day. Typically, she returned early to prepare meals. However, today was slightly different. As Hinata Rin stepped away to place his backpack in his room, he returned to find Xiaolan cheerfully engaged in a phone call, occasionally playfully scolding, much to the uncle's displeasure. Given her demeanor, it was all too clear who was on the other end of the line. Goodness, no wonder I couldn't spot Conan. Normally, he would be the first to get home from school, especially since elementary students finish the earliest and he wouldn't be wandering about like a typical child, except when cases arise. Today, however, it appears I have taken that first place. "Shinichi, are you unwell?" Xiaolan frowned, detecting a pronounced nasal tone from the other end of the line. While this was merely an expression of concern between childhood friends, Conan, feeling guilty, responded somewhat impatiently, suggesting that Xiaolan was being overly nagging. Thus, a playful argument ensued between the two, whose relationship often resembled that of quarreling lovers, with Xiaolan's gentle and kind nature tempering the situation. Otherwise, given her formidable karate skills, the great detective would have been in grave danger long ago. As their playful banter reached a climax, there was a sudden knock at the office door. The uncle, still dazed, began to rise, only to be halted by Hinata Rin. "Conan is still on the phone. So it can't be him. Our office rarely receives visitors. It's likely a client." Allowing Uncle Mouri to answer the door in his inebriated state would leave a rather poor first impression. With the family's financial well-being in mind, Hinata Rin intervened, preventing the uncle and Xiaolan, who was also preparing to end her call, from approaching the door, and he stepped forward to open it himself. Standing at the entrance was a young man, resembling a high school student, clad in a jacket and jeans, his hat pulled low, obscuring his features. However, his dark complexion and pronounced Kansai accent made his identity clear. This was none other than Heiji Hattori, the future ally of the great detective, hailing from Osaka. "Are you that woman of kudos?" the hat-wearing youth asked assertively, his gaze unwavering. "If you have no use for your eyes, you might as well donate them. And for your information, the psychiatric hospital is just a left turn outside," Hinata Rin retorted, aware that his own appearance often led to mistaken identities. Yet, it was evident that few would be willing to attribute their errors to themselves, as that would only invite trouble. "Apologies, but I must inquire if Kudo Shinichi is here," the dark-skinned youth said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone, yet still fixated on locating his future best friend. "Sorry, but we do not have such a person here. You should inquire elsewhere," Hinata Rin firmly denied, though one could argue that anyone with the capacity to be a detective must possess a certain level of intelligence and an unwavering dedication to the truth, just as evidenced by a certain someone who had experienced a transformation from large to small. "Do you have business with Shinichi? You know Shinichi?" Hinata Rin's conversation at the door drew Xiao Lan and Conan's attention, both expressing curiosity that I heard he was hiding out here. "You cannot conceal him from me. If Kudo Shinichi is here, please have him come out at once." The young man from Osaka displayed a certain obstinacy, almost as if he were speaking to himself. However, it soon became apparent to the others that he was steadfast in his belief due to the information provided by Suzuki Sonoko, which suggested that Kudo Shinichi must be hidden nearby. Unlike the two innocent youths, Conan and Ran, who were emotionally affected by the taunts of the dark-skinned boy, Hinata Rin remained unfazed. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the synchronized expressions of the two, whose eyes simultaneously shifted in size, one growing large while the other shrank. Hinata Rin, despite his efforts, could only manage to roll his eyes, unable to mimic their dramatic transitions between round and crescent shapes. The richness of their expressions nearly rivaled the legendary eye battles of the 5 villages from Naruto. With Kudo Shinichi absent, and having not seen him for quite some time, the truth began to unfold. After clarifying the situation, Ran earnestly answered the dark-skinned boy's questions. Yet, a detective's nature compels one to trust oneself while harboring suspicions of others. Thus, when Ran inadvertently remarked that Conan spoke with a nasal tone akin to Shinichi, it piqued his interest, leading to a series of inquiries that ultimately confirmed Shinichi's proximity, keenly observing every movement of Mouri Ran. Indeed, the rivalry among peers is starkly evident, while Hinata Rin feigned interest on the surface. Internally, he found himself critiquing the scene, all the while observing the heart rates of Ran and Conan, which had undoubtedly accelerated. Ran was likely excited, while the detective appeared anxious, perhaps even guilty. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hattori Heiji, a high school detective hailing from Kansai." After lingering on the periphery for some time, the dark-skinned boy finally remembered to introduce himself, removing his cap to reveal his sun-kissed visage, Achu, a young lad. "It seems you've caught a cold that I happen to have brought an excellent remedy." Hearing Conan sneeze, Hattori Heiji instinctively set down the large travel bag he had been carrying and retrieved a bottle wrapped in obscurity. Could this be the famed Hengshui Lao Baigan? Hinata Rin, of course, recognized its contents and knew that Conan was about to experience his second transformation in life. That it was a pity that in his previous lives he had abstained from alcohol, for he might have relished the chance to test the authenticity of this liquor. After Hattori Heiji's self-introduction, the previously silent uncle, who had been lingering on the fringes, finally joined the conversation. Perhaps witnessing a wave of high school detectives emerging had made him acutely aware of the industry's competitive pressures. Conan, in his naivety, accepted whatever was offered without hesitation, even downing a glass of potent liquor without a second thought. Within moments of conversation, he had emptied the cup of Lao Baigan. Had he not become animated in his drunken state, Ran might have remained oblivious to his inebriation. "That I should take him to rest for a while. It seems someone has been persistently ringing the doorbell outside." Having watched the unfolding drama for long enough, Hinata Rin felt the moment was ripe for action. His earlier observation, while rolling his eyes, had revealed the identity of the visitor. Likely the client for the current case. "Well, you must keep an eye on Conan. He just drank some alcohol and may feel unwell," Ran reminded Hinata Rin as she moved to open the door. Clearly burdened with concern for her household, Hinata Rin rolled his eyes again, assessing Conan's physical state. Although the boy lacked chakra, the essence of chakra is fundamentally a blend of mental energy and cell vitality. Thus, he could perceive the rapid increase in cell energy within the detective, alongside significant fluctuations in his mental state that in terms of sheer energy, this far exceeded the recovery one might achieve from a specially crafted soldier pill. Apt 4869 certainly proved to be a remarkable substance, not only capable of altering size, but also enhancing cellular energy in an extraordinary manner. This was merely a consideration of the average person's constitution in this world. Were he to apply his own physique, with approximately 130 trillion cells as seen in the Naruto universe, the effects would likely be even more pronounced. However, the side effects were rather severe, regressing 1 by 10 years, making it appear less than advantageous when viewed through the lens of over 1,000 episodes prior to his foray into this realm. Hick, the young detective belched suddenly, evidence of his considerable consumption for one of his age. This led Hinata Rin to feel an inexplicable concern for Rant's future. Would she end up with a husband who was a drunkard? From his observations, Conan's resemblance to her father, Mouri Kaguru, was indeed intensifying. Of course, when compared to Sonoko, who could perfectly mimic Mouri Kaguru's expressions, Conan still had a considerable way to go, though the possibility of assimilation could not be dismissed. Brother Rin, have I fallen asleep? Conan, who had been somewhat dazed, was beginning to regain his senses after less than 10 minutes. You've just had a glass of strong liquor and are likely intoxicated. Let me help you to rest. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Hinata Rin inquired, noting that Conan's physical abilities seemed enhanced post-medication. It's just a bit of dizziness, but it's manageable now. Are Uncle and the others entertaining guests outside? I think I saw a client arrive. Conan rubbed his head, finding it not particularly warm, and with his feet off the ground, his sharp intellect quickly regained its dominance, prioritizing the unfolding case. Indeed, there was someone knocking when I brought you in. Hinata Rin replied nonchalantly, fully aware of the visitor's identity. That he recalled the episode where Conan first reverted to his teenage self. If memory served, the individual outside was the wife of a diplomat, seeking a detective under the pretense of needing assistance, while actually aiming to establish an alibi for her murderous intentions. Such methods of committing murder seemed far from rare. Both Mouri and his wife had encountered similar situations. It remained unclear whether these individuals were overly confident or merely oblivious to the gravity of their actions. Even disregarding Conan as an external factor, seeking a witness should not have led one to a detective. Would it not have been wiser to approach a neighbor or friend instead? Rather than allowing Uncle to go alone, it would have been more prudent for them to pose as father and son to lessen suspicion. As Hinata Rin and Conan stepped out of the room, they overheard Hattori Heiji's remark, "Goodness, your complexion is rather conspicuous." This was merely a private critique. For the sake of politeness, he refrained from voicing it. Yet, from Conan's crescent-eyed expression, it seemed he shared a similar sentiment. "Ran, I think you should accompany us." "Why should I go?" "Because if you do, Kudo Shinichi may very well make an appearance," Hattori Heiji stated matter-of-factly, demonstrating a detective's intuitive sharpness. Indeed, Conan began to sweat profusely, playfully requesting Ran to take him along, feigning that his cold had nearly abated. Hinata Rin could only chuckle. The status of his cold remained uncertain. But one thing was clear, his inebriation would wear off quickly. Since that's the case, Rin, you should join us as well. Let us proceed as a group. Hinata Rin had no objections. He was far more interested in the live-action version of Conan than remaining at the office. Moreover, the opportunity to witness a rare transformation of a distinguished detective was too good to miss. "Well then, I entrust you all with this." The client, observing the situation, made no objections. After all, her goal was merely to fabricate an alibi for her crime. Having more witnesses would only strengthen her case. Thus, the group from the Mouri Detective Agency set forth with great fanfare. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of a villa, the surroundings exuding a serene ambience, unmistakably a residence of the affluent, where tranquility is cherished amidst the hustle and bustle. The day was still young, and as Daong Lin basked in the gentle sunlight outside, she suddenly felt it somewhat regrettable to squander such splendid moments on a case. However, having come this far, it was only fitting to take a look. Upon entering, the butler greeted them, followed closely by the appearance of the client. Tsujura Kei's son, Tsujura Takayoshi, and his prospective daughter-in-law, Katsuragi Sachiko. The two exchanged polite greetings, But the expressions of the mother and future mother-in-law were far from pleasant. Daeong Lin could not quite recall the specifics of the discord between this mother-daughter pair. She merely noted that Tsujura Takayoshi's complexion bore a striking resemblance to Hattori Heiji's, making him quite conspicuous alongside his girlfriend. Katsuragi Sachiko. 1 wondered if Hattori Heiji presented a similar effect when standing next to Yamaoka Keiho. "Mom, are these your guests?" Katsuragi Sachiko inquired, glancing at the throng gathered at the entrance. However, the response from Tsujura Kei was a sudden change in demeanor. "This has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I don't believe you hold any authority to address my mother in such a manner. Yes, my apologies." This tempestuous outburst left Katsuragi Sachiko momentarily speechless, while Daeong Lin, observing the exchange, began to piece things together. Though Tsujura Kei's age had deepened the lines on her face and accentuated her high cheekbones, her aggressive tone rendered her features sharp and austere. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Tsujura Kei and Katsuragi Sachiko shared a striking resemblance. Their bone structures and even muscle orientations aligned, differing only in collagen content. While the eyes may not possess the capability to conduct DNA tests, the X-ray effect of their features could offer some insight into their lineage. More importantly, Daeong Lin recalled the context of this episode. These two were indeed mother and daughter. Hence, the client's fervent attempts to obstruct were understandable, given the ethical implications at play. "Darling, wake up, darling." At this moment, Tsujura Kei had collapsed beside the fallen diplomat, calling out fervently. From an external perspective, her demeanor exhibited no discernible flaws. It must be noted that the criminals in the world of Conan are, on average, master performers. Before encountering Conan's intellect-diminishing aura, they could seamlessly feign innocence, even just moments after committing a crime. Such psychological fortitude seems almost a waste when solely utilized for nefarious deeds. It's futile. "He is already deceased." Hattori Heiji's somber voice resonated, delivering the death notification to the diplomat who had not even uttered a word before his life was abruptly extinguished. Realizing this, Conan immediately dashed to the side of the corpse, crouching before the deceased to scrutinize closely. Then, he and Hattori Heiji collided heads, leading to a classic reenactment as he was unceremoniously thrown aside. "Damn it. How did this brat end up here? It's all your fault for not supervising him properly. How could you allow a child to witness such a scene?" In response to Hattori Heiji's reprimand, Ran held the tossed Conan in her arms, nodding earnestly at this moment. The great detective remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As if encountering a cold merely mirrored the reaction of sodium metal meeting water, an impending reaction yet to unfold. Hinata Rin refrained from further persuasion, knowing that the severity would soon dawn upon him. "Rin, have you noticed anything amiss?" Conan inquired, forcing himself to maintain his composure. His question was not born from a sense of triumph in sharing the case, but rather stemmed from his recent malaise, which had dulled his observational acuity. He sought reassurance from Hinata Rin regarding any potential discoveries on his end. The familial ties in this case were undeniably intricate. The relationship between Madame Tsujimura and her stepson's girlfriend was certainly complex. "I haven't noticed anything. Do you possess any evidence?" Conan mused, furrowing his brow. Such motivations typically emerged only in the climactic moments of a narrative, when the culprit kneels in despair. Even the most astute detective cannot truly fathom the depths of the human heart. "Look at this. Madame Tsujimura just mentioned that this is a photograph from 20 years ago. Does it ring any bells?" Hinata Rin gestured towards the photo album on the bookshelf, relieved to find a clue that alleviated his need to explain further. "These two individuals. Could it be that this is the motive?" Conan intently scrutinized the photo before turning to glance at Madame Tsujimura with a sudden epiphany, transforming momentarily into a riddle master. Hinata Rin sighed in exasperation. Was it not evident that the youthful visage of Madame Tsujimura bore a striking resemblance to Yukiko Katsuragi? What was there to conceal, given the current uncertainty surrounding the methods of the crime? Revealing this correlation would serve little purpose. It was a revelation best reserved for the climactic resolution. After meticulously examining the album, Conan's mind, akin to an overburdened computer, declared a system failure, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Prior to his fall, he had pressed a hand against his heart, indicating the onset of the drug's effects. He was reverting. Conan, what ails you?" Like Hinata Rin, the indifferent Rin quickly recognized Conan's state of collapse and rushed over to embrace him. her hand discovering the alarming heat radiating from him. Officer Magyar promptly summoned a doctor for Conan, while Ran cradled him and transported him to a resting area. Throughout this ordeal, Hinata Rin observed intently. Even in unconsciousness, Conan persisted in half-opening his eyes to gather information. Clearly, the drug's influence on his intellect was minimal. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to confusion by now, yet he remained in high-functioning operation. Showcasing a remarkably robust processor in what seemed to be the last vestiges of his energy, Conan directed his attention to the whereabouts of Heiji Hattori, subsequently turning to Hinata Rin to express. That fellow's reasoning must be flawed. The murder weapon should not be sought in the tatami room. Hinata Rin recalled that the elder of the Tsujimura family had mentioned he was headed to the tatami room to await Tsujimura Koji. It was evident that Hattori had stumbled upon a clue that Tsujimura Koji had meticulously prepared in advance. She had indeed taken precautions. On one hand, she sought a detective to establish an alibi, while on the other, she had prepared a clue along with corroborative evidence. Coupled with the facade of the elderly gentleman's poor mental state, she had crafted a nearly flawless scapegoat that I am aware. The perpetrator is indeed the client. Hattori has undoubtedly misdirected his focus. Yet, this is not your concern at present. Given your current state, I wonder if the medication you ingested has perhaps expired, Hinata Rin subtly suggested. Though it was clear that Conan could no longer absorb such remarks, he was drenched in perspiration, clutching his heart with a grip that conveyed a pain so profound it was palpable even to onlookers. This epitomized Conan's condition. As for Ran, upon hearing a commotion outside, she dashed to confirm whether Officer Magyar had summoned a doctor. Fate seemed to conspire to prevent her from uncovering the truth of Shinichi Kudo's peculiar transformation. Hinata Rin surmised that even if he devised some rationale to intervene, other unforeseen developments would likely arise. However, he did not rush to rectify the truth. Before departing, he took note of Hattori, who was energetically returning with evidence, likely intent on rallying those present to reconstruct the truth. If the horrific backdrop of the murder scene were to be replaced, the methodology of the crime would bear a striking resemblance to a scientific experiment. Byakugan, activate. In order to scrutinize the detective's condition and the commotion outside, Hinata Rin activated his Byakugan, observing the energy emanating from Conan's heart, diffusing throughout his body and limbs. Suddenly, the heart, which had been racing, contracted sharply, prompting a pained cry from the detective, whose body underwent an astonishing transformation, growing from that of a primary school student to that of a high schooler in the blink of an eye. Isn't that rather constricting? Hinata Rin noted. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, it appeared that Conan's undergarments were likely made of the same material as the Hulk's shorts. What has happened to me? You are awake. Father and son are safe. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Conan, no, he should now be referred to as Shinichi Kudo, cast a half-dazed glance towards Hinata Rin, who was maliciously observing him with crossed arms. From this angle, he bore a striking resemblance to Ran, which explained their familial connection. TSK, when one's mind is clouded, it is best to refrain from speaking hastily. Hinata Rin suspected that this was merely a deliberate attempt to irk him, a pure act of retribution. Could you kindly assist me in finding a set of clothes? I must promptly correct that fellow's reasoning that I never anticipated that I would revert back so easily. I thought I might never regain my form as Shinichi Kudo. Perhaps you were right. That medication may have indeed lost its efficacy. Suddenly restored to his former self, Shinichi Kudo was enveloped in overwhelming joy. Even though the fatigue from the severe cold and excruciating pain had drained much of his strength, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. It could be said that those who have never experienced loss cannot truly appreciate what they have. He now cherished every moment of existence as Shinichi Kudo, savoring the sweetness of each breath. Hinata Rin cast a sidelong glance at the evidently overly jubilant detective, noting that in his current state, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to discern any difference. Do not rush to celebrate. That medication which alters size may carry unforeseen side effects that I suggest you seek medical attention at the earliest opportunity. Hinata Rin retrieved a blue suit from the nearby wardrobe, the very attire that Shinichi favored, as any alternative would likely feel jarring. That I shall take my leave now. You should hastily dress and exit this place, for I suspect Ran will return shortly. Yes, Ran, I must not allow her to see me in this state. It was only after Hinata Rin's reminder that Shinichi realized he could not possibly explain his sudden appearance here, nor the inexplicable disappearance of the feverish Conan. should Rand stumble upon this scenario. Given his previous conduct at the Mouri Detective Agency, even a renowned detective would be hesitant to predict her reaction upon discovering the truth, whether she would be ecstatic or enraged. You should rest here for a moment. I must return to the scene. The greatest amusement in this episode lay in the great detective's astonishing transformation. In addition, the bizarre methodology of the crime beckoned his attention. He needed to hasten to the latter half of the proceedings, lest he arrive too late to witness the conclusion. You know the true method of the crime. If we follow Hattori's line of reasoning, the detective, despite his current predicament, remained devoted to uncovering the truth. I know the murder weapon will not actually be found in the deceased's pocket. You may rest easy. You have always relished making a grand entrance. So if you do not conserve your energy, you may very well faint again. This young man had a knack for delivering rather biting remarks. Having regained his senses, Shinichi Kudo adeptly adjusted his mode of address, as he shared the same age as both Ran and Hinata Rin. However, among those whose birthdays fall on May 14th, he is the eldest, followed by Xiao Lan, whose birthday is on May 18th. And lastly, Hinata Rin, whose birthday is on June 18th. Thus, he believes that Hinata Rin should at least call out Brother Shinichi a couple of times upon his return, especially since he has called out Brother Rin numerous times in recent days. Little does Hinata Rin know that after his departure, the great detective is secretly pondering the excessive martial prowess of the Mouri family. The situation is unfolding much like he anticipated. The demonstration of the crime technique at the scene is nearly complete. Officer Magyar, disguised as the victim, is seated at the table while Heiji Hattori, outside the door, cleverly uses fishing line to pull the house key into Magyar's pants pocket, apart from the officer himself, who is being manipulated like a puppet by Hattori. Everyone else watches with rapt attention. Such flamboyant murder methods are rarely encountered even by the experienced police of Beika town, let alone demonstrated on site. They are on the verge of applauding, oblivious to their superiors' continuous eye-rolling. Well then, Kudo Shinichi, if you have any objections to my reasoning, do come out quickly, or else I shall solve this case myself. Hattori, surveying the crowd, displays a confident smile, lifting the brim of his hat to observe more closely. Just moments ago, he had successfully reconstructed the method and, through the victim's time of death, eliminated the true culprit. Tsujimura Koji, as well as the victim's son and his girlfriend, along with the butler, Koike, who had greeted them at the door, he has pinpointed the actual murderer, the false Tsujimura Toshimitsu, who has already confessed. It must be said that Hattori, in his eagerness for a hollow victory, has fallen into the trap set by the perpetrator, coupled with encountering an elderly gentleman who has voluntarily taken on the blame due to a complex family background. He finds himself ensnared in a web of deception, heading down a dark path with no return. Just as Officer Magyar is about to take the suspect away, a voice suddenly interrupts from the doorway. Your reasoning has flaws. The key has not fully entered the victim's pocket. Upon hearing this, everyone present turns to the entrance in unison, particularly Hattori, who in his imagination expected only Kudo Shinichi to emerge as a challenger. The result of turning to look, however, leaves him utterly disheartened. The speaker is merely that boy from the detective agency, who resembles a girl and does not allow him to speak. What are you talking about? The method has clearly been completed. If you don't understand, you should remain silent. Most detectives possess a certain pride, and Hattori is no exception, since Hinata Rin is not a detective and has previously clashed with him. His tone is understandably irritable. Officer Magyar, please stand and take a look. Instead of acknowledging the futile struggle of his opponent, Hinata Rin turns to Officer Magyar. The latter, without hesitation, stands up, after all, as a man from Kanto. He does not wish to see a young upstart from Kansai behaving so arrogantly at the scene. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly urged Uncle Mouri to rise to the occasion. Unfortunately, Uncle Mouri has consistently failed to meet expectations in this regard. As predicted by Hinata Rin, the key, which seemed to have entered the pocket, dropped to the floor as Officer Magyar stood up. What? How can this happen? Hattori gasped in shock. He never anticipated that his reasoning could be overturned by someone so inexplicably. Moreover, it is not Kudo Shinichi who challenges him. This is the crux of the matter. The pockets of those suit pants are quite deep, and when seated, they are compressed. There is no way the key could have been pushed to the deepest part of the pocket in the manner he suggested during the incident. Officer Magyar nodded in agreement, vividly recalling that when inspecting the victim's pocket, the house key was indeed nestled at the very bottom. Hinata Rin, however, does not intend to stage a reasoning showcase. He merely seeks to buy some time for the great detective's appearance. It is uncertain whether his remark about the father and son being safe startled the others, but before he left, they had not yet regained their composure, and Hattori's reasoning was nearing conclusion. Had he not intervened, it is likely that Officer Megure and Uncle Mouri would have unanimously acquitted Tsujimura Toshimitsu, the self-sacrificing scapegoat. It must be noted that not everyone possesses the extraordinary ability of Toanzo to shoulder blame for everything. Before his first journey through time, it seemed that even the origins of the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States period could be traced back to Toanzo. That is truly far-fetched. The grandfather of the victim's father had not even been born then, so the passing of blame could hardly be hereditary through generations. Cough, cough. I digress. Let us return to the case at hand. After Hinata Rin raised his objection and it was validated, all eyes naturally turned towards him, including Hattori, who gazed at him with a mix of disbelief and indignation, waiting for further explanation. Come on. Just hurry up. Stop posing. Hinata Rin directed at Kudo Shinichi, noticing that despite having worked up quite the sweat to reach the doorway, he was hesitating to make an appearance. Instead, he was preparing to make a stylish entrance. One hand poised against the doorframe while the other rested in his pocket, which was rather cunning. He is right. The true murderer is not that old gentleman. He is lying. Kudo Shinichi not only appeared, but also made a startling proclamation that captured everyone's attention. Kudo Shinichi. Once again, all eyes turned to the doorway. Although the crowd remained silent, Hinata Rin instinctively translated their inner cries. Setting aside Kudo Shinichi's unexpected return and new attire, merely having a renowned detective from Kanto stepping forward is already quite exhilarating. The most excited of all is Xiao Lan, who had just been searching for the missing Conan. The moment Kudo Shinichi appears, she forgets all about Conan and gazes tearfully at the doorway. Shinichi, where have you been? I thought you were gone, and then you suddenly appear. Do you know how worried I was about you? Xiao Lan wipes her tears, clearly moved by their reunion after such a long separation. Notably, she has unwittingly spoken the thoughts of everyone present, aside from her heartfelt monologue. Fool, why are you crying? He is correct. If he claims that old gentleman is lying, it implies that my reasoning is flawed. Although he pointed out the issues with the method, such things can succeed after multiple attempts. Perhaps this time it will happen to be successful. Hattori pointed at Hinata Rin, accusing him of patching up his own reasoning. Reasoning does not rely on coincidence. In this world, there is always only one truth. Kudo Shinichi pointed forward with a single finger, uttering his famous catchphrase. Exactly. This is the world of Conan, Hinata Rin mused. Reflecting that without that line, the essence of this narrative would be compromised. Next comes Kudo Shinichi's turn. It is no wonder that this dark-skinned fellow is truly the great detective's best friend. Just as he regains his body, even Xiao Lan cannot spare a moment for further words. Dragging her feverish, unwell self, she rushes to clash with him. This is not merely a dedication to the truth. It is pure love for a faithful companion. Nevertheless, he has not forgotten the most important matter. Before commencing their TTE, he remembers to tell Xiao Lan to wait a moment. However, how long this wait will extend remains uncertain. In addition to disputing the possibility of coincidence in the method, Kudo Shinichi also raised a crucial point regarding the orientation of the key. With such a fishing line technique, the key ring and the key could not possibly bend together simultaneously, indicating that the key was placed in the victim's pocket by the murderer from the very beginning. On this matter, he also found several strands of thread in the corridor and elsewhere, which proves that this evidence is scattered everywhere, indicating deliberate framing. However, at this juncture, Tsujimura Toshimitsu's performance of willing to take the blame is indeed perplexing. Hattori's conclusion was undoubtedly hasty. However, the reason behind this old man's impulsive leap to danger is something that would truly baffle the average person. Naturally, Kudo Shinichi could not fathom it either, yet he chose not to dwell on this point and continued his deductions. Hattori Heiji, meanwhile, willingly took on the role of the supportive foil, while the usually reliable Inspector Megure and Uncle Mouri, who often served as comic relief, found themselves relegated to mere spectators in this riveting showdown between high school detectives from Kanto and Kansai. This was a trap set by the murderer, exploiting psychological misdirection to conceal the fact that Mr. Tsujimura was still alive at the time. Kudo Shinichi directly pointed out that the true culprit was Tsujimura K.E. elucidating that the murder weapon was none other than the key ring. Indeed, with a discerning eye, the truth became apparent. Had the police initially acted as they did in other cases by seizing potential evidence or testing the belongings of those present for toxins, the truth would likely have been uncovered much sooner. As for the motive, I believe a glance at that photo album would clarify everything. After leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, Kudo Shinichi gestured towards the album perched atop the bookshelf, a detail he only noticed upon Hinata Rin's prompting that moment. It was as if everyone had regained their sight, finally recognizing the striking resemblance between Mrs. Tsujimura and Katsuki Yukiko within the pages of the album. Hinata Rin mused that the individuals in the room seemingly did not require the extraordinary visual acuity of the Sharingan or the Byakugan. They merely needed their faculties to function normally. Next came the all-too-familiar soliloquy of the perpetrator. Under Kudo Shinichi's logically rigorous reasoning and compelling accusations, Tsujimura Kei began to recount the origins of his heinous act, rooted in the complexities of familial ties. The deceased, a diplomat, had employed underhanded tactics to steal away a rival's wife, leading to the latter's imprisonment and eventual demise within the confines of a jail cell, only to resurface 15 years later to obstruct his own son and his girlfriend. A classic narrative unfolded, and before Tsujimura Kei could even begin to investigate the anomalies, he found himself unburdening his soul, a testament to his overconfidence that ultimately led to his well-deserved downfall. Thus, Mrs. Tsujimura was handcuffed and taken away, while Tsujimura Toshimitsu apologized to her, leaving one to wonder about the fate of the couple Katsuki Yukiko and Tsujimura Takayoshi. Tsujimura Kei also had his own words for his stepson Takayoshi, though I may no longer be in a position to say this. From now on, Yukiko will be entrusted to you. It cannot be said that his words were those of a man facing his demise. In Japan, the death penalty is rarely executed, and a simple murder does not carry a lengthy sentence. However, this case involved the wrongful imprisonment and subsequent death of a former diplomat, and the ensuing legal wrangling would likely be protracted. Given Tsujimura Kei's age, the future remained uncertain. Takayoshi's expression was one of profound complexity. It was not merely a matter of titles. My father killed your father, and your mother, my stepmother, killed my father. Whether a relationship could endure under such circumstances was questionable. Hinata Rin commented that this situation was perhaps more convoluted than that of siblings. Although it is indeed tragic when lovers become akin to siblings, as later episodes of Conan have shown, it is at least a relationship grounded in shared circumstances. If they cannot be spouses, they may at least manage to be family. However, the intricacies of their current relationship rival the melodrama of a primetime domestic soap opera, fraught with thunderous revelations and abundant cliché regardless of other sensational dramas. They had no bearing on Mouri and his companions, particularly on Kagoro Mouri. Initially hoping to expand his business and cultivate new clientele, he unexpectedly found himself witnessing a gripping episode of a primetime drama. Rendered almost invisible throughout the ordeal, his performance metrics paled in comparison to Hinata Rin's. At least she had the foresight to counter Hattori Heiji's erroneous theory, thus buying time for Kudo Shinichi's entrance. Uncle Mouri merely played the role of an observer, failing to utilize his usual talent for eliminating incorrect answers, completely overshadowed by the two high school students' brilliance. As the truth emerged, Inspector Megure escorted the perpetrator away, leaving the Tsujimura family shattered, some deceased, others imprisoned. Aside from a frail old man, only a pair of love-stricken, resentful partners remained. It must be noted that the influence of the elementary school detective was indeed formidable. Ordinarily, he is already a harbinger of misfortune, but his resurgence as a high schooler seemed to amplify this effect, bringing others to the brink of ruin. Observing this little troublemaker, Hinata Rin contemplated the necessity of taking precautionary measures for the agency's safety. Perhaps it would be wise to experiment with a talisman, transforming it from an explosive charm to one intended to ward off evil spirits. The rejuvenated Kudo Shinichi's calamity-inducing presence was simply too overwhelming. Without a talisman affixed to his forehead, the safety of everyone was at stake. As for the potential for spontaneous detonation, there was little to fear. This boy was, after all, inherently explosive, often encountering calamity, a quintessential embodiment of chaos. Remarkably, he continued to thrive, having traversed time and space, remaining vibrantly alive. Anything else would indeed be peculiar. Shinichi, wait for me. I'll fetch a doctor. With the deductions concluded, It seemed the effects of the temporary medication would soon wane. The great detective was palpably ill, his pallor alarming. Clutching his mouth in a fit of coughing, crouched beside the bookshelf, barely able to remain upright. Upon noticing this, Rand dashed out to summon a doctor. Likely fearing he would soon revert to Conan, the world's narrative interference with Rand's presence taking effect once again. Now, only 2 high school detectives remained in the room, alongside Hinata Rin, whose KDI surpassed Uncle Mouri's, yet fell short compared to the 2 before her. I see now, my deductions were flawed from the very beginning. Regardless, this round of competition is mine to lose. Kudo Shinichi, you truly are exceptional. Your reasoning is indeed superior. Hattori Heiji expressed his admiration, the formalities of friendship set into motion. Kudo Shinichi, predictably, began to refute, correcting Hattori Heiji's perspective. Enough of that. Reasoning is not a matter of winning or losing, nor is it about hierarchy. In this world, the truth is always singular. Never forget that. Once more, Kudo Shinichi articulated this iconic sentiment, though this time, he lacked the strength to raise his arm and strike his classic pose. Their eyes met. Hattori Heiji's widened slightly, his expression reminiscent of Gaara's when subjected to Naruto's verbal prowess. Before he turned away, adjusting his cap, you make a valid point. In reflection, I have indeed been overly concerned with victory, which has clouded my judgment. Ultimately, youth prevailed. Despite his profound respect, he did not wish to reveal his admiration. However, by this juncture, Kudo Shinichi could no longer maintain his stance. Hinata Rin stepped forward, her fingertips emitting a faint green glow, an abbreviated version of healing magic, although lacking the potency of the original. It sufficed to sustain basic life functions and, more importantly, remain discreet enough to evade detection by the Byakugan. Hey, Kudo, is this really just a cold? The detective's keen intuition kicked in. The agony etched on the great detective's face was too pronounced. Rendering appendicitis a more plausible explanation than a mere cold, I'll be fine in a bit. Kudo Shinichi's pained expression gradually faded, his speech becoming less halting. Hinata Rin had not miscalculated. While her magic could not dissolve Apt 4869, it could extend the effects of the antidote already in play through chakra manipulation. You should hurry. It seems you'll revert shortly. Make sure to bid Ran a proper farewell. Don't leave without saying goodbye. What on earth is going on? Hattori Heiji inquired. Puzzled, he had not overheard the exchange between Kudo Shinichi and Hinata Rin and found their secretive demeanor strange. His detective's curiosity flared. Presently, the mysteries surrounding Kudo Shinichi seemed far more captivating than the case they had just unraveled. It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Rin just gave me a special medication, and I'm feeling much better now. The great detective began to weave a tale, adept at cloaking the truth in falsehoods, and subtly altered Hinata Rin's designation, despite her being merely a month his junior. You two are quite the enigma, aren't you? I've heard Rin just moved here not long ago. You've been absent for quite some time. How did you two become acquainted? Hattori Heiji continued to dig deeper, indicating that this fellow had indeed conducted a thorough investigation into Shinichi Kudo and the surrounding circumstances prior to his arrival. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the well-informed and gossip-loving Sonoko Suzuki for information. In his view, the recruitment efforts at the liquor company clearly needed to be redirected, rather than seeking out those who would dilute the product with counterfeit spirits. It would be far more prudent to establish a detective training school, nurturing detectives from the ground up to serve their needs. The boss of the liquor company could assume the role of principal. And in the future, the detectives graduating from this academy would not only excel in the art of deception, but also wield their deductive prowess to manipulate the forces of the law, effectively achieving 2 objectives with 1 initiative. For the moment, curiosity needed to be tempered, as Shinichi Kudo had a few whispered words to share with Ran. Let us wait here for a while. Eavesdropping on other secrets is an impolite endeavor. Hinata Rin blocked Hattori Heiji, who was eager to follow, indifferent to the latter's fidgeting and insatiable curiosity, leaning against the bookshelf and drifting into a reverie. Hey, aren't you curious? That guy is having a private conversation with your sister. Shouldn't we take a look? Hattori attempted to entice Hinata into joining him in their shared curiosity about Shinichi Kudo's romantic developments. However, the latter remained unmoved, even lowering her head to shield her eyes. Tch, truly dull. How can you not be interested in such an entertaining affair? Defeated in his plan, Hattori Heiji resigned himself to a silent standoff with Hinata Rin. Exchanging glances of varying shades, Hinata Rin had been dutiful in her role as a caretaker, not only providing protection to the ever-erratic great detective, but also extending his time on Earth, preventing yet another fleeting appearance. Her contributions could rival those of the detective's elusive parents, with only the gadget supplier, Dr. Agasa, being comparable. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable to indulge in a bit of clandestine gossip about the great detective's affairs. Yes, indeed, they did not voice any objections, which should imply consent. Unbeknownst to Hattori Heiji, who was blocked from proceeding, Hinata Rin appeared to be lost in thought, while quietly beginning her observations. During the early stages of the Chunin exam in Naruto, the lower-ranking ninjas displayed an array of cheating tactics reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Some utilized the Sharingan to replicate movements directly, a flashy yet precarious method prone to missteps. Others employed mental manipulation techniques to commandeer the thoughts of others and memorize answers. However, those with dual personalities risked being expelled from their bodies. Then there was Hinata Rin's efficient and straightforward approach as a Byakugan user, simply activating her eyes to see through the barriers of others' physical forms, allowing her to observe without drawing attention. Yet, utilizing the Byakugan in this instance would render her perspective too detached for effective eavesdropping. Thus, Hinata chose an alternative method, which explained her posture of covering her eyes. The young Prince Gaara of the Sand used sand to create a sand eye connected to his optic nerve. Though it appeared somewhat eerie, it functioned much like a normal eye. Hinata Rin was currently employing this technique, forming a sand eye behind Shinichi Kudo, observing the unfolding drama akin to a television viewer. "Shinichi, the doctor has arrived. You should come let him examine you." Ran rushed over, breathless, accompanied by a large entourage, eager to pull Shinichi along to her surprise. He turned and led her away in full view of the crowd. "That little rascal, where are you taking Ran?" Came the indignant shout of Uncle Mouri, heightening the melodrama. The sand eye possessed a cloaking feature, and the two seemed preoccupied with their own affairs, allowing Hinata to pursue her observations without concern. Although he had never been much of a television viewer, once he started, he felt compelled to watch until the end, unable to tolerate abrupt cancellations or unfinished storylines. "Shinichi, where are you going? You're all sweaty. Don't run outside, or you might catch a bad cold." The sudden departure in front of the onlookers left Ran feeling quite bashful. However, her concern for her childhood friend's health overshadowed her embarrassment. Prompting her to tug him back, Shinichi Kudo halted abruptly. Even being pulled backward, Ran really that strong? Or is my fever playing tricks on me? The great detective found himself questioning reality for a moment. While Hinata Rin nearly burst into laughter at the sight, Ran had already depleted a considerable amount of desk and pull resources. How could he remain oblivious to the fact that he was the weakest link in the Mouri Detective Agency? "Ran, wait, you must listen to me. I'm fine, just a slight cold. I was simply hot from running here today. In truth, it wasn't as dire as it seemed. You can check for yourself," Shinichi urged, taking Ran's hand and placing it against his forehead. Ordinarily, childhood friends wouldn't blush so easily, yet Shinichi's prolonged absence, coupled with this sudden surprise, made Ran's cheeks flush, while the internet often buzzed with phrases like youthful ignorance of the charms of mature women. The gentle allure of a shy girl like Ran could rival that of an experienced woman. Thus, Shinichi, the quiet yet somewhat lecherous boy, found himself blushing uncontrollably, nearly on the verge of a nosebleed. His mind racing with unspoken thoughts. However, the fleeting pang in his heart snapped him back to reality, reminding him that this was not the time for coyness. He needed to act swiftly. "Ran, I'm truly fine. There are more pressing matters at hand. You must believe me when I say I've been concerned for you, wondering if you've been eating well, sleeping with your covers, and whether you've caught a chill. I've even spoken to Conan to inquire about your being that it appeared that the great detective was also employing his intellect, ensuring to patch up his alternate identity while countering the dire warnings from that Osaka informant, enhancing the security of his disguise as a Dagawa Conan. Though Hinata Rin Sandai lacked auditory capabilities, he was adept at reading lips, rendering the experience nearly equivalent. "Shinichi, you?" Ran's words faltered, overwhelmed by her emotions and unsure how to express herself. Moreover, considering the timeline of over 1,000 episodes spanning nearly 6 months, it had only been a fortnight. For someone reserved, articulating feelings so soon was often a challenge, despite Ran's boldness in confessing her feelings for Shinichi upon their initial meeting. It was the striking resemblance between Conan and Shinichi that bolstered her courage, alongside the comfort of youth. Hinata Rin, as a cousin, had yet to become privy to this knowledge. Naturally, a shy girl like Ran wouldn't openly discuss her affections with a cousin of the opposite sex. Even Sonoko, her close friend of 10 years, had yet to receive a definitive answer. Thus, it was clear that the protagonist's experience was vastly different from that of others, caught off guard by Shinichi's forthright confession. Ran was momentarily dazed, contemplating how to respond when she heard her childhood companion conclude, "Ran, I'm sorry, but I have to return to handle a case. When we meet next, I'll share all the details about it. Please, do not disclose anything about this case to anyone." Though she held little interest in the case, Ran nodded, reassured that as long as Shinichi returned, she would gladly listen to him talk about Sherlock Holmes for an entire day. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, and Shinichi's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the intensifying pangs in his heart. Thus, he came to the realization that the time remaining for him in his current form was perhaps truly limited. Hastily, while he could still maintain a semblance of normalcy in his expression, he waved goodbye to Xiaolan and turned to depart that eye in this manner, within the blink of an eye from Xiaolan's perspective. Her childhood companion began to wave farewell, only to vanish in an instant. Initially, she contemplated pursuing him, but upon stepping outside, she discovered that he had already disappeared, leaving her to gaze wistfully at the street corner where Kudo Shinichi had just been. In the glow of the setting sun, she remained silent for a considerable time, lost in contemplation. Later that evening, at Dr. Agasa's residence, "You certainly possess a flair for arrogance. Be cautious lest you become like Uncle Mouri in the future." Hinata Rin leaned against the sofa, observing Conan, who was swaying unsteadily while clutching his head. 2 days had elapsed since Kudo Shinichi's last appearance, and the great detective had remained conscious for no more than 10 hours. This predicament arose primarily because he believed that the consumption of the remaining half-bottle of liquor was the key to reverting to his original self, leading him to secretly drink it all while evading the notice of his family. It must be said, this lad had quite a tolerance for alcohol. Given his current physique and age, even Uncle Mouri, who drank daily, would likely struggle to keep pace. Of course, Uncle Mouri was not particularly renowned for his drinking prowess, often succumbing to drunkenness after merely a few beers, which, to be frank, was rather ordinary. Not at all. I was merely considering the possibility of reverting. However, consuming this entire bottle has proven futile, and I even received scolded by Xiaolan twice. The great detective lamented, clearly vexed. Indeed, Conan had divided the remaining portion of the liquor into 2 servings. Aside from the initial glass, the subsequent drinks had diminishing effects. Just earlier, he had consumed some in the morning and awakened by the afternoon, showing remarkable progress. That I believe you are somewhat misguided. Your transformation is not solely attributable to the alcohol. Have you not studied the principle of controlling variables? The process of your reversion this time encompasses more than just the consumption of liquor. Hinata Rin sat on the sofa, occasionally glancing at Dr. Agasa, who was voraciously enjoying his meal at the dining table. "Goodness, you seem to embody the essence of an empty nester, while you, Conan, indulge in a feast at your childhood friend's home. How can you neglect to bring a morsel for your technological benefactor and angel investor, Dr. Agasa? Is it truly appropriate to watch him subsist on takeout day after day?" This marked Hinata Rin's inaugural visit. Originally intending to bring a small gift, however, after heeding Conan's suggestion, he opted instead to prepare a lavish meal. The outcome was undeniably favorable, as evidenced by Dr. Agasa's complete immersion in his meal. I posit, Shinichi, that perhaps your physical condition at the time was also a crucial factor in unlocking the effects of the potion. However, if you intend to experiment, it is advisable to proceed with caution. After finishing his meal, Dr. Agasa finally had the opportunity to raise his gaze to Conan and offered the most sincere advice of an engineering doctor. Upon hearing this, Conan rolled his eyes. "Doctor, even if I were to be careless, I wouldn't inadvertently cause an explosion every few days." The retorted doctor found himself at a loss for words, especially since just a few days prior, he had completed renovations on his house, which served as a potent reminder of the consequences of such carelessness. By the way, Rin, what method did you employ to extend the effects of the liquor? I felt as though I was on the verge of reverting. But after you took my pulse, that sensation seemed to dissipate. Is this traditional Chinese medicine? The great detective inquired curiously, displaying a commendable depth of knowledge. Although Hinata Rin had feigned ignorance, he had indeed dabbled in the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. thus possessing a rudimentary understanding. Indeed, regardless of the underlying cause of your potion's effects, its efficacy ultimately hinges upon the channels within your body that be temporarily blocking the meridians leading to the heart. I was able to slightly delay the onset of the effects. However, this merely postpones the inevitable. Once the potion you consume diminishes, the energy required to revert will likely be even greater than before. I surmise this is why it can only manifest during a state of illness, as the body's immune function and hormone levels rise during a fever, should you attempt to revert while in a normal state. You might well find yourself unable to sustain the energy required. Hinata Rin was not entirely misleading Conan. Fundamentally, he had stimulated the detective's body using chakra, and the techniques of the Hyuga clan regarding acupuncture and meridian severing were closely aligned with traditional Chinese medicine. As an elite shinobi of the Hyuga clan and the deputy director of Konoha Hospital, he could easily transition to the role of a traditional Chinese physician with minimal training, which was hardly a disservice to his talents. What would happen if I lacked sufficient energy? Hinata Rin rarely spoke at such length, and given the logical nature of his discourse, the great detective listened attentively, pressing on with further inquiries. What could happen? You ask? If fortune smiles upon you, you might simply revert to being Conan, but if luck is not on your side, the outcome could be dire. Though Hinata Rin did not state it outright, Conan couldn't help but shudder at the terrifying imagery conjured by such implications. All right. It may not be as dire as little Rin suggests. Perhaps if you simply eat more regularly and gain a bit of weight and height, you could mitigate such occurrences, Dr. Agasa interjected kindly, having watched Conan grow up. However, lamentably, his expertise lay primarily in engineering. Despite his numerous technological innovations, he had yet to delve deeply into the biological realm, thus he could offer little in the way of substantial advice, resorting only to hollow comfort. Observing Conan's expression, it was evident that the consolation had not struck a chord. After all, the vivid example that Hinata Rin had conjured was too evocative, prompting Conan's mind. Operating at an IQ of 220, to paint a rather vivid picture, Dr. Agasa, you should refrain from indulging him too much. Engaging in cross-border procurement of liquor is hardly advisable. If he becomes an alcoholic, that is his own affair, but should he inadvertently procure counterfeit liquor, it could have fatal consequences. Dr. Agasa nodded in agreement, having recognized that when faced with the prospect of reverting to his original form, Shinichi often lost his composure at that moment. Dr. Agasa had yet to experience Conan's encounters with the Black Organization. Once that occurred, he would realize that his current demeanor was quite composed in comparison, as he had merely indulged in a couple of drinks, whereas later escapades would involve recklessly tailing dangerous individuals. Nevertheless, he decided to heed Hinata Rin's counsel, and Conan did not protest. After all, he had already consumed an entire bottle of liquor at home. Even if he wished to conduct a controlled experiment, he was out of stock. This was precisely why he had accompanied Hinata Rin to Dr. Agasa's residence, hoping that the doctor could procure him a case of liquor akin to that of Doryman. Very well, since that is settled, we shall take our leave now. We have to attend Matsumoto-sensei's wedding tomorrow. Conan yawned, although his physical stamina resembled that of Captain America, allowing him to run at high speeds. Rapidly sober up, and think at an extraordinary pace, he had endured several consecutive days of hangovers, and a headache was unavoidable. Furthermore, upon realizing the impossibility of reverting to his original form, the excessive depletion of his vitality began to take its toll, resulting in his yawning at just past 7 in the evening. Matsumoto-sensei, is she your teacher? Hinata Rin inquired, primarily to ascertain whether this was related to the case he remembered involving a female protagonist who willingly ingested poison. Indeed, she was my teacher during middle school alongside Xiaolan, and I recall her name was Matsumoto Sayuri. She always seemed to find a way to trouble me during my school days. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, she is on the verge of marrying, Conan remarked, his hands propped behind his head, reflecting without a hint of awareness that Dr. Agasa, who sat beside him, was a 50-year-old man yet to marry. A 17-year-old, who had recently reverted to the form of a 7-year-old child, hardly seemed entitled to express such sentiments in the presence of an unmarried adult. Remarkably, just yesterday, autumn had graced the world in its jacket. Yet upon awakening the following morning, the clear skies instantaneously transported the season back to early summer. This phenomenon struck Hinata Rin, who adhered to a daily routine of morning runs. Most profoundly, he had already sealed away his spring, summer, autumn, and winter workout attire within a scroll, anticipating the transitions of the seasons with each JOG.in the event that the weather suddenly turns chilly while running, one can promptly change a tire to AS for the tools of the trade. In this world, even without the use of shuriken or kunai, very few can triumph against bare-handed combat. The prowess of a figure like Kyaga Kumikoto remains uncertain, as I have yet to engage in battle with him. However, an encounter is inevitable, especially since he is a martial arts enthusiast. It is quite possible he might seek me out. Given that warriors possess keen instincts, it is rather amusing to note that, despite my identity as a high school student following this remarkable journey, I have scarcely attended a proper class. I have yet to familiarize myself with all my classmates, while the officers of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police have become quite familiar faces, which is perhaps the sole advantage of accompanying a renowned detective, making it easier to report any incidents. Conan, hurry up and wash up. We are about to set off, Aoyama called toward the restroom, her youthful and radiant beauty requiring no embellishment to shine forth. Moreover, attending a wedding in splendid attire and vying for the bride's attention is something a normal person would not contemplate. Okay, Conan's voice, slightly muffled, responded, likely due to him brushing his teeth. During this time, Aoyama had surreptitiously assessed Hinata Rin's appearance multiple times, and even without rolling her eyes, she could clearly perceive it. Is something the matter? Hinata Rin inquired with a hint of resignation, as he could sense her gaze. Rin, do you use any skincare products? After much hesitation, Aoyama finally posed the question. Hinata Rin had long been accustomed to such inquiries. Even back in Konoha, both Noira Rin and Yuhi Kurenai had asked him the same. Does water count? Hinata Rin replied with a wry smile. Having grown accustomed to the attention that it is often said that those who are beautiful are rarely unaware of their allure. A sentiment that holds true for both genders, yet he attributes his looks to natural endowments. Well, I thought you might have some method for treating acne. That it had been ages since Hinata Rin had experienced such a concern. However, he possessed a solution. Mastering the Inseal technique would provide a permanent remedy. Not only would it eliminate acne, but it could also preserve youthful looks, albeit with a steep learning curve that he doubted Aoyama would easily be able to harness chakra. Aoyama, I'm done with my wash-up. Can you check if my teeth are clean? Aoyama crouched down to inspect Conan's dental hygiene, the young detective surprisingly cooperative in front of Hinata Rin. This childhood pair seemed to be developing an inexplicable bond akin to that of parent and child. It was unclear whether Aoyama was simply too virtuous or Conan exceedingly shameless. Hinata Rin personally leans towards the latter, believing it to be the truth that I recall that after graduation, I have not seen Matsumoto-sensei again. Aoyama, with a face full of yearning, discussed with Sonoko, while Hinata Rin politely declined a third advance from a stranger. As for Conan, the individual with a bored expression and half-lidded eyes, resting his head on his hands, was unmistakably him. I say, why don't you just tell them you're a boy? Simply stating it would save everyone the trouble. The great detective, while eavesdropping on his childhood friend and her companion's conversation, could not resist monitoring Hinata Rin's movements. That I do not wish to alter the perceptions of others. That would only deepen the sin. Indeed, there is a possibility in your case. Hinata Rin's words resonated with Conan, who understood that the term was not yet in vogue. Otherwise, Hinata Rin would surely be dubbed the strongest wrench in the Japanese server. He found it quite unsettling, opting not to disclose his true gender. After all, those who engage others based solely on appearances likely faced numerous rejections and had grown accustomed to is it really necessary to exaggerate? It has only been a short while, and 3 groups have already approached, while I have yet to attract even one. Are these men blind? Suzuki Sonoko expressed her frustration, clearly keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Hinata Rin began to understand why the second daughter of the Suzuki family was not drawn to him. Perhaps she viewed him as a rival in this role-playing scenario. Sonoko, don't dwell on this. It is beyond Rin's control, Aoyama kindly interjected. Despite having been hurt earlier that morning, that I do not blame him. It's just that those men are utterly outrageous, completely ignoring 2 vibrant high school girls like us. Before Sonoko could finish her sentence, someone approached Aoyama to strike up a conversation, causing her face to puff up like a pufferfish in indignation. Simultaneously, Conan's demeanor shifted. The East Asian little king of jealousy was beginning to flare up. Though given his stature, it was still difficult for adults to take him seriously. That I'm sorry, Aoyama firmly rejected the advance, demonstrating far more courtesy than Hinata Rin's dismissive attitude. However, this was unavoidable. Successful flirtation required targeting the right demographic. Otherwise, misguided efforts would be in vain. Hinata Rin's ability to maintain a pleasant expression was largely due to his extensive experience from battles in the Naruto world. Curse those insufferable men. Sonoko, first shocked by Hinata Rin, then betrayed by her best friend, was now filled with righteous anger, resembling Conan's earlier state. All right, let us hurry along. I have yet to see Matsumoto-sensei in her wedding dress. Noticing her friend's glum expressions, Aoyama quickly redirected their focus and led them toward the bride's preparation room. Upon entering, no one hindered them. They were all students, and to outsiders, they appeared merely as young girls and children. With no need for concern, Dada, it's Mouri-kun and Suzuki-san. You've arrived. As the door swung open, the blinding sunlight flooded in. Yet, Matsumoto Sayuri, adorned in her wedding gown, eclipsed the room's brightness with her undeniable beauty. Wow! The trio exclaimed in unison, their cheeks flushed, a testament to their youthful innocence. Even Hinata Rin felt that Matsumoto Sayuri, at this splendid age and in this eagerly anticipated moment, radiated with remarkable brilliance. What's this? Kudo-kun, didn't he come along? I wanted to flaunt my beautiful wedding dress to that arrogant little brat. Upon realizing Kudo Shinichi's absence, Matsumoto Sayuri expressed her disappointment. However, she quickly noticed an important detail. Hey, little one, haven't we met before? Her words echoed the sentiments of countless others who could discern the striking resemblance between Conan and Kudo Shinichi. After all, it was merely a pair of glasses. How much could they truly conceal? Could they be as effective as Superman's glasses in rendering him indistinguishable? It seemed that was indeed the case. Even Conan had boasted that without his glasses, he was no different from Superman, save for the inability to fly. Whether or not it was pretense aside, the effect of the glasses was indeed strikingly similar. Faced with Matsumoto Sayuri's inquiry, Conan continued his strategy of feigning ignorance, and with Aoyama eagerly wielding her DV to capture the bride's first kiss, the matter was deftly swept under the rug. Hinata Rin noticed that Conan secretly wiped away a cold sweat. If he were to reveal to Conan that Aoyama had already been aware of the truth and was merely covering for him, he wondered what expression would adorn the young detective's face. However, to be fair, Hinata Rin had observed for quite some time, and it was evident that his uncle Mouri and cousin Aoyama indeed held some suspicious traits, if first-time acquaintances tended to uncover similarities between Conan and Kudo Shinichi more readily. Then the daily interactions had also revealed numerous inconsistencies on Conan's part. One could only conclude that this was the will of the vast universe. After all, he was the protagonist, and the halo of the main character operates beyond logic. Sayuri, I have brought the warm lemon tea you requested. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the bride's close friend approached, elegantly carrying a bag of lemon tea. She was a slender woman with long hair, her face adorned with a few delicate freckles reminiscent of the character Keisuke Kudo. After handing over the bag containing the lemon tea, she assisted the bride, Sayaka Matsumoto, by inserting a straw into her drink to preserve her lip makeup. Hinata Rin noted this detail. Aside from fingerprints, this straw might serve as a crucial clue in unraveling the mystery. As Sayaka sipped her drink, her expression began to dim, prompting her to apologize to her friend. The friend, initially taken aback, quickly brightened up and revealed a shocking revelation. The groom attending the wedding was none other than her former boyfriend. However, due to the unclear nature of their past conversations, Sonoko Suzuki, the gossip queen of Titan High School, failed to grasp this information. According to the conventions of the world of Conan, friends who have shared emotional entanglements are likely to ignite hidden conflicts at a wedding, potentially culminating in a murder incident. Much like the first roller coaster murder that resulted in Conan's transformation, where a certain individual's seamless transitions incited murderous intent in his ex-girlfriend, leading to a literal severing of ties. Yet, this situation was different. Despite having shared the same boyfriend, the rapport between the two women remained quite amicable. Particularly, the original friend went so far as to help the bride conceal secrets about her ex-boyfriend, demonstrating a profound level of loyalty. Were it not for the groom's inexplicable childhood friend advantage in the world of Conan, along with the real-life redemptive aura surrounding him, it might have been the bride's friend who truly deserved the affection. It is often said that weddings are a flurry of activity. Even in the brief moments of waiting after getting ready, several parties made their entrance. First was the bride's father, Kiyoshi Matsumoto, a towering figure marked by a scar across his face. giving him an intimidating countenance. He was also a management officer at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. With a commanding presence, he strode in, seizing the lemon tea from Sayaka's hands, prompting Ran to suspect ill intentions, nearly leading to a physical confrontation. Following closely behind were some familiar faces from the police force. However, the most striking was Officer Magyar, now clad in a sharp black suit that at first glance, he appeared quite dapper. Though standing behind Kiyoshi Matsumoto, he bore a resemblance to a member of the Yakuza on patrol. He initially expressed his disdain for the groom before recommending some promising young men from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, an operation that thoroughly embodied the principles of the old detective's mantra. Regrettably, the influence of the white moonlight and childhood sweetheart proved insurmountable, compelling the bride, Sayaka Matsumoto, to earnestly attempt to reform the groom. Willingly consuming what she knew to be poison, risking her own well-being in the process, to the very end, Kiyoshi Matsumoto did not forget to sprinkle in some nostalgic affection when his daughter asked for his opinion on her attire. He praised her briefly before concluding with a remark that she still paled in comparison to her deceased mother. This left Sayaka with no retort, merely casting a deadpan stare at her father's retreating figure, muttering about his unwillingness to sincerely commend her. Then came one of Sayaka's students, a bespectacled boy with long hair, who attempted a magic trick while inserting an oily comment, prompting an eye roll from the great detective. However, Hinata Rin suspected that the boy was merely a tad envious of the admiration Ran had for him. This student also interacted with the pivotal prop of the occasion, Sayaka's lemon tea, adorning it with a bow as a marker. Suddenly, the device seemed to lose power. "Oh dear, I forgot to bring batteries." The protagonist's aura began to manifest, aiming to clear the scene of bystanders to prevent Conan from uncovering any clues. Hinata Rin discreetly exited, though not far, merely to the restroom, where she unexpectedly encountered the groom smoking at the staircase. In the solitude of the surroundings, his gloomy expression was unmistakable. Yet, upon noticing Hinata, he quickly broke into a foolish grin, proving once again that in the world of Conan, everyone is a master of performance, though the rapidity of his expression change could use some refinement to avoid being caught by Conan, who might preemptively identify potential suspects at present. It seemed the groom was preparing to poison the drink. After sealing the scene, finding a restroom would likely pose a challenge, indicating he had chosen his moment wisely. He had no intention of interfering with the incident. Setting aside the fact that no one had died, any rash actions could lead to unforeseen consequences. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, a wise judge finds it difficult to resolve familial disputes. Such emotional complexities are best left for those involved to untangle, as interference, even from parents, seldom yields favorable outcomes. As Hinata approached the door, she caught sight of Sonoko Suzuki, her face a mask of shock as she pointed at the groom, gossiping with Ran about public perceptions of him. He's indecisive and rather unreliable. It's rumored that the Takasugi family will meet its end under his watch. Though whispered gossip, her voice was loud enough for Hinata to hear clearly. Whether the groom overheard this, given his bewildered expression as the bride leaped forward to kiss him, followed by a deep blush, was uncertain. He likely forgot the comment amidst the flurry of emotions. Eyes averted, "Conan, you're still too young to witness this." He thought that he paid no heed to the two blushing high school girls. Upon realizing Sayaka's intentions, he promptly covered Conan's eyes by the time the great detective managed to squirm free. The act had already concluded. Well done. This boy, always wearing a smug expression, was still just an immature brat at heart. Sonoko Suzuki wholeheartedly approved of Hinata's actions, and Ran nodded thoughtfully, perhaps recognizing her shortcomings in child education. As for Conan's opinion, it was of little importance. Having witnessed the intimate moment between the bride and groom, the group tactfully took their leave. Hinata Rin rolled her eyes, mentally counting by the fifth count. The figures in the room began to sway, followed by the lemon tea slipping from her grasp. Despite the plush carpet, it emitted a distinct sound upon impact, as though deliberately beckoning someone closer. Shortly after that sound faded, Conan, who had vanished in sync, reappeared in the room. As the door swung open, the sight that greeted them was that of the bride, Sayaka Matsumoto, collapsed on the floor, blood pooling beneath her, staining her pristine white wedding gown crimson, merging with the color of the carpet. The beloved lemon tea lay beside her, similarly tainted with her blood. The ambulance and police arrived almost simultaneously, and within 10 minutes. The scene was cordoned off, the only departure being the ambulance carrying the bride, whose fate hung in the balance. The test results indicate that the substance mixed in the lemon tea is sodium hydroxide, announced a forensic officer in a blue uniform. Glasses perch, however. In the future, retirement benefits and the like will ultimately be determined by others, won't they? Even if the superior is magnanimous and indifferent. How can one be certain that they are not keeping a mental ledger? If, eventually, the direct supervisor were to make things difficult for you, it would surely hinder your future career as a police officer. Thus, Officer Magyar must refrain from broaching this subject. But if Conan were to speak up, it would pose no issue. Who would quibble with a child? Indeed, I too must be considered a suspect, once the superior sets the tone. Matters become more manageable, especially since both Sonoko and Ran have recorded the entire event on DV. Therefore, it resembles the previous museum incident, where a group gathers to watch the footage and the matter is settled. In the video, aside from the undeniable protagonist, bride Matsumoto Sayuri, the most frequently appearing item is the poisoned lemon tea. Almost everyone present, except for Hinata Rin and Conan, who is too small to reach, has handled the can of lemon tea. Yes, the group tirelessly re-watched the footage. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was evening. During the aimless waiting, the groom, as if summoned by the Grim Reaper, involuntarily revealed to Conan a childhood memory of a girl who loved lemon tea, blatantly providing Conan with a clue to establish a motive. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, and forensic personnel entered to inform Officer Magyar of the results of their afternoon's work. They reported that the capsule would dissolve completely in approximately 15 to 16 minutes. Armed with this crucial information, Officer Magyar began to sift through his police manual, correlating the timeline therein. Thus, he arrived at the conclusion that his direct superior, Matsumoto Kainaga, was the prime suspect in this case. Goodness, no matter how he searched, he could not escape the shadow of his superior. Hinata Rin speculated that Officer Magyar must be feeling immense regret for being embroiled in this unfortunate affair. Perhaps sensing Officer Magyar's turmoil, the forensic personnel, who had previously been rather inactive at the scene, now spoke up with remarkable insight. Furthermore, our analysis found no fingerprints belonging to the sergeant on the lemon tea can. Fool, what are you saying? I held that can. Just moments ago, Matsumoto Kainaga, who was considered the primary suspect, excitedly rewound the video to the scene where he clutched the lemon tea can, pointing at the footage and roaring at the forensic personnel. He seemed to doubt the fundamental competence of the forensic team. After all, it was only through a child's reminder that they had discovered the critical evidence. Are you certain there were no errors in the examination? Officer Magyar inquired on his behalf, receiving a confident affirmation in return. Conan, too, was perplexed. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he moved closer to the television to scrutinize the footage closely. Rin, what do you think? Conan asked, glancing at Hinata Rin while watching the video, much like D. Rengia, unable to feel at ease without someone to share his insights with. However, Hinata Rin had no desire to play the role of a sidekick. Nor did he intend to indulge Conan. After all, this fellow did not pay him that as dinner time approached. It seemed increasingly likely that they would miss the wedding banquet, and a funeral appeared improbable. However, the prospect of a gathering for the groom's imprisonment or the bride's discharge loomed, albeit likely days away to be why the time Conan unmasked the illusion, discovered the decisive clue, and showcased his deductions with the help of his accomplices. Culminating in the classic scene of the culprit kneeling and weeping, they would surely be left with only a late-night snack. Hinata Rin had always believed that timely meals were of utmost importance in life. Thus, he resolved to forego the thrill of the case-solving experience for the sake of his classmate, knowing he would have ample opportunities to shine in the future. Conan, the lemon tea can must hold some significance. At that moment, as the light glinted off Conan's glasses, an idea struck Hinata Rin, who swiftly seized the remote control and adjusted the footage to the segment where Sonoko had set down the DV. Clearly, look here. In the video, Sonoko's lemon tea can overlaps with that of teacher Matsumoto. If Matsumoto had indeed taken the wrong can of lemon tea, then it would not only be Matsumoto's fingerprints that were absent. The fingerprints of the magician, Megumi, should also be missing. So it was. Hinata Rin turned around to find that, unbeknownst to him, the crowd had gathered, having heard this explanation not just from Conan, but from nearly everyone in the room. Is that so? Officer Magyar reacted swiftly, immediately inquiring of the equally stunned forensic personnel. Yes, that is correct. Just as this young lady has stated, The forensic personnel hurriedly confirmed. With an impassive expression, Hinata Rin was not perturbed by the misunderstanding of his gender. Primarily because he had not anticipated attracting such a crowd. After all, he was not Conan, an addiction-prone detective who relished the attention. However, since he had already seized the limelight, he decided to see it through to the end, simultaneously sparing Sonoko from Conan's anesthetic treatment, which, if administered excessively, could lead to the development of antibodies, complicating future surgeries. Moreover, that white capsule was merely a smokescreen set by the culprit, deliberately using the time it took to dissolve to mislead the police's judgment. In full view of the audience, Hinata Rin spoke of the perpetrator's modus operandi in a calm tone, devoid of Conan's dramatic flair that captivated the audience. Logically, Officer Magyar, an old acquaintance, should have been the first to feel uncomfortable. Yet today he was ensnared in the whirlpool of his career, especially with Matsumoto Kayanaga oscillating between suspect and superior. It left him mentally drained. For him, as long as he could solve the case, he would count himself fortunate, with little regard for anything else. Thus, he even neglected his usual role as the sidekick. However, it worked out well. Hinata Rin was rather unaccustomed to having someone beside him. Ah, really? So that is how it is. Just moments ago, you all witnessed in the footage that, according to fingerprint analysis, there were no prints belonging to Sergeant Matsumoto or Megumi on the lemon tea can. Only Sonoko's fingerprints should be present. Hinata Rin finally paused for a moment, casting a glance at the forensic personnel, who seemed momentarily taken aback by the obviousness of his expression, prompting a flurry of nods in agreement. What he says is correct. This individual likely feared that any delay in acknowledgement might jeopardize their career, especially with the case unfolding under the watchful eyes of their superior. Needless to say, the pressure must have been immense. Therefore, Matsumoto had indeed taken the wrong can of Sonoko's lemon tea. Why this deduction? From the moment she picked up the lemon tea again until she collapsed, the person who had touched the can was the perpetrator. So, my daughter mistakenly took the wrong one, and during that interval, someone placed the poison and the dissolving capsule into the can, correct? Matsumoto Kayanaga, being an experienced detective, possessed the acumen to grasp this crucial point. Moreover, with family at stake, even Uncle Mouri would not pretend to be oblivious. He immediately identified the key issue. Hinata Rin noticed that the tall and imposing sergeant cast a sidelong glance at Takasugi Toshihiko. One might say it was intuition. He had yet to reveal who the true culprit was. It can only be said that the animosity between Kiho and Old Deng was palpably evident, especially in the absence of their daughter as a mediating influence. That moment, another forensic personnel entered, displaying a small glass jar containing a desiccant that had just been retrieved from the trash can. This was intended to rule out the possibility of Matsumoto Sayuri's suicide. After all, she had not left the room at all, making it impossible for her to discard such an item in the stairwell garbage. Hinata Rin used this evidence to eliminate the possibility of Matsumoto Sayuri's suicide, then continued. Conan's height is obviously insufficient to reach, so he can be ruled out. Ran and Sonoko went to buy batteries while I stepped out to use the restroom. When the three of us returned, it was Mr. Takasugi who held the can of lemon tea, which was subsequently taken by teacher Matsumoto. Therefore, our three suspects can also be eliminated. The sole person with the opportunity to poison it is Mr. Takasugi. Hinata Rin swiftly articulated the reasoning process and then glanced around, noticing that the crowd seemed to be absorbed in contemplation. Failing to respond. It was then he realized that Conan's rhythmic delivery served a specific purpose. After all, not everyone's intellect could keep pace with his line of thought. Not only must one maintain the focus of the audience, but it is also essential to accommodate their cognitive pace. Fortunately, the case at hand is not particularly intricate. One merely needs to see through the deceptive veil of the capsule, eliminate the time traps set by the perpetrator, and unravel the enigma surrounding the mistakenly taken lemon tea jar, thereby further narrowing the time frame. Ultimately, the one who emerges within that scope is the culprit. Essentially, this is a mathematical conundrum, where the timeline serves as the coordinate axis, viewing all present suspects as a collective, and progressively narrowing the parameters of that collective through evidence, until one arrives at the singular solution. Why? Why this to my daughter? Matsumoto Kiyoshi could no longer contain himself, almost lunging forward the moment Hinata Rin's words faded. Seizing the groom Takasugi Toshihiko by the collar with great force, with his towering physique, he nearly lifted Takasugi off the ground. However, the groom remained unfazed, recognizing the futility of argument. Perhaps he had no intention of defending himself. He let out a cold laugh and broke free. Then, with a twisted visage, began recounting his past to Matsumoto Kiyoshi. Humph, I want you to taste the same bitterness. 20 years ago, a vehicle carrying a fugitive barreled towards us, resulting in the untimely demise of my innocent mother. Do you remember this incident? Takasuji Toshihiko's sudden outburst plunged Matsumoto Kiyoshi into a reverie. Back then, my mother was alive. Had she been rushed to the hospital in a police car, perhaps she could have been saved. Rarely revealing vulnerability, Matsumoto Kiyoshi admitted this grave mistake to his subordinate, Officer Megure. Such a melodramatic narrative could easily fill dozens to hundreds of episodes in a domestic melodrama. However, in the context of this detective story, it merely serves as a backdrop to the motive. Hinata Rin was not entirely indifferent. Nonetheless, in terms of tragic circumstances, the Naruto world, where three individuals often share less than a pair of living parents, truly leads the pack in this regard. Let me tell you, that woman is foolish. She is oblivious to the fact that my approach was driven by ulterior motives. In my view, she is merely after the wealth of the Takasuji family. Takasuji Toshihiko, fueled by revenge, felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing the pained expression of his target. Yet, as he spoke these words, a flicker of genuine anguish crossed his gaze. After all, how could one harbor no feelings for a partner with whom they had shared life and love? Taking steps towards marriage? Yet, having poisoned his soon-to-be wife, he desperately sought an irrefutable justification for his vengeance, to solidify his wavering resolve. Do you truly believe she is unaware? Hinata Rin's sudden retort momentarily stunned Takasuji Toshihiko. I suggest you revisit the footage and observe the way she looks at you, lest you remain a self-deluded fool. Furthermore, sodium hydroxide, once ingested, will swiftly scorch the mouth, esophagus, and any other contact points, inflicting excruciating pain upon the victim. If one were to gulp it down, it might be manageable, but if sipped through a straw, I advise you to try it yourself. Consider the fortitude required to draw enough through a straw to induce vomiting. Before Takasuji could retort, Matsumoto Sayuri's friend, who happened to be his ex-girlfriend, could no longer restrain herself. She strode up to Takasuji and delivered a forceful slap, the gust of her palm evident. This striking blow visibly cleared the haze from Takasuji's eyes. The combination of Hinata Rin's verbal therapy and Miss Yumi's physical correction proved remarkably effective. Next came the classic scene, wherein the ex-girlfriend confirmed that Matsumoto Sayuri was indeed fully aware of her revenge scheme and was even contemplating how to seek his forgiveness. Subsequently, just as Hinata Rin had predicted, Matsumoto Sayuri willingly consumed the poisoned lemon tea. In Hinata Rin's perspective, the nostalgia reflected on Matsumoto Sayuri's face upon drinking the tea might have been a reminiscence of her childhood, when she received that very jar of lemon tea from Takasuji Toshihiko, which had warmed her entire youth. Alas, revenge had blinded her, transforming this vessel of their sincere emotions into a tool for poisoning. Fortunately, the conclusion was relatively favorable. As the truth of the case came to light, the hospital promptly informed that Matsumoto Sayuri had been successfully resuscitated. The faces of all present lit up with smiles, and two forensic personnel even embraced and began dancing. While their joy was palpable, the scene was undeniably jarring. Hinata Rin, you are the niece of that Mouri fellow, correct? Matsumoto Kiyoshi, having regained his composure, approached Hinata Rin and inquired. I am his nephew, Hinata Rin replied with a neutral tone, though it sounded somewhat ominous. In this context, the last person who had heard him state his gender, Matsumoto Sayuri, was already in the hospital. Matsumoto Kiyoshi felt a momentary awkwardness but quickly adopted a serious demeanor and formally bowed to Hinata Rin. Thank you for revealing the truth for Sayuri. I am truly grateful and no need for thanks. Throughout the entire deductive process, Hinata Rin felt little emotional turbulence. Yet perhaps the gratitude from a victim's family carried more significance than the triumphant revelation of truth. Regrettably, the specter of Conan's death often loomed large, with victims likely to meet their end on the spot, leaving little room for miraculous rescues. I never expected it. You possess remarkable deductive skills, rivaling even my queen of deduction, Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko approached, laughing heartily while patting Hinata Rin's shoulder, her demeanor far from that of a wealthy young lady, resembling more of a boisterous hero. Sonoko's close friend, Ayumi, awkwardly pulled her away as the attention of those present began to converge on them. Although Ayumi was not socially anxious, She often felt exasperated by her overly extroverted best friend. Furthermore, the title of Queen of Deduction felt rather peculiar. It was likely a self-bestowed moniker by Sonoko. One could say Yumi was somewhat biased, as she was accustomed to hearing her childhood friend being referred to as the Holmes of the Heisei era, which sounded even more ridiculous than Queen of Deduction. This was perhaps a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. However, based on Hinata Rin's current understanding of Conan, while he often exhibited a mature and composed demeanor, in his true form as Kudo Shinichi, he was undeniably a late-blooming, self-absorbed youth, the type of person who, when walking down the street and hearing praises in interviews and reports, would secretly revel in them with childish glee, possessing a psychological age of merely 13 to 15 at most, perhaps driven by the sharp intuition of a detective. Conan sensed someone mocking him, causing him to tilt his head back and sneeze profoundly, prompting Ayumi to step forward with concern, asking if his previous cold had not fully cleared. Conan quickly rubbed his nose, assuring her that he was completely fine. It just so happened that after his cold, the weather turned colder, and fearing a relapse, Ayumi had bundled him up to the point where, upon entering class, he could hardly speak without being unrecognizable. To be honest, even his mother had never shown such concern. After playfully brushing off the moment, the great detective sauntered over to Hinata Rin, who was seated in the corner, and stealthily asked, "Rin, you didn't actually see through the truth from the start, did you?" "Why would you think that?" Hinata Rin retorted. Conan, momentarily reflecting on her words, allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. "It's simple. You never moved throughout the entire ordeal. I noticed that after the incident, you were almost entirely preoccupied with your phone, occasionally glancing at the recorded footage on the television. Your expression showed little fluctuation. And it was only when I inquired that you pointed this out, indicating that you had already grasped the matter at hand." Conan, with an air of confidence, summarized the situation. Hinata Rin glanced up momentarily, neither affirming nor denying his words. In truth, he believed that the current case was not particularly challenging. It was merely that the police consistently fell prey to the traps set by the perpetrator. It seemed that their primary role was not only to assist detectives in their side jobs, but also to validate the various outlandish murder schemes concocted by criminals for solving the case. What even was that? Since their induction, they had been schooled in the traditional art of bowing and apologizing at press conferences to appear more sincere. He never anticipated that this time, it would be you who uncovered the truth. Your powers of observation remain as formidable as ever. Conan referred to the bandaged monster incident, during which Hinata Rin had astutely discerned the truth about an empty room through the subtle marks on the carpet at the entrance. This was no exaggeration. As a member of a prestigious lineage with a millennia-old ocular technique, his Byakugan was indeed a source of pride in terms of observational prowess, even without activating it. He was still far superior to the average person. Otherwise, what would the last 1,000 years have amounted to? With a bit more practice, he could certainly improve. Learning should commence from a young age. Hinata Rin nonchalantly dismissed this, as he was currently preoccupied with the dinner he wished to resolve quickly, a flurry of menu options racing through his mind. The greatest dilemma that plagues humanity is, indeed, what to eat for dinner today. Until this crucial question was settled, he had no inclination to indulge the curiosity of the ever-inquisitive detective. "Rin, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Xiao Lan began to ponder as well. This question should not be approached with brainstorming. The more choices there were, the harder it became to decide. It should be tackled with the decisiveness of a tactical commander, given that it was getting late. Shopping for groceries would consume precious time, and with the weather being rather warm, it would be best to opt for something simple. Hinata Rin glanced at the darkening sky outside and promptly made a decision. In the evening, at the Mouri Detective Agency, Hinata Rin and Xiao Lan were bustling about in the kitchen. To be precise, Hinata Rin took the lead, while Xiao Lan observed from the side, with Conan assisting. His expression of exasperation was entirely overlooked by both, as Xiao Lan had evidently come to agree with the notion that children should partake in household chores. In truth, having managed household tasks since the age of 7, Xiao Lan was not averse to this idea. She simply had been overly indulgent towards Conan, failing to recognize it until now. Conan, seemingly bored, was grinding garlic with a mortar and pestle, his face lifted high. Evidently displeased with the scent, that he no longer questioned why he had to work, especially since the uncle was firmly in support of it, as Hinata Rin put it, having finished his homework early. He could not simply lounge in front of the television, as it would exacerbate his nearsightedness, and excessive screen time was detrimental to children. Thus, this was the genuine reason behind his current involvement in chores. In the living room, Uncle Mouri appeared to be engrossed in a concert by his beloved singer, Yoko Okino. However, he had long been distracted by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, rendering him incapable of focusing on the concert. Observing the bustling scene, Uncle Mouri couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Lon and Rin are both quite adept in the kitchen, but if they marry in the future, will it be just me and that little brat Conan left to keep each other company? At this thought, a shiver ran down his spine, awakening his paternal instincts. No, Lon wouldn't marry. That detective kid has nothing to offer. Wait, it seems Rin can't marry either? Am I muddled? After pondering for a while, Uncle Mouri suddenly realized this, then smacked his forehead, questioning if he had perhaps indulged a bit too much. Yet, there was one thing he had not considered. If Xiaolon truly were to marry. As long as that scoundrel Aoyama wished to avoid receiving a knife in the mail, it seemed Conan would also be unable to continue accompanying him. After all, they would be starting their own families. Wouldn't they? As for Hinata Rin, he currently harbored no such thoughts. He had experienced emotional journeys in the past, having lived through 3 lifetimes. He was hardly a lone star. However, he had no immediate plans regarding romance. His primary focus should be on his studies, rather than on relationships. Nevertheless, living in the world of Conan, it seemed that attending school, a daily occurrence, was less frequent than the emergence of murder cases, making it a veritable hell on earth. Speaking of which, one couldn't help but appreciate that our great land of China has developed a set of mature measures to prevent early romantic entanglements. Moreover, given his current circumstances, to become his significant other, one must first possess a certain level of attractiveness and a robust mental fortitude. This is not merely superficial. It is rather challenging to find someone who can endure the thought of their boyfriend being less attractive than themselves. Without a large heart and strong personal qualities, it would undoubtedly be problematic. Conan, remember to grind it more finely, okay? Xiaolon crouched down to inspect Conan's work, adding a pinch of salt before turning to Hinata Rin and asking, "Is this correct?" Hinata Rin observed the chicken thighs nearing readiness in the pot, glanced back at the garlic paste, and nodded affirmatively that he planned to prepare cold chicken noodle salad, a dish particularly suited for sweltering summer days. First, he simmered the chicken with scallions, ginger, and a splash of wine over low heat. The leftover white wine from Conan's last meal found its perfect use, avoiding waste. Once cooked, he shredded the chicken by hand. Perhaps this method was simply more convenient than using a knife. Chicken breast or thigh would suffice, but Hinata Rin favored thigh meat, finding breast meat too dry and lacking in flavor. This step hinged on the choice of chicken, and he used the quality meat that Xiaolon had procured from a nearby market. Next came the preparation of the sauce, blending scallions, garlic, chili peppers, sesame, chili powder, and drizzling it with a spoonful of hot oil, followed by the addition of soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, sugar, and a pinch of salt. Minced garlic or garlic paste could both work. But Hinata Rin preferred garlic paste for its texture, and also to give Conan a bit of work, hence his choice. Boiling water was used to cook the noodles, which were then rinsed in cold water to enhance their refreshing quality. He then julienned carrots and cucumbers to enrich the dish's flavor and color, topping it with shredded chicken and drizzling the dipping sauce over it. The entire process took no more than 20 minutes. Simple and time-efficient, making for a delightful summer meal that was both tangy and appetizing, a perfect respite from the heat. The outcome was splendid. Uncle Mouri devoured 3 generous plates, surpassing even Hinata Rin, a multiple champion of the Mouri Detective Agency in terms of appetite. Even Conan polished off a full bowl, completely forgetting his earlier disdain for the garlic, according to the law of Jingxi. At this moment, the detective's expression could be aptly described with the phrase "so good. This is truly delicious." "Rin, your culinary skills are truly commendable." Sated, Uncle Mouri reclined on the sofa, unable to move, his mouth producing a series of satisfied sounds. The cold chicken noodle salad was indeed delightful, especially during the summer, though it had one downside. It was prone to getting stuck in the teeth. Thus, Uncle Mouri was a vivid representation of this predicament. "By the way, in a few days, I'll have some free time, and cherry blossom season is upon us. Why don't you all join me for an outing?" It was rather rare for Uncle Mouri to take the initiative to plan an outing. Generally, he preferred solitude and was somewhat averse to the idea of dragging the family along. After speaking, Uncle Mouri stole a glance at Xiaolan, ensuring she had not noticed him before casually opening another can of beer and sipping it nonchalantly. Although Xiaolan could see through her father's obvious attempt to change the subject to evade the impending alcohol ban, she was in good spirits today, the final confirmation that teacher Matsumoto was fine. Coupled with the delightful dinner, brought her joy, allowing her to temporarily overlook her father's antics. However, she vowed not to be lenient next time. After all, her father had no moderation when it came to drinking, often ending up drunk, and she was his daughter, not a mere spectator. Such behavior from my father necessitates constant supervision. After dinner, Xiaolan assisted Conan with his craft assignment in the living room. It was not a typical homework task. The young detective had already completed his schoolwork during his free time. The assignment, trivial in nature, was merely for a first-grade class, and hesitating for even a moment would be a slight against his title as a high school detective. This particular task required creating 3 small animals out of colored paper, and it also mandated a parent's signature, which was the most exasperating aspect for Conan. To be frank, he had always harbored a disdain for such assignments, believing that the time could be better spent engrossed in a few more mystery novels. However, neglecting to complete the task thoroughly would result in a stern phone call from their new and strict homeroom teacher, Ms. Kobayashi. For Conan, this would be akin to social death. Thus, the detective, typically only interested in mysteries and detective novels, found himself dutifully completing the craft assignment. Nonetheless, being gently guided by his childhood friend felt rather pleasant. On this splendid sunny day, the Mouri Detective Agency ventured into an unknown mountain. The reason for their excursion was said to be due to Uncle Mouri's careful selection. However, seeing him clutching a map throughout the ascent instilled a tinge of concern. It is rumored that being directionally challenged can be hereditary, and Xiaolan exhibited quite the talent in this regard, which now seemed to have been passed down. As Uncle Mouri had mentioned, it was indeed the perfect season for cherry blossom viewing. The cherry trees were in full bloom, the air was just right, and a gentle breeze rustled the blossoms, creating a soothing sound reminiscent of a lullaby, suggesting it was an ideal spot for a midday nap beneath the trees. Come, let us take a photo. In this regard, Uncle Mouri was no different from traditional parents. Since they rarely had the chance to go out, capturing memories was essential. As modern smartphones were not yet so advanced. Uncle Mouri had brought along a camera, and they were still in a rented vehicle. However, up until that point, Hinata Rin had no recollection of any significant plot involving this vehicle, leaving her uncertain about its fate. After all, Mouri Kagoro was known as the vehicle killer, especially in the realm of rentals. Either the car would end up with explosives or plunge into a river, truly a series of unfortunate events. Thankfully, nothing of that magnitude had occurred yet, so renting a car was still somewhat understandable. However, as the journey progressed, Hinata Rin genuinely wondered how those car rental owners could trust Uncle Mouri by that time. He had already appeared on television numerous times and solved hundreds of cases, earning the title of a true detective. Did those owners not watch television? Use the automatic camera. Dad, come over here and join us for a picture. Observing his youthful and radiant daughter and nephew waving at him beneath the cherry blossom tree, even the usually unserious Uncle Mouri couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Of course, the bespectacled little brat standing between them was still quite bothersome. This was likely the fateful entanglement between the ghostly fire and the old man, a complexity that could not be easily explained. Click. Under the fluttering cherry blossoms, the Mouri family posed for a group photo. Compared to the beaming Xiaolan, Hinata Rin's smile was more subdued. In the photograph, one exuded youthful exuberance while the other radiated calm gentleness, emphasizing that one was indeed more beautiful than the flowers. Gazing at the photo, Uncle Mouri couldn't help but lament how strikingly handsome his nephew was. The pressure for future romantic pursuits would be considerable. Well then, it's about time. Let us prepare to head back. The group had spent the afternoon leisurely, and since they had eaten bento for lunch, it was time to return, while the satisfied uncle and Xiaolan were ready to leave. Hinata Rin felt a foreboding sense as the sky began to darken and humidity rose in the air. In such travel narratives, unexpected incidents often occurred during the return journey. Therefore, if all went according to her intuition, an incident should soon manifest. Indeed, events unfolded as Hinata Rin had anticipated. After driving a few kilometers, Uncle Mouri unwittingly plunged into a dense thicket from which there was no escape. The cheerful scene of gentle breezes and fluttering blossoms had transformed into a grim, shadowy atmosphere devoid of sunlight, more fitting for a horror film, especially with the occasional eerie bird calls enhancing the ominous ambience. How ridiculous. Just moments ago, he had claimed there was no issue, yet here they were. Lost once again. Observing Uncle Mouri, disoriented, Xiaolan couldn't help but retort, seemingly forgetting her own recent misadventure in the mountains, where she had encountered a bandaged stranger. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? And how unfortunate that the car has a flat tire. Without a spare, my luck is truly abysmal. Glancing at the overcast sky, Uncle Mouri rested his chin in resignation. What? I refuse to spend the night in such a place. Dad, think of a way to fix it. Hey, where did Conan go? Not wishing to hear his daughter's complaints, Uncle Mouri cleverly diverted attention to Conan, a tactic that proved effective as Xiaolan immediately noticed his absence. Conan is over there. He'll be back shortly. Hinata Rin pointed towards the depths of the thicket, her keen senses allowing her to bypass the effects of Conan's concealed presence, with the Byakugan as her advantage. She had a clear view within a few kilometers radius. Honestly, how could Conan wander off in such a place? Xiaolan was right. In a forest where even adults could easily lose their way. It was hardly safe for a child to roam freely. Yet, who could forget that the child in question was merely a facade? The high school detective, Shinichi Kudo, was merely tone-deaf, not directionally challenged in terms of navigation skills. He surpassed both Mouri and his daughter significantly. Sister Xiaolan, I've discovered a temple not far from here. Let us head there. It seemed that the protagonist's aura was indeed potent, as he managed to locate a temple in such a desolate area. And even trigger a case. Truly, the Grim Reaper's aura operates throughout Japan and beyond, unaffected by geographic constraints. The group walked for a short while before spotting a temple perched on the edge of a cliff. A babbling mountain spring flowing through it, creating a harmonious blend of tranquility and activity. Mountain Mud Temple. It appears we shall have to lodge here for the night. Uncle Mouri glanced at the plaque before leading the group inside. Although the temple, situated by the mountain spring, boasted a picturesque view, it was evident that the humidity was excessive, with the walls adorned with long-standing mold and signs of decay, indicating its considerable age. One could easily surmise that a temple built in such a remote area would struggle to attract a steady stream of visitors. Even the most devout pilgrims would likely opt for a nearby temple, familiar and accessible, rather than venturing deep into the wilderness. The monks likely indulged in leisure in the city after hours, making it easy to discern their true natures. In contrast, those in the mountains, whose pasts remained shrouded in mystery, could very well possess more sinister intentions than the statues themselves. Excuse me, my apologies for intruding. Anyone here? Upon entering the temple's entrance, Hinata Rin surveyed the interior with her Byakugan. There were indeed 2 monks inside, but they were situated far from the entrance, likely unable to hear them. However, just by the entrance, an elderly monk clad in a raincoat was meticulously holding his breath and quietly approaching. Uncle, someone is coming from behind. Hinata Rin warned Uncle Mouri, but when the monk turned to face them, Uncle Mouri couldn't help but startle at the sight. The elderly monk, adorned in a raincoat, had grizzled hair and beard, and with sharp features and a stern gaze. His sudden appearance in the depths of the mountains was decidedly unsettling. Uncle Mouri's terrified scream echoed through the empty forest, likely startling several birds seeking shelter from the rain. What brings you here? I assume you are reporters or television staff. The elderly monk's expression was unwelcoming, and his tone was hardly warm, yet it seemed he did not intend to confront them directly. Rather, he appeared to have preemptively categorized them as a certain type of visitor. You should leave. This is not a place for people of your world. The elderly monk's tone grew increasingly resolute, ultimately leading him to bellow directly at the group, leaving the uncle momentarily stunned, unable to muster a response. Esteemed master, we are merely lost travelers seeking refuge from the sudden downpour that has beset us. Compounded by our vehicle breaking down en route, we had no choice but to seek shelter here, and we hope for your understanding. Hinata Rin explained to the elder, who regarded Mouri uncle with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Indeed, we are not journalists. Rather, we find ourselves stranded here due to a flat tire. Might we inquire if it is possible to secure lodging for the night? Mouri uncle awkwardly elaborated to the elderly monk. The monk, initially perplexed, responded with a questioning tone, as if to inquire whether they intended to file a complaint about the establishment. Just as Mouri uncle was about to concede defeat, The monk's demeanor shifted to a warm smile, his tone softening. "Ah, so you seek accommodation. Had I known, I would not have assumed you were here to investigate that incident that Conan's protagonist aura flared once more." The monk, who had seemed disinclined to welcome outsiders, inadvertently revealed a clue regarding the event in question. Xiaolan, intrigued by this revelation, posed a question, and Conan looked on expectantly, hoping the monk would satiate their curiosity. Regrettably, the moment of revelation had passed, and the monk deftly sidestepped the inquiry, instead detailing the costs for lodging and meals. The expenses included a visit and a meal of vegetarian fare, 10,000 for adults and 8,000 for children. Despite the modest size of the temple's staff, the elderly monk transformed from a figure of aloofness into one resembling a hospitable innkeeper. Truth be told, the price seemed rather steep, especially considering the late 1990s setting of Conan's world, where even five-star hotels charged no more. Furthermore, this was a dilapidated temple nestled deep within the mountains, far from civilization. However, as they were at the mercy of the elements, the elderly monk's insistence was difficult to contest. Upon hearing the quote, Mouri uncle expressed discontent, but the monk countered, stating that those unwilling to stay would face a 6-hour trek down the mountain. Venturing into the dark and rain-soaked wilderness was hardly a viable option. To further solidify Mouri uncle's resolve to stay, the monk recounted a chilling tale of a foggy day and a terrifying dog, enhancing the eerie atmosphere created by the temple's weathered aesthetics and the relentless storm outside, perfect for a horror film without the need for additional set design. Hinata Rin found herself quite impressed. Nature seemed to conspire in the monk's favor. Perhaps he was indeed a reclusive sage who had attained enlightenment. Yet, the monk's apparent greed and opportunistic demeanor raised moral questions. Ultimately, the group decided to stay, as the external conditions and their vehicle's state rendered departure impossible. Alas, poor Mouri uncle would have to part with a substantial sum, 38,000 for 3 adults and 1 child, deeply wounding his wallet. Guided by the elderly monk, the group entered the temple, only to be greeted by 4 monks of varying heights and builds emerging from the entrance. The elder monk introduced them: Kuan Yin, tall and lean with a fair complexion; Tun Yin, dark-skinned with slightly thick lips, renowned for his culinary skills; Moon Yin, bronze-skinned and adept in carpentry; and finally, the newcomer, Xion Yin, bespectacled and freckled, who had only just joined this year and was known for his diligence in practice and sharp intellect. The elderly monk, Tian Yong, introduced himself as the abbot of this mountain temple. He promptly assigned tasks, with Moon Yin and Tun Yin taking charge of the meals, while the other 2 served as guides for Mouri uncle and his companions. It seemed the monk spoke true. Although only 5 individuals comprised the temple's staff, they were indeed well equipped to handle their roles in the hospitality industry. Kuan Yin, with his impressive stature and engaging personality, and the newcomer, Xion Yin, took on the guiding duties. Kuan Yin even jested with Mouri uncle, suggesting that he might consider holding his funeral here in the future. However, with the burden of unexpected expenses weighing heavily, Mouri uncle was hardly in the mood for humor. Yet, one must consider the locale. These monks, secluded in the depths of the mountains, had no opportunity for leisure pursuits. Notably, the 4 monks formed a classic ensemble of 4 options. While the abbot was likely a victim of circumstance, Conan, ever the party pooper, had a knack for stirring trouble wherever he went, blissfully unaware of the chaos he often incited. "Look over there, a locked room," he announced, curiosity piqued as he nudged Hinata Rin, pointing to a door secured with a padlock. A locked door indicates a desire for privacy. One must learn to respect others' boundaries, he stated. Although Hinata Rin rolled her eyes, she had already gleaned all there was to see within. That it was merely a small room, notable only for its considerable height, with a tiny window near the ceiling that allowed scant light to filter in, rendering it even more foreboding in the rain. Despite his diminutive stature, Conan possessed an audacity that belied his size. He boldly approached the door and swung it open, brazenly stepping inside. His behavior mirrored that of a mischievous child, reminiscent of a scenario that would likely result in a good scolding back home. "What purpose does this room serve, young monk?" he queried, drawing the attention of Mouri Kagoro, who entered and surveyed the surroundings before directing his question to Kuan Yin. In an unexpected turn, Kuan Yin, usually the jovial guide, fell silent, his demeanor shifting. Instead, it was the reticent Xion Yin who stepped forward to explain. This is a room for meditation. It is said that monks who have transgressed the rules are confined here for reflection. Why does the color of that corner differ from the others? Conan inquired, pointing at an area where the wood's hue was distinct. Xiao Nian responded that it had been repaired by Mu Nian following an incident. This marked the second mention of a particular incident by the temple's inhabitants, evoking even the most disinterested to dig deeper. Yet, Xiao Nian, being new, was not privy to the specifics. As he spoke, Kuan Yin abruptly interrupted, asserting that such matters were not for guests to know. Had he not uttered those words, a casual dismissal might have sufficed, preventing the attention of the inquiring minds. Indeed, while Conan's curiosity often bordered on intrusive, his inquisitive nature was generally manageable in the absence of a crisis. However, the sudden shift in Kuan Yin's attitude could easily place them on the radar of misfortune. Following this, Kuan Yin guided them through a corridor adorned with a mountain spring cascading over rocks, its waters parting around a boulder, mingling with falling cherry blossoms on a sunny day. The scene would likely be breathtaking. Such design embodied a certain Zen quality, though the wooden structures near the water decayed rapidly, evidenced by the prevalent mold. This corridor served as the conclusion of their tour, after which Kuan Yin led them to the meditation hall for a meal. The vegetarian fare, primarily tofu and side dishes accompanied by a soy-based soup, was somewhat bland yet palatable. Ultimately, while the accommodations were modest, the atmosphere remained serene. If the flavor remains unpalatable, it is likely that this secluded mountain retreat will lack returning patrons, setting aside the aforementioned shortcomings. The combination of cherry blossoms and clear springs presents a picturesque scene, indeed a feast for the eyes. During the meal, Uncle Mouri inquired about the lives of the monks beyond their vegetarian diets and chants, and was quite taken aback to learn that they also engage in team-building activities regularly. The abbot, Master Tianyong, was unexpectedly backstabbed by his chief disciple, monk Kuan Yin, who exposed his fondness for bikini-clad beauties. Uncle Mouri remarked that great minds think alike, admitting to a similar inclination, though the old monk could not help but blush. After all, while one may gaze, being called out on such preferences can be somewhat embarrassing, especially for a revered monk whose interests seem incongruous with his esteemed status, despite the fact that he has never truly embodied that descriptor. The dining atmosphere was rather jovial. However, the insatiable curiosity of the detective, Conan, prompted him to subtly inquire about the mysterious fog dog. Utilizing his youthful appearance and naive demeanor, he initially evoked no suspicion from the others. After all, lowering others' guard is one of his passive skills, a lesson likely well learned by the art gallery curator they encountered last week. Nonetheless, the abbot was aware of the underlying tension, merely sharing a vague tale about the fog dog legend, which sounded like a ploy to amuse children. Little Conan showed no reaction, but it captivated Xiaolan's attention. Hinata Rin found it somewhat absurd. Despite being the most timid, she harbored a keen interest in such tales. A curious blend of cowardice and playfulness. The abbot's words sparked lively discussion among the monks, and monk Mu Nian finally broached the incident previously mentioned by the abbot and Xionian, only to be silenced by the abbot. Observing the detective's thwarted attempt, he immediately brandished Uncle Mouri's identity as the famed detective. This duality of character was evident. When useful, he was the illustrious Detective Mouri Kagoro, but when inconvenient, merely a lecherous, drunken old man. Once Mouri's detective identity was revealed, it instantly captured the attention of the monks, who flocked around him like zombies, chattering excitedly while ignoring the abbot's increasingly darkening countenance. Enough! Have you forgotten our agreement not to mention that matter? Return to your rooms and prepare for sleep. The abbot's furious voice echoed through the room, prompting several monks to bow their heads in compliance. After all, the abbot is the authority of the temple. As depicted in dramas, cross the abbot, and you cannot expect to leave unscathed. Although there were no golden Shaolin monks here, the aged abbot clearly commanded respect, especially in moments of anger. Detective, although you are guests in this temple, I kindly request that you depart early tomorrow morning. You should rest as well. With that, the abbot turned and left the room without a backward glance. The four monks exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their brows, while the instigator, Conan, surveyed the scene with a pensive expression, showing no remorse for the chaos he had caused. Yet, those monks were rather loose-lipped. Seemingly inheriting this trait, it was the abbot who had first let slip the details. If they had truly agreed to remain silent, they should have treated it as if it never happened. rather than bringing it up repeatedly, which only served to draw attention to it in the room. Uncle Mouri lay comfortably on his side, watching Xiaolon as she tidied the bedding, or rather, attempting to draw the beds closer together. Though he claimed to be utterly unafraid, his actions betrayed a nervous truth. "Conan, if you're scared tonight, you can come into my bed. Good night," Xiaolon said with a feigned smile, pulling the covers up high over her head. This demeanor made it hard to believe she was not frightened in the dead of night. Xiaolon, who had been tossing and turning, listened to the gentle sound of water outside and the occasional calls of small animals. Recalling the abbot's earlier mention of the fog dog legend, it was said that the fog dog had a particular fondness for delicate young girls, much like the two sitting there. The thought made her almost want to laugh. Though she had gradually become accustomed to others mistaking Hinata Rin's gender, the combination of such a terrifying story with that context felt oddly peculiar. Although Hinata's expression remained unchanged, Xiaolon could have sworn she detected a look of exasperation in his pure white eyes. She even imagined that if the fog dog were to truly come, it might find itself perplexed, squatting in front of Rin's bed. While this strange mental image brought her a moment of amusement, the unfamiliar environment and the chilling legend still instilled fear, especially as she now felt an urgent need to visit the restroom. Casting her gaze around to see if anyone else was awake, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of striking white pupils. "Rin, are you still awake? Did I wake you?" Xiaolon nearly shrieked. Having thought her family member was asleep, only to find him staring intently, his unusual white pupils adding to the fright. Though it seemed somewhat unkind to Rin, it was undeniably terrifying that it's nothing. "I just happened to need to use the restroom." "Will you accompany me?" "Of course, that horror story is quite frightening. You might feel scared alone, so I'll go with you," Rin replied, suppressing a smile as she quietly climbed out of bed. When she turned back, Hinata was already dressed and waiting at the door. "Rin, you move quickly." Just as they were about to step out, Rin's sudden turn startled Xiaolon, her mind racing with terrifying associations, until Rin spoke. "Conan, stop staring. If you need to use the restroom, let's go together." Hee. The detective wore an embarrassed smile, yet moved with great agility. Ultimately, waiting at the restroom door were all the occupants of the room, except for Xiaolon, including Uncle Mouri, who had been snoring blissfully. "Seriously, you all can go to the bathroom, but why drag me out of bed?" Uncle Mouri complained, having been enjoying his sleep. Xiaolon was worried you would be eaten by the fog dog if left alone in the room. It was her filial concern that's so? "Well, thank you then." Uncle Mouri was momentarily puzzled by his daughter's unexpected display of devotion. By the way, I'm quite curious about that incident. Having been roused, the detective's previously suppressed curiosity resurfaced, and he could not resist sharing with Hinata and Uncle Mouri that I have no idea. Since he doesn't want to talk about it, it's probably wiser not to pry. Uncle Mouri's response was indeed wise. Those like Conan, who sought to dig deeper into every matter, were bound to find themselves in trouble sooner or later. Turning back into children would be a fortunate escape. Perhaps they concocted a ghost story to attract visitors, and inadvertently invited the fog dog, culminating in a tragic event. Hinata's assertive words piqued Conan's curiosity, prompting him to hastily inquire, "Have you heard about the events at this mountain temple?" "No, but for a temple in such a remote area to draw visitors, it must have some sensational legend to be effective." Hinata seemed to summarize similar incidents in Conan's past cases. "Such tales are merely for fooling children. Much like that moving armor at the art gallery was a ruse by the curator. There surely won't be any fog dog appearing. That's so? Then what do you think I am?" A chilling voice suddenly whispered in Uncle Mouri's ear, and a quick glance revealed a long nose. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the temple, as Uncle Mouri was genuinely frightened by his own daughter's prank. Conan shared a look of trepidation, having just been discussing the topic when Xiaolon had unexpectedly appeared behind him to scare him. The timing impeccably unsettling, making him shudder with fear. "What? You were scared out of your wits just now?" Xiaolon, wearing a red Tengu mask, indignantly removed it and retorted to her father. "What on earth happened?" Attracted by the wailing cries of Uncle Mouri, the monk Kuan Yin inquired about the situation. The timid Xiaolon hastily concealed her mask, while the uncle forced a smile, attempting to smooth over his daughter's prank. "What should I do? The mask hasn't been returned yet," Xiaolon said, awkwardly smiling. "Well, just wear it on your face," Uncle Mouri replied with an air of displeasure. "You can keep it as a souvenir, as long as you don't mind that it was taken off in the restroom," suggested Hinata Rin. However, judging by Xiaolan's expression, She seemed less than enthusiastic. Hinata Rin felt that this group of monks could potentially develop their tourism industry and related products, which would be far more profitable than merely providing accommodations. After returning, a relieved Xiaolon found herself easily falling asleep alongside Uncle Mouri, who was known for his sound slumber. Meanwhile, a rather stimulated Conan became the one unable to find rest. "Can't you sleep?" A sudden voice startled him, causing him to tense up. Turning around, he was met with Hinata Rin's pure white pupils, which added to the eerie sensation. Conan felt more awake than ever and felt compelled to remark that Hinata Rin's eyes were truly invigorating at night. "Yeah, you scared me awake," Conan retorted, having almost drifted into slumber just moments before. "Have you lent Xiaolon the courage you usually have when examining corpses or tracking criminals?" He added that it's completely normal to react strongly in an unfamiliar environment. She responded, "If you're unable to sleep, why not take a stroll? A little exercise might help tire you out." "Come on, I'm just a kid. Do you really expect me to wander around a temple alone at night?" Although Conan entertained the idea, he felt a bit uneasy after being startled by both Xiaolon and Hinata Rin earlier. "Then let's go together," Hinata Rin replied, rising once more. Conan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her willingness to accompany him. Hinata Rin wasn't a light sleeper. Her vigilance was merely a habit from her ninja training, allowing her to block out the sounds of snoring or grinding teeth. However, she was affected by Conan's restless tossing and turning. Though he could manage without sleep, his movements were becoming bothersome, prompting him to get up and take the energetic corgi out for a walk. Moreover, as the saying goes, one does not wander in a temple unless they fear some misfortune. Such proverbs embody the ancient wisdom of our ancestors. Furthermore, letting Conan, the source of calamity, roam alone was unwise. After all, he not only brought trouble to others, but was also not in a good predicament himself. That it was better to keep an eye on him, as allowing him to wander alone was akin to walking a dog without a leash. "Let's go, but tread lightly. We don't want to disturb anyone's rest at this hour," Hinata Rin advised Conan, who rolled his eyes in response, asserting that he wasn't truly a child. However, Hinata Rin found it rather peculiar for them to be strolling in a temple at such an hour. What if they encountered someone engaged in nefarious activities? That would be quite presumptuous. "Hey, are you afraid you won't be able to sleep either?" Conan asked, initiating a conversation as walking in silence felt a bit dull. "Do you think that's possible?" Hinata Rin shot him a glance, prompting him to ponder. Conan couldn't quite distinguish what was different about her expression, yet he felt that under the moonlight, Hinata Rin possessed an ethereal quality. The glow of her luminous white eyes further emphasized the sense that she was somewhat out of place in this world. If Hinata Rin could read minds, she might inform the overanalyzing Conan that she had relatives on the moon. Though perhaps only one remained now. After walking Conan, Hinata Rin swiftly led him back to their room to sleep, aware that children who stayed up late might not grow properly. Who knew if he could revert to his former self in the future? If not, it would be wise to prepare for both outcomes. After all, one couldn't allow Xiaolon to marry a hobbit-like version of Kudo Shinichi, as that would adversely affect the height of the next generation. Early the next morning, a yawning monk, Master Shunyan, knocked on the door, calling them to breakfast. "Master Shunyan, you seem quite tired," Uncle Mouri remarked casually as he adjusted his tea, in stark contrast to the heavily dark-circled Shunyan. Uncle Mouri, who had enjoyed a good night's sleep, was unfazed even when awakened mid-slumber, quickly drifting back off without any impact. "Indeed, I was immersed in studying scriptures until the late hours," Master Shunyan explained with a composed expression, which Uncle Mouri accepted without skepticism, having been informed by the abbot that the monk was diligent in his studies. However, it was peculiar that not only was Master Shunyan yawning, but the monk Kuan Yin, seated beside him, was also struggling to suppress yawns. Upon inquiring, Uncle Mouri discovered that Kuan Yin had been kept awake by his own wailing the previous night, prompting an awkward attempt to smooth things over. He also mentioned that Master Tunian had nearly been awake the entire night. Given that Uncle Mouri's loud cries had drawn Kuan Yin from his slumber, it was astounding that 4 out of the 5 monks in the temple had failed to sleep properly. Was this truly a monastery, or had they mistakenly stumbled into a nightclub, with everyone awake and reveling at such an hour? Nevertheless, according to Conan's guest law, one among them had likely succumbed to an eternal slumber, compensating for the other's lost sleep. The quality of that sleep was likely so profound that even shouting would not rouse them. Although Hinata Rin had not slept long, her sleep quality was commendable. leaving her in good spirits as she focused on her meal. Just as Hinata Rin finished her breakfast, Master Shunyan entered, having come to fetch them a tea that moment. A clear shout echoed from outside, presumably from the previously absent monk Kuan Yin. In a flash, both Conan and Uncle Mouri darted to the door with the swiftness of ninjas, racing towards the source of the call, which led them to the room where the monks were reportedly punished. Upon entering, they found Kuan Yin sprawled on the floor, dumbfounded. "What happened?" Conan inquired. Kuan Yin did not respond, instead tremblingly pointing at the ceiling. Following his gaze, they were met with the sight of the abbot, Master Tian Yong, hanging lifelessly, his eyes wide open in a final, unblinking stare. Hinata Rin arrived a moment later, but with her white eyes, she could discern the scene without needing to approach. Although it might seem disrespectful to summarize the situation of the deceased, she could now confirm that, aside from the four who had lost sleep, there was one who had slept far too well. According to Conan's theorem, there was a 99% chance that this was a homicide. Had Hinata Rin used her white eyes while walking Conan, perhaps she would have noticed something amiss. However, she refrained from doing so, adhering to the habit formed during her time with the Hyuga clan, where they avoided activating their Byakugan unless on a mission at night. Despite being deep in the mountains, the police arrived promptly after the incident. Within half an hour, familiar Officer Magyar led a team to cordon off the scene. However, this was largely unnecessary, as there were few visitors to the temple, and the group consisted mostly of those accustomed to wandering the crime scene. The deceased, Master Tian Yong, had been confirmed dead between 10 and midnight the previous night, with Kuan Yin being the one to discover the body. "Kuan Yin, that was indeed a tragic call you made," Uncle Mouri commented, his irreverent humor surfacing at the sight of the hanging abbot. Looking at it from another perspective, it's akin to witnessing the company president's demise. Not only is being implicated a troublesome affair, but one also faces the dire prospect of unemployment in its aftermath, making it quite difficult to maintain a cheerful disposition. As expected, Master Kuan Yin retorted rather irritably. "It shouldn't be as miserable as you claim." Indeed, Master Kuan Yin was a witness to Uncle Mouri's anguished cries from the previous night, and his statement holds merit. Hinata Rin recalled that Uncle Mouri's wails were indeed more sorrowful. It is only natural that a renowned detective would possess a louder voice than the average person. Engaging in a battle of wits with a tenacious perpetrator bears little difference from an argument, and in such moments, a raised voice becomes a logical necessity. However, at this juncture, Conan unusually stepped forward to defend Uncle Mouri, pointing out that Master Kuan Yin's discovery of the deceased body was remarkably swift. The considerable height of the room, combined with the solitary small window at the top, rendered that area quite dark, compounded by the visual blind spot upon entering. Consequently, it was indeed challenging to make such a discovery. Without preconceived notions, it might have taken the foul odor of decay to reveal the situation. Conan's observation quickly captured the attention of Uncle Mouri and the police, while Kuan Yin remained silent, bowing his head. Just as the suspicion surrounding Kuan Yin was escalating, Moon Yin emerged to explain that a similar incident had occurred here 2 years prior, which was precisely the matter they had agreed to keep silent about the previous night. Officer Muro happened to be the investigator of that case 2 years ago, and even recalled that the victim was a monk named Zhong Yin. The individuals who discovered the body were Kuan Yin and Moon Yin. He recounted how Zhong Yin, after being punished in that room, mysteriously vanished following a significant hole in the wall, remaining missing for 3 days and nights, until they inadvertently looked up while repairing the wall and found Zhong Yin hanging from the ceiling. This incident gave rise to the legend of the Tengu, as it seemed beyond human capability. Without tools, one could only have flown up with wings. Additionally, the carpenter determined that such a large hole in the wall would require at least a day's labor to create. It was evident that Zhong Yin, who had spent merely 1 night inside without any tools, could not have accomplished this feat. Considering all these factors, they speculated that it must have been the legendary Tengu, endowed with wings and immense strength, responsible for this act. Officer Muro surprisingly exhibited the professionalism expected of a law enforcement officer. Although somewhat inexperienced and easily misled, he still displayed considerable courage. Thus, he scoffed at the monks' mystical legends, believing them to be a deliberate ploy by the perpetrator to mimic the characteristics of the legend, thereby achieving their nefarious goals undetected. The forensic personnel had already ascended the beams, and according to their findings, aside from the area where the rope was suspended, There were no other signs of disturbance in the dust above. This indicated that the perpetrator truly must have had wings to suspend the deceased in midair, rather than employing tools like a normal human to climb up to the rafters. Moreover, a crucial issue remained. Both the deceased from 2 years ago, Zhong Yan, and the current victim, the abbot Tian Yong, were both tall individuals that it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to accomplish such a feat at the very least, among the 4 monks present. Despite their varying appearances, none seemed to possess the attributes of someone with wings and extraordinary strength. Hinata Rin had yet to recall the entirety of that case, having spent over a decade in the world of Naruto, where such exhilarating memories occupied most of his mental space that in contrast, the prolonged and somewhat mundane narrative of Conan's world appeared quite hazy. However, considering the occurrence of a similar incident 2 years prior, and the fact that the one suspended here was Abbot Tian Yong, he deduced through the logic of Conan's world that the deceased Zhong Yin had likely met his end at the hands of Abbot Tian Yong. It seemed the current perpetrator sought vengeance for that past incident, choosing to replicate the method of the abbot's demise. Thus, to resolve this case, it was unnecessary to stubbornly chase after the bizarre clues and circumstances at hand. A different perspective, such as investigating the familial ties of Zhong Yin, could prove to be a more efficient avenue of inquiry. However, his connections with the police were not strong enough to prompt them to sift through old household registers, especially when investigating a monk who had perished in a remote mountain temple 2 years ago would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, it was the late 1990s, and electronic systems had yet to become widespread, making interpersonal investigations particularly difficult. Otherwise, many cases would not require the criminal to confess in order to unveil the truth. At this point, Officer Muro and Uncle Mouri were nearly convinced that this was a case of suicide. This assumption primarily stemmed from the absence of traces on the beams. If it were murder, there would undoubtedly be some evidence left behind, especially when considering the long length of rope and the axe found on the ground. Thus, they surmised that the abbot must have climbed up, secured the rope, chopped off the excess with the axe, and then leapt down to hang himself. However, this too could not adequately explain the lack of additional traces on the beams. Even if one were to entertain the notion of suicide, the abbot would still require a means to secure the rope. Nevertheless, these 2 individuals were evidently not inclined to ponder such matters. The previous case of Zhong Yin had similarly been ruled as a suicide, which was a traditional practice of the Japanese police. With a ready-made answer, they were bound to replicate it, leaving only the issue of the motive for suicide. Just as Officer Muro and his team were about to commence their search for motives, the answer arrived unbidden. That it came in the form of Miss Kikuno, the granddaughter of the abbot, who was weeping profusely beside the corpse, accompanied by another monk, her husband, who was attempting to console her. Through the chatter of Quan Yin, Moon Yin, and others, the police and Uncle Mouri quickly learned that Zhong Yin had previously been in closer contact with Miss Kikuno. Their relationship had ended, and soon after, Zhong Yin succumbed to despair and took his own life. As for the abbot, the monks mentioned that he had been troubled by this matter for a long time, ultimately choosing to die in the same manner as Zhong Yin. While this explanation appeared reasonable, the underlying melodrama was not lost on Hinata Rin. The granddaughter had shared a close bond with Zhong Yin. Yet now she was married to another man, the heir of a grand temple. Was this not a blatant interference, a disruption of their romance? However, considering the monk's prior statements, it was indeed Miss Kikuno who had wept over Zhong Yin's corpse 2 years ago. Yet, her current husband had been a betrothed match since childhood. Thus, to suggest that the abbot had merely interfered in their romance would be an oversimplification. He had rather prevented the young couple from pursuing a misguided emotional path. The monks quickly formulated a motive for the abbot's death, and soon they all followed Officer Muro in search of any potential suicide notes left behind. Meanwhile, Conan did not roam about aimlessly, but instead remained fixated on the fractured wall of the room, intently observing the small wooden fragments within the circled area drawn by the police. "Little brother, what are you doing?" the bespectacled monk Sun Yin inquired, not joining the search for the note, but instead questioning Conan's investigation for clues. The latter quickly approached, rolling up Sun Yin's sleeve to compare sizes, assessing whether he could manage to excavate the large hole in the wall. By the way, Sun Yin, you mentioned that you studied scriptures until late last night, correct? Conan began to sweetly probe for information, his approach surprisingly effective, as both bystanders and criminals often lowered their guard around him. "Yes, I was still awake until around 3. Sun Yin confirmed. During that time, did you notice anything unusual? For instance, did you see someone sneak out of the room, or hear strange sounds of something being broken, or perhaps a scream? Conan edged closer, nearly pressing his face against Sun Yin's. His voice growing increasingly urgent, his serious tone exerting an unintentional pressure even on the monk. No, I didn't hear anything, Sun Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Hinata Rin's brow furrowed. Goodness, Conan's aura truly proved effective, sending the murderer leaping into action. Are you certain you didn't hear anything last night? Did you not mention the legend of the Tengu? Hinata Rin interjected, prompting Sun Yin to turn his gaze, his handsome face now displaying signs of anxiety. His tone hurried, as if he were somewhat frightened. It seemed he might have been unsettled by the tale of the Tengu. However, Hinata Rin was all too aware of the truth behind this so-called legend. Thus, it was with a considerable degree of certainty that he remarked, Indeed, I am quite certain that I heard nothing yesterday, for last night was a profoundly silent one. That this revelation brought a sense of relief to me. Thank you, Master. Hinata Rin's expression swiftly returned to tranquility, while the quick-witted Hashinomiya could not help but exhibit an expression of surprise. After Hinata Rin exited the room, it was not long before the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. One need not turn around to know it was that rascal Conan. Hey, you weren't just putting on an act to deceive that fellow, were you? You noticed something was amiss with him too? With a hint of exasperation, Hinata Rin crouched down. The boy was simply too short, and he had no desire to imitate Rand's habit of bending down to converse, finding it more comfortable to remain crouched. Yes, the uncle's shout was quite unmistakable. There is no way he could have failed to hear it. Hinata Rin refrained from responding to Conan's question about acting. What a joke. This boy relished playing the part of a child, yet he had the audacity to criticize others. That it was indeed the case that Kuan Yin had specifically ventured out to investigate, and Moon Yin had just mentioned being unable to sleep due to the uncle's shout. That if these two, who were supposed to be asleep, could hear it, then surely he, who claimed their resting place was not far apart, could not have missed it. Thus, he was lying. There was definitely something amiss. That Conan's glasses gleamed with confidence as he stated assertively. He was not yet ready to accuse the lying Hashinomiya outright, as there was still no conclusive evidence. But it was certain that the other party had not spoken the truth, particularly in cases involving an alibi. The suspicion grew even stronger, making it entirely reasonable to consider him a suspect. 10 minutes later, at the foot of the Temple-S mountain, Conan was crouched in the grass, diligently searching. That I believe your actions are an affront to the police. If Conan could find clues in the cramped crime scene, it might indirectly suggest that the Japanese police are rather inept, which could be somewhat understandable. However, while at work, one should at least act somewhat professional. It is quite obvious that you are merely fishing in troubled waters. Yet, in a vast open field spanning several square kilometers, searching for tiny wooden fragments borders on insulting the profession of law enforcement. What? Are you the savior of the Japanese police? What did you say? The focused Conan did not catch Hinata Rin's words. However, he did not forget to grumble. Come on, don't just stand there watching. Come over and help me look. We might find things faster that way. Just walk a bit further, and you'll reach it. I see it clearly. Really? Observing Hinata Rin, who had remained under the shade of the tree since their arrival, Conan began to doubt whether he was simply toying with a child. Ah, there it is. Your eyesight is remarkably good. Just as Conan exclaimed this, his right hand unexpectedly brushed against something. Upon picking it up, he found it to be the very evidence he had been fervently seeking. When God shuts one door, he opens another. Perhaps this was a form of compensation. Hinata Rin, with no qualms, regaled the high school detective, who muttered half-believingly that he too desired such rewards if he possessed such observational skills. Would he not be one step closer to becoming a Holmes? Rin, Conan, why did you both dash out without a word? I've been searching for you for ages. Rand, too, appeared quite unexpectedly, just as Conan was reveling in his discovery of evidence. He turned to find himself abruptly lifted by Rand, who had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Conan, disregarding the warnings, felt compelled to follow and keep an eye on him. That it was said that watching over children was akin to walking a dog. Exhausting their energy made things easier. Is that so? Ran, still just a young girl with little experience in childcare, was perplexed. Sister Ran, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like that at all. I merely came out to enjoy the cherry blossoms. Conan flailed his arms in protest, realizing that Rin was being rather cunning, silently placing the blame on him. If he were to accumulate too much guilt, returning to the identity of Kudo Shinichi would be nothing but a distant hope, leading to social demise. Let us go. Just as Ran prepared to lead the way back, she noticed Hinata Rin waving his hand, calling into the forest behind them. Master Hashinomiya, won't you come out and greet everyone? There was indeed someone there. Both Conan and Ran were startled. While Ran had not anticipated anyone following them, Conan had already crouched down to activate the switch on his enhanced sneakers. Hashinomiya was not like the others. He was the very suspect Hinata Rin was currently wary of, and approaching him might well lead to the destruction of evidence. If you happen to get lost in there, I can call the police for you. Upon hearing this, Hashinomiya finally emerged from the woods, wearing a simple, earnest smile, feigning innocence as he said, "Dear guest, you must be mistaken. I was merely concerned that you might get lost, which is why I came over. I was just worried that my sudden voice might startle this child, so I hid here. That I asked that so? Then I suppose you wouldn't mind if I present this tape bearing your fingerprints to the police?" Hinata Rin's tone remained calm, yet Hashinomiya's heart stirred with unease. He was barely able to maintain the facade of his smile, beginning to doubt whether his decision to follow them had been a mistake. "What fingerprints? Rin, what are you talking about?" Rin clearly did not yet grasp the situation, and Conan, too, was bewildered. Although he sensed Hashinomiya was suspicious, they were still in the phase of searching for clues and speculating about methods. Who would have known someone would outright reveal the answer? "I am referring to the murderer of the crime, who stands right in front of you, Master Hashinomiya. However, I lack a penchant for lengthy deductions. Rather than my words, I believe it would be best for Master Hashinomiya to explain to the police why his fingerprints are on the tape. Additionally, you would do well to clarify the reason behind your assumed identity. If I am not mistaken, you should be connected to the deceased Zonian from 2 years ago, correct?" Hinata Rin had no interest in delivering an elaborate explanation. The time was now 10:30 in the morning, and in just over an hour, it would be lunchtime. Although the vegetarian dishes here were quite decent, he had no desire to partake in 2 meals consecutively, and given the current circumstances, Master Tun Yin likely would not have the leisure to prepare a meal either. They would most likely be resorting to boxed lunches, which were rather lackluster when it came to taste. Rather than endure this, it would be far better to resolve the case swiftly and return to the office for a good meal and proper rest. Lingering in the depths of the mountains, playing house with the criminal held little charm. How did you see through it? Hashinomiya remained silent for a considerable time, leading Hinata Rin to believe he would persist in his silence until the police arrived. But finally, he spoke, albeit with an air of melancholy. "How could this fellow possibly be the murderer?" "You must be mistaken." Rin. At that moment, Uncle Mouri and Officer Magyar arrived, accompanied by several monks and a contingent of police officers. The one who had just expressed doubt was none other than Uncle Mouri, the one who was prone to eliminating incorrect answers. "Uncle, you needn't interrogate me. Master Hashinomiya's statement contains a fatal flaw." In the presence of outsiders, Hinata Rin still made an effort to uphold the facade of the Mouri Detective Agency's figurehead, although this had little effect in front of the familiar Officer Magyar. "What flaw does my statement hold? When Conan asked you earlier, you claimed last night was a very quiet night, correct? You need not deny it. I have the recording." Hinata Rin produced his phone and played back Hashinomiya's earlier response to Conan. Hashinomiya, who had just raised his head as if to argue, once again lowered it. He was well aware that those guilty of crimes tended to struggle until the very end, even when evidence was thrust before them. Thus, he had made preparations in advance, which was why he had previously feigned fear and asked Hashinomiya if he was certain he had heard nothing last night. He did not trust a murderer's integrity. Rather than relying on verbal astonishment, he preferred to strike directly at the heart of the matter. He hailed from an era where even the simplest acts of kindness and resignation were recorded on video. His version was entirely ahead of the game. "Hashinomiya, how could you?" Uncle Mouri exclaimed. The shout from Mr. Mouri was quite loud. All of us in the room could hear it, and Kuan Yin even ran out to check. As the monk stepped forward to speak, Xionyin's countenance turned ashen, akin to being struck by lightning. He realized that this was an irreparable flaw in his explanation, a critical revelation of his method of murder. Hinata Rin promptly and succinctly elucidated Xionyin's technique for committing the crime, simultaneously pointing out the truth that the incident from 2 years prior was likely orchestrated by the abbot. After all, Xionyun had only arrived a year ago, and the case from 2 years back could not be pinned on him. Although Hinata Rin found the method rather absurd, Flooding a wooden structure for a full 7 hours seemed implausible. Even if the house's crevices were sealed, he knew that it was impossible to drain the water from just one corner of the house. This 10-meter-tall, 4-square-meter building, capable of holding dozens of tons of water, would be remarkable if it did not collapse under such circumstances. Yet, no matter how fantastical the scenario, it paled in comparison to first-hand observation. With a visual acuity reaching a kilometer, he was acutely aware of every minuscule detail within that range. Furthermore, while tailing Conan, he had likely triggered the protagonist's halo, coincidentally catching the moment when he hung the abbot from the rafters. Thus, he immediately identified both the perpetrator and the method, arguably benefiting from Conan's brilliance. After Hinata Rin's presentation concluded in a manner reminiscent of a PowerPoint presentation, Xiongyan formally confessed to his crime, leading to the segment where the criminal revealed his motives. Xiongyan recounted his fraternal connection to the deceased Zhongyan from 2 years prior. Explaining his name change and his arrival at the temple to investigate his brother's death, he detailed how, after intoxicating the abbot and uncovering the truth, his plea for the abbot to confess was met with rejection, culminating in his wrathful act of murder. It was indeed a pity. Had you come here 2 years ago, I would not exist as I am now. Xiongyan's trembling words were steeped in regret. Yet his expression bore a hint of relief. He had finally unraveled the truth behind his brother's demise, but at the cost of his own life. Rin, it's truly unfortunate you couldn't attend today. Missing out on my deduction is undoubtedly your loss, Conan exclaimed animatedly, his face alight with excitement. Hinata Rin, seated on a small sofa in the room, set down his book upon hearing this, taking a sip from the glass of water on the adjacent table. I believe it's better for my mental well-being to avoid your deductions. Why is that? Don't you enjoy uncovering the truth? Besides, your powers of observation are remarkable. If you were present at the scene, you would undoubtedly surpass Watson. Conan's self-aggrandizing remark suggested he believed his own abilities could rival those of Holmes. Each time I witness you sedate Uncle Mouri, I feel a twinge of guilt for Ran. If Uncle ever develops a resistance to sedatives, you'd better prepare an excuse, or you might not escape Rand's wrath. Such is the nature of things. I can't help my current predicament. Moreover, I am also aiding Uncle Mouri in building his reputation and salvaging his career. And I am doing good deeds anonymously. Surely, that balances the scales. You might want to save that explanation for later when you speak with Rand. When the time comes, I won't be there to rescue you. At most, I'll restrain myself from intervening. The thought of the martial prowess of the Mouri family sent a shiver down Conan's spine. He was uncertain if Rand would hold back if such a day ever came. In truth, Conan was no longer residing with Hinata Rin. His previous stay had merely been a temporary measure. Following the incident involving Idagawa Conan's abduction, the detective's mother had presented Uncle Mouri with $1,000,000, clearly indicating her intent to stay long-term. Uncle Mouri, upon seeing the money, had generously offered to treat Conan as his own son. Consequently, following this, Ran and Hinata Rin had converted a room originally designated for storage into a space for Conan, who now simply visited Rin to vent his frustrations. His situation was quite troublesome. He couldn't express his thoughts at school or at home, and at Professor Agasa's place, which had become the regular meeting point for the Junior Detective League. Discussions were often inconvenient. Weighing all options, he found no recourse but to seek solace in Hinata Rin's company. This is all a future concern. Presently, I have a significant dilemma to tackle, and I am at a loss for a solution. Conan lay back on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, a look of melancholy etched across his face. What's the matter? Have you revealed your identity, and is Rand confronting you about it? Hinata Rin casually turned a page in his book, speculating aloud. Early on, Conan had faced numerous crises surrounding his identity, but these had diminished over time. Hence, Rin reasonably surmised that Rand might have known all along, merely waiting for him to come clean. If only that were the case. At least it would be straightforward. Currently, Rand is insisting on going out with me next weekend, and I have no idea how to respond. I consulted Professor Agasa, but he had no solutions either. I had initially considered rescheduling, but who would have thought Rand would insist on May 3 RD? It's utterly perplexing. The great detective sighed, increasingly loathing the shadowy figures responsible for his transformation. Such a delay is infuriating. Are you not the best at evading and deflecting Rand's inquiries? Just tell her you have a case to solve. This time, I am the one seeking her favor. It would be inappropriate to approach her in such a manner, especially since she hasn't given me a chance to refuse. What does Ran want to do with you? She mentioned going to see a midnight screening. Honestly, I don't understand the appeal. She might as well indulge in more mystery novels. The midnight screening on May 3 RD. Once it concludes, it will already be May 14th. Is there a particular significance to that day? Despite their childhood friendship, Ran rarely initiated outings with Shinichi. The last time they spent time together was when she had borrowed his success in a karate tournament, and it had not ended well for the detective. May 14th. I know that date. It marks the day Holmes and Tiramore fell to their deaths over the waterfall. The detective spoke with certainty, his expression shifting to one of exhilaration, far more vibrant than when he had been fretting over how to evade Ran. When is your birthday? Upon encountering Holmes, the detective's mind faltered. He had not considered that Ran's invitation might be linked to the famed detective. Thanks to his fervent obsession with Holmes, he couldn't help but chatter incessantly. And it was a miracle that Ran hadn't turned into a Holmes detractor, though. Right, my birthday is indeed on that day. No wonder it all makes sense. Are you so forgetful that you can't even recall your own birthday? If someone else asked, it would be understandable, but Ran likely wants to celebrate it with you. Hence the insistence on that date. She might even have a gift for you. I advise you to cherish it. Otherwise, someone else might appreciate it on your behalf. Hinata Rin recognized that this was likely a plot point for a theatrical release, with the date creating confusion. Yet, if one did not pay careful attention, life would simply continue to flow day by day. Regardless of the chaos, night and day still existed, and that was sufficient. Now that you mention it, I recall Ran asking me about my favorite color. Could it be she is genuinely preparing a gift? How troublesome. Yet, your suggestion is easy to state. I also wish to meet her. It's not as if I am the only one with thoughts on this matter. The last sentence Conan muttered softly, almost as if in a whisper, but Hinata Rin heard every word clearly. He had no desire to interfere in the tug-of-war between childhood friends. Instead, he shifted the conversation to another topic. If your birthday is on May 14th, then what about Conan? Have you assigned him a birthday? I seem to have forgotten, but is it really necessary? I suspect that if Ran is planning to celebrate Shinichi's birthday, she might casually inquire about Conan's as well. If you think it unnecessary, you could simply inform her that Conan's birthday is also May 14th. I wager that would alleviate your current troubles. Well, thank you very much. Conan shot a deadpan stare at Hinata Rin, who calmly nodded in polite acceptance of the gratitude bestowed upon him from the Heisei era's Holmes. Whatever will be, will be. Perhaps a solution will present itself in due time. After pondering for a considerable while without arriving at any conclusions, the great detective opted to let things unfold as they may. Then, he became rapidly engrossed in the world of detective fiction. Unable to extricate himself, this fellow was rereading the Sherlock Holmes collection countless times, his addiction rivaling that of solving mysteries. Moreover, just a few days prior, he had secretly enrolled in a Sherlock Holmes-themed travel group, where he seemed to be enduring considerable torment, inevitably encountering a case Hinata Rin did not attend. Having kept to himself in recent days, from Conan, he learned that he had apparently missed several cases. Additionally, the great detective formally revealed his true identity to his future close friend, the dark-skinned boy Heiji Hattori from Osaka, and the two established a strategic partnership, but as someone who also knew Conan's true identity. Hinata Rin could not help but be informed of this development. Thus, despite his current troubles, it was evident that he had enjoyed himself thoroughly in the preceding days, liberating himself in a manner of speaking. From the detective's personal perspective, he indeed had no solution for the condition caused by the drug that rendered him smaller. While he excelled in medical ninjutsu, the physique of ninjas differed significantly from that of this realm, and he was too indolent to seek samples for comparison. Orochimaru would likely find it quite fitting. That peculiar child with a penchant for collecting would undoubtedly not overlook a miraculous specimen like Conan. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to change size at will while carrying a death buff. Moreover, Orochimaru's survival skills are exceptional. Even if he stood in opposition to Conan, he likely would not face any mortal danger. Upon reflection, Orochimaru indeed seemed well suited to join the organization, as their pursuit of immortality would likely pique his interest, creating a mutually beneficial situation. However, if the objective was merely to resolve the current predicament, Hinata Rin could simply employ a transformation jutsu to become Shinichi Kudo and watch the movie in his stead. The effectiveness of the transformation jutsu would at least rival that of Kid the Phantom Thief's disguise techniques. And since there were no chakra or bloodline limits here, discerning his techniques would be even more challenging. The only issue was that the detective might be reluctant, and Hinata Rin himself was not keen on meddling in the affairs of childhood sweethearts. If this could be considered a moderately non-troublesome strategy, then he had an even more troublesome alternative. That was to eliminate Conan first, then capture Kaido Kuroba, the human form of Kid the Phantom Thief, using him as a vessel for the impure world reincarnation technique to summon Conan's soul into Kaido's body, thereby achieving the effect of Shinichi Kudo both in appearance and soul.as for the hairstyle. A touch of mousse would suffice, or it could remain unchanged for safety. After all, Kaido Kuroba had been wandering around Tokyo for quite some time without the black organization sending him any warmth. So he likely had some form of immunity, conveniently assisting Conan in remaining concealed. Although both were protagonists in the realm of Detective Conan, he was somewhat closer to Conan and would certainly side with him in earnest discussions. However, even if we were to entertain the notion that a darker iteration of Conan in some alternate timeline would agree to this plan, it would still pose an awkward ethical dilemma. Who would their child with Ran belong to? On the spiritual level, it would undoubtedly be Shinichi Kudo's. Yet, the body would belong to Kaido Kuroba, and that could not be overlooked. Nevertheless, these thoughts were somewhat far-fetched. The reproductive isolation between impure world reincarnation bodies and normal humans remained uncertain. Furthermore, how could one be certain that there was no familial relationship between Toichi Kuroba and Yusaku Kudo? Therefore, Shinichi Kudo's common face was indeed hereditary, just like his deductive abilities, which had been present since his father's generation. If one were to scrutinize this matter closely, it could be said that the aura of death was a legacy he had created and expanded upon. However, whether apartment 4869 served as a catalyst in this amplification process remains ambiguous. Although it was true that this child had been favored by death from a young age and occasionally encountered cases, the number of incidents resolved by Shinichi Kudo was evidently less frenetic than after he transformed into Conan. At the very least, it did not reach the frequency of 2 to 3 occurrences per day. Otherwise, during Shinichi Kudo's upbringing, Japan would have likely reached a point where the death rate exceeded the birth rate decades earlier. Hinata Rin's speculations were confirmed during dinner that evening when Ran expressed her intentions. She planned to watch a movie on the night of May 3 RD, precisely at midnight, and gift Shinichi Kudo a red leisure shirt. It must be said that having a secondary identity was not without its advantages. This time, the information came directly to him without needing to inquire. Although he still had no solution, at least he had clarified what Ran intended to do on that day, making it more reasonable to come up with an excuse if he could not attend. By the way, what movie are you all going to see? His father, busy devouring his meal, finally found the time to ask, only to hear Ran enthusiastically describe the plot of the movie and how she made her selection. Her face flushed with excitement, her tone infused with yearning. In that moment, Ran seemed to momentarily detach from the mundane concerns of daily life, embodying the essence of a blossoming young woman. Wait a moment, did you just say you were going to watch a midnight screening? Absolutely not. I cannot allow that. A young boy and girl spending the night in a dimly lit cinema? The uncle finally grasped the crux of the matter. Watching a movie together as childhood sweethearts posed no issue, but the timing was perilously risky. Naturally, he was not concerned for Ran's safety. She was well aware of her own capabilities. As long as she steered clear of supernatural legends, any potential robbers would likely find themselves regretting crossing paths with her. The main concern was that he understood all too well what young boys were thinking. That little scoundrel had grown up under his watchful eye. Though he might appear serious on the surface, he was, in reality, a hopeless lecher, and he would not allow his daughter to fall into such a den of wolves. Let us set aside such paternal worries for now and attend the afternoon tea at the Moritani family instead. Ran produced the invitation she had received from Shinichi Kudo, intending to divert her father's attention. Moritani Teiji, it seemed, was indeed connected to the plot of the first theatrical film. Hinata Rin confirmed this, remembering the deranged criminal who insisted on demolishing buildings due to their asymmetry, even in the realm of Detective Conan, where the motives for crime often bordered on the bizarre. This was particularly unusual, and given that it was the first film, it left a lasting impression. Although Uncle Mouri expressed his dissatisfaction, after all, it was due to Shinichi Kudo's absence that they were stepping in his opinion. Such invitations ought to have been extended directly to the renowned Mouri Kagoro's household, as sending it to that barely pubescent high school student was a sheer waste. Nonetheless, Conan had his methods. With a few compliments about the historic meeting between a famous detective and a renowned architect, Uncle Mouri chuckled heartily, clearly having taken the bait. Observing his half-hearted smile, it was likely he was inwardly ridiculing his future father-in-law's foolishness. "Rin, why don't you join us? You've been cooped up at home lately. It might be a bit dull, and you should get some fresh air." Ran looked at Hinata Rin, urging him, concerned that the recent murder case they encountered in the deep mountains might have frightened him, causing him to hesitate about going out with them. As a cousin, she felt it necessary to monitor the mental state of her family members. "I was just busy with schoolwork a few days ago, but I'm much better now. I'll go with you," Hinata Rin replied, as he had indeed intended to join them. The plot of the theatrical film was far more thrilling than their daily lives, and it would be a pity not to attend the screening. Furthermore, he was quite curious about that obsession with symmetry, as the creation of art requires dedication, but excessive fixation can lead to complications. On the afternoon of Tuesday, April 29th, at the entrance of the Mauritani residence, Mouri and his companions disembarked from the taxi, with Conan fully immersing himself in the role of a boy of that age, eagerly leaping out of the car and rushing inside. Uncle Mouri had initially intended to rent a vehicle, as a taxi somewhat hindered his identity as a famous detective. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Their previous rental had broken down deep in the mountains and had to be towed back by the police. Although Uncle Mouri compensated for the repair costs, he had, due to a series of breakdowns, been subtly placed on a blacklist. Of course, this would never be openly acknowledged, as they were in the business of serving customers. However, they continuously sought various excuses to deny the rental of a vehicle, leaving no alternative. Consequently, today they had no choice but to take a taxi to their destination. The taxi fares in Japan are exorbitantly high, with the starting rate already several times that of China. Generally, if there are no urgent matters, most individuals would refrain from opting for taxis as a mode of transportation, let alone for a scheduled visit. One could only say that Uncle Mouri is experiencing a significant financial drain for this tea party. If he cannot seize the opportunity to expand his clientele, it would indeed be a thoroughly and profitable venture. Living in Tokyo is no easy feat from Hinata Rin's perspective. Uncle Mouri glanced at the notes he had prepared in advance and stepped inside. As the saying goes, one cannot afford to delay in showcasing their preparations. Otherwise, they risk forgetting their carefully crafted points. Thus, upon entering, Uncle Mouri began to present his knowledge, introducing the architecture of the Mauritani T2 family, while also noting that Mauritani T2 was formerly known as Mouri and had later changed his name to T2 for the sake of symmetry, a rather pathological choice indeed. However, compared to the reasons for demolishing the building, his rationale regarding Kudo Shinichi appeared relatively normal. The latter's resolution of a case had led to the downfall of the mayor who supported him, rendering the previously crafted architectural plans unfeasible, thus obstructing his lofty ambitions. Therefore, his desire for revenge could hardly be deemed pathological. If we were to adhere strictly to his reasoning for the destruction of the building, it would stem from the fact that his name is T2 while Kudo Shinichi's is Shinichi. Not only is this asymmetrical, but the numerical sequence also precedes his own. Coupled with the fact that the actions of the latter have hindered the realization of his aspirations, it thereby justifies his urge for retribution. Aligning more closely with his obsessive need for symmetry, just as Uncle Mouri was fervently showcasing his knowledge, Mauritani T2 made his entrance, clad in a dark green suit and sporting a distinguished English mustache, presenting an image of refined elegance rather than that of an obsessive-compulsive. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that in the world of Conan, criminals seldom exhibit their true nature openly. Most are adept actors, concealing their true selves until the very end. Rather than a battle of deduction, it often resembles a dramatic performance between detectives and criminals. In comparison, today's actors in the entertainment industry pale in comparison. Ran introduced their backgrounds and the reason for attending the tea party in place of Kudo Shinichi. Upon learning that Kudo would not be present, Mauritani T2 stroked his mustache, his expression one of genuine regret. It seemed he truly was disappointed, as he had intended to exact revenge on Kudo Shinichi. If they could not meet, the thrill of the encounter would undeniably diminish. Uncle Mouri's party was guided by Mauritani T2 to the garden in the backyard, which was the venue for the tea gathering. The space was already bustling with numerous individuals, predominantly social elites, engaged in conversation. Several round tables adorned with an array of delicacies, primarily of English origin, were set up throughout the garden. This was not surprising. After all, Professor Mouri T2 had studied in England during his formative years, heavily influenced by its culture. The custom of afternoon tea is particularly distinctive to that region, where culinary offerings are markedly limited, with afternoon tea being their crowning jewel. Even the English themselves concede that the finest cuisine in England is foreign fare, and masterpieces like Stargazing, the never-closing eyes school, are considered the pinnacle of their culinary achievements. "Wow, this is beautiful. Are all these delicacies handmade?" Ran exclaimed as she approached, to which Mouri T2 proudly responded, "Of course, an authentic afternoon tea must feature handmade treats to delight our guests." This elicited a wave of compliments from those nearby. Being an esteemed architect and the host of the tea party, it was only natural that he would attract a crowd. However, he unexpectedly turned his attention to Ran, initially showing interest in both her and Hinata Rin. Yet after Ran introduced him, he shifted his focus entirely, clearly determined to pursue Kudo Shinichi's childhood companion. Hinata Rin mused whether this could be considered a form of gender protection if he were not identified as male. Even if merely as a relative, this old man might well confine both her and Ran within the Miflower building, only to detonate it before Kudo Shinichi's eyes if a structure lacks beauty. "I cannot acknowledge it as architecture. Many young architects today lack an appreciation for aesthetics. They must cultivate a stronger sense of responsibility towards their creations." The conversation had initially revolved around the pastries. But Mouri T2 abruptly shifted to architecture, passionately expressing his views, which enveloped the atmosphere in a heavy silence. What was meant to be a light-hearted tea gathering became overshadowed by the host's overly serious demeanor regarding architecture. Leaving the attendees, originally there for casual networking, at a loss for words, that it can be said that even the most adept at masking their compulsions struggle to conceal their attitudes when confronted with critical issues. Artists, in particular, are prone to becoming ensnared in their own obsessions. Hinata Rin recalled the likes of Sasori from Sunigakure and Deidara from Awagakure. The latter's existence during his time was uncertain. Yet, the former's reputation as a genius puppet master was quite resounding. Although he later vanished alongside the third Kazekage, his obsession with puppetry was clear. Not only did he transform himself into a puppet, but he also murdered the third Kazekage, turning him into an artistic artifact, which he took great pride in. This ultimately ignited the flames of the Third Shinobi World War. Ultimately, in the world of Hokage, where strength reigns supreme, one could easily find themselves compelled to sacrifice for the sake of art. However, Mouri T2, by appearance, resembled more of a bomb enthusiast. After all, he sought to demolish buildings, not merely renovate them. Few would imagine that he would destroy a structure simply due to its asymmetry. Those who extend invitations to Kudo Shinichi are likely harboring ulterior motives, and the organizers are often not entirely sincere. Before they had even sampled a few pastries, Mouri T2 suddenly requested Uncle Mouri to devise an internet password for a company envisioned by 3 of his friends. He then produced a slip of paper containing the names, birth dates, and brief descriptions of the trio. Along with an hourglass, he announced to the gathered crowd that everyone was welcome to participate, with a time limit of 3 minutes. Uncle Mouri, lacking proficiency in such matters, stared at the slip, nearly crushing it with his gaze, unable to discern any meaning. Mouri T2 similarly handed Ran and Hinata Rin each a slip of paper. Conan squatted down to examine his for a moment before displaying an expression of sudden realization. Hinata Rin had little interest in riddles, viewing them as mere brain teasers concocted by others. They required not only pattern recognition, but also a synchronization of thought processes with the quizzer. This was reminiscent of the liberal arts questions encountered during his schooling in China, where answers were seldom unequivocally correct. Rather, they demanded an understanding of the questioner's mindset, often following a similar logical thread. Regrettably, he had been a liberal arts student, disinterested in such puzzles, and now felt even less inclined. Even if he answered correctly, there would be no reward. What was the point? Only someone like Conan, with a passion for deduction, would find such matters engaging. Then he boldly proclaimed the answer, Momotaro. The solution lay in the birth dates of the 3 individuals, corresponding to the monkey, rooster, and dog, Momotaro's companions, thus revealing the answer. Hinata Rin, unfamiliar with Japanese customs, could not deduce that Momotaro was the answer, and so he gave up thinking altogether. Mouri T2 appeared to take out his frustrations on Uncle Mouri, while simultaneously testing the latter's deductive prowess. Observing that none could arrive at the answer, he declared he would await the expert's response. In truth, Uncle Mouri's expression of bewilderment was quite evident. Although the attendees maintained an air of sophistication, it was likely that they would have laughed openly otherwise. Especially when Conan announced the answer so loudly, it made Uncle Mouri's predicament all the more embarrassing, as it was a solution even a child could surmise. Fortunately, such occurrences were not new for Uncle Mouri, who maintained his composure and never allowed himself to be mentally drained by such trivialities. Thus, no embarrassing spectacle ensued. Following this, Mouri T2 invited them to his reading room to view his works. Primarily photographs of his architectural projects, including the recent case involving the Kurakawa family. In his discourse, Mouri T2 expressed dissatisfaction with these early works, his thoughts seemingly not focused on the presentation. Curiously, there is a growing intrigue regarding the date between Xiaolan and Shinichi Kudo. Surprisingly, Xiaolan has become somewhat more extroverted. Logically, such matters are typically the shy secrets of young girls. Why would one engage in such extensive conversation with a stranger of considerable age? Mr. Mouri, it seems you are quite curious about Shinichi Kudo, Hinata Rin interjected, halting Xiaolan just as she was about to divulge the details of her date, redirecting her inquiry towards Mouri Teiji. Indeed, I have heard news reports referring to him as the Holmes of the Heisei era, and having studied in England during my youth, it is only natural that I would harbor curiosity about a high school detective dubbed Holmes. He replied. The old man's reasoning is rather meticulous and logically sound. At the very least, the party in question, Conan, expressed no suspicion upon hearing this, and even developed an interest in Mouri Teiji, who seemingly shared a fondness for Holmes. His vigilance is rather lacking. Usually, he harbors doubts about the world, yet upon hearing a reference to Holmes, he becomes so engrossed, despite Hinata Rin's attempts to intervene. Xiaolan spoke quickly, inadvertently revealing her plans to celebrate her birthday by watching a movie with Shinichi Kudo at the Mihua Cinema on Sunday. This was a mere slip of the tongue. And given that there were no apparent suspicions on the part of the other party, even the great detective did not raise an eyebrow. Moreover, it was not Mouri Teiji who inquired, but rather Xiaolan herself. Caught up in her joyful mood, which complicates matters further. Xiaolan, you are not usually one to gossip. Could it be that you have been infected by your close friend Suzuki Sonoko? In truth, Hinata Rin harbored a deeper suspicion that this was a deliberate plot point. After all, if this information were not disclosed here, it would be difficult for Mouri Teiji to set up a psychological trap for Kudo and Xiaolan. His studies were in architecture, not nuclear energy. He could not simply launch the entirety of Mihua Town or even Tokyo into the sky. Otherwise, there would be no need for such detailed inquiries. Xiaolan, next time, refrain from discussing your plans and intentions so openly with strangers. What is the harm? Professor Mouri Teiji, doesn't he seem like a bad person, does he? In the taxi, Hinata Rin was admonishing Xiaolan, feeling weary not from her innocent questions, but rather from the great detective, who, instead of maintaining his vigilance, had let his guard down simply because the other party shared an affinity for Holmes. At that moment, he was staring wide-eyed, though he said nothing. One could sense he was thinking that someone who likes Holmes could hardly be a villain. In truth, most people pose no threat. The concern lies with this individual having extended an invitation to Shinichi Kudo, which could potentially indicate a problem. Perhaps he harbors a grudge against him. After all, Kudo solves cases daily, regularly sending criminals to prison, and the gratitude he receives is mostly from victims and their families, which is limited. However, the criminals remain alive, and their hatred is often far more intense than any gratitude offered. Just a few days ago, we encountered a case where the brother of a deceased had disguised himself and changed his surname for over a year solely for the sake of revenge. As a detective's family member, these matters warrant careful consideration. That makes sense. Although Shinichi has yet to encounter such a situation, it seems that my father has had a similar experience, Xiaolan mused, her expression suggesting she was reminiscing about the past. This moment. The second movie in the series had yet to premiere, and Xiaolan's most vivid recollection of a criminal seeking revenge against Uncle Mouri had not resurfaced. Otherwise, her sentiments would likely be even more profound. Upon arriving home, Xiaolan returned ahead of her uncle, while Hinata Rin stopped by a convenience store, with Conan stealthily trailing behind her. What do you mean by a detective's family member? He inquired quietly, to which Hinata Rin shot him a glance. Isn't Uncle Mouri a detective? As his daughter, doesn't that make Xiaolon a detective's family member? Xiaolon did not think much of it. Nor did he need to overthink it. Come now, what you just mentioned pertains to the future. Uncle is in the present. These are two different matters. Although the great detective's face flushed, his mind remained sharp. It seemed he had finally broken free from the curse of Holmes, with his intelligence reclaiming its rightful place. Interpret it as you wish. While the right to explain lies with me, I impose no restrictions on the additional associations of the perceptive. Time is like a wild donkey. Once it starts running, it does not stop. Amidst the great detective's struggle and anticipation, May 3rd arrived promptly. Rin, I'll leave the dinner for the two of them in your capable hands. Please, yes, rest assured and enjoy yourself. Conan, be good at home, okay? Bye-bye. Dad, drink less beer. I'll check up on you when I return. After laying down these instructions for the three members of the household, the head of the family, Mouri finally felt at ease to head out that it was still only midday, and with 10 full hours until her rendezvous with Shinichi Kudo at 10 o'clock that evening, it was quite early for her to leave. Uncle, too, was acting rather awkwardly. Though his thoughts were clearly not on the newspaper, he was wholly absorbed in observing his daughter passing by outside, yet he feigned indifference, something Conan found hard to believe. Watching Xiaolon wave goodbye and deliberately turn to hide, mumbling about why her father should fear her, it was evident that Xiaolon was the true matriarch of the household, while Uncle merely served as a legal guardian. His position akin to that of a ceremonial official. What would you like to have for dinner tonight? Hinata Rin asked the two, this being the most pressing question of the day, that we've only just finished lunch. It's a bit hard to decide. You can choose. I'm fine with anything. Both Conan and Uncle expressed, their differing expressions indicating a lack of interest. All right, I'll step out for a bit, and we'll return before dinner. Be careful on the road, Uncle Mouri remarked, leaving it at that. Instead, it was Conan who followed closely behind, incessantly asking questions. You shouldn't be bothering me right now. Shouldn't you be figuring out how to revert back and go watch the movie with Xiaolon? Hinata Rin was well aware of Conan's urgency, and his frantic demeanor was rather amusing. You say that so easily, but the white liquor is utterly ineffective. Those black-clad individuals can't even touch it. What can I possibly do to change back? Have you tried again? Hinata Rin caught on to the implication in the great detective's words. He likely attempted it once more. His channels of inquiry extended beyond just Professor Agasa. After all, there were his unreliable parents who frequently traveled abroad. While they were not often seen, handling the occasional purchasing task posed no problem that I had no choice. It was a desperate measure, yet it proved ineffective. Even consuming white liquor while under the weather didn't revert me. However, I do feel a bit uncomfortable in my chest, and it could also be, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps your body lacks the stored energy needed to revert. Or maybe the factors in the white liquor that facilitate your restoration have already developed antibodies. So, while it may not have worked this time, given that you just mentioned discomfort in your chest, it bears resemblance to the effects of your medication. Thus, it is likely still effective, but if you continue to pursue it, the outcome is uncertain. Are you suggesting that the white liquor might lose its efficacy? Conan's expression soured further. This was his sole method, and while it had not succeeded thus far, at least it was a temporary solution. If he could never revert back, he would be utterly bewildered. By the way, where are you headed? In the midst of their conversation, the two had already walked quite a distance. It was reasonable for Conan to venture out to avoid the possibility of being confronted by the ill-tempered Uncle Mouri, who might take out his frustrations on him. Professor Agasa's house. I'm inquiring if he can enhance the effectiveness of the current range hood. Professor Agasa has invited me to view the finished product. Haha. I advise you not to hold out too much hope. Professor Agasa's inventions are generally not very practical. Conan unabashedly expressed his opinion on Professor Agasa's creations, showing a lack of restraint. It was a truth that shouldn't be carelessly spoken of. Nonetheless, Professor Agasa's other inventions, albeit unreliable, were still worth considering. However, the cutting-edge technology he possesses is undeniably practical. He is certainly the least qualified to make such claims. The distance to Professor Agasa's residence is not particularly far. Although Conan has short legs, his speed is not to be underestimated, and soon the two arrived at their destination. Professor Agasa had previously entrusted Conan with a key to his home, explaining that he often becomes engrossed in his inventions and might not notice the doorbell. Thus, Conan was free to enter at his leisure as expected upon arriving. they found the spacious living room devoid of any occupants. While the professor was busy in his workshop, making final adjustments to his latest invention, the noise rendering him oblivious to any external sounds. "Please, make yourself comfortable," was the essence of Professor Agasa's demeanor. It was simply a matter of getting used to it. Conan, feeling quite at home, reclined on the sofa and casually began to educate Hinata Rin about the situation. He had been friends with Professor Agasa for over a decade and understood him well. Over the years, he had witnessed the professor's hair transition from black to white and his once lush locks become sparse, all the while noting the few successes in his research endeavors: the voice-modifying bow tie, the wristwatch tranquilizer, and the high-powered soccer cleats he currently utilized were commendable inventions, boasting impressive functionality with minimal side effects. Uncle Mouri would vehemently protest, questioning whether the troublesome father-in-law could not be considered a side effect as well. Regrettably, these inventions were unsuitable for both adults and children, often leading to domestic chaos, with the potential for societal harm and increased crime being a significant concern. Therefore, they remained undisclosed, exclusively reserved for Conan's use. "Shinichi, do not underestimate me. This time my invention is a resounding success," Professor Agasa declared with pride, convinced that he had finally developed a genuinely successful household product. If he could mass-produce it, his dreams of becoming a billionaire would be realized. However, before they could examine the invention, a phone call abruptly interrupted their plans. IT was an unfamiliar number, specifically requesting Kudo Shinichi. Conan, puzzled, inquired how the caller knew he was there, only to be met with Professor Agasa's teasing, pointing out that all calls to the Kudo residence had been redirected to this location. The atmosphere remained relatively light until Conan adjusted the voice-modulating bow tie and answered the call in Kudo Shinichi's voice, at which point his expression shifted to one of shock. Hinata Rin, possessing keen hearing, could discern the conversation even without the speakerphone activated. The caller identified himself as the individual who had stolen explosives from the Oriental Powder Depot. This was particularly timely, as they had just seen a news report about the massive theft that morning and discussed the potential chaos it could wreak on Tokyo. Almost immediately, the perpetrator surfaced. Upon hearing this revelation, Conan recalled Hinata Rin's earlier remark: "Detectives are the source of all troubles. Homicides and criminals will continuously manifest in your vicinity, even seeking you out." What struck Conan as odd was that the caller specifically sought out a high school detective like himself, identifying as the thief of the explosives merely to request his private number. Initially, he had planned to provoke the caller, hoping to elicit some information, but the threat of disconnection forced him to divulge his personal number. "Enough of this. Let us go. The culprit summoned you to the park and mentioned that children are endangered at this juncture. You must go," Hinata Rin stated. Indeed, if that individual was the thief, he was undoubtedly a dangerous criminal. And Conan felt compelled to intervene immediately. "Rin, may I borrow your mobile phone for a moment? You'll be too late if you skateboard over there." "Allow me to take you," she replied. "Professor Agasa, is that vehicle still in the garage?" Hinata Rin turned to inquire, and upon receiving a positive confirmation, she accepted the key from Professor Agasa. Conan was momentarily taken aback by this cryptic exchange, puzzled as to when his technological supplier had developed such a secretive rapport with Hinata Rin. "Stop staring and hurry up," she urged. Hinata Rin unlocked the garage door with the key, and before Conan could approach, a roar of an engine erupted as she emerged on a matte black, sleek motorcycle, performing a graceful drift to halt in front of Professor Agasa's home. Noticing Conan's astonished expression, she simply stated, "No time to explain, get on." She tossed him a helmet, signaling him to hurry. Conan gulped. He had never seen Hinata Rin ride a motorcycle, and considering she was merely a 17-year-old girl operating such a heavy and dangerous vehicle, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. At that moment, the great detective seemed to forget his solar-powered skateboard, which could easily match the motorcycle's speed. Should both vehicles encounter an accident, at least the motorcycle with a safety helmet would preserve a life. The skateboard, however, would likely be reduced to mere fragments, whether human or otherwise. Despite his deep-seated desire to delve into the matter, he recognized that this was not the appropriate time. Thus, he swiftly donned the helmet and hopped onto the motorcycle's rear seat. "Hold on tight. I'm setting off," Hinata Rin cautioned before revving the engine and launching down the street with remarkable acceleration. Be careful on the road. You too," Professor Agasa called out, his concern palpable as the tail lights vanished into the distance. If anything were to go awry, Both the Kudo and Mouri households would find themselves in a world of trouble. Doubly so. The mysterious caller had mentioned that the park was not far from their location. In the original narrative, Conan could reach it on his skateboard, so Hinata Rin's motorcycle would be even swifter. Furthermore, the bike had been modified by Professor Agasa. While its legality was questionable, its speed was undeniably impressive. Added to Hinata Rin's Byakugan-like observational skills and ninja reflexes, Conan barely had time to register the journey as they sped along. Miraculously, they not only avoided traffic, but also encountered no traffic lights, leading Conan to marvel at their extraordinary luck that day. In truth, the astute detective was completely unaware of the Byakugan's ocular prowess, which afforded Hinata Rin a kilometer's worth of far-sighted vision, a built-in navigation system that was nothing short of flawless. Known only to those who utilized it. This the place? Hinata Rin asked as she parked the motorcycle, removed her helmet, and shook out her disheveled hair, turning to confirm with Conan. Indeed, this is the location. They had arrived at a green park, bustling with adults and children enjoying their day off, making it challenging to pinpoint their target amidst the throng. It should be them. Hinata Rin pointed to 3 children playing with a remote-controlled airplane in a clearing. As Conan followed her gaze, his expression shifted to one of alarm as he sprinted towards them. The children at play were none other than the members of the Mihua Town Death Squad, a group formed after Conan's arrival at Titan Elementary School. Dedicated to the motto of as long as life endures, mischief shall persist. Contributing to the rising crime and mortality rates in Mihua Town were the young detectives, Kojima Jinta, Yoshida Ayumi, and Morofushi Kuchi. "Hey, Kuchi, what's with that remote?" Conan called out, his speed carrying him swiftly to their side. "It was left to me by a man with a big beard," Kuchi replied distractedly while maneuvering the remote-controlled aircraft. Jinta eagerly chimed in, declaring that it was a bomber. The peculiar attire of the man who had left the plane, combined with the unusual message he received earlier, led Conan to suspect that this aircraft contained something sinister. Just as he widened his eyes to assess the situation, he heard Hinata Rin's voice beside him in "No need to ask. The plane is rigged with an unknown object, likely a bomb." Hinata Rin spoke. She deftly retrieved a shuriken from her backpack strapped to her lower back. At that precise moment, the pilot, Terumi Hikihiko, had just elevated the plane to its peak altitude and had only just heard the bomb's ominous sound. With no time to react, Rin raised her hand, and a black shuriken sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that Conan could only catch a glimpse of Rin's raised hand before a flash of black darted past him, accompanied by a hint of white, an explosive tag, a specialty from the world of ninjas. In an instant, the aircraft, now at its zenith, erupted violently, filling the air with a brilliant orange glow and dense smoke. The blast generated a gust so powerful that it kicked up large clouds of dust, creating a miniature sandstorm in the park. The sudden explosion and its accompanying spectacle drew the attention of the parkgoers, some of whom mistook it for fireworks or a malfunctioning toy plane, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, standing there in a daze. However, it was only the first installment of the theatrical series, and the storyline had only just begun. Instances of explosions were still relatively few. The residents of Mihua Town, and even Tokyo, had yet to acclimate to the notion of bombs being a part of their daily lives. A lack of familiarity that would soon change with time. After all, habits are cultivated, and a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative one. Beep, beep, beep. Conan's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. And still reeling from the explosion he had just witnessed, he answered without a moment's hesitation, inadvertently revealing his youthful identity. "Why hasn't Kudo Shinichi shown up? Does he think a little brat like you is sufficient to deal with me? And have that woman beside you answer the phone." The voice on the other end was laced with anger, but Conan was more focused on the situation at hand, momentarily halting his adjustments to the voice-changing bow tie. It seemed the caller was observing from a distance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such remarks or misidentified Rin as a woman. Given the urgency of the situation, he wasted no time and handed the phone directly to Rin. Fortunate that the speaker was already on loudspeaker, thus sparing him the need to repeat the caller's words. "You must be Mouri Ran, Kudo Shinichi's childhood friend, that I never imagined he would prefer to send you in his stead rather than show up himself. It seems your safety is of little concern to him." Upon hearing this, Rin remained largely unaffected, while Conan's expression darkened. What did the criminal mean by mistaking Rin for Ran? While there were moments he found their silhouettes somewhat similar, the blatant disparagement was unwarranted. After all, he had merely shrunk in size, not ceased to exist. Enough of your prattle. What is your true intent? Rin retorted, uninterested in engaging in a debate with this twisted individual. Opting instead for directness. Simultaneously, he was curious whether if Sengoku T had mistaken him for Ran, it might alter the original plan. You young ones should practice a bit more patience. Listen closely. At a little past 1 o'clock, another bomb will detonate, located at the square in front of Mihua Station. Since Kudo Shinichi seems so unconcerned with your well-being, I suggest you figure this out for yourselves. Oh, and by the way, I've already sent a warning letter to the police department. If the bomb detonates successfully, Kudo Shinichi's so-called detective reputation will be obliterated alongside him, and I eagerly await that moment. Ha ha ha. Wait a moment. You're just throwing out these statements, and Ran and I are not Shinichi. How are we supposed to deduce anything? Could you provide another hint? Conan's charm offensive was again in play, and even the seemingly unhinged criminal relented, offering a clue that it was located under a tree. Though not literally buried beneath it was evident this was a riddle of his own concoction. Under normal circumstances, Conan would have eagerly jotted down notes to unravel the puzzle. However, with the imminent threat of an explosion at 1 o'clock, and the clock nearing 12:30, time was of the essence. Moreover, the assailant had mentioned sending a warning letter to the police, while he was indifferent to the potential damage to Shinichi's reputation. He was primarily concerned that this letter could complicate their search for the bomb. Observing Rin donning her helmet, Conan swiftly hopped onto the motorcycle, neglecting to brief the members of the Junior Detective League. And the two sped off. Along the way, Conan utilized the voice changer to contact the police department, learning from his acquaintance, Officer Magyar, that the criminal had indeed issued a public letter, but thus far, only the police were aware of it. Magyar, I will locate this bomb. Please keep this information under wraps to avoid causing public panic. Are you sure you don't need the police forces to mobilize? Officer Magyar inquired, clearly trusting Shinichi's judgment. Allowing him to handle such a serious matter concerning a bomb, that it was no wonder he had made such progress. While he often benefited from Shinichi's cases, he truly provided assistance when it mattered most. I can't ascertain whether the bomb possesses remote detonation capabilities, and this individual clearly harbors resentment. If he witnesses the police evacuating the public, he may trigger the bomb, and there would be no turning back. Conan's rationale was grounded in the unusual behavior he detected from the caller. Very well. Do you require us to send someone to escort you? Where are you now? At that moment, Conan was on Rin's motorcycle, which was careening towards nearly 120 miles per hour, and to expedite their arrival at Mihua Station, he had even chosen some unconventional routes, recently leaping over a narrow ditch that nearly caused Conan to lose his grip while on the phone. Hey, you're being reckless. Be careful or you'll lose your license, Conan shouted against the wind that rushed into his mouth. Losing my license? You'd need to have one for that to happen. What? Are you saying you're driving without a license? Conan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Had the situation not been so dire, he would have considered jumping off the bike for his own safety. Relax, I'm just teasing you. Hold on tight. We're almost there. After easing Conan's tension with a bit of humor, Rin accelerated, and around 12:45, they successfully arrived at the square in front of Mihua Station. Unlike their previous trip to the park, this route was congested with traffic and pedestrians, consuming considerable time, but it was likely still faster than Conan's skating over. The criminal had likely chosen a high-traffic area. On a holiday, Mihua Station was teeming with people, rendering the earlier park scene a mere shadow in comparison. Let us split up. That will be more efficient. Before the motorcycle had even come to a complete stop, Conan leapt off, helmet still on, and hurried ahead. The square in front of the station was relatively small, with only a few street trees. As Conan scanned the area, circling the trees, he noticed Rin heading straight for an empty bench beside one of the trees. Underneath that bench lay a pink airline case, which contained a small white cat. Before Conan could utter a word, Rin reached out and lifted the case. That a note affixed to it read, "Kind-hearted individuals. Please take me." At first glance, it appeared to be an appeal from someone unable to care for the small creature, but in reality, it was a meticulously crafted trap set by a deranged bomber. Ah, that explains why he mentioned someone would come to take it, Conan remarked, stroking his chin. Moreover, the phonetic similarity to under the tree aligns perfectly with the riddle provided by the assailant. It's evident that this case conceals a bomb. When tasked with locating a bomb within a designated area, even with the protagonist's aura, Conan's prowess could not match Rin's Byakugan. Additionally, The riddle merely utilized a phonetic pun, making it relatively easy to decipher. However, Rin couldn't help but think to herself that such puns would incur fines back in China. To be on the safe side, I won't take you with me if the criminal is still watching. He might deduce our movements based on yours. Also, keep an eye on this. Rin handed the small creature to Conan. With Beika activated, he could clearly see the various wires on the bomb, minimizing the risk of accidental detonation. However, dismantling the bomb was not his forte. Thus, he opted to simply rip off the bottom panel of the cage, taking the bomb along with it. The countdown on the bomb indicated less than 10 minutes remained, suggesting the perpetrator had set it to detonate at exactly 1 o'clock. Although it appeared there was ample time on the surface, he recalled that in the original narrative, the criminal had paused the timer for a mere streetlight, indicating that the adversary indeed possessed the capability to remotely control the bomb, that if he were to ride away with the bomb, it would be rather precarious. The criminal had mistaken him for Shaolin. Should the villain whimsically decide to inflict eternal regret upon Kudo Shinichi, it would spell trouble. He had also noted that there were no suspicious individuals nearby. The culprit was either yet to arrive or was hiding very well, making it difficult to locate him promptly. Otherwise, he would not be here, led around like a puppet, but would have taken the initiative to return the bomb to its rightful owner and perhaps even gift him a detonator from the Hidden Leaf Village. Similar to how he had previously detonated the bomb on the remote-controlled plane, allowing the criminal to witness the aftermath of his own handiwork. Can you manage on your own? Observing Hinata Rin's reluctance to even ride the motorcycle, Conan felt a twinge of concern, especially considering the bomb was bundled along with him, giving off a rather theatrical. And the great detective, with a face full of confusion, leaned back against the sofa, cradling his head in his hands as he pondered, both questioning Hinata Rin and himself. This day, he found it impossible to comprehend the true motives lurking behind the perpetrator's actions. If the individual possessed a sound logical reasoning ability, then surely there must be some undisclosed purpose behind such behavior. Who could tell? However, it was evident that he harbored special feelings for you, most likely hatred, while the lesser possibility. Hinata Rin paused, as Conan, a person with an insatiable curiosity, could hardly tolerate half-finished sentences and promptly pressed for more. The lesser possibility is love turned to hate. I observe that his feelings for you are quite profound, frequently mentioning Kudo Shinichi, almost rivaling his sentiments for Ran. Conan, with his half-moon eyes, regarded Hinata Rin, regretting once more that he had ever expected a serious answer from such a cunning individual. Enough with the jokes. The pressing concern now is to quickly contemplate the clues left by that fellow and ascertain the location of the bomb on the circular line. Have you paid attention to the introduction of the types of bombs by Officer Shiratori earlier? At Hinata Rin's sudden query, Conan, though perplexed, instinctively responded, I remember. The one on the remote-controlled airplane was detonated by a detonator, while the one you sent off earlier was triggered by a timer. These two methods of detonation are entirely distinct, indicating that the criminal possesses a certain level of knowledge regarding explosives. In fact, there might even be a hint of bravado in his technique during the creation process, given that he approached you voluntarily. It seems this individual's personality indeed leans towards the extroverted and ostentatious. You're right. Speaking of boastful criminals, I recall a similar case involving a bomb enthusiast who would send letters to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters during specific times of the year, filled with provocative taunts, leaving behind bombs that were intricately designed, suggesting a flair for showmanship. However, if it were that criminal, he would likely choose to provoke the police headquarters rather than call me. Hinata Rin recalled this case mentioned by Conan, which seemed to be associated with Officer Sato's first love, who had perished while defusing a bomb. What I mean is, since he had previously opted for different methods, he might also employ an alternative detonation method on the Tokyo circular line this time, that we can deduce his triggering mechanism based on what he mentioned earlier. The train speed must not fall below 60 kilometers, and an explosion will occur after sunset. Exactly. You are correct. The range of this is indeed too broad that if we continue to speculate aimlessly, we may run out of time. We should focus on the key detonation methods. Rin, you are truly remarkable. That a flash of inspiration seemed to illuminate Conan's mind, and he leapt excitedly from the sofa, pulling out his notebook and fervently scribbling down notes. Hearing this remark from Conan, Hinata Rin felt a shiver of discomfort. Perhaps he should reserve such enthusiasm for Ran instead, as he found it quite unsettling. Hinata Rin was not well versed in bomb detonation methods. His first life was exceedingly safe, and unless one were a minor, it was unlikely they would ever encounter explosives. The second life, while rife with battles, involved different triggering symbols that bore no comparison to the bombs here, leaving him reliant on the great detective's expertise. Detonation methods include detonators, timers, mercury switches, and electronic ignition. The great detective murmured to himself while transcribing the detonation methods he was aware of into his notebook. This must be it. Hinata Rin nodded at the photoelectric detonation method Conan had written down. Although he did not recall the details to such an extent, when combined with the factors of the train's speed not falling below 60 kilometers and the explosion occurring after sunset, it seemed to fit the criteria perfectly. Indeed, if it were a photoelectric bomb, it would detonate after being deprived of light for a certain period, which explains why the perpetrator stated it would explode after sunset. Additionally, the requirement for the speed to remain above 60 kilometers is likely due to the fact that if the speed falls below this threshold, the bomb would be shielded from light by the train for a duration sufficient to trigger an explosion. Thus, the true meaning of this is, Conan turned to his companion, intending to voice the answer simultaneously, yet to his surprise, Hinata Rin was not cooperating, forcing him to weakly utter the final answer between the tracks. Hey, you're being quite the killjoy. With the mystery unveiled, Conan felt a significant lift in his spirits, even finding it in himself to joke with Hinata Rin that I'm not accustomed to the habits of you high school detectives. You should go find Hattori Heiji. Hinata Rin rolled his eyes. Regrettably, Conan failed to notice. After sharing a moment of mutual exasperation, Conan promptly retrieved his action phone and called Officer Magyar, using Kudo Shinichi's voice to relay his recent discoveries and deductions to the police. Please ensure that all trains evacuate from the circular line immediately. As long as the bomb is kept in a state of exposure to light, it will not detonate. Understood. Officer Magyar's trust in the young detectives remained unwavering. After hanging up, he promptly informed the relevant personnel about the bomb situation. The other party wasted no time and immediately instructed station staff to facilitate the departure of the 12 trains currently on the circular line. Ultimately, at 4:15 in the afternoon, with at least an hour until sunset, all trains on the circular line had been successfully relocated, while the police commenced their search for the bomb on the tracks. By 9 o'clock that evening, the night had enveloped the entirety of Mihua town. Despite the dazzling lights of the Tokyo metropolis, the excessive brightness dulled people's awareness of their surroundings. Thus, Hinata Rin was able to traverse the night unabashedly, even leaping off building walls like Spider-Man. However, unlike Spider-Man, who crawled on all fours, Hinata Rin maintained an upright posture. The chakra was indeed unreasonable. Newton clearly had no jurisdiction over ninjas. Moreover, in this world infused with Conan's logic, there existed an even more unyielding disregard for physics. The chakra he wielded was, after all, an extraterrestrial energy source, which, when compared to Conan, could at least be deemed scientific. Approximately 5 minutes later, Hinata Rin arrived at the Mihua City Hall. Just in time to see Ran waving farewell to her close friend Suzuki Sonoko at the entrance. As Hinata Rin approached from the street corner, he caught Ran's attention. Rin, what are you doing here? Did Dad and Conan come too? Upon seeing Hinata Rin, Ran immediately suspected whether Uncle Mouri and Conan had come out to look for her. Both were known for their obsessive tendencies, making such behavior unsurprising. No, a rather serious incident occurred today. Uncle Mouri and Conan went to the police headquarters. Kudo Shinichi is also keeping track of the case's progress over the phone, so I doubt he has time to come. Hinata Rin stated the facts directly, believing there was no need for the sort of vague conversation that involved speaking through walls. It would be far more productive to make a couple of phone calls to check in. Of course, this situation had also been communicated to Conan, and he found himself at a loss. After all, one could hardly expect the doctor to develop a robot identical to Kudo Shinichi in just an hour. Is Shinichi not coming today? Rant's disappointment was palpable, as if the light in her eyes had been extinguished in an instant. Well, that criminal was specifically targeting him and even planted a bomb on the Tokyo circular line. But it has now been located, and the explosion did not occur. Hinata Rin was not particularly skilled at comforting others, especially in matters of the heart, as people's joys and sorrows were intricately tied to another individual. Rendering any external reassurances futile that he is not in danger, is he? Despite her disappointment over Kudo Shinichi's absence, she couldn't help but voice her concern upon hearing that a criminal was seeking trouble with him. He's fine. He merely made a few calls to decode the situation. That it was Conan and I who did all the legwork. I think what you should be more concerned about is us. Weavee had quite a tiring afternoon. Hinata Rin's teasing words caused the girl to blush, revealing that she had been a bit too concerned about a certain someone today, but as long as you're both okay. ILL feel relieved. But I've heard this movie is really good. I carefully selected it, and that big fool Shinichi will miss out. The girl's words carried a hint of resentment, which was hardly surprising. It must be said that Conan, too, displayed a lack of foresight. Matters that were beyond his capability should have been declined from the outset rather than postponed until the very last moment. Only to confess when all hope was lost, he was well aware that the other party had been anticipating his response day after day, and to reveal the truth only on the final day transformed hope into an equivalent disappointment. It would have been far more considerate not to raise expectations at all. The nuances of love are profoundly intricate, and reasoning can only serve as a supplementary tool within this realm, potentially even being swayed by emotional factors that lead to erroneous judgments. You might invite Conan to accompany you to watch a film another day. After all, that boy delights in clinging to you. While I have little interest in romantic movies, observing how Rand glanced at the movie ticket and then back at him, he speculated whether she would request his company for the viewing. It's not that he had any interest in Japanese romantic films from over 20 years ago. Should he watch, Conan, the little jealous type, would likely be sulking for a week or more. He was preoccupied with other matters lately and was disinclined to indulge the East Asian prince of jealousy. Well, it seems this is how it must be. By the way, have you two dined yet? Conan and Uncle Mouri would probably be having their meal at the police station, so we ought to skip cooking at home and just grab something outside instead. Rand readily agreed, as she was not in the mood to cook and needed time to process the negative feelings stemming from Shinichi Kudo's abandonment. Originally, Hinata Rin had intended to treat Rand to a lavish meal, but considering that Uncle and Conan were having bento at the police station, it wouldn't be appropriate for the two of them to indulge excessively. After all, the Mouri family finances had only recently emerged from the red, so expenditures needed careful planning. Approximately an hour later, Conan called to inform them that the incident had been resolved and Moritani Teiji had confessed. Moreover, due to his discovery of the truth a few hours ahead of time, the police had already identified the suspect, Moritani Teiji. Simultaneously, they had uncovered a bomb set within the Mihan City Hall. By the time Conan made his call, the bomb had been successfully disarmed, leading to the collapse of Moritani Teiji's criminal scheme for this obsessive perpetrator who had meticulously plotted revenge against Shinichi Kudo. With all evidence pointing towards him and the bomb dismantled, there was no longer any necessity to resist. Thus he readily confessed. At this moment, Conan was on the phone inquiring where he and Rand were. As he and Uncle Mouri had already returned home, we'll finish our meal and head back shortly. Have you dined with Uncle yet? Initially, he thought these two would at least have shared a bento with the police. But it turned out they had been working on the case with empty stomachs, which was quite dismal indeed. Consequently, he and Rand bought 2 meals from a roadside diner to take home. And on the way back, Rand lamented about Uncle, expressing discontent that he hadn't allowed the children to eat first. Irregular meal times could significantly affect a developing child. Not to mention, Hinata Rin had once remarked that Conan's height could very well place him at the bottom of the Junior Detective League. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by 2 figures sprawled on the sofa, too famished to move. Dad, couldn't you have prepared something for Conan to nibble on? After being stood up, Rand was particularly annoyed with the indolent Uncle Mouri. I haven't had dinner either. Besides, that kid was jumping around at the suspect's place, showing no signs of hunger. Who would have thought he'd turn into this once we got home? We've just arrived ourselves. Observing the 2, one large and one small, launching an all-out assault on the food, Hinata Rin felt quite speechless. In the original storyline, Conan would utilize Shinichi Kudo's identity to deduce over the phone. However, this time, he refrained from exposing Shinichi's voice in front of Moritani Teiji, heeding Hinata Rin's advice. This was merely a precaution. Officer Magyar, an old acquaintance, could assist in concealing his identity. Yet, Moritani Teiji, who bore a grudge to the extent of targeting Rand, would certainly not be so accommodating, especially given his status as a prominent figure. Any leak of information could attract the attention of the black organization. Hence, he opted for the old method, sedating Uncle Mouri before proceeding with his deductions. Immersed in his reasoning, Conan was oblivious to his hunger, and Uncle Mouri, under sedation, was even less aware. Thus, the 2 returned home on empty stomachs. Dear Mr. Kagoro Mouri, Rand read aloud from a letter sent by a client, seated in the front passenger seat. while Hinata Rin and Conan occupied the back. The sudden arrival of the letter was indeed quite abrupt. But I shall be direct that a most peculiar incident has recently transpired in my household, and I earnestly hope that you, the esteemed detective, can help unravel this mystery. After receiving the letter, Uncle Mouri had hurriedly rented a car and departed without reading its entirety, leaving Ran to read it to him. The letter detailed how a mystery novelist named Yamamura Masao, upon moving into a villa bequeathed to him by his grandfather a few days prior, encountered a series of strange and inexplicable occurrences, leading him to believe the villa exuded an eerie aura. Thus, he had specifically written to Uncle Mouri seeking assistance in resolving the matter. It must be noted that Uncle S' reputation was indeed on the rise. People were now penning letters to him, which was a far cry from the days when his detective agency languished in obscurity, leaving him to pass the time reading newspapers and playing mahjong. It was perplexing what excitement Uncle felt, considering he hadn't even grasped the content of the letter, was oblivious to whether the writer was male or female, and crucially, the commission fee remained unspecified. Yet, he had dashed off without a second thought. Hinata Rin speculated that this might very well be another wild goose chase. Although the Mouri Detective Agency's fame had indeed grown, the probability of unexpected incidents occurring with clients remained high, often resulting in the agency being unable to collect the remaining fees. Frequently, the involved parties would meet untimely ends, leaving no opportunity for discussion that it wouldn't due to send Conan to collect the fees. Even if he were dispatched, there would be no means for the others to transfer funds, as the inflation in the underworld was so severe that it would likely require an entire house to carry the money. Wait for me, Masao. I'm on my way. After Rand finished reading the letter, Uncle Mouri suddenly became animated, causing the car he had so laboriously rented to sway precariously on the road as he drove. He shared his speculations about the client, declaring that the individual must be a lonely young woman in her 20s or 30s, while Rand, as per usual, doused him with cold water, suggesting it was likely a middle-aged man in his 30s. Although Hinata Rin could not recall the details of the incident, he sided with Uncle this time, primarily because the tone of the letter did not seem typical of a man, while Conan mindlessly followed his elder sister Ran. The opinions in the car were split 2-2, with Conan raising the question of why they hadn't simply called the client, which would clarify their gender. Uncle, visibly displeased, retorted that the client's home lacked a telephone, and that he wished to surprise the individual named Nakamura Masao, believing such an unexpected appearance would leave the client overwhelmed with emotion. Whether the client would be moved remained uncertain. However, Uncle was undeniably excited, indulging in his fantasies. Yet, it would be preferable if he maintained some accuracy. As the car continued to weave erratically on the road, the wheels even mounted a roadside stone, tossing Conan around like a soccer ball in the back seat. Had Hinata Rin not been holding on to him, he might have rolled into the front passenger seat. Uncle Mouri, let me drive next time. After all, I have a license. Upon reaching their destination, the group disembarked, although Hinata Rin had not suffered the same turbulent journey as Ran and Conan. He nevertheless suggested to Uncle that it would be safer if he were to take the wheel. I concur. Dad, your driving is rather unreliable, and this feels quite unsafe. Ran added her agreement, criticizing her father, while Conan fervently nodded in approval, only to inevitably face Uncle Mouri's swift retribution. Moreover, Uncle, it would be wise for us to exercise caution when we're all in the same vehicle. Hinata Rin's earnest tone drew the attention of everyone, who turned to listen intently. If an accident were to occur, we wouldn't even have anyone to cover the medical expenses. How troublesome would that be? You certainly have a way with words. Uncle Mouri's lips twitched. He sought to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Mom could help us cover the medical costs, and if it were the other party's fault, she could even assist us in pursuing legal action, Xiaolon cheerfully remarked, casting a fleeting glance at her father. She had been tirelessly striving for the reconciliation of her parents, though regrettably, the results were less than satisfactory. Humph, who needs that meddlesome woman? The mere mention of her soured her mood. It was far more pressing to meet Xiao Si as they conversed. The vehicle arrived at its destination. After all, they had set out early in the morning, and the distance was not insignificant. Before them stood a villa, its classical design somewhat aged, aligning with the description provided by the client in the letter. At first glance, it exuded little of the eerie or sinister ambience. In fact, it appeared considerably more inviting than the Kudu residence, which had once been regarded as a haunted house by the Young Detective League. Uncle Mouri adjusted his collar and brushed off his trousers. His expression surprisingly solemn, as if he were preparing for a date. Amidst Xiao Lan's dissatisfaction, Conan's languid gaze, and Hinata Rin's ever-calm demeanor, Uncle Mouri knocked on the door, his face brimming with anticipation. However, the outcome was less than favorable. When the door swung open, it revealed the plump visage of a middle-aged man. The excitement on Uncle Mouri's face vanished in an instant, though his smile shifted to rest upon Xiao Lan. "Greetings, what a rare visitor. Is it Mr. Mouri?" The stout man, sporting a small mustache, welcomed them inside. Just then, Conan interjected with a question. "Is the person who sent this letter your uncle?" "No, but the sender is 3 years younger than I am." As the man was about to elaborate, Uncle Mouri, undeterred, eagerly inquired if he was referring to a younger sister. That a young man of moderate build, with elongated cheeks and a right arm bandaged, emerged from the doorway to greet them. Introducing himself as Nakamura Chow, the very author of the letter, thus shattering Uncle Mouri's fanciful notion of a rendezvous with a beautiful woman. "May I ask what happened to your hand?" Xiaolon inquired. Observing the bandaged arm, Nakamura Chow explained that he had injured himself while moving a frame. "What a nuisance. You are a writer, correct?" Upon learning that Nakamura Chow was male, Uncle Mouri's expression soured, yet the detective's intuition compelled him to inquire further. "With your right hand in such condition, can you truly write a letter?" However, the man had not disclosed the timing of his injury, and given that he was the client they were meeting for the first time, it seemed inappropriate to pry further. Before entering, Conan examined the decorations by the door, 2 wooden posts, one adorned with an animal sculpture, while the other stood bare, the posts themselves carved with small openings. Presenting an oddity, despite his curiosity, the great detective could glean no conclusions, and thus, he resolved to simply follow inside. For someone as excessively inquisitive as he, learning to appropriately divert one's attention was essential. Otherwise, life could become quite burdensome. The interior was unremarkable, save for the walls adorned with an array of clocks, each uniquely designed with small animal motifs, a veritable spectacle surpassing that of any ordinary clock shop. The stout man who had initially greeted them explained that their grandfather was a professional clockmaker of considerable renown, named Uetsabo Manjru. However, their understanding of the clockmaking profession was limited, as Uncle Mouri picked up a purple electronic clock shaped like an elephant. Questioning the cracks on its screen, Conan also discovered peculiarities beneath other timepieces, noting 4 spots that appeared to have been glued, yet lacked any connections below. Uncle Mouri bluntly concluded they must have fallen off. Then continued inspecting the electronic clock, noticing scratches on the screen, suggesting that the craftsman was rather indifferent towards clocks that were not his own creations. Meanwhile, Hinata Rin took note of an album displayed on a cabinet, containing a photograph of an elderly man alongside a young woman donning a sun hat and holding a golf club. Nakamura Chow's brother mentioned that the woman was the granddaughter of an old friend of their grandfather. This struck them as odd. Typically, photographs displayed in homes feature family members. If the elderly man was indeed the original owner of the house, then the subject of the photograph should logically be Nakamura Chow, not some old friend's granddaughter. Another peculiar detail, yet they were not there to investigate familial relationships, so they refrained from further inquiry. Uncle Mouri then flipped through a golf bag, noticing the name Doman inscribed upon it. Nakamura Chow's brother explained that this term referred to someone skilled at baseball, often dubbed a demon. That it sounded somewhat far-fetched. Hinata Rin had never heard of such a saying, yet Uncle Mouri's mind wandered to a notorious gang known as the Swift-Wind Pixies. Crash! Almost as soon as Uncle Mouri finished speaking, a sudden clatter erupted from behind them. The group turned to find Nakamura Chow, whose hand was still bandaged, accidentally spilling a tray while attempting to serve coffee. Observing his struggle, Xiaolon stepped forward to assist, while Hinata Rin remained still, having previously observed the situation with a discerning eye. Not only had he noted Nakamura Chow's peculiarities, but he had also spotted an intriguing little toy. Was that a gun wrapped within the bandages? From his vantage point, it appeared that the man named Nakamura Chow was gripping a handgun tightly concealed beneath the bandaging on his right arm. Furthermore, he discerned the presence of another individual within the house. Aside from the group in the living room, Nakamura Chow and his brother, there was likely a woman present, judging by her physique. While the full scope of the situation remained unclear, it was evident that a person wielding a firearm would hardly be a benevolent figure. Gun ownership is strictly prohibited in Japan, and coupled with Nakamura Cho's nervous demeanor upon hearing about the Swiftwind Pixies, he began to suspect that the pair were likely members of the thieving organization. Now, you can reveal the peculiarities of this situation to me, can't you? Once the coffee cups were tidied away, Uncle Mouri began to inquire about the purpose of their visit to the detective. Given that the anticipated beauty was absent, his demeanor had diminished, his expression clouded with displeasure. To his astonishment, Nakamura Cho exhibited an unusual reaction. Instead of promptly addressing Uncle Mouri's question, he glanced at his watch and stated that it was 10:48, then led everyone toward another room, but hesitated at the door. Damn it, it must be stuck somewhere again. Nakamura Cho fumbled with the doorknob, unable to open it. His brother stepped forward and adeptly kicked the bottom right corner of the door, prompting it to swing open. He reminded his brother that this was the method required to unlock that particular door. Ordinarily, this would not be remarkable, but Nakamura Cho had explicitly mentioned in his letter that he was unfamiliar with the villa and felt that everything was rather peculiar. Yet, his brother displayed an uncanny familiarity with the villa's intricacies. Furthermore, it seemed that Nakamura Cho was not entirely oblivious but had merely forgotten, a discrepancy from the situation described in his letter. Hinata Rin glanced down, and Conan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The oddities exhibited by the two and the villa itself were glaringly apparent, illuminating the investigative instincts of the naturally skeptical Conan more brightly than any light bulb. Upon entering, the room revealed itself as a study. Furnished with a bookshelf overflowing with books and a writing desk, Nakamura Cho had begun to speak of a pigeon clock, but upon entering, he appeared disoriented, unable to locate his intended target. I asked this what you meant. Uncle Mouri, visibly irritated, pointed to a clock on the wall behind him. Not having encountered a beautiful woman was disappointing enough, but to find an event to address would at least justify their visit. Yet, it seemed that these two individuals had nothing substantive to offer. Any matters at hand were trivial and hardly warranted the presence of a renowned detective. Deep within, Uncle Mouri's thoughts conveyed a sense of time wasted. Thus, he did not pay much attention to what Nakamura So had said and intended to take his leave. The two individuals were still detaining the uncle, insisting that there were numerous puzzles within the villa that needed unraveling. However, the uncle had already lost his patience. Just as they were engaged in their tug-of-war, a cacophony of alarm clocks suddenly erupted from within the room. Not just one or two, but it sounded as if every single alarm clock was ringing in unison. This astonishing spectacle left the uncle momentarily stunned, while Hinata Rin found this scene rather intriguing as well. Setting so many alarm clocks to ring at 11 o'clock. Was this some sort of formation? It seemed excessive, even for an explosive setup. Moreover, considering that the villa's original owner was an elderly gentleman, one would expect him to wake up early. The cacophony lasted for about a minute, and once the clock struck 11, they all ceased ringing simultaneously, as though they had been programmed to do so precisely at that hour. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that only the electronic clocks had been set, and all of them bore a scratch in the same position on their screens. This did not appear to be due to poor maintenance. It was undoubtedly intentional. The placement of the scratches was particularly curious, situated right at the center of the minutes displayed at 11 o'clock. It appeared as if the numbers had been divided into 110 and zeroed. Regarding the peculiar occurrence of all the clocks ringing at the same moment, Uncle Mouri deduced that the homeowner must have set them himself, perhaps due to difficulty in waking up. Admittedly, this was quite a far-fetched conclusion. Nonetheless, he was correct in assuming that the numbers 110 and 0 were likely a deliberate signal. However, one must question whether such an elaborate method of marking the clocks could truly be considered a signal. Even a child might discern something amiss. The number 110 naturally conjured thoughts of the police, if it indeed referred to them. At this point, Uncle Mouri turned to the two individuals, the moment his gaze fell upon them. Their demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of guilt. They exchanged awkward glances before offering nervous smiles towards Uncle Mouri. It was a clue about dogs, implying the involvement of police dogs, and the significance of 110 was a directive for them to identify all the dog-themed clocks within the house. Uncle Mouri, as if struck by a revelation, proclaimed this insight while simultaneously seizing the dog-decorated clock from Nakamura So's hands. This revelation prompted a sigh of relief from the two, realizing that the esteemed detective was not suspecting their identities, but rather focusing on the clock in question. Truth be told, Hinata Rin found it difficult to comprehend how 110 could be associated with police dogs. Indeed, in Japan, the emergency number is also 110. This was established to expedite the reporting process during an era when dialing required a rotary mechanism. TO minimized the time taken to call for help. They opted for 2 of the closest repeating digits. 1. However, to prevent accidental calls by children, the final digit was chosen to be the most distant. Also 1. Even so, 110 only established a connection to the police. The link to police dogs seemed far-fetched and contrived. Moreover, the screen displayed not only 110 but also a 0 behind the crack. Nevertheless, being a seasoned detective, Uncle Mouri took the lead, prompting the 2 to search the house for any clocks adorned with dog motifs or in the shape of dogs. Instantly, the entire house became a flurry of activity as several individuals scoured the premises, overwhelmed by the sheer number of clocks. Hinata Rin, however, lacked the enthusiasm to partake in their game of spotting differences. Yet, she could not remain entirely idle, as that would be too conspicuous. She settled behind the writing desk and opened a drawer, revealing a thick booklet. Upon extracting it, she discovered that the booklet contained newspaper clippings regarding the Gale Goblin Theft Syndicate. Each meticulously cut and affixed, the clippings detailed that this syndicate specifically targeted unscrupulous entrepreneurs engaged in illegal transactions. They earned their name due to their signature left at crime scenes, a grotesque black goblin doll. This goblin figure bore a resemblance to creatures found in various games, leading the police to dub the criminal organization Goblin. The moniker Gale Goblin was attributed to their swift appearances, vanishing without a trace, which had thus far allowed law enforcement to apprehend none of their members to date. This syndicate had not committed any crimes for a full decade, likely due to some unforeseen circumstances. As she read, an idea suddenly struck Hinata Rin. Could it be that this incident was linked to the death of the gang leader, prompting the remaining members to desperately seek the treasure left behind or hidden by him? Guided by the clues he had left, she recalled a theatrical production with a similar premise, where the gang leader's demise set off a frantic treasure hunt among the remaining members, leading them to seek help from Uncle Mouri when they found themselves at a loss. It seemed that in this crime-ridden district of Mihua Town, trust among family and friends was a rare commodity, as one could easily turn against another for various reasons, let alone the inherently unstable relationships among criminal associates. The absence of infighting during the leader's lifetime could only be considered fortunate. Conflicts over the spoils after his death would be the least of their troubles. What are you looking at? Just as Hinata Rin was about to close the booklet, she noticed Conan approaching. That he too seemed uninterested in searching for the dog-shaped clocks, likely sharing doubts about Uncle Mouri's reasoning. You should take a look. I suspect we may have stumbled into a den of thieves. Have you found anything? Upon hearing this, Conan's eyes brightened as he recounted having spotted an eye in the attic, suspecting someone might be lurking there. These 2 individuals had been acting suspiciously, and based on their familiarity with the house, it was unlikely that Nakamura was the one corresponding with them. Rather, it seemed more plausible that someone had been watching from the shadows. Indeed, I share your suspicion. Additionally, I discovered a trace of lipstick residue on the back of the envelope's stamp. Uncle's deduction holds merit. Nakamura is likely a woman, and it is certainly impossible for either of these individuals to be her. Conan stated with unwavering certainty, yet Hinata Rin gestured for him to lower his voice. Unbeknownst to Conan, the 2 men were armed, and their guilty demeanor meant they were constantly on guard, failing to properly search for clocks. Thus, at that moment, the diligent search for clocks was being conducted solely by Uncle Mouri and Ran, while the others were merely taking advantage of the chaos. At this rate, it would likely take them until nightfall to make any significant progress. Nakamura must be the woman depicted in the framed photograph atop the cabinet, presumably the owner of the eye you spotted in the attic. Conan nodded in agreement, recalling his initial shock, but quickly realizing that the eye he had seen was distinctly different from what the man claiming to be Nakamura had described. He could discern the difference. However, in pursuit of the truth and due to uncertainties surrounding the identities of those involved, he had refrained from making any accusations. Previously, when he had rolled his eyes, he had noticed that mirrors were installed at the entrance, the eaves of the hallway, and the bushes outside this study. It seemed that the mechanism would only trigger when illuminated by a flashlight's reflection at night. They had only snacked on some small cakes at noon. If Uncle Mouri were to continue searching until evening, they would likely have to endure a long wait for the police to arrive. Possibly until midnight, which would be quite taxing. Moreover, Miss Nakamura was still confined in the attic. If they continued to delay, she would have to go without food or water for an entire day, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, for the sake of the victim's physical and mental well-being, as well as the group's need for proper nourishment and rest, Hinata Rin resolved to take decisive action. This incident was remarkably straightforward. There was no need to mention the glaring presence of a captive victim, for even the mere presence of a handgun would prevent the two from escaping. It was important to note that Japan has stringent gun control laws, to the extent that the police officers commonly seen cycling around are referred to as patrol officers. The Minister of Patrol above must pass an examination to assume the role. Somewhat akin to the transition from auxiliary police to full-fledged officers, the level of difficulty is certainly to be expected. However, should one discover a handgun, an immediate promotion to the position of patrol minister is attainable, a veritable leap to success for those who tirelessly traverse the streets. Let the uncle and Xiao Lan cease their endeavors. That man is likely concealing a handgun beneath his bandages, and it is assured he harbors ill intentions that we should incapacitate him first. I have already contacted the authorities. Are you certain? Very well. I shall inform Uncle. Conan's expression grew grave. He had initially hoped to unravel the mystery of this mechanism. Yet, the presence of an armed assailant is no trifling matter, as it could lead to injury. Upon hearing of the weapon in the criminal's possession, Conan's nerves immediately heightened. Although it seemed this individual displayed little fear of an opponent wielding a firearm, believing his nuclear football could resolve any confrontation. The current atmosphere was not yet conducive to such bravado, especially with Xiao Lan and Uncle present. Caution was imperative at this juncture. If he were alone, circumstances might differ entirely. Are you certain that man truly possesses a gun? Conan whispered to Hinata Rin, discreetly tying his shoelaces as if preparing for action. Indeed, when that fellow stepped away to prepare coffee, he surreptitiously loosened his bandages for convenience. I caught a glimpse through the door crack. Hinata Rin lied without batting an eye, though he had indeed gone to the restroom at that time and had not lingered in front of everyone. Very well, I shall notify Uncle. Please keep an eye on those two. Conan understood that his appearance served as the best disguise. Those two unidentified individuals were evidently monitoring their movements. If Hinata Rin approached Uncle Mouri, it could arouse their suspicion, a risk Conan did not share. After watching Conan depart, Hinata Rin activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the state of everyone in the room. Their wanderings suggested they were still following Uncle's deductions, searching for clocks adorned with dog shapes or decorations. The captive in the attic appeared to be in decent condition, at least still lively, currently pressed against the door to observe the outside commotion. There certainly were numerous alarm clocks, yet it was imperative to locate them all. Missing even one could result in a lack of clues. I shall investigate over there. Uncle Mouri's voice was quite loud, but it could also be a deliberate ploy to lower the vigilance of the two men. Rin, are you certain you saw that object? Uncle Mouri approached Hinata Rin and inquired in a hushed tone. Yes, I am certain. That man indeed conceals a handgun within his bandages. Very well, I shall subdue both of them shortly. You and Xiao Lan must ensure your safety along with that little rascal. Understood, Uncle Mouri. Hinata Rin nodded. Uncle Mouri's shoulder throw was quite formidable, rivaling Conan's nuclear football, a surefire technique for incapacitating an opponent. The only drawback might be its limited range, and perhaps it could not be executed against someone resembling Aunt Irie. Upon seeing the signal from Conan and confirming that Xiao Lan had received the message, Uncle Mouri commenced his act. At last, I comprehend the situation. He resumed his search in the living room, observing the reactions of the two men. After confirming there was nothing amiss, he returned to the study. Standing beneath the clock that had previously dispensed the peculiar little ghost figurine, exclaiming in epiphany, Mr. Mouri, have you made a discovery? What is it, Mr. Mouri? The two men, upon hearing the commotion, hurried into the room, their expressions tinged with excitement. For in their minds, Uncle Mouri was a renowned detective, likely capable of deciphering the code. Look here, the secret lies beneath this clock. We were so focused on the external alarm clocks that we overlooked this most apparent clue. Uncle Mouri exhibited no signs of faltering, his demeanor and actions convincingly authentic. After all, being a seasoned detective, his acting skills were remarkably refined. Is it truly so? The secret is hidden beneath this clock. Both men, upon hearing this, were visibly exhilarated, their faces alight with smiles as they hastened forward. Uncle Mouri seized this opportunity, ostensibly moving towards the man who claimed to be Nakamura Misao, to point out the clue. In reality, he stealthily approached the hand bound in bandages. The one Hinata Rin had indicated concealed the handgun as the man advanced. Leaning forward, Uncle Mouri swiftly tripped him. The assailant lost his balance in an instant. And Uncle Mouri seized the opportunity to grasp the bandaged hand. Bandages, after all, are not plaster. Regardless of how thickly they are wrapped, the sensation remains distinctly different. Upon confirming that the object in the man's hand was indeed shaped like a handgun, Uncle Mouri no longer held back. Utilizing the momentum, he pressed the assailant to the ground while twisting the captured hand behind the man's back. With a sharp crack, the hand that held the weapon dislocated, hanging limply like a noodle. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The accomplice had fallen right before him. The plumper of the two, having misjudged the situation, intended to launch an attack, while Uncle Mouri was preoccupied with restraining his partner. Completely disregarding the presence of the former ninja Hinata Rin and the formidable Conan Idagawa, 0.8 trigrams. Empty palm, Hinata Rin did not even need to open his eyes. With merely 1/10 of his chakra, he directed a barely discernible gust of air straight into the chest of the mustachioed criminal, but a common person's physique could hardly withstand such an assault. As the first fortunate individual in Conan's world to experience the profound techniques of the gentle fist, the man immediately slumped into unconsciousness, his eyes glazing over. Out of the corner of his eye, Hinata Rin noticed Conan squatting down to adjust his sneakers, considering that he currently lacked his football belt. Any kick would be rather haphazard. Thus, Hinata Rin opted to grant the man a swift exit. The 8 trigrams. Empty palm required no contact, its effects immediate, ensuring a painless passage into slumber, far superior to the merciless kicks of Conan. Officer Magyar, right here. As both criminals were subdued, Uncle Mouri was in the process of retrieving the handgun from the man masquerading as Nakamura Masao when the police, led by Xiao Lan, finally arrived. This was indeed the result of Hinata Rin's timely call. Otherwise, they might have had to wait until midnight to return home. Hinata Rin regarded Conan with curiosity. He was leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing at Conan as he completed his homework, while Xiao Lan was busy preparing dinner. Why had that boy just made such exaggerated gestures at him? He initially thought there was some urgent matter, only to find it was Heiji Hattori inviting him to Osaka. Indeed, I am unclear as to the particulars. However, since he has extended an invitation, we should accept it. It could be a delightful excursion. I have no objections, but typically, Xiao Lan devises the travel plans for our family outings. You ought to consult her. Hinata Rin felt intrigued, as he generally did not concern himself with such matters, which was partly due to his unfamiliarity with Japan. That I was merely curious about Hattori's sudden invitation to Osaka, hence my consultation with you. Conan shrugged. In his mind, he regarded Hinata Rin as a peer, often finding it difficult to discuss various matters with Xiao Lan. So he turned to Hinata Rin for venting. Who knows? I have only met him once. However, he does seem quite sociable, that I wonder if people from Osaka are generally this warm-hearted. Perhaps. I have heard that Osaka residents often claim that we Tokyoites lack warmth, Conan casually remarked, allowing Hinata Rin to witness the mutual disdain between Osaka and Tokyo. Such discrimination is rather commonplace across various nations, often stemming from historical tensions between more developed domestic cities and their capitals, as well as cultural differences shaped by local customs. For instance, the capital of China and Shanghai, Washington, and New York in the United States, and Tokyo and Osaka in Japan all exhibit similar dynamics. However, the situation in Japan is somewhat more peculiar. Besides Tokyo and Osaka, there exists Kyoto, which simultaneously looks down upon both, deeming the inhabitants of Tokyo as overly mercantile and those of Osaka as overly rustic, asserting that only Kyoto is the true cradle of Japanese culture, the spiritual homeland of the Japanese people. Interestingly, both Tokyo and Osaka share a mutual disdain for Kyoto, regarding its people as mere antiquarians, self-indulgently reveling in their own nostalgia, akin to the character AQ, who is adept at self-deception. Ahem, I digress. During dinner, Conan proposed this idea, and after Rand nodded in agreement, they dismissed the old man's grumbling and muttering. Coincidentally, it was the customary long holiday for middle and primary school students, making it an opportune time for a family outing. Since resigning from his job a decade ago, Uncle Mouri has become a complete freelancer. Even after opening his detective agency, he has never adhered to the concept of a work schedule that he generally spends his days drinking and indulging in celebrity fandom at home, and a trip would at least help normalize his eating and sleeping patterns. Perhaps this is the true intent behind Rand's periodic family excursions. She worries that one day her father might suffer a stroke from excessive drinking at home, leaving her to care for him. The following morning, the Mouri family boarded a train bound for Osaka, arriving early, as is their custom. Moreover, their tour guide, Heiji Hattori, had promised to meet them at the station and had already prepared all the arrangements for their Osaka adventure, which was an important factor in Uncle Mouri's agreement. There, they would visit the Tennoji Zoo, the Osaka Sports Arena, and the Tsutenkaku Tower. How about that? Osaka has quite a lot to offer, doesn't it? At the observation deck of Tsutenkaku, the hospitable five-star tour guide Heiji Hattori enthusiastically introduced them to the famous local attractions. However, judging by his expression, it seemed that the last statement was the crux of his presentation. Indeed, the view here is splendid. Rand played along, and indeed, the scenery was quite delightful. Compared to the steel jungle of Tokyo's ubiquitous CBD, Osaka retained a good number of traditional Japanese architectural features. However, Uncle Mouri commented, "I find this place no different from the Tokyo Tower, as an old Tokyoite." He exhibited the strongest regional bias among the group. "Fool, don't dare compare this with that boring red tower." Tsutenkaku and the surrounding Shinsekai are brimming with the warmth of Osakan hospitality. Initially filled with pride for his hometown, Heiji's sense of pride was only fueled further by Uncle Mouri's retort. Hinata Rin, arms crossed, observed the exchange with amusement, standing as an outsider who could offer a slightly more objective appraisal. Honestly, the Tokyo Tower and Osaka's Tennoji Castle do bear a resemblance in their aesthetics. I have yet to see the Tokyo Tower up close, but they do seem quite similar. Uncle Mouri wasn't entirely prejudiced. It was merely a lack of sensitivity to cultural nuances. This place does have a slight resemblance to the outskirts of Tokyo, Ran remarked as she gazed down from the observation deck, her comment leaving it ambiguous whether it was a compliment or a critique. "So, what exactly prompted you to bring me to Osaka?" Conan tugged at Heiji Hattori's sleeve, whispering his inquiry. Heiji then began to explain that he had a dream where he was stabbed, only for Conan to meet a tragic demise instead, leading him to ponder the unpredictability of life and the need to enjoy it fully, hence inviting them all to explore Osaka. Upon hearing this, Conan's expression morphed into one of disdain. He found it difficult to comprehend why this guy would dream of his own death. However, Hinata Rin suddenly interjected, "You should indeed pay more attention. If you dream of someone else, it might indicate an intertwining of fate lines, potentially leading to prophetic dreams. You two, one from Kanto and the other from Kansai, are both renowned high school detectives. It could be a sign of destiny, perhaps even a special telepathic connection." Upon hearing Rin's words, Conan and Heiji exchanged a glance, both involuntarily displaying expressions of nausea. "I've noticed that you only wax lyrical when you're trying to deceive someone. Otherwise, you're mostly silent," Heiji remarked after recovering from his initial reaction, suddenly struck by the essence of Rin as a spectator of entertainment. As someone who spends most of his time watching live-action Conan and only a fraction critiquing the great detective, he realized the truth of Rin's nature. "Congratulations, you've uncovered this guy's essence." Conan concurred, and once again, the two high school detectives exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with mutual recognition and camaraderie. "Tell me, are you not the least bit curious whether I have dreamed of you?" Heiji, intrigued by Rin's consistently placid demeanor, leaned closer to inquire. The last encounter at the diplomat's residence had left Heiji astounded when this non-detective high school student out-reasoned him, and he had confirmed with Kudo that the discovery was indeed the other party's own doing. Not a reminder from Kudo, which sparked his curiosity. Furthermore, purely from an aesthetic standpoint, Rin's pure white pupils were quite striking. I'd rather pass. I have no desire to become entangled in the complex relationships between detectives, Rin replied, rejecting the notion of dreaming about each other's intimate experiences. "Kudo, did you mention he is aware of your true identity?" Heiji squatted down to confirm with Conan, speaking in a hushed tone. Yet Rin could still hear him, prompting her to glance over. "There are many people here. You both should exercise caution in a way. Can he really hear me at this volume?" Heiji exclaimed, astonished by Rin's keen senses. "What is so surprising? Rin is just like that. His auditory, olfactory, and other senses are sharper than most. It must be a unique trait stemming from the anomaly in his eyes, perhaps a form of compensation. Conan explained. Heiji nodded in agreement, reflecting on the adage that when God closes one door, he opens a window. To him, it seemed that God had merely closed a small door for Rin, while numerous windows had swung open. After Conan's remark, he grinned at Rin, flashing a disingenuous smile. However, Rin had never explicitly stated this to Conan. He simply did not conceal his extraordinary senses in front of someone with a voracious curiosity capable of seizing crucial clues. Who would have thought that this fool would concoct such an interpretation? In truth, explaining the bloodline limit as a genetic condition had its merits. Yet, the unique compensation was not those enhanced senses, but rather the abilities of X-ray vision and hyperopia. After all, he didn't possess Conan's eyes, so it was reasonable that he remained oblivious. I'm hungry. When can we eat? Uncle Mouri, indifferent to Osaka's urban landscape, merely felt a pang of hunger. Having been hung over the previous night, he had risen late this morning and hadn't consumed much of the shumai and snacks prepared by Rin, making his current hunger quite understandable. Don't worry. Someone will be here to pick us up shortly. Heiji reassured him. As the chief planner and guide for this Osaka trip, he had boasted that he would take full responsibility for their travel arrangements. Otherwise, Uncle Mouri would have long since wreaked havoc at Osaka's car rental agencies. Honestly, I'll just step out for a smoke. Uncle Mouri, feeling bored, turned to leave. However, just a few minutes later, a bespectacled man in a crew cut and a suit hurriedly approached. Greeting Hattori Heiji and introducing himself. Hello, I am Sakata from the Higashiri police station in Osaka. That I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Upon hearing the introduction of a police officer, Ren curiously inquired as to why a policeman had come. Although their group frequently interacted with law enforcement, encounters outside of cases were rare, especially during leisure outings. My father mentioned that since Mr. Mouri is visiting Osaka, he must be treated to an enjoyable time. She explained, which was a special instruction from him. The group nodded in understanding, fully aware that the father of the young man before them, Hattori Heizo, was the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police, making the presence of a police officer quite unsurprising. What caught Conan's attention was the case mentioned by Hattori Heiji and the officer named Sakata, which was also the reason why Hattori Heizo could not attend. 10 minutes later, Uncle Mouri sat in the back seat, his forehead lined with frustration, while Conan, equally exasperated, was cradled in Hattori Heiji's arms in the front passenger seat. Ran had initially intended to hold Conan, but was stopped by Hinata Rin, who suggested that Conan was enjoying his conversation with Hattori Heiji and that it was best not to separate them. What could Conan say? He certainly couldn't throw a tantrum just because he wasn't in Ran's arms. Moreover, given that Hinata Rin was aware of his true identity, he felt even more restrained. Thus, Hinata Rin had reason to suspect that a significant portion of Conan's expressions were directed at him. Uncle Mouri's frustration stemmed from the fact that Hattori Heiji had chosen a police car for their outing in Osaka, despite being quite familiar with the police, even having served as a detective before his resignation. Uncle Mouri could hardly comprehend the absurdity of taking a police car for leisure. It felt rather like being subjected to interrogation. By the way, should we activate the siren? That way, we could travel even faster. After being met with Uncle Mouri's incredulity, Hattori Heiji unexpectedly proposed this outrageous suggestion, leading Hinata Rin to suspect that he was either intentionally provocative or simply lacking in common sense. Even someone like Uncle Mouri, a former detective, found the idea of riding in a police car with the siren blaring to be akin to being apprehended as a criminal. It seemed that Hattori Heiji had no fear of sitting in the passenger seat. Ran voiced her concerns regarding this situation, but Hattori Heiji flashed a broad grin, saying, "You needn't worry so much. After all, you haven't done anything wrong, so you can ride in the car with confidence." Although Hattori Heiji said this, Hinata Rin felt that it might not be entirely accurate. As for Conan, the mere act of using a tranquilizer on Uncle Mouri alone could be deemed highly problematic. Furthermore, there were other potential offenses, such as coercing a confession or impersonating someone to report a crime, leading to a veritable litany of possible charges. Uncle Mouri had often been accused of harassing women, with even his old acquaintance, Officer Magyar, once remarking that had they not known each other for so long, he would have been arrested long ago. Ran, on the other hand, had a penchant for vandalizing public property, such as streetlight poles and utility posts, frequently causing one to become unusable under her care. The cumulative effect of these transgressions was not insignificant. Ironically, the most innocent among them was Hinata Rin. The former Konoha ninja. Though he had taken lives in his past as a ninja, he had thus far lived as a law-abiding citizen in this life, having only engaged in physical confrontations with criminal suspects. In the world of Detective Conan, such behavior was quite common, with even the elementary members of the Junior Detective League being known for their physical confrontations. In comparison, Hinata Rin's record was rather modest, especially when juxtaposed with the misdeeds of the others. Next, under Hattori Heiji's guidance, the group arrived at a ramen shop, where they were treated to a stream of praises about Osaka that rivaled the grandiose proclamations of Sherlock Holmes' exploits. A love for one's hometown is understandable, but this seemed to border on excessive. Now this is what true ramen should be. The broth is clear and transparent. You can even see the bottom of the bowl. Hattori Heiji exclaimed, standing beside the owner while promoting the local specialty ramen. Wow, that's impressive. Ran played her role as an enthusiastic supporter, providing ample emotional validation, although she found the flavor a bit bland compared to the ramen from Tokyo. She deemed it satisfactory overall. Uncle Mouri, however, declared it utterly tasteless, insisting that Tokyo's ramen was far superior. Hinata Rin, indifferent to Japanese ramen, decided to give the restaurant a chance purely out of courtesy for Hattori Heiji's recommendation. Nodding in approval, Hattori, who are these two? Is one of them your new girlfriend? The restaurant owner, evidently a longtime acquaintance of Hattori Heiji, wore a knowing smile that men often share. His words hinted at a belief that Hattori Heiji had broken up with Yamauka Keiho. Observers could easily see that the childhood friends were destined to be together. Their playful bickering was a regular occurrence. If the great detective were to find out, he would surely be envious. Do they look like it? You might want to take a guess. Hattori Heiji was clearly enjoying the spectacle, reveling in his own amusement. That's not quite right. I'm actually from Tokyo, and this is... Ran waved her hands to clarify for the owner. But just then, she felt an unsettling presence and turned around. Hinata Rin could sense someone watching them, a feeling that brought with it a certain intensity, as if he were under scrutiny. That it was likely Yamauka Keiho. Activating his Byakugan, he scanned the vicinity and easily identified the girl with the ponytail as Yamauka Keiho, who was glaring at them without any attempt at disguise. Well, it seems the family has come to confront us. And this one remains blissfully unaware. Yamauka Keiho, why don't you divert your gaze to the unreliable black-haired one instead? Hinata Rin mused internally. Though he hadn't summoned her over, the drama unfolding between these childhood friends was far more intriguing than that of Ran and the great detective. While case-solving was merely an embellishment, their daily interactions were filled with playful squabbles, and they were genuinely there to explore their romantic connection, though Hattori Heiji likely did not share the same sentiment. After their meal, Hattori Heiji led them to a takoyaki shop. Both Uncle Mouri and Conan were thoroughly enjoying their food, while Ran appeared somewhat uneasy, although she hadn't pinpointed the source of her discomfort. She was acutely aware of being watched. Strangely, the usually perceptive detectives seemed oblivious to the scrutiny. It was unlikely that Yamauka Keiho's lingering gaze was limited by gender, but it was clear that her primary focus was indeed on Ran and Hinata Rin. Moreover, it seemed that Hinata Rin was unintentionally absorbing some of the intensity directed at Ran. Had he not been present, Ran would have borne the full brunt of Yamauka Keiho's resentful stares. Just as the plot had originally unfolded, seeing Hinata Rin meticulously planning their route with a map, one could tell he was genuinely invested in crafting a well-thought-out itinerary. After all, this level of dedication deserved a 5-star rating. Following their takoyaki meal, Uncle Mouri suddenly suggested trying grilled pancakes, a notion that seemed to deviate from Hattori Heiji's original plan. Given the prevalence of one-way streets in the area, turning back would prove cumbersome, causing Hattori Heiji to become flustered. Consequently, they opted to heed the suggestion of Officer Sakuda, who had been their chauffeur for the day, and ventured to another establishment he recommended. This grilled pancake brought back memories for Hinata Rin. Reminiscent of the pancake rolls he had enjoyed in a past life, it was a nostalgic recollection. This delicacy required a specialized griddle, although a frying pan could suffice. Yet, it lacked the authentic flavor. And he considered asking Professor Agasa to prepare one for him when they returned to the Mouri Detective Agency. Shortly after entering the new venue, Hattori Heiji excused himself to the restroom. Seizing the moment, Yamauka Keiho, who had been trailing them, could no longer contain herself and took Hattori Heiji's seat, which happened to be right next to Hinata Rin. You must be Kudo, right? Yamauka Keiho rested her chin on one hand. Her gaze fixed intently on Hinata Rin, her tone deceptively calm, yet imbued with a sense of certainty. He often speaks of you and your exploits. I am not Kudo. There's no one by that name here. You've made a mistake, Hinata Rin replied curtly, employing the same firm refusal he had used with Hattori Heiji earlier. He noticed that both individuals had a tendency to speak for themselves, and no wonder others say. If you are not family, you cannot enter the same door. Don't think you can deceive me. You must be the woman named Kudo that Heiji frequently mentions, whom he met in Tokyo, right? Faraway Yeo believed that Hinata Rin was hiding something. And she stood up from her seat, wearing a resolute expression as if she could see through all truths. To no, miss, you are mistaken. He is not Kudo, and he is not a woman. The person being misunderstood, Hinata Rin, remained calmly seated, waiting. That on the contrary, both Ran and Conan grew anxious, having grasped the general situation as the official spokesperson for Hinata Rin, and feeling that he was caught up in childhood entanglements. Ran hurriedly stepped in to clarify. Little did she know that this young lady had a lively personality and had followed them all the way, convinced of her irrefutable evidence. The more explanations she received, the more she felt they were merely attempts to cover up the truth, believing that Ran was trying to fool her. After all, Hinata Rin looked like a woman, so how could he possibly deny it? She felt as if she were being treated like a child. Consequently, she eloquently recounted her ties with Heiji since childhood, as well as her dubious suspicions about Hinata Rin's intentions towards him, all while striking an assertive pose. However, she soon realized that the girl with the long, black shawl hair and white eyes was not swayed at all, continuing to look at her phone with an expression that was more amused than offended, which was rather infuriating. She had clearly stated her intentions, yet this individual remained completely unresponsive, undoubtedly a master at handling such situations. Heiji must not be deceived by that vixen from Tokyo. Just by looking at her, one could tell she was adept at manipulating men's feelings. Hinata Rin, however, was oblivious to the fact that faraway Yeo regarded her as a formidable rival, one who could be quite ruthless. He was merely dedicated to recording some romantic videos for this budding couple, which, if played at their wedding, would surely move those involved. This farce continued until Heiji emerged from the restroom, at which point faraway Yeo, who had been unwilling to listen to Rant's explanations, finally calmed down upon seeing him. Nevertheless, she still maintained a skeptical attitude towards the notion that Hinata Rin was a man. This was all Heiji's fault. Back at the Tsutenkaku, he insisted on chatting with Conan in the very spot where Hinata Rin was lost in thought. And faraway Yeo had been observing them from the sidelines. Heiji's joyful expression while chatting with his best friend likely led to misunderstandings, as it could easily be misconstrued as the same demeanor he displayed around Hinata Rin. It can only be said that jealousy knows no bounds, regardless of gender. You foolish woman, that guy is her cousin, completely a man. As for Kudo, he is that fellow's boyfriend, but he simply didn't come to Osaka this time. Heiji's clarification successfully left Ran and Conan, the innocent youths, blushing. Hinata Rin, on the other hand, maintained his silence, especially when others questioned his gender. No matter how he responded, it would be awkward. It was best to simply ignore it, as being good-looking was certainly preferable to being unattractive. If it weren't for his strong heart and ability to self-mute, he might have long succumbed to depression, back during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village. Being from a prominent clan, few dared to whisper behind his back. After all, the Hyuga family's gentle fist was renowned, and most people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, Hinata Rin's skills were also quite exceptional. He had not held back against the Uchiha clan, and none of them could activate Susanoo in his presence. What was there to say? If they were too mouthy, he would simply give them a beating. With his Byakugan activated, he would unleash the 8 trigrams, striking and controlling at close range. If they weren't afraid of becoming roasted chicken, they could come close and use fire techniques. Regardless, with his ability to reverse damage, he could make them all nearsighted with his 3-tomo Sharingan. But it's rather amusing. Really, none of those arrogant Uchiha could activate their Sharingan, and the few who could either had timing issues or were friendly enough to chat with him, leading to many amicable sparring sessions. Though it couldn't be said that he was merely beating the young ones, the Uchiha clan's reputation still mattered. After dealing with those rookies, they had to save face somehow, leading to a sort of familiarity over time. Looking back, that was quite some time ago. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I'm sorry. After listening to the round of explanations led by Heiji, with Conan and Ran supporting, Faraway Yeo finally relinquished her stubborn suspicions, bringing her hands together in apology towards Hinata Rin. Hinata Rin waved his hand dismissively. Although she appeared somewhat aggressive earlier, it was merely an emotional outburst. And everything else was quite all right. Moreover, since she mentioned Kudo, it was simply a case of mistaken identity, and he was merely bearing the brunt of it. It was truly unfortunate, but to express her regret. Let me treat you to this meal. The young lady was quite straightforward in her dealings, leaving Hinata Rin feeling a hint of guilt. However, he had no intention of deleting that video. It was a secret that Heiji could relish for a lifetime. And deleting it would be a shame. Judging by his demeanor, it was clear that he viewed the past history Faraway Yeo spoke of as a dark secret, unlike her who was immersed in fond memories. Thanks to Hinata Rin drawing the fire away, the originally targeted Ran had now become close friends with Faraway Yeo, completely avoiding the awkwardness that arose from Heiji. What a situation, sacrificing a brother to gain a girlfriend. Perhaps, watching the two begin to engage in light conversation, likely about Ran's experiences with Heiji, Hinata Rin felt helpless, realizing that a portion of this predicament had to be attributed to the great detective. Or else things would not make sense. Thus, he lowered his head to edit an email, sending the recently filmed Black History and the earlier video of the great detective acting cute to both Heiji and Conan. Unfortunately, the chatroom did not yet have a video sending feature. Otherwise, the impact would surely have been greater. Hey, what are you trying to do? The one who misunderstood you is that woman. It has nothing to do with me. All right. Upon seeing this, Heiji's face turned beet red, unable to hide it even under his dark skin. Fortunately, he was sitting next to Conan, which made it easier to communicate with Hinata Rin. Conan's expression was no better. He felt he was completely caught in the crossfire. This has nothing to do with me. I even helped explain, so don't involve the innocent. Listening to their excuses, Hinata Rin smirked. The root of the grievance lies with both of you. If you want to make friends, just do so openly. Why the secrecy? You let your girlfriend misunderstand and expect me to take the blame. And you, when you helped explain earlier, were you not reveling in my misfortune? Hinata Rin asserted that his Byakugan was not just for show, and they shouldn't think he was oblivious to the great detective snickering behind his back that I in this absurd incident. Only Ran had genuinely tried to help explain. Her expression anxious and urgent, even more so than her own matters. The elder, being a regular OB, didn't he have much to say, and Hinata Rin could understand that it was awkward for him to address such embarrassing issues. The crux of the problem lay with Conan. This fellow would help explain a bit, then turn around to chuckle quietly, and then assist again, creating a cycle. Did he really think Hinata Rin couldn't see through that? All right, just delete it. I'll apologize to you. Yes, I also apologize. It's all my fault for not speaking clearly, leading to Yeo's misunderstanding. Under the threat of the Black History, the two high school detective prodigies from Kanto and Kansai surrendered. Heiji's could be deleted first, as it involved Miss Yeo's image rights, and keeping it would not be appropriate. Upon hearing this, Heiji sighed in relief, his face still red, primarily due to Yeo's earlier comments making him feel embarrassed. In truth, Hinata Rin believed that the latter part of the video would play wonderfully at a wedding, that a heartfelt confession from the bride would surely touch many hearts. However, this was something Faraway Yeo was unaware of, and she might not even welcome it. Therefore, keeping it was indeed inappropriate. As a one-time item, it could serve to poke fun at the thick-skinned Heiji. Moreover, due to Heiji drawing near to whisper, Faraway Yeo's gaze had clearly shifted back towards them. Goodness, thanks to this guy, he was experiencing this kind of vixen-like scrutiny for the first time in this world, so it was best to delete it to keep him quiet. He had no intention of meddling in anyone's childhood romance. Regardless of the couple, whether it be the male or the female, disinterest is one aspect, and who knows whether this childhood sweetheart principle might have any backlash. Having experienced two traversals, he fundamentally remains quite a believer in such matters. However, Conan is quite different. He is the instigator, the source of trouble, and just moments ago, he was reveling in the misfortune that it seems he has lost sight of his standing within the agency. It is imperative to set him straight. Conan, ponder this well. I happen to possess quite a bit of leverage in my hands. After making her pointed remark, Hinata Rin devoted her attention to savoring the freshly served grilled pancakes. To be honest, they were quite delightful, truly worthy of being called a signature delicacy. Hey, come on, this has nothing to do with me, all right? I simply couldn't help myself. This situation is just too amusing. Who would have thought that Hattori's childhood sweetheart would view you as a rival in love? That is truly unexpected, she mused. Upon hearing the detective's ostensibly explanatory, yet actually sarcastic remarks, Hattori Heiji sided with Hinata Rin. You are absolutely right. It seems this guy is merely relishing the mischief. And he shows no sign of remorse whatsoever. Upon your return to Tokyo, why not share that fellow's video in the chat room? I can help you critique it thoroughly. Hinata Rin cast a sidelong glance at Hattori Heiji, whose so-called critique was, in reality, just a means to stoke the flames of amusement, and sighed inwardly, finding both high school detectives to be rather reserved, lacking in any genuine entertainment value. The chat room Hattori spoke of had been established after Conan candidly confessed his identity to Hattori, and he had been invited to join as well. 20% of the discussions revolved around the significance of detectives in this world, urging Hinata Rin to also become one, lest she waste her talents. The remaining 80% was naturally dedicated to Conan, the fervent admirer of Sherlock Holmes, extolling the virtues of Holmes himself. For the first time, Hinata Rin felt that merely reading text could evoke a cacophony. And she admired Rand even more, for this fellow had been incessantly droning on for 10 years without once taking decisive action. Wasn't he that the very definition of true love? After finishing their somewhat boisterous meal of grilled pancakes, the group prepared to set off for the next destination, or rather, the next restaurant, for in reality, tourism is merely a process of eating and exploring. However, this time they had an additional companion, Yamauka Keiho, who seemed to have differing opinions regarding Hattori Heiji's travel plans. Hinata Rin and the others were indifferent. Although Hattori Heiji, the five-star guide, was doing well, his competitive spirit was undeniably strong, of course. This was also due to their lack of familiarity with Osaka, leaving them to rely heavily on the two locals to navigate. Come on, there's simply no room for another person. Why are you insisting on coming along? Hattori Heiji rolled his eyes at the forcibly boarding Yamauka Keiho. Given Hinata Rin's presence, it was indeed quite difficult to squeeze in another passenger in the back seat. What does it matter? I made a pact with Rand to ride together. We can simply take another car. Yamauka Keiho was resolute, enlisting her newly acquainted best friend, Rand, to bolster her case, while Rand stood awkwardly to the side. Smiling bashfully, she had no desire to get involved in this childhood sweetheart war. However, the tension between the two seemed to render it impossible for anyone else to interject. I think it would be best if I called a colleague to bring another vehicle. Officer Sakata, who was responsible for driving that day, cheerfully suggested, simultaneously addressing the reason why he hadn't joined them for the meal at tea that moment. A shadow abruptly descended from above, striking the hood of the police car with a resounding thud. Accompanying this was the panicked shrieks of the surrounding crowd. A rather rotund man lay sprawled on the car's hood, mouth agape, eyes wide, with a dagger lodged in his left chest, its handle the only visible part. Judging by the depth of the dagger and the man's expression, it was evident that he was deceased. Encountering such an occurrence during leisure time is, under normal circumstances, quite sudden and disheartening. However, having resided in the agency for so long, Hinata Rin had grown accustomed to the notion that cases could arise at any moment. Before their arrival, she had mentally prepared herself, with two renowned high school detectives congregated. The aura of death was undoubtedly amplified. Merely one or two victims would hardly suffice. It was reasonable to assume there would be a serial murder case at hand. The crowd swiftly retreated, expertly locating a safe vantage point from which they could observe without becoming involved. In stark contrast to them, Conan, Uncle Mouri, and Hattori Heiji surged forward with urgency. Hinata Rin and the other two girls were not as quick to follow. The suddenness of the deceased's fall and the gruesome nature of the death were daunting, even for the battle-hardened Ran. Who on earth is this man? I don't know. He just suddenly fell onto our hood. And he came from the rooftop of this building. Uncle Mouri and Hattori Heiji exchanged inquiries. Just as the crowd began to gaze upward at the building, they unexpectedly spotted a figure. Although the details were unclear, it appeared that the individual was leaning outward, seemingly peering down. In this scenario, even if the person was not the perpetrator, it was highly likely they were somehow involved. Conan and Hattori Heiji swiftly darted through the alley, their faces alight with exhilaration, showcasing a display of rapid ascent. Approximately 5 minutes later, the duo emerged, escorting a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in a crimson shirt and a white jacket. Judging by the calm expressions on their faces, he was likely not the culprit. Uncle Mouri had not followed them up. He preferred to guard the crime scene from potential tampering and simply could not react as swiftly as those two. Upon spotting the figure, the two had instinctively bolted out. Had they not been vigilant, one might have mistaken it for a dog that had escaped its leash. If Conan were a corgi, then Hattori Heiji would undoubtedly resemble a Doberman. Both marked by their striking black and red hues, reminiscent of a dual-purpose military and police canine, befitting their respective homes. Through inquiries, they learned that this man operated a CAF on the second floor. He had gone upstairs after receiving a call informing him of a peculiar man on the rooftop. Clearly, this individual had been set up as a scapegoat by the true killer. While this assessment seemed hasty, the man's expression of innocence did not align with that of a cunning, high-intelligence criminal. This is a compliment. I am not suggesting that he appears mentally deficient. Additionally, taking into account the rope tied around the corpse, along with the traces observed on the rooftop by Conan and the others, it appeared the deceased had been bound in advance and hung over the railing, concealed with a plastic bag to avoid early detection, and subsequently connected to the rooftop doorknob. Thus, whenever someone opened the door, the body would plummet from above. After a brief inspection, they could ascertain that the victim had been dead for at least over a day, which was a crucial factor in ruling out the CAF owner as a suspect, as the timelines simply did not align. Just as Conan and the others were contemplating the scene, a slender, middle-aged woman with long, cascading hair suddenly displayed a look of terror, her eyes widening as if she recognized the deceased. This peculiar reaction drew the attention of those present, however, before they could approach her for inquiries. The woman hastily turned and fled in her vehicle. Conan and Hattori Heiji nearly reached the car, but were unable to apprehend her. Nonetheless, this confirmed that her behavior was indeed suspicious, and she likely possessed some vital clue. Furthermore, Hinata Rin noticed that, in her frantic rush to depart, the woman still had the presence of mind to adjust her rearview mirror, showcasing her ingrained habit of safe driving. Following this incident, the originally planned Osaka tour had to be altered, and the group made their way to the Higashishiri police station, where Officer Sakata, their driver for the day, was stationed. What? You mean to say that the man who just fell was already the third victim? Uncle Mouri exclaimed in astonishment, as he had never considered himself a harbinger of misfortune, being caught up in a serial murder case so far from home. Hinata Rin, however, maintained a composed demeanor, remarking that where a cluster of detectives gathered, the aura of death was bound to intensify. Indeed, these victims were all fatally stabbed with a dagger that pierced their wallets before penetrating their chests. Yet, prior to that, it seems the killer had a habit of strangling them with some object. Hattori Heiji rested his chin on his hand as he presented the details of the case to them. Observing his furrowed brow, one could surmise that the police had been considerably troubled by this series of homicides for quite some time. Could it be that these individuals had harbored enmity due to financial disputes? Hakuba Suguru speculated this based on the characteristic of the murder weapon piercing through a wallet. However, he was promptly refuted by Hattori. That is implausible, he stated. For the first victim, Mr. Nagao Hideharu, was the proprietor of a convenience store, while the second victim, Nishikata Madoka, was the owner of a small tavern at AS for the individual who recently fell. Nozawa Kazuto, he was a taxi driver. None of these individuals are likely to have been involved in any monetary entanglements. Beyond the consistency in their methods of murder, there is no discernible connection among them. Hattori maintained an air of ennui, yawning as he spoke, resembling Conan when he encountered a case he found uninteresting. Hinata Rin considered this judgment somewhat hasty. One cannot simply assume the absence of financial ties based on the fact that they are small business owners or freelancers. Although it is true that in this region, those who fall victim to financial disputes are predominantly executives of financial firms, it is likely that the Osaka police had conducted thorough investigations. Finding no commonalities among these individuals, including their backgrounds, upbringing, and educational institutions, just as this point was being discussed, Officer Sakata hurried in with a videotape, exclaiming that he had discovered a commonality among the victims. The tape featured a scene where a politician named Sato Munitaro was besieged by the media due to a bribery scandal, ultimately causing his secretary to take the fall to quell the situation. I recall that the secretary's surname was Nagao. It was somewhat surprising that Uncle Mouri could remember this detail, as Hinata Rin had always assumed he watched television solely to follow celebrities, not realizing he also paid attention to societal news. However, the significance of this videotape did not lie there. As Hattori pointed out, it was an incident that occurred 4 years prior, and while there might be some connection to the current case, it was not substantial. Officer Sakata reminded him that the focus of the tape was the driver in the car, who happened to be the deceased Nozawa Kazuto. This made the situation far more complex. As the politician Sato Munetaro was linked to both victims, his secretary and his driver, it is worth noting that these positions are not trivial. They often hold the secrets of officials, sometimes even when an official retires. They must ensure these two roles are adequately filled to feel secure. Given this context, the police were now pursuing an investigation centered on this politician, although Uncle Mouri was not optimistic about this approach. The bald, bearded Sato Munetaro, with his dark complexion, had always harbored a disdain for the police, making it likely difficult to find a breakthrough with him. "All right, you should head back for now. Hakuba knows my address, so let her guide you," he said. "Rin, just lend me for a moment. We will return before dinner." With that, Hinata Rin cast a glance at Hattori's bulging jacket pocket, knowing without a doubt that Conan was undoubtedly concealed within. Although she had little interest in being part of the high school detective group, she preferred to observe the unfolding drama rather than endure the awkwardness of being at Hattori's home. In truth, Hinata Rin possessed a hint of social anxiety. "What are you two planning to do?" Uncle Mouri inquired, perplexed. He had no intention of meddling in this case, feeling out of place and knowing that as a detective from Tokyo, intruding into Osaka's investigation might provoke conflict. The long-standing rivalry between Osaka and Tokyo was well known. The so-called high school detectives were still minors, much like the last time Hattori came here to solve a case, treating Officer Megure as a mere tool. The only reason the latter had not taken offense was due to this fact. If it had been Uncle Mouri, he would have undoubtedly been perceived as a provocateur, and the consequences could have been severe. Osaka was not only known for its hospitality, but also for its eagerness to spar when provoked. Before departing, Fariyama Hakuba anxiously asked Hattori if he had brought his talisman. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she felt a wave of relief. She then cast a glance at Hinata Rin, her eyes conveying a message that seemed to say, "You little vixen, Hattori and I are the true pair, bound by deep ties. You, a mere fox from Tokyo, shall not steal him away." Had he not rolled his eyes, he would have never deciphered such complex emotions. Nevertheless, he merely wished to witness the unfolding drama. Hakuba's protective attitude had mistakenly targeted the wrong person and seemed somewhat excessive. That dark-skinned Kansai boy was merely held in high regard by her, and no one from Tokyo would vie for him. However, Kyoto was a different story. Had they encountered each other, a love-at-first-sight scenario might have unfolded prematurely. Reflecting on Hakuba's hostile demeanor, Hinata Rin contemplated whether she should lure Hattori to Kyoto to provide the young lady with some competition, relieving her of the burden of incessantly watching her. Such energy ought to be directed appropriately, rather than squandered on mere vigilance. "Hakuba, I am not deceiving you. Rin is genuinely my brother," she asserted. Mouri ran, being perceptive and sensitive, immediately noticed the unusual mood of her newly appointed confidant. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed and fatigued internally, she stepped forward to offer reassurance. "It's not that I distrust you. It's just that I have reservations about Hattori," Hakuba explained, waving her hand, though the implication behind her words was rather extraordinary. Could it be that? Oh, the thought sent shivers down the spine, before Ran could be astonished by this revelation for an entire year. Hakuba quickly clarified, "Your brother is quite handsome, and he is always with Hattori. I worry that Hattori may lead him astray. After all, he may appear earnest on the surface, but beneath, he is a silent lecher. I know him best." "Yes, indeed, Shinichi is the same. He often..." The two young ladies abruptly launched into a critique of the conduct of high school detectives without further ado. Finally, seated in a standard private vehicle, Hinata Rin cast a jaded look at the other two patients. "Are you two both ill? You haven't stopped sneezing since you got in. Don't pass it on to me," Hinata Rin remarked, quite certain that the two were so close that contagion was of no concern. However, the incessant sneezing that polluted the surrounding air was their wrongdoing. "No, I'm perfectly fine. How could I possibly catch a cold? It's likely that Hakuba has been speaking ill of me behind my back," Hattori replied, displaying a surprisingly keen intuition, as he was indeed the type of detective who relied heavily on instinct. This meant he could easily be influenced by his mindset and the traps set by criminals. Of course, the main issue lay with Conan. As long as he did not associate with him, he could reign supreme in the Kansai region, avoiding the role of a mere stepping stone. Hinata Rin was the first to enter the car. especially since she was not harboring any grand detective in her arms. When Officer Sakata, who was responsible for driving, finally entered, his first instinct was to adjust the rearview mirror. This detail struck Hinata Rin as somewhat peculiar. While adjusting the rearview mirror after getting into a car is indeed a commendable driving habit, worthy of encouragement, in the context of Conan's narrative, such overt commonalities among characters often indicated a connection between them. Hinata Rin did not have a particularly deep impression of this ongoing series of murders, but fortunately, the plot was relatively early on, still within the episodes that had been replayed during his elementary school days on the anime channel. Thus, upon realizing this, he recalled the general circumstances of the narrative that it was quite remarkable. He only possessed vivid memories of the few hundred episodes that had aired repeatedly, primarily stemming from the summer vacation of his 6th grade year. As for the subsequent events, he entered a phase devoid of the freedom to watch television, spanning the years from junior high to high school. By the time he graduated, staying at home seemed to become a transgression. The elders believed that young people ought to venture outside more often. Even if it wasn't for the sake of romance, engaging in physical activity was deemed beneficial. Yet, during their childhood, when they yearned to play outdoors, they never expressed such sentiments. Truly a case of double standards, akin to prohibiting romantic relationships before the college entrance examination and forbidding singleness post-graduation. Regrettably, the ability to discern the meridians does not extend to understanding the human heart. In the morally ambiguous world of Conan, such insight seems a tad belated. Hinata Rin sometimes mused that this first journey through time had at least granted him a bloodline limit, while the second brought no gifts or innate abilities, merely exile. Their group was not in search of that local counselor. The police were already investigating, and their presence would serve little purpose. This time, they primarily sought the woman who had fled the scene of the previous incident in a state of panic. Conan had noted her license plate number, and just moments ago, Officer Sakata had gone to the traffic division to retrieve the records. Now, in the car, he was briefing them. Her name was Okazaki Sumi. Aged 39, and since her divorce last year, she had been living alone in the nearby Saito apartments. After his introduction, Officer Sakata pulled out his mobile phone and dialed the number he had found for Okazaki Sumi. Upon connection, as he introduced himself, they heard the woman's voice, filled with urgency, imploring them to come quickly to protect her, promising to disclose the events of the past. This revelation stirred excitement among the detectives in the car. Her words undoubtedly implied that she possessed crucial information about the deceased at the scene of today's incident. Alas, due to the phone call, Officer Sakata's vehicle had just passed the intended destination, and the area was fraught with one-way streets and heavy traffic, rendering it impossible to stop abruptly. In a fit of urgency, Conan and Hattori Heiji flung open the car doors and dashed across the street. Ignoring the cacophony of shouts and screeching brakes, Hinata Rin was at a loss for words. Why were they in such a hurry? Did they really need to run in their own living room? Aren't you going with them? Officer Sakata, who had just been urging Hattori Heiji to wait, turned to see Hinata Rin calmly seated in the back, and an awkward smile crept onto his face. I prefer not to run. It's more comfortable to sit in the car and wait. There's an old Chinese saying, guarding a tree stump to catch a hare, which means one can achieve results simply by sitting and waiting rather than running about. Don't you agree, Officer Sakata? Sitting and waiting is indeed comfortable, but that's the responsibility of the superiors. We, the foot soldiers, must stay abreast of the case at all times, Officer Sakata said, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. His rationale for Hinata Rin seemed quite reasonable, with no apparent flaws. Originally, his plan was to wait until Hattori Heiji ran out, then call out to Okazaki Sumi to meet him. He would then commit the crime and subsequently switch to a nearby parked vehicle to pick up Hattori Heiji. However, that plan was evidently thwarted by Hinata Rin's calm presence in the back seat. If you're not going, then could you keep an eye on the car for me? I'm still not too reassured about Heiji and that little brother going alone. It would be troublesome if they encounter the murderer. It's better to follow closely and see what happens. Officer Sakata spoke. He maneuvered the car near an alley, opened the door, and prepared to dash out. I'll go with you. Given the current danger, shouldn't we avoid acting alone? Hinata Rin also exited the vehicle, positioning herself directly in front of him, effectively blocking the direction of the Saito apartments. What are you doing? Officer Sakata's expression was one of confusion. At this moment, it appeared as though Hinata Rin was obstructing the police investigation. If you remain stationary, no crime will occur. Observing the silent, downcast Officer Sakata, Hinata Rin continued. The initial velocity of a bullet from a handgun is 350 meters per second, which sounds swift. Yet, in reality, evading it doesn't require matching that speed. You only need to be quicker than your reaction time. Would you like to give it a try? So you've concluded that I am the murderer? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Officer Sakata no longer attempted to deny that I in truth. His purpose was not to kill out of frustration, but to avenge his father. Coupled with his pride in being a policeman, he would not flail helplessly like other criminals. However, he had not anticipated that the one to see through the truth would not be the younger Hattori Heiji, as he had presumed. The two faced off for a moment, and with a bitter smile, Officer Sakata drew his service weapon from within his coat and placed it on the car's hood. He then produced his police badge adorned with a cherry blossom emblem and gently laid it atop the revolver. Upon witnessing this scene, the tension in Hinata Rin's face gradually subsided. Rest assured, I am a police officer. I will not indiscriminately take innocent lives. After all, I cannot betray this cherry blossom badge. Sakata, you Hattori Heiji, and Conan returned, panting, just in time to witness Officer Sakata placing his firearm down. As the vehicle came to a halt, Hinata Rin had already sent a text to the two famed detectives, who were not particularly known for adhering to traffic regulations. To prevent them from becoming so engrossed in the case that they overlooked critical updates, she had also placed a call to the scene, which had just concluded. The reason Hinata Rin wore a look of disdain was not due to concern over the officer's firearm. In her previous life, she had been an elite shinobi, capable of outpacing the reactions of those around her without reliance on a bloodline limit. Her primary intention was to ascertain where those two were, ensuring they wouldn't emerge just as the officer drew his weapon, inadvertently putting themselves in harm's way as hostages. Now that would be quite the farce that I still wish to understand how I was exposed. I should not have shown any flaws. Criminals with high intelligence often harbor a sense of arrogance, and police officers are no exception. As Okazaki Sumi arrived, Hinata Rin had indeed spotted her, but felt compelled to inquire. She's here, but I'm also curious. How did you come to the conclusion that she was the murderer? The one speaking was Conan, who appeared considerably more composed than the emotionally charged Hattori Heiji. However, when faced with the revelation of his idol's criminality, his demeanor was hardly better than Hattori Heiji's. We'll know once we have Okazaki Sumi identify her. I genuinely admire Officer Sakata for this. After all, he managed to commit a crime while simultaneously unraveling the case alongside two high school detectives, a boldness that few possessed. As the group conversed, Okazaki Sumi had already approached them. She was willing to brave the risk of being killed by the murderer to accompany two minors, a testament to her psychological preparedness. However, upon catching sight of Officer Sakata's face, she could not help but gasp in shock, covering her mouth as she slowly sank to the ground. Inaba-sensei, I thought you were dead. The weight of Okazaki Sumi's words was significant. Yet it did not affect Officer Sakata as profoundly. His eyes widened with rage, his entire being trembling, and even his teeth clattered audibly. His hands were clenched tightly, veins bulging, nearly matching the intensity of Hinata Rin's disdain. It is you wretched miscreants who conspired 20 years ago to murder my father. The statute of limitations is only 15 years, so I cannot bring you to justice through legal means. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands, though it appears I am still a step too late. He had initially believed he would remain silent until Hinata Rin revealed the flaw in her method. However, after the second instance of those individuals mistakenly identifying his father, the fury he had long suppressed erupted uncontrollably. Okazaki Sumi collapsed to the ground, first regarding Officer Sakata with disbelief, then abruptly lowering her head, covering her face with her hands as she wept, recounting how they had inadvertently killed Inaba-sensei due to a prank, who was none other than Officer Sakata's father. In terms of the events that transpired, they were indeed a group of despicable beings. Out of resentment for the coach's strictness, they got another drunk and placed him in a car with faulty brakes. Unsurprisingly, an accident ensued, shattering the lives of an innocent family, truly a case of poetic justice. However, since the incident occurred 20 years ago, with a statute of limitations of only 15 years, revealing the truth would not lead to prosecution in court. This situation echoes the adage that people abide by the law merely to save face with it. If it fails to resolve the issue, people will naturally dismiss it as inconsequential and opt for alternative methods to address their problems. Hattori Heiji's feelings about Hinata Rin remain somewhat unclear. However, judging by his gaze, it likely reflects deep sorrow and regret. The sound of sirens has already begun to echo in the vicinity, and Hinata-rin certainly would not overlook the critical step of alerting the authorities. Nevertheless, the response time of the police in Osaka seems to be somewhat slower than that in Tokyo, presumably affected by the traffic conditions. After expressing his years of pursuit for the truth and realizing that the statute of limitations had expired, Officer Sakata turned his gaze towards Hattori Heiji, who had only uttered half a sentence upon arriving at the scene, before falling silent. "I apologize, Heiji, for involving you in this." His decision to volunteer as the driver today was, in fact, an attempt to use Hattori Heiji to establish an alibi, and now he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. "What nonsense are you spouting? The cherry blossom emblem in the police handbook would weep for you." Hattori Heiji finally broke the silence, uttering this somewhat sentimental yet touching line. Despite the inappropriateness of the occasion, Sakata's reaction was nonetheless similar. After a moment of blankness, he extended his hand to gently touch the badge concealing the firearm, his gaze reflecting nostalgia and appreciation. In truth, he never intended to use that gun to harm anyone. The reason he carried it was merely as a precaution, should he need to conclude matters himself in the event of exposure. However, he had not anticipated that the plan would be interrupted halfway through, with KDI only 3/5 complete, abruptly ended by Hinata Rin. In his mind, aside from shock, only confusion lingered. "I remain curious. How exactly was I exposed? Could you enlighten me?" Ordinarily, after the criminal's monologue, the police would arrive to apprehend, thereby avoiding the current awkward phase akin to a blank tape. Yet, due to the ineffectiveness of the Osaka police, the sirens continued to blare nearby, without any sign of their arrival. Hinata-rin generally disliked lengthy oratory aimed at convincing others. He always felt that a reasoning show resembled reciting a thesis in public. To extract the central argument, there can only be one truth, followed by various points, persuading the perpetrator, the police, and the audience alike, culminating in a flawless structure of introduction, body, and conclusion. However, since this matter had been posed repeatedly, all eyes in the room turned towards him, each small gaze brimming with immense curiosity, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Moreover, his premature conclusion of the narrative left many clues undisclosed, rendering these two detectives utterly bewildered, struggling even to backtrack the process once they knew the outcome. "Very well, then, allow me to weave a tale for you," Hinata-rin sighed, beginning to repay the debts he had incurred. "Initially, what caught my attention was your driving habits, which are strikingly similar to those of Ms. Okazaki Sumi. This driving habit also matches that of the previous victim, Nozawa Kazuhito. The driving habits of Nozawa Kazuhito were previously captured in the tape that Officer Sakata provided, where he adjusted the rearview mirror as he got into the vehicle to chauffeur the counselor surrounded by reporters due to a scandal." "You mean they both adjust the rearview mirror upon entering the car, correct?" Just as Hinata-rin finished speaking, Conan eagerly chimed in, noting that it was not surprising he had observed this detail, as his powers of observation were indeed remarkable. In fact, he typically collected various clues quietly throughout the case, only beginning to deduce once he discovered a crucial link that tied the entire sequence together. Then, during the reasoning show, he would methodically and confidently articulate all his findings and key evidence, reconstructing the perpetrator's modus operandi as if assembling a jigsaw puzzle to deliver a fatal blow to the culprit. Although Conan's interjection felt somewhat abrupt, Hinata-rin had grown accustomed to it. Detectives often behaved in such a manner. Not only did they require a foil during reasoning, but when multiple detectives reasoned together, they would seamlessly transition into a dialogue akin to a comedic skit, each taking turns to elaborate on the situation. It was as if their mouths were hired from the streets, incurring a fee for every additional word spoken. "Is that all there is to it?" Sakata questioned, perplexed. Was his meticulously crafted murder plan truly called into question merely due to such a simple driving habit? While Hinata-rin wished to affirm this, it was evident that this reasoning was insufficient to sway the audience. Even the next intended victim, Okazaki Sumi, gazed at him in astonishment. Hinata-rin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Lady, you have just narrowly escaped death, and yet you still possess the leisure to indulge your curiosity. What a bold spirit." Based on Ms. Okazaki's expression at the scene, it was clear there existed a connection to the deceased, Nozawa Kazuhito, or perhaps a secret related to him, making you, with your identical driving habits, a person of significant interest. However, In terms of driving experience, it was evident that you could not have obtained your licenses simultaneously. Thus, this habit must originate from a common source, most likely a driving school instructor. Pursuing this line of thought would lead to uncovering pertinent news. Upon reaching this point, Hinata Rin directly opened the car door. Withdrawing an old-fashioned notebook from beneath the passenger seat, its appearance suggesting it had seen better days, the cover was frayed, and the paper edges were distinctly yellowed with age. Upon opening it, one would find that the notebook's pages were adorned with newspaper clippings affixed with transparent tape, all pointing to an incident that occurred 20 years prior at a driving school in Hyogo Prefecture. Not only was the cause of the incident and the investigation results meticulously detailed, but it also featured photographs of the deceased, Inaba Tetsuji, as well as those involved in the case. The fugitive, Numikawa Kiichiro, the deceased, Nagao Hidemasa, Nozawa Kazuhito, the nearly deceased, Okazaki Sumi, and the counselor under police investigation. Sakushi Sudara. No wonder Ms. Okazaki misidentified. It appears your appearances are indeed quite similar. Hattori Heiji regarded his friend, Officer Sakata, with a complex expression. On one hand, he felt sorrow for the crime his friend had committed, and on the other, he lamented his failure to uncover the truth sooner and steer Sakata back onto the right path. Indeed, the reason I came to know the truth was due to this face. At that time, I was in the midst of apprehending the fugitive, Numikawa Kiichiro. Upon seeing my face, he mistook me for his father, and it was precisely because of this that I finally learned the truth, which had eluded me for 2 full decades. Hinata Rin had originally concocted a rationale for how he discovered this notebook. While he was indeed surprised upon finding it, considering Officer Sakata's own words about becoming a police officer to uncover the truth for his father. Having these materials seemed entirely reasonable. Sakata's decision to conceal his intentions was understandable. After all, if his colleagues at the precinct discovered he was investigating a case from 20 years ago, their curiosity might lead them to unearth issues. The only matter he likely neglected to mention was the ability of the Byakugan to see through things, which was also understandable, as Hinata Rin himself could not determine what could be seen with it. In any case, while this reasoning might not be entirely sufficient, its impact was undeniably profound. Observing the current situation, it seemed that no one was in the mood to dig deeper, and he was. Of course, relieved. Fabricating reasons required mental effort. After all, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, detectives often rummaged through others' belongings and invaded their privacy without a second thought, so his actions hardly tarnished their collective reputation, as private detectives were already viewed with skepticism. After Hinata Rin's brief explanation, the Osaka Prefectural Police finally arrived, albeit belatedly, accompanied by the counselor, who brought with him a throng of journalists, likely contributing to the traffic jam. Damn it! Is that him? The murderer who seeks my life, the bald man sporting a thick beard, whose countenance bore a fierce aspect, was indeed Sakushi Sitru, who, acting swiftly, charged towards Officer Sakata, glaring furiously while preparing to strike. His behavior was entirely consistent with the malevolence he embodied, showing no restraint whatsoever. However, his fist was intercepted by another middle-aged man, tall and robust, with a square jaw and pronounced cheekbones, exuding an imposing presence. His words, though gentle, contrasted sharply with his actions, as he firmly restrained the counselor's fist, saying, "He is still my subordinate. I kindly ask you to refrain from violence." Officer Sakata gazed intently at the colleague who had intervened to halt his aggression, clearly indicating that the latter was his superior. In light of the current situation, it was indeed remarkable to witness someone still willing to support a subordinate who had transformed into a murderer. Hattori Heiji, standing alongside Hinata Rin and Conan, introduced the individual as the father of his childhood friend, Yamauka Keo, Yamauka Jinjiro, the head of the criminal division at the Osaka Prefectural Police, and a subordinate of Hattori Heiji's father. Hattori Heizo. In terms of rank, he was on par with Odajirai Toshio, the head of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's criminal division, who had appeared in subsequent films, and his father, Odajirai Tashimaru. The personality traits of this officer were quite pronounced. He firmly believed that his wayward son, Odajirai Toshio, would be better off spending a year or so in prison, which could be seen as a peculiar form of paternal affection that I shall visit you shortly to discuss that incident from 20 years ago. Upon hearing this, the initially imposing Sotoro Sakaishi momentarily faltered, revealing a look of guilt. His secretary and driver had already been dealt with, leaving him without anyone to take the blame. Furthermore, the crime of murder is not easily dismissed. Embezzlement may be labeled a scandal, but murder is a criminal offense, and it was evident that his political career had come to an end, despite Hinata Rin hastening the progression of events. The police managed to locate the small cabin where Numikawa Kichiro was being held and learned the details of the incident from him, coupled with the phone call and recording that Hinata Rin had sent. The origins and developments of the case were pieced together. Hence, it was only after Yamauka Jinjiro had grasped the entire truth that he could deliver a statement that struck at the heart of the matter. Since he is your childhood friend's father, isn't it rather impolite that you didn't go over to greet him? Observing Hattori Heiji sending off Officer Sakata to the police car, Hinata Rin considered that the other party might not be in the best of spirits and thus chose to shift the topic to distract him. Who said that? I merely took into account that he was busy and might not have the time to spare, Hattori Heiji responded, his previously sorrowful expression swiftly transforming. The effect of this topic was indeed quite strong, as it seemed to have struck a nerve with someone. Did I ask that so? However, I sense you appear a bit tense, Conan remarked, expressing concern for his friend. That it should be noted that he was not merely reveling in the drama, but was genuinely considerate of Hattori's feelings. Hinata Rin suggested that if the great detective could suppress the smirk of schadenfreude on his face, then perhaps Hattori Heiji might actually believe the two were attempting to comfort him. Nonetheless, Hinata Rin could likely guess what the detective found amusing. Since the mention of Yamauka Jinjiro, Hattori Heiji's unnatural demeanor hinted at an underlying sense of unease when confronting his future father-in-law. For reasons unknown, the detective likely felt more adept in this realm than Hattori Heiji, who often bore the brunt of physical confrontations but never hesitated to stand his ground or roll his eyes. Embodying an indomitable spirit, after a few light-hearted jests, Hattori Heiji's mood improved considerably. Even with his notably lower emotional intelligence, he could discern that the duo was indeed trying to console him. That evening, Hinata Rin and Conan accompanied Hattori Heiji back to his home, where Uncle Mouri, Ran, and her new friend Ko had spent the afternoon. They conveniently arrived just in time for dinner, appearing to have serendipitously timed their visit. However, one could not help but recognize that this was a result of Hinata Rin's carefully orchestrated plans, allowing the group of detectives to search for clues and piece together the narrative through deductive reasoning would surely mean that not only would they miss dinner, but it would be a stroke of luck if they even managed to snag a midnight snack after waking up in the morning. It is worth mentioning that Ko, seeing Hattori Heiji delay his return, initially intended to tease him. However, upon witnessing his expression, her intention shifted to one of concern and inquiry. Not to mention, the sympathetic looks from both Ran and the detective. Even Hinata Rin felt a twinge of empathy. While the old rascal enjoyed arranging childhood romances to the point of kitsch, the sweetness of this official pairing was undeniably appealing. After dinner and a brief respite, the following morning, the Mouri family prepared to embark on their journey back to Tokyo. Although their trip to Osaka had somewhat fizzled out, they were nonetheless grateful for Hattori Heiji's exemplary guidance. Thus, Uncle Mouri expressed the family's gratitude. However, this appreciation was not without its stumbles, largely due to the previous night's revelry with Hattori Heizo, which had resulted in a rather sluggish morning. Though this was a traditional quirk of the uncle, such behavior could be deemed somewhat impolite in another's home, so Ran dedicated herself to reviving her father once more. While the adults engaged in light conversation, Ran and Ko were also busy. The two girls, who had only met yesterday, had already formed a strong bond and were reluctant to part ways, leaving one to wonder if Suzuki Sonoko in Tokyo would feel a pang of jealousy upon learning of their friendship. As the detective group exchanged playful banter, Hinata Rin merely observed the scene unfold. It seems your dreams are not so prophetic after all. Nothing has transpired, he remarked, implying that the great detective was still sulking over having been summoned under dubious circumstances. Questioning how one could dream of another's demise, he suspected Hattori had sinister motives in bringing him there. Who could say? Perhaps it was Rin's mischief at play, as the case appeared oddly peculiar. Diverging from the usual patterns, Hattori Heiji voiced his opinion, his instincts as always astute, and the detective nodded in agreement, while Hinata Rin rolled his eyes at the paired in a serial murder case. Preventing the killer from striking sooner means fewer victims. Surely, this is not a lesson I need to impart. Although Hinata Rin was reluctant to engage in lengthy discussions with these two inquisitive souls, his statement was undeniably valid. Furthermore, due to Hinata Rin's intervention with Sakata Yusuke, he had indeed saved Okazaki Sumika. The facts spoke for themselves, leaving the two high school detectives from Kanto and Kansai regretfully silenced. Thank you for this time. Do come to Tokyo for a visit next time. Hattori Heiji expressed his surprise at Hinata Rin's rare initiative to extend an invitation, as he typically spoke very little. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Where shall we go?" "Time is no issue. I have ample vacation days to Tokyo, the birthplace of a certain individual," Hinata Rin replied in a rather nonchalant manner, yet the detective's emotional reaction was anything but subdued. The great detective's lips twitched, for he had already deduced the location Hinata Rin referred to. Hey, I haven't wronged you, have I? Besides, we are both from Kanto. We should be on the same side, shouldn't we?" The detective attempted to invoke regional pride to awaken Hinata Rin's remaining sense of camaraderie. However, given that Hinata Rin's past experiences were too complex, having originated from China and previously belonging to the Hidden Leaf Village in Naruto, he felt little connection to the rivalry between Tokyo and Osaka. Moreover, when it came to teasing Conan, he held no reservations that at that amusement park. "I would be delighted to visit." Hattori Heiji feigned seriousness, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. "You are correct. It is indeed his birthplace, and there may be some clues left behind that I believe it is worth a visit." This rationale was hardly convincing enough to deceive the great detective, let alone a genuine 7-year-old. "How did you know?" Conan, while feeling frustrated, was also astonished. Although he had confided in Hattori Heiji about his identity, he had not disclosed this particular detail. Given Hattori's reserved nature, they had likely only discussed the roller coaster murder incident. However, he would never divulge personal matters regarding his dates with Ran. While he was tight-lipped, not everyone in his circle shared that trait, especially one notably suspicious individual nearby. "Don't forget that when I visited the Mouri Detective Agency, I had thoroughly investigated all your information, which Suzuki-san was kind enough to provide me." Hattori Heiji revealed that, of course, it was that meddling Sonoko. Conan thought to himself, resigned. Should his identity be revealed due to this, he would undoubtedly feel restless in his grave, pondering whether he could confront the second daughter of the Suzuki family for retribution. The adults concluded their social formalities. The heartfelt farewells between Ran and Ko also drew to a close. However, the friendly exchanges between the detective team and the external member Hinata Rin continue unabated. If it weren't for the imminent departure, they might have continued their playful banter indefinitely. Hinata Rin finds it rather amusing. In a fleeting moment, he experiences a nostalgic sense akin to the camaraderie shared with high school classmates, making him feel considerably younger. This, however, hinges on suppressing the discussions of the great detective regarding Sherlock Holmes and Hattori Heiji's conversations on Kendo, lest he be brainwashed by the pair. For Hinata Rin, overwhelmed by the darkness surrounding him and the relentless barrage of information, a singular thought occupies his mind. Why am I here? Is this really Mihua Town? With his limbs rendered immobile and engulfed in darkness, he wonders if he is experiencing sleep paralysis. Yet, that cannot be right. Sleep paralysis wouldn't confine him directly to a coffin, would it? It seems he has bypassed the typical process entirely and gone straight to the grave. From his immediate sensations, the environment he finds himself in resembles a coffin that is not only rectangular, but also rather cramped. Even a breath feels like it could bounce back at him, suggesting that his face is quite close to the coffin lid. Beyond these observations, Hinata Rin notices something peculiar. Although he feels quite sluggish, he can at least perceive the pull of gravity. He feels as though he is not lying down, but rather standing. Can there be a standing coffin? With this thought, Hinata Rin begins to grasp his current predicament. Rinkin, long time no see. Just as he deduced, the moment the coffin lid opened, a hoarse and dry voice reached his ears. There was no mistaking it. This voice belonged to an old acquaintance. Once the coffin lid was lifted, Hinata Rin finally regained his senses and opened his tightly shut eyes. Before him stands a pallid man, with purple shadows extending from the corners of his eyes to the bridge of his nose. Wearing an ominous smile, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, who defected from the village after failing to become the fourth Hokage. However, that was all after his demise. He did not survive to see the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, he might have cast a dissenting vote against Orochimaru. Long time no see, Lord Orochimaru. Hinata Rin seldom addresses others with such respect, particularly in a scenario where it is evident that someone has disturbed the resting place. Nonetheless, considering the contributions made during the Third Great Ninja War and their shared history when Orochimaru was his superior, he opted for this form of address to Rinken, as the former top ninja of the Hyuga clan. May I inquire about your current feelings? Former. Are you implying that there are now members of the Hyuga clan who surpass me? Hinata Rin retorted. Before his death, his prowess had already eclipsed that of Hyuga Hayashi. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not address him in such a manner. Moreover, Hinata Rin observed that Orochimaru's hands were not hanging naturally, but appeared dislocated and unresponsive. This detail led him to believe that the current time frame must be after the conclusion of the Chunin exam collapse plan. I have long since defected from Konoha and am not well acquainted with the current state of the Hyuga clan. However, it seems you have a clan member who has crossed paths with my subordinate, whose strength is rather mediocre. Hinata Rin surmised that this individual was likely Niji Hyuga, as he was the only one from the clan to have engaged with Orochimaru's subordinate, Kidamu. Would you like to meet him? Orochimaru inquired with a feigned smile. Are you threatening me? You should ask Hyuga Hayashi. I am indifferent. Hinata Rin feigned nonchalance, though in truth, he felt otherwise, given the current timeline. He, a man who had been dead for over a decade, found it implausible that the narrative could have been altered to such an extent. Could he truly rescue someone under the effects of an enhanced version of the Edo Tensei? Enough of this. I was merely jesting. Your clan members are safely playing house in Konoha that I wish to propose a transaction. Hinata Rin was not surprised by Orochimaru's sudden candor. He had always exhibited this erratic, serpentine behavior, which seemed to have intensified since his defection. I am but a dead man. What transaction could I engage in? Hinata Rin glanced down at his Jonin vest, still as unappealingly green as ever. Though it was an improvement over Orochimaru's aesthetic of using coarse rope as a belt. You may wish to listen. Anything I possess, you may request, even the means to truly resurrect you, which I can accomplish. A confident smile adorned Orochimaru's face, as though he had everything under control. Hinata Rin remained noncommittal, fully aware of Orochimaru's intentions that he realized that Orochimaru was merely attempting to deceive him, while he indeed excelled in resurrection techniques. Those were primarily for himself and came with severe side effects. To claim that he could revive Hinata Rin unless he first had a pair of Rinnegan implanted in his eye sockets was utter nonsense. You should have noticed, my hands were recently subjected to some underhanded tactics by the old man, that I recall your medical ninjutsu being on par with Tsunade's, correct? Orochimaru spoke with confidence, posing an irresistible temptation to the living. Hinata Rin, who had met an untimely demise, likely harbored numerous regrets. With Orochimaru's confident smile and Hinata Rin's calm demeanor, the latter comprehended why Orochimaru was engaging in this lengthy conversation rather than directly controlling him as he had with the first and second Hokage during the Konoha collapse plan. If the Edo Tensei were to be utilized for combat, a caster could manipulate the reanimated or erase their humanity, allowing them to fight purely on instinct. However, should the purpose be surgical, there would be no recourse. Setting aside the question of feasibility, if the surgery were to fail, one could hardly seek out a remedy in the Pure Land that I desire the soul transfer technique. Consider my willingness to assist you. Very well, I assure you of my sincerity. A sinister smile played on Orochimaru's lips as he retrieved a scroll from a cabinet behind him and handed it to Hinata Rin. Thankfully, he did not produce it from his mouth. Otherwise, Hinata Rin would have surely flung it back at him. Take your time to ponder this. I shall return to see you in the afternoon. With that, Orochimaru turned to leave, and simultaneously, a purple barrier emerged around them. A technique he had employed during the Konoha collapse plan, known as the Four Purple Flames Formation. So, he's not entirely confident in me, but is such a sealing technique truly necessary? In terms of strength, Hinata Rin was not one to be modest. However, he was also not arrogant enough to equate himself with the third Hokage, as such treatment felt excessively generous. Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged on the side of Hinata Rin's head as he fully engaged his Byakugan, instantly revealing the conditions of the area within a several-kilometer radius, including the chakra responses and flow of all present. There were no signs of Byakugan or Sharingan users, indicating that Niji Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha were not present, suggesting that this was not the Sound Village. The timeline of Niji's confrontation with Kidamaru should coincide with Sasuke's retrieval mission, meaning Sasuke had likely defected and was probably in the Sound Village. Hinata Rin deduced his current location based on this information. Orochimaru's playful smile, before leaving was likely due to his assumption that Hinata Rin's request for the soul transfer technique was aimed at breaking the Edo Tensei, which was impossible. The soul transfer technique was a signature jutsu of Kato Dan, Tsunade's deceased lover, allowing the user to exit their body and inhabit that of an enemy, in terms of function. It bore some resemblance to the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique. Orochimaru was confident that this jutsu could not counter the Edo Tensei because the operational mechanisms of the two techniques were fundamentally different. The soul transfer technique involved the cultivation of one's own spirit, essentially a process of continuous enhancement. Once strengthened to the point of being able to leave the body, it would naturally allow the user to manipulate others' bodies at will. In contrast, the Edo Tensei involved pulling the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land and reviving them through the deceased's cellular structure and sacrifices. This process entailed a pact with the Pure Land, spatial temporal transitions, and even biological research. Not merely a matter of the soul, it is indeed quite profound. Moreover, Orochimaru has improved and optimized his techniques based on the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, rendering them significantly more complex than the versions found in the Book of Seals. Akin to the variances between textbooks across different provinces, Hinata Rin, of course, is well aware of this. Although he never pursued Conan diligently, he has watched every episode of Naruto during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Were the spirit transformation technique capable of unraveling the impure world reincarnation, Kato Dan would not have had to wait until the very end for Uchiha Itachi to complete his tasks before meeting Tsunade. His choice of this jutsu serves another purpose and relates to a minor issue that arose when he was summoned through impure world reincarnation. Hinata Rin feels quite helpless, even somewhat weary, though he refrains from exhibiting this in front of Orochimaru. However, upon realizing this, he was nearly stunned for an entire year. At this moment, a faint silhouette drifts within his consciousness. Hinata Rin can recognize the identity of this figure. She is Mayano Akemi, the first victim at the hands of Conan. The second is Ireland, so now one can understand how she met her end at Conan's hands. Poor Orochimaru, while he may have accepted the implications of impure world reincarnation, how could he have entangled an innocent passerby in this? It remains uncertain whether this is a side effect of the long-range activation of impure world reincarnation across the realms of Conan. The instant Hinata Rin regained consciousness from the coffin, he discovered an influx of memories that did not belong to him. Most of these memories stemmed from a figure with chestnut-colored hair, chronicling a life from endearing childhood to a demeanor that shunned strangers. Naturally, this perspective is that of an observer. From Mayano Akemi's viewpoint, her sister, Mayano Shiho, should remain as adorable as ever, never having changed. Miss Mayano, can you hear me? The initial step of the spirit transformation technique is to strengthen the soul, enabling it to detach from the body. This technique may require extensive training when applied to oneself. However, if it is directed at an external and exceedingly fragile soul, with Hinata Rin's innate talent and chakra intensity, half a day's time would suffice. That I can hear you. But I have a question. Where is this place? Am I not already dead? The voice of Mayano Akemi is as feeble as her spirit. It appears that the exhaustion from having experienced death, followed by being summoned through impure world reincarnation across worlds, is quite significant, especially since she is an ordinary person. To be precise, you are in a state akin to death. Hinata Rin finds it difficult to explain the current situation to her, inadvertently resorting to a jest. He then observes a large question mark floating above the diminutive soul of Mayano Akemi. Goodness, he had long considered that the inhabitants of Conan's world were exceptionally lively. Expressions such as dead fish eyes and bean eyes can be summoned as easily as the basic acts of eating and drinking. Yet, even as Hinata Rin's Byakugan nearly transformed into a Sharingan from strain, he still could not master them. Joking aside, it is essential to clarify the situation, and additionally, Hinata Rin is somewhat perplexed that the bank robbery involving Mayano Akemi has already occurred. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, he cannot help but feel curious about this matter. Miss Mayano, here is the situation. With the Byakugan active, Hinata Rin does not worry about Orochimaru overhearing their conversation. After much elaboration, he finally elucidates the entire sequence of events. Whether Mayano Akemi can accept it remains to be seen. Can ninjas accomplish all these feats? Mayano Akemi's thoughts are currently quite disorganized. But being a native Japanese, she possesses some understanding of the ancient profession of ninjas. In her recollection, Ninjas are merely stealthy assassins who conceal themselves and strike when their enemies are lax. How could they be associated with matters of life and death, or transcending time and space? Her inquiry touches upon the legends of the Sage of Six Paths from a millennium ago. Few in the current ninja world could elucidate this for her. Although Hinata Rin understands, he is weary from speaking, so he succinctly summarizes. Our world's ninjas possess extraterrestrial lineage. Just look at my eyes. Fortunately, the persuasive power of the Byakugan is formidable. It is evident that this trait is not something a mere earthling could possess. Thus, its credibility is significant, and at least Mayano Akemi ceases to inquire further. That is how it is, but you can rest assured. He can bring me here, and I can naturally return. However, in your current state, even if you return, you will be unable to live normally. Hinata Rin never expected that the first person in Conan's world to uncover his true origins would be Mayano Akemi, who now exists in a state akin to that of a ring elder. One can only say that the notion of traversing worlds, especially in a second instance, is sufficiently fantastical. Thus, any further events seem hardly surprising. I am fine with this, but it appears you are also under someone's control. Can you truly return? After grasping the situation, Mayano Akemi is immensely grateful for the fact that she has regained a semblance of life. Although she currently exists in a state akin to death, possessing her own consciousness is a cause for celebration. If she could see her sister one more time, that would be more than she could wish for. Beyond that, she desires nothing more. That I seem to be feeling suddenly drowsy, as if I am about to fall asleep. The miniature soul of Mayano Akemi begins to flicker amidst the already ethereal ambience, akin to a mobile device alerting low battery. This is normal. Your soul remains fragile, and your autonomy relies on your indomitable will. Under ordinary circumstances, it typically resides in a dormant state. That in truth, Mayano Akemi has found a silver lining in her misfortune. At the moment of her death, she was drawn by the contract of impure world reincarnation, traversing the barriers of time and space from Conan's world to the Naruto world. Although her soul experienced a jolt, it achieved independent existence in the process. Furthermore, after Hinata Rin applied the spirit transformation technique to strengthen her, she has largely evaded the risk of her soul dissipating. This process resembles a cultivator failing a tribulation but managing to sustain their soul against dissolution while transitioning to a ghostly immortal. One can only say that she is indeed fortunate. Such occurrences are quite rare in the realm of cultivation novels. It seems this is the extent of her current capabilities to restore her ninja abilities. She will need to devise a method from the Shinigami. Hinata Rin withdraws his chakra scalpel and presents a diagnostic report to the patient Orochimaru. He appears to have anticipated this, as he does not express any discontent upon realizing his inability to restore his jutsu. Thank you for your efforts, Rin-kun. Orochimaru maintains his facade of a smile, though this gratitude seems genuine. In truth, Hinata Rin is a backup option for him after Tsunade. The moment the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sealed his hands, he sought out Tsunade for healing. However, coincidentally, during his search, he encountered another good friend, and given the fraught nature of their doctor-patient relationship, it naturally fell through. Summoning Hinata Rin stemmed from his understanding of the latter's medical ninjutsu. After all, during the Kaiki Mountain battle, he was the commander, while Hinata Rin led the medical unit. Both his medical ninjutsu and strength are exceptionally remarkable. In the ninja world, the mortality rate of medical ninjas is even higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Focusing fire on the healer is not merely a gaming glitch, particularly when facing the likes of the Suna ninjas who specialize in poisons. An outstanding medical ninja becomes their greatest nemesis. Speaking of which, Hinata Rin's chakra scalpel is most often utilized not for treating patients. Rather, it serves to sever the chakra strings of puppet masters, rendering them disconnected from their puppets, which has consequently led to a particularly high bounty on him in Sunagakure, nearly rivaling that of the Konoha White-Fanged Rinquin. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you in reviving anyone this time. No need. I am quite content in the Pure Land. Please do not summon me again without cause. Impure World Reincarnation, released as he feels the control dissipating from Orochimaru. Hinata Rin immediately performs the hand seals to terminate the Impure World Reincarnation, as his spirit ascends. He reflects, upon my return, I must investigate the rebirth. Should anyone dare to use Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect themselves again, I shall unleash a few Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosions upon the instigator. Before departing, He takes a fleeting glance at Kabuto, who stands beside Orochimaru, recognizing that should anyone attempt to resurrect themselves through impure world reincarnation, it would likely be this fellow. Although the functionality of the rebirth eye in resurrecting the deceased remains uncertain. However, it is undeniable that the control exerted by these eyes over the soul holds paramount significance. That fellow, Otsutsuki Kenshiki, can manipulate puppets on the moon using soul control to stir up trouble in the ninja world, which is far superior to the technique of soul manifestation. This certainly presents a viable path, one that can significantly enhance one's strength. Regardless, the development of the rebirth eye must be prioritized. Otherwise, it would be rather disheartening to be summoned by the Hokage for a stroll after one has already departed from this world. What Hinata Rin remains unaware of is that after his soul ascended, Orochimaru and Kabuto were covertly discussing him. Lord Orochimaru, should we arrange for Uchiha Sasuke's return? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, wearing a similarly feigned smile. Not for now. Let us first seek clues in the land of whirlpools. Hinata Rin is correct. It seems there is only this one method to fully restore my hands to as he spoke. Orochimaru flexed his hands, which had finally regained their normal hue. When he was initially sealed, his hands resembled those of a zombie covered in hair, an utterly ghastly sight. After Hinata Rin's surgical intervention, while his ninjutsu abilities had not been restored, at least he could lead a normal life, and his prowess in taijutsu remained unaffected. It is crucial to note that he does not solely rely on ninjutsu. He is also exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship, earning him the title of the Sword Saint of Konoha, a moniker not solely derived from the Kusanagi. The materials required for summoning are not only specialized, but also come with a high failure rate, rendering the endeavor somewhat impractical. Orochimaru lamented, and the materials he referred to certainly did not include the ninja, the greatest resource drain in the ninja world. In fact, they merely constitute the most basic offerings for the reanimation jutsu. Indeed, so far, apart from the failed summoning of the fourth Hokage, his failure rate remains the highest, with material consumption surpassing that of all previous Hokage, combined by several folds. Thais, Ichimuru's chief assistant and the greatest tomb raider in the ninja world. Kabuto shared this sentiment deeply. While Orochimaru was not impoverished, he could hardly be deemed affluent, especially when considering the numerous experimental projects he undertook while evading the pursuit of Konoha and the Akatsuki. Financial matters were particularly challenging. Thus, after careful consideration, summoning Hinata Rin was evidently not a worthwhile investment. He would not entertain the idea until he could reduce the costs associated with the reanimation jutsu. Unbeknownst to Hinata Rin, the complications arising from cross-dimensional summoning, coupled with the unexpected intrusion of Miyano Akemi, rendered his reanimation jutsu exceedingly arduous. It would be quite some time before anyone from the Hokage's domain would disturb him again. At this moment, he had regained consciousness, feeling somewhat dazed, akin to just having traversed through time. His last memory before being reanimated was of falling asleep at night, yet upon drawing the curtains, he was greeted by the sight of the setting sun, indicating that at least a day had passed. After calling Rand to inquire, he learned that they had checked on him that morning when he had not yet awakened, but upon hearing his groggy response, they assumed he was merely enjoying a lazy slumber. Consequently, she, along with Conan and Uncle Mouri, had set off to the bank as for what transpired thereafter. As one might expect, an unexpected incident occurred. They happened to arrive just as the bank was being robbed. This was swiftly followed by their assistance to the police in solving the case, with them serving as the first witnesses at the precinct. During this time, Conan had gone missing for quite a while, only to reunite with them just moments ago. On the phone, Rand mentioned that they would likely be home shortly and asked Hinata Rin what he would like for dinner, offering to bring it over. He casually mentioned ramen before hanging up, for his primary concern at the moment was not what he would dine on that evening. Instead, he contemplated not only the development of the rebirth eye, but also how to manage the unexpected involvement of Miyano Akemi. It was evident that she was in a state of utter bewilderment, even forgetting to inquire how he knew her name. However, this could also stem from her unfamiliarity with ninjas. She might assume that if ninjas possess such formidable abilities as to summon souls and resurrect the deceased, then reading minds should pose no challenge. Indeed, the Yamanaka clan excels in mind reading. Yet the Hyuga clan has not yet reached such proficiency, at least not until the evolution into the rebirth eye. Perhaps in the future, with the rebirth eye, there is hope. After all, as the focal point of the Byakugan's evolution, The rebirth I can resurrect the deceased and red souls, so one must not lag behind in capabilities. Otherwise, how could one dare to compare with such prowess? At this moment, having regained full consciousness, Hinata Rin gazed out at the setting sun from his bedroom window, lost in thought. The soul of Mayano Akemi remained in a deep slumber, still exceedingly frail, and he currently possessed no means to remedy this. When he was initially reanimated, both his and Akemi's souls had arrived together, likely perceived as a singular entity by the rules of the Hokage's world. As a result, he had acquired a significant portion of her memories and could utilize the technique of soul manifestation to strengthen and separate her soul. However, after their separation, soul manifestation proved ineffective on Akemi's soul. Ultimately, this ninjutsu merely facilitates the refinement of one's own soul. Previously, he could exploit loopholes, but now he was left with no recourse. Moreover, what troubled him most was not the predicament of Akemi's soul, but rather the vast majority of memories stemming from her. Aside from her mundane daily life of schooling and work, most of her memories revolved around another girl with chestnut hair. This girl was familiar to him, a popular character from Conan's world. The principal developer of the drug that transformed the great detective into a child. She was also the second individual to be rejuvenated by the drug, known as Mayano Shio, who later assumed the alias Hybera AI, and was reintroduced into Titan Elementary alongside Conan. In comparison to Akemi's own memories, the images of this chestnut-haired girl seemed to be even more abundant, allowing Hinata Rin to grasp the significance of Mayano Shio in Akemi's heart. Yet, he had not come to intrude upon the bond of sisterhood. After all, the Byakugan already bore the stigma of prying into the privacy of others, and now, this would only serve to solidify such a notion. He even found himself questioning whether, upon encountering Mayano Shio, he might unintentionally call her Shio outright. For a stranger, such an act would not only be presumptuous, but could also be perceived as somewhat unsettling. Ultimately, he decided to let it be. One cannot simply erase memories physically. After rummaging through his arsenal of ninjutsu and discovering no effective solutions to this quandary, Hinata Rin opted to resign himself to the situation. After all, the cognitive faculties of individuals from the ninja world are thrice that of ordinary individuals. This fragment of memory would hardly occupy any mental storage, so he left it be and would address it later. As the night enveloped the world in darkness, Uncle Mouri and the others finally returned, with Ran bringing along a takeout of ramen. She also inquired why Hinata Rin had slept for so long, questioning whether he had experienced a poor night's sleep or insomnia. Insomnia was certainly not the case. He had merely returned to his old home within the span of a day, bringing back a female ghost in the process. Whether or not Ran believed this was secondary. What was certain was that he would undoubtedly experience sleeplessness that night, considering her mental and physical well-being, as well as her capacity to comprehend. Hinata Rin silently accepted the narrative that he had stayed up late completing assignments, resulting in his inability to rise in the morning. That if you ask me, ramen is best enjoyed fresh at the restaurant. The takeout lacked the delightful texture it typically possesses. Uncle Mouri, holding a can of beer, gestured towards Hinata Rin's ramen. "Father, you mustn't drink beer at this hour," Ran admonished, hands on her hips, exasperated by having such a drunken father. "Just one can? Come on, Ran, let me enjoy just this one." Uncle Mouri often displayed a carefree demeanor and rambled nonsensically in public, yet at home, he would frequently indulge in playful banter with Ran over his drinking habits, sometimes affectionately calling her Ran. Consequently, Hinata Rin occasionally found himself pondering whether the origins of Conan's troublesome antics could be traced back to Uncle Mouri. "I'm fine. The texture of the ramen doesn't affect me much." As Xiaolon contemplated preparing dinner for herself after listening to the elder's words, Hinata Rin promptly declined. He indeed had little interest in ramen, much like his indifference towards the renowned Ichiraku ramen during his time in the world of Naruto. To be perfectly candid, he preferred the handmade noodles from China. Although he had spent over a decade influenced by Japanese customs, one's palate is undoubtedly shaped from a young age, and the impact of later experiences remains comparatively minimal. This evening, the great detective seemed unusually subdued, prompting Xiaolon to inquire twice about his well-being. Hinata Rin surmised that his companion's demeanor was likely affected by the death of Mayano Akemi. It was not merely the guilt of failing to save her, but perhaps more so the worry about the formidable and dark organization she had mentioned. After all, this was his first encounter with the origins of those who had caused his diminutive state. Although little was known about Mayano Akemi as an outer member, she had at least divulged the distinctive feature of her penchant for wearing black clothing. This was likely the source of his psychological distress upon seeing individuals clad in black. The child had indeed been traumatized, for the cost of Jin's earlier blow had been rather steep. After finishing the ramen and exchanging goodnights with the others at the office, Hinata Rin leaned against his bed. Casually flipping through a book that on the surface, he appeared to be reading, yet his mind wandered elsewhere. He was contemplating how to initiate the experiment on the reincarnation eye and whether he could enlist external assistance. The reincarnation eye, a bloodline limit, essentially stems from a genetic mutation, which, from a modern scientific perspective, falls under the realm of biology. Naturally, the foremost biologist in the world of Conan was that girl with tea-colored hair, whose image lingered vividly in his mind. To be frank, during his time in the Naruto universe, his primary focus had been on cellular healing, which forms the basis of medical ninjutsu through chakra stimulation. The reason he had not pursued research on the reincarnation eye was due to the lack of any leads. After all, the path of its genesis is not as straightforward as the progression from Sharingan to Manjikyu Sharingan, to Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, to Rinnegan. The original narrative merely indicated that the Tsutsuki clan on the moon had created a massive reincarnation eye using their clan members' Byakugan, which led to the downfall of the main family. Subsequently, a descendant of the branch family, Tsutsuki Sh10, was born without eyes and somehow learned that combining his chakra with the Hyuga clan's high-purity Byakugan could awaken the reincarnation eye. He then stole Hanabi's eyes, awakening the reincarnation eye in the process. To simplify, the birth of the reincarnation eye seemingly requires the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan from the moon combined with the Hyuga clan's high-purity Byakugan. Hinata Rin himself possessed this high-purity Byakugan, having previously been part of the main family, and in terms of appetite, he was on par with Hinata, who was renowned for having the highest purity Byakugan. Although judging Byakugan purity based on appetite is not entirely accurate, it does serve as a rough measure. However, acquiring the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan was currently beyond his means. Moreover, the logic behind the Tsutsuki clan on the moon initially merging Byakugan to create a giant reincarnation eye and subsequently discovering how to awaken the reincarnation eye within an individual's own eyes is somewhat flawed. If the giant reincarnation eye resulted from a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change, then why would the individual reincarnation eye's emergence require both the Tsutsuki clan's chakra and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? Hinata Rin felt that not only was the world of Conan remarkably unscientific, but the Naruto universe seemed to share a similar fate. Perhaps, the theory of gene complementation could provide some explanation. After all, the Hyuga clan is a branch of the Tsutsuki clan in the ninja world, while the moon hosts its direct lineage. The merging of both might trace back to the ancestral bloodline of the Tsutsuki clan, leading to the birth of the reincarnation. A knock at the door roused him from his thoughts. It was Conan. On the day Hinata Rin was summoned to the Naruto world, the great detective's experience had been quite extraordinary. Not only had he witnessed the death of Mayano Akemi, but he had also gleaned preliminary information about the organization from her. Though this information was scant, it at least marked the first breakthrough from nothing. Since his transformation into a child, this was his first encounter with a member of the organization and the first time he learned the name of the organization itself. Given the significance of this development, Hinata Rin speculated that Conan would surely come to confide in him. Indeed, upon opening the door, he found the great detective entering with a somber expression. Before Hinata Rin could even inquire, Conan began recounting the day's events. Hinata Rin played the role of a dutiful listener, though his lack of a supporting role left Conan feeling somewhat out of sorts. Yet, this was not a deduction showcase, and given that Hinata Rin was the only one in the office privy to this information, there was little room for complaint. So, your achievement today is merely discovering the name of the organization of those black-clad individuals, Hinata Rin succinctly summarized. The great detective paused, then slowly nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Well, it's something. At least you've made progress. Keep up the good work. I say. You seem utterly unfazed and uncurious. What is there to be curious about? The person is already dead, and no further information can be obtained. As for being surprised, I am not at all astonished that you encountered a member of that organization. Upon hearing this, Conan's curiosity was piqued. In fact, his curiosity was always strong and easily triggered. Why? Considering the grim fate that follows you, it's evident that this group is a criminal organization. one that operates with impunity. With your misfortune, it's only a matter of time before you cross paths with them. Hey, it's Uncle Mouri who's the Grim Reaper here. I'm merely caught in the crossfire. The great detective, oblivious to his own shortcomings, shamelessly shifted the blame onto his anesthetic needle victim. Nonsense. Before you shrank, Uncle Mouri's detective agency was on the verge of collapse. Yet after your arrival, business visibly improved, and you frequently stumbled upon cases. Oh, you really think this has nothing to do with you? That's just an innate talent that detectives possess. Most exceptional detectives encounter this dilemma, just like Hattori does. The great detective was adamant, and regardless of the talent argument, his retort was undeniably sharp. However, given that he was the protagonist of a detective manga, one could not entirely blame him. The fault lay with the author. Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, hurry back to sleep. Children need ample rest to grow tall. You ought to be more mindful. Humph, you're not exactly tall yourself. This remark, the great detective pouted, and before leaving, he revealed some news to Hinata Rin. He mentioned that Professor Agasa was planning to take the children camping during this period and had extended an invitation to him, asking if he would be interested at for how Conan learned of this. He proudly displayed an earring-shaped mobile phone, the latest invention of Professor Agasa. He had overheard the professor mention it while receiving the product. It seemed that after spending time in his room working on research, Professor Agasa felt the need to step outside for some fresh air and to stimulate his mind, as well as to alleviate the solitude he felt in hopes of creating a livelier atmosphere. However, to be honest, this earring-shaped mobile phone did possess considerable market potential. After all, in later generations, children almost universally owned a little genius telephone watch, enabling parents to contact them anytime and anywhere, greatly ensuring their safety while out. Yet, upon learning of the production costs of this device, Hinata Rin could only lament that it was yet another customized product for detectives that in terms of cost, it was considerably higher than existing mobile phones on the market. One would be better off purchasing a standard mobile phone, which would offer stronger signal and battery life. Hearing Hinata Rin's assessment, Conan nodded in agreement. There's no helping it. Professor Agasa's inventions are often like that. Appear useful but are often unsellable or even hazardous due to safety concerns. The great detective nonchalantly remarked, though it was clear that he included himself in that critique, especially given his use of the anesthetic needle and enhanced soccer shoes. Even solar-powered skateboards have been classified as hazardous materials due to their excessive power and functionality. To put it in simpler terms, it is unlikely that even a 17-year-old would be granted permission to use one, let alone a 7-year-old. After all, not everyone possesses the same level of expertise as a great detective, particularly one who has studied extensively with their father at a technical school in Hawaii. The following morning, Hinata Rin rose early as usual and ran several laps around the vicinity of the office to make up for the missed exercise from the previous day before returning to take a shower. Today's breakfast was prepared by Xiaolon, yet it deviated from her usual style of Japanese cuisine. Instead, she had concocted a pot of millet porridge and made a few sandwiches. This unusual combination struck even Hinata Rin as peculiar, considering millet porridge is typically paired with steamed buns, while sandwiches are more commonly accompanied by milk tea. The dining table. The uncle inquired about this odd pairing, to which Xiaolon explained, "This is no ordinary millet porridge. It is infused with lily, longan, and lotus seeds, designed to nourish the blood and calm the spirit, specifically for Rin." After all, he hadn't rested well the day before, and taking medication was not ideal. So dietary supplementation seemed preferable. Xiaolon stumbled slightly over the latter benefits, likely struggling to recall the precise Japanese translation. Hinata Rin cast a grateful glance toward Xiaolon, appreciating his cousin's attentiveness. He had merely mentioned his need for nourishment once, yet she had taken note and even learned how to prepare it specifically for him. Honestly, what is the need for such supplements? A good night's sleep would suffice. It would be better if you prepared a meal for your father. I must admit I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. The uncle smirked, not targeting Hinata Rin specifically, but rather reflecting his daughter's doting and somewhat proud personality. It is quite amusing to see a middle-aged man display such pride. Dad, as long as you cut back on the alcohol, you should be perfectly fine. However, if you truly feel unwell, we should find a time to visit the hospital, Xiaolon said with concern, as she was quite attentive to her father's health. After all, with his daily binge drinking and staying home, his health was indeed a matter of concern. That I was merely joking. I am in excellent health, with absolutely no issues. You needn't fret unnecessarily, the uncle chuckled, deflecting the topic. His reluctance stemmed from wanting to avoid the hassle, but primarily, he feared that his daughter might use this as an excuse to cut him off from his beer, which would be intolerable. After breakfast, Hinata Rin retreated to his room to complete the homework he had neglected the previous day. Being a high school student, even if the academic load here is relatively light, it cannot compare to the workload of a certain elementary school student named Conan. Moreover, Titan High School is a public institution primarily focused on academic advancement, and the amount of homework assigned nearly rivals that of half of what is given in China. Of course, the students of the East Asian Monster House are not faring any better. It is merely a matter of differing national circumstances. In Japan, a significant portion of students' academic burden is borne by private tutoring, akin to extracurricular classes in China.